Magic Chef of Ice and Fire Chapter 45 to Chapter 66. Nianbing looked at him and said, "How much is this pot?" The boss probed, "This pot should be sold for a gold coin, but since you seem to be interested, I'll give you half price, 5 silver coins. Isn't that cheap?" Nianbing put the iron pot back into the box and said calmly, "Then you should keep this treasure of the store." After he finished speaking, he walked out without looking back. "Ah. Mister, don't go. The price is negotiable, just name a price." The boss hurriedly called out to Nianbing. Nianbing turned around and looked at him, "If you want a full set of tableware, I'll pay a gold coin. If you want to sell it, then sell it. If you don't want to sell it, then forget it. This is clearly a fake. It's not from Sky Spring Pavilion." The boss was dumbfounded. "Mister, you can't say things like that. How do you know that this is a fake?" Nianbing smiled indifferently and said, "The material is a product of Sky Spring Pavilion. The color is a bit darker than this, and it's also a bit heavier. Also, the mark is slightly different. Sky Spring Pavilion's mark should be a triangle. For your full set of tableware, a gold coin is already a very high price. If I'm not wrong, you must have bought it from somewhere at a low price." The boss said with a bitter face, "Mister, even if it's a fake, there are so many of them. 1 gold coin is too little." Nianbing snorted, "You think it's too little? Then you'll have to find another buyer. For this kind of fake, I'll pay at most 8 silver coins elsewhere." After saying that, she pretended to leave. Okay. Fangjing, you're also the first customer today. I'll sell it to you for 1 gold coin. Sigh, I'm losing money. The boss reluctantly made a concession. Nianbing took out a gold coin and handed it to the boss. She picked up a pile of kitchen utensils and left the shop, watching his back as he left. The short boss snorted and muttered to himself, "What an idiot." Even though he knew it was a fake, he still bought it. "I only bought it for 3 silver coins. Now I've made a lot of money. Ha 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 ha." One had to know that 1 gold coin was enough for a family of 3 to live for half a month. After leaving the store, Nianbing was also rejoicing. What an idiot. It was clearly the real thing, but he sold it as a fake. He had made a huge profit this time. The kitchen utensils of the Sky Spring Pavilion were not fake. The reason why he dared to bargain with the shop owner was because he knew that the shop owner was the owner of the shop. It was mainly because of the boss's offer. In the Heaven Spring Pavilion, even the purchase price would not be lower than 1 gold coin, but the owner wanted to sell a pot to him for 5 silver coins. Thinking about how Binglan City was a commercial city, he easily deduced that the Sky Spring Pavilion's kitchen utensils must have been bought from someone who didn't know how to cook. Sky Spring Pavilion was located in the Huarong Empire, and it was hard for ordinary people to see their products. Nianbing knew that the owner didn't know what was good for him, so she naturally lowered the price. After finding a place where no one was around, Nianbing inspected every piece of kitchen utensils and put them into her space ring. This time, even if they had to sleep in the wild again, he wouldn't have to worry about not having the tools to cook. On the way back to the hotel, he bought all kinds of spices and seasonings that he needed. Inside the space ring, other than his precious knives, was simply a mobile kitchen. Silence. Are you awake? When Nianbing returned to the hotel, it was already daytime, so naturally there were no security guards to stop him. He directly went to his room upstairs. When the door opened, Xianxia appeared in front of Nianbing with a dissatisfied face. "Where did you go last night?" Nianbing smiled and said, "I was sleeping on the sofa in the lobby." Xianxia snorted and said, "You're still lying. When I came back last night, I brought a blanket for you, but you disappeared. Where did you go?" As she said that, she pulled Nianbing into the room. Hearing Xianxia's words, Nianbing's heart couldn't help but feel warm. But when he thought of his freedom in the future, he hardened his heart and said, "I just found a place to stay for the night." Xianxia frowned and said, "It's so late, how can there be a place to stay? Hurry up and confess, where did you go?" Anxious to ask Nianbing where he went last night, she didn't even close the door. "Brothel, is that okay? Don't you think you're annoying?" Nianbing pretended to be impatient. "What? Xu Jing's voice suddenly became sharp. You say it again, where did you go? Brothel. What's wrong? It's more comfortable to sleep there. Nianbing put on an indifferent expression. Xu Jing's originally rosy face suddenly became a little pale. She raised her hand and pointed at Nianbing. You actually went to that kind of place, you, Nianbing said indifferently, it's my freedom to go wherever I want. Although we're friends, but you don't have the right to restrict my freedom. I'm also a man, isn't it normal to go to a brothel? Xu Jing's voice trembled. Good Nianbing, I came all the way here to chase you and you actually treat me like this? Nianbing blinked his eyes. It's not as exaggerated as Qianli, right? Silence, I said, this is my own matter. I treat you as a friend, so I told you the truth. Anger made Xu Jing's pale face turn red. Last night I asked you to stay with me, but you made all sorts of excuses. But you went to a brothel, why? You tell me why? Nianbing walked to the side and sat down. At this time, he was also a little nervous. He didn't know if he should continue, so he took a deep breath and said, it's very simple, we're friends, and prostitutes don't need to take responsibility. You. With a whoosh, the sword was unsheathed. Xu Jing pointed at Nianbing, in your eyes, I'm not even as good as a prostitute? Nianbing shook his head and said, no, silence, you have to understand that there's no other relationship between us besides being friends. I don't feel that I did anything wrong. This is the second time you've pointed a sword at me. I also want to ask you a question, what right do you have to interfere with my freedom? I've never said that I'm a gentleman, nor did I force you to walk with me. If you're not satisfied, you can leave at any time. I think Uncle Shui is looking forward to your return. I'll kill you. Xu Jing had already lost her reason in her rage. Nianbing originally wanted to take advantage of her fiery temper, but he didn't know why, but now he felt somewhat unbearable in his heart. The sword, with a red light of Douqi, directly pierced Nianbing's chest. Xu Jing, who was in a rage, had long since lost her misgivings. Just as Nianbing was about to activate the ice wall scroll, a blue ray of light blocked in front of him without any warning. There was a soft ding sound. Xu Jing's sword unexpectedly flew away and stabbed into the wall at the side. With a flash of blue light, a long sword was placed on her shoulder. The qi completely locked Xu Jing, making her unable to move an inch. Nianbing looked at the person in front of him in surprise, President Carlo. The person who came was Carlo. His gaze fell on Xu Jing. He calmly said, fire attribute Douqi, drifting erratically like clouds, but when it erupts, it's like toppling mountains and overturning seas. This should be fire cloud Douqi. What's your relationship with blood-devouring soul-extinguishing snow martial snow? Nianbing's breath stimulated Xu Jing's body. He glared at Carlo in front of him, it's none of your business. Get lost, I'm going to kill him. Carlo somewhat pondered and looked at Nianbing, noisy is noisy, why do you have to fight? Are you willing to kill him? If it's just a misunderstanding. Just make it clear. Little girl, emotional matters can't be solved by impulse. He, who was experienced in accidents, had already read a lot of things from Xu Jing's love-hate eyes. Xu Jing stared blankly for a moment, and angrily said, get lost, what misunderstanding? He himself admitted to going to the brothel, is this still a misunderstanding? Let me go, I'm going to kill him. Nianbing stood up, walked to Carlo's side, and said, silence, calm down. I have my own life, you also have your own life, we don't belong to the same world. If what I did made you angry, then I'm willing to apologize to you, but I will never change anything because of you, and at the same time, I don't want you to change because of me. President Carlo, let her go. The sword light in Carlo's hand disappeared, and the breath that locked onto Xu Jing's body disappeared. Nianbing walked to the side, pulled the sword from the wall, and handed it to Xu Jing. I have a protection scroll on me, you can't hurt me. I'm sorry, Jing. Perhaps I've disappointed you, but this is my nature. Rather than letting you know me in the future, it's better to make it clear now. Taking the sword from Nianbing, Xu Jing's hand was slightly trembling. Why do you all treat me like this? What's wrong with me? Am I not good enough for you? As soon as I heard the news of you leaving, I immediately chased after you. I was more willing to accompany you to the Ottoman Empire, but what about you? What did you do? Are you worthy of my heart? Nianbing was silent, and secretly said in his heart, I'm sorry, Silence, I don't want to reject you, but I don't have the qualifications to accept your love now. There is only hatred in my heart, for the revenge of my parents. I can't let anything distract me. Silence, you will definitely find a better home than me. I will always bless you. In Nianbing's heart, the woman with the highest position was undoubtedly Feng Nu, maybe because Feng Nu was the first girl he saw, or maybe because Feng Nu was the most beautiful girl among all. In his heart, Feng Nu's position was almost unshakable. Even so, Nianbing did not express anything to Feng Nu, because he knew that he did not have the qualifications. Before he avenged his parents, he did not have the qualifications to find his own love. Everything had to wait until after he took revenge, but even he did not know how long that would take, so he did not want to hurt any girl, so he could only choose to escape and withdraw, and work hard to improve his own strength. That was what he pursued. Seeing that Nianbing did not speak, Xue Jing's anger in her heart increased, and the combat energy on her sword loomed, but she, who had always done things according to her own preferences, could not stab out, no matter how hard she tried. It was not because of the unfathomable Carlo beside her, nor was it because of the magic scroll hidden by Nianbing. Looking at the handsome man in front of her, although she was angry in her heart, she did not know why, but an indescribable feeling made her unable to make up her mind to hurt him. Tears rolled down her face. Xue Jing fiercely threw the sword to the ground, and let the tears flow, turning into a red cloud and floating away. The person who had always wanted to get rid of was gone, but Nianbing's heart was even heavier. Silence, have a safe journey, and return to Ice City as soon as possible. That is the place where you belong. Carlo took 2 steps forward, picked up the sword on the ground, and looked at it carefully, then said, not a bad sword, fire attribute. The sword itself was made with crimson steel, using the 100 refinements method. Using this sword can make the fire attribute combat energy better, a rare weapon. Mr. Magician, don't you think it's a pity? Nianbing sighed, took the sword in her hand, and said, it has already happened, there is no pity. The sword is a good sword, but I'm not a good person. Call me Nianbing. Carlo smiled slightly and said, this girl's appearance is not bad, I can see. Although her temper is a bit fiery. But her nature is still very good. Why do you have to be thousands of miles away from her? Am I? You also heard it, she lost her temper because I went to the brothel last night. I am sorry for her, her choice to leave is the most correct. How can a person like me be worthy of her love? Carlo's smile was even wider. This thing is a few decades older than you, and has some attainments in the art of observing people. Although you look very gentle on the surface, there is a kind of pride in your bones that others don't have. People can't be proud, but they must have a lofty character. I don't think a person like you will go to the brothel to do meaningless things, am I right? If my guess is correct, you seem to be because you don't want to implicate that girl, so you forced her to leave. Old fox, this was Nianbing's evaluation of Carlo. These are my private affairs, President Carlo doesn't need to ask more. You came to find me, presumably you have already prepared those things, right? Carlo smiled slightly and said, of course, I don't know if Mr. Nianbing is ready. Bring it in. At his call, a tall and sturdy man walked in from outside, carrying a cloth bag on his shoulder. Without opening it, Nianbing could already feel the magic aura in that cloth bag. The things you want are already here. Nianbing nodded, glanced at the cloth bag on the table, waved her right hand, and suddenly, 7 magic scrolls appeared in her hand. These magic scrolls were completely made of the highest grade white scrolls. President, you can take a look, but don't accidentally touch it. I'll tell you what kind of magic these scrolls represent later. Seeing that Nianbing didn't look at the cloth bag he brought, Carlo smiled and said, since you trust me, why wouldn't I trust you? Mr. Nianbing, I am very happy to have completed our first transaction. In the future, if you still have magic items to sell, I welcome you at any time, price is not an issue. Nianbing nodded and said, in that case, I won't see you out, President. Right now, she just wanted to be alone. Carlo said, Mr. Nianbing, yesterday I heard you say that you still have several special magic scrolls you want to sell. I don't know what effect these magic scrolls have. If possible, I will certainly give a very reasonable price. Of course, this will depend on the quality of the magic scrolls. Bing shook her head and said, I'm sorry, I don't want to sell those magic scrolls, maybe there will be an opportunity in the future. You also know that I don't lack money, I just need some raw materials for magic items. Carlo didn't say anything more, smiled and said, I hope our guild can cooperate happily with your master. After leaving here, I will immediately rush to Ice Snow City. Bing's heart moved and said, President Carlo, if you meet that girl on the way to Ice Snow City, I will trouble you to help me take care of her. In the future, Bing will repay you. Carlo nodded. He could see that Bing was in a bad mood, so he didn't say anything more and left the room with his men. Xiaojing left, she also got the magic scrolls she wanted. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, but Bing's heart was somewhat blocked. She opened the cloth bag and showed the magic scrolls in front of her. What should she do when she was in a bad mood? Naturally, it was best to have some things to resolve. At present, making magic scrolls was the best choice. Only by turning each and every one of those blank scrolls into something they needed could they better survive on this continent. Bing once again made magic scrolls. He had high expectations for himself. A single magic scroll was no longer what he pursued. Although the highest level he could make was still grade 6, this time, he integrated many of his own ideas into the various magic scrolls. 3 days. For 3 whole days, Bing didn't take a step out of her room. Every day, she asked the hotel staff to send her food and drink to her room. On the first day, she was still a little depressed, but from the second day onwards, she forgot all her worries and completely devoted herself to making magic scrolls. The more complex the magic scroll, the more difficult it was to make it. At the same time, the success rate would also be lower. Even with his profound magic control and some magic scrolls with special effects, he would not be able to use them. The success rate was less than 1/3. 3 days had passed. Bing looked at the more than 20 magic scrolls that were successfully completed in front of her. A faint smile appeared on her pale face. Although only about 20 magic scrolls were made out of the many white magic scrolls, she firmly believed that any one of the finished products in front of her would be comparable to the price of all the previous white magic scrolls. She carefully put these scrolls into the space ring, took out a few more, and wore them on her body. She was done. The thing she needed had been completed. It was time to set off. The Ottoman Empire was her destination. Before she went to the Ottoman Empire, there was one more thing she had to do, and that was to pursue her other dream. It could also be said that she was pursuing it on behalf of her master, Chaji. The famous snack in Ice Orchid City was the last place she would stop at before she left. After paying the bill, Bing quietly left the Longqing Hotel. When she passed by the Longqing restaurant, she clearly saw that there were a few more types of chicken wings on the signboard. They were completely transformed from the chicken wings she made that day. Although she could imagine that these chicken wings made by ordinary chefs would definitely not be as good as her own, but compared to the original, it was obviously much better. This could be considered as her contribution to this city. Hopefully, the food wouldn't disappoint her. While thinking, Bing walked along the street towards the south of the city. The streets were still as noisy and lively as before. Various caravans could be seen everywhere. Carriages carrying goods would often block the streets and block the traffic. Every time this happened, there would be officials from Ice Orchid City to help improve the traffic situation. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. This commercial city was still running smoothly. Bing looked at everything around him and secretly told himself that the next time he entered the Ice Moon Empire through Ice Orchid City, it would probably be the time he went to the Ice God Tower to avenge his parents. With a slight smile, Bing walked forward. He didn't know how long he would have to walk. After confirming the direction, he knew that there would be an end to the south of the city. When Bing arrived at the south of the city, his breathing was already a little uneven. He really wanted to yell, "I hate big cities. Why do I have to walk so far?" He asked a passerby for the exact location of the Stair restaurant. Only then did he find his way to his destination. The decoration of the restaurant was much better than that of the Longqing restaurant. However, this seemed to be an open-air restaurant. There was a huge sign in the middle of the archway at the entrance. It was a big, oval-shaped eye that was about 1 square meter in size. It was extremely eye-catching hanging there. On both sides of the big eye, there were two big words, stare and eye. What a unique feature. This was Nian Bing's first impression. When he walked through the door, this feeling became even stronger. It wasn't his first time seeing such a full meal. What appeared in front of him was a huge courtyard without a roof. The tables were very scattered. As long as there were customers, there would be a big pot on the table. No matter how many customers there would be a waiter at the table staring at them. The customers' gazes would all land on the pot. It was indeed the definition of stare. However, why were they doing this? Sir, are you here to eat the food of the stare restaurant? A waiter ran up. Nian Bing nodded and said, it's my first time here. Can you give me an introduction first? The waiter smiled and said, actually, it's very simple. We have special seasonings in this pot. After a long time of simmering, it becomes a stew. When you eat it, you can dilute it with boiling water. Then, you can put in liver, intestines, stomach, lungs, meat slices, tofu, vegetables, and some high-grade ingredients. The best is abalone. There is only one abalone in the pot. As long as you can pick it up, we will put in another one. Then, it will be heated by the stove below. The various ingredients in the pot will churn along with the boiling water. For every silver coin, you can use your chopsticks 10 times. You cannot stay in the boiling water. You can eat whatever you pick. If you're lucky, you'll naturally be able to eat good food. If you're unlucky, it's possible for you to eat vegetables 10 times in a row. Nian Bing looked at the waiter in surprise and said, this is indeed very fresh. Then give me a pot. I'll try it. He came to an empty table and sat down. After a while, the waiter brought over a fire. Then, he put a big pot on the fire and heated it. The soup in the pot was brownish yellow, and waves of fragrance assailed their nostrils. Judging from the fragrance, Nian Bing was certain that there were medicinal ingredients in the base of the pot. Was medicinal cuisine popular in the Ice Moon Empire now? The soup in the pot gradually churned. Nian Bing picked up a sesame seed cake with his left hand. He picked up a pair of chopsticks with his right hand and carefully looked at the ingredients churning in the soup. There was a lot of soup, but relatively few ingredients. The temperature of the fire below was not low. No wonder they had to eat in the open air. If they ate in the house, with so many fires, the problem of temperature alone would be very difficult to solve. It seemed that he really had to widen his eyes in order to eat. In terms of eyesight and accuracy, perhaps even a martial arts expert could not compare to Nian Bing. With a flip of his wrist, the chopsticks reached out and retracted like lightning. The only small abalone in the pot was picked up by him. Ignoring the waiter's surprised expression, Nian Bing blew off the heat on the abalone and put it into his mouth to chew. The taste was not as good as he had imagined, but it was still passable. Nian Bing immediately judged that the main reason why this dish could attract customers was because it was novel. In terms of taste, it could only be considered passable. The taste of the medicinal ingredients in the soup was not completely absorbed by the ingredients. Because it was cooked in advance and the control of the fire was not very good, the freshness of the abalone had been somewhat lost. When Nian Bing picked up the 8th abalone and put it into his mouth, the waiter's expression was extremely ugly. As expected of this dish, his eyes were already very wide open, but he still could not see how Nian Bing picked up the precious abalone among all the ingredients. It must be known that every time he put in an abalone, he would stir all the ingredients. Moreover, the abalone was very slippery in the soup. It was not easy to pick it up, let alone pick it up in an instant. Fortunately, Nian Bing picked up a piece of vegetable leaf and a piece of meat in the last 2 times. Otherwise, this dish would have become a feast of 10 abalones. After drinking a bowl of soup and eating the sesame seed cake, Nian Bing let out a satisfied breath and said to the waiter beside him, the soup tastes better than the ingredients. This is originally a pretty good dish, but unfortunately, it is impossible to control the fire in this way. Naturally, it is a bit inferior. Let me give you a suggestion. It is best to add some ginger slices into the soup. Not only will it have the effect of dispelling the cold, but it will also taste better. After he finished speaking, he ignored the waiter's surprised gaze and put a silver coin on the table, got up, and left. Even though Nian Bing wasn't too surprised by eating with his eyes, he was still enlightened by this new way of eating. After leaving the city, Nian Bing took a deep breath. Compared to the turbid air in the city, the wilderness was much fresher. The bright sun hung high in the sky, and it was already close to noon. After tasting this dish, he was in high spirits. His target was the capital of the Ottoman Empire. Let's go. Not far into the Ottoman Empire, Nian Bing suddenly felt an austere aura. The aura was very thick, and the surrounding trees seemed to be very quiet. It was as if even the chirping of insects and birds did not exist. Under what circumstances would such a feeling appear? His heart slightly tightened as he thought of the answer. An army. This kind of situation could only occur near where the army was stationed. Moreover, the army here must have gone through the test of iron and blood to be able to emit such a strong murderous aura. It seemed that the border between the Ottoman Empire and the Ice Moon Empire was not as peaceful as he had imagined. While he was thinking, the sound of horse hooves came from the front. As the sound of horse hooves became clearer, Nian Bing saw a cloud of dust rising from the road. The dust was very straight, and it was coming towards him. Was that a cavalry? Thinking of the word cavalry, Nian Bing could not help but recall the day more than 8 years ago. That was the first time he went to Ice Snow City with his master. The Silver Feather Knights had left a deep impression in his heart, especially the aunt that he treated as his mother. She was so kind, just like his mother. The dust was getting closer and closer, and Nian Bing saw that it was a group of cavalry. There were only 10 of them in total, and they were lined up neatly. They were all wearing black armor. Although they were not heavy armor, they still looked quite heavy. They were rushing towards him at high speed. The knights on the horses were in high spirits, and they did not wear helmets. The straight line of dust appeared from under the feet of their horses. The 10 of them were in a row, and the dust was not scattered at all. Even the posture of their horses was exactly the same. It was obvious that this was a group that had been trained for a long time. Nian Bing dodged to the side. He did not want these cavalry to misunderstand anything. Since the day he left Ice Snow City, he had told himself that he should avoid as much trouble as possible. The less trouble there was, the better he could achieve his goal. If you don't provoke others, will others not provoke you? Not necessarily. Stop. The leading knight suddenly shouted. The front hooves of the 10 horses were lifted up high at the same time, and they landed to the side. They were originally galloping at high speed, but they abruptly stopped not far away from Nian Bing. The leading knight had long red hair and was much taller than Nian Bing. Because of the sudden stop of the horses, the armor on his body made a clanking sound. He flipped off the horse and walked towards Nian Bing. Little brother, how far are we from Ice Orchid City? The knight's voice was still considered polite. Nian Bing said, it's not far. Follow the main road. With your speed, you will arrive in about an hour. The knight looked at Nian Bing with a puzzled gaze. Did you just come from there? Are you from the Ice Moon Empire? Nian Bing shook his head. Of course, he could not confirm the knight's words. There was no blonde person in the Ice Moon Empire. No, I am from the Huarong Empire. If there is nothing else, I will continue on my way. Hearing the words Huarong Empire, the knight's expression changed. Huarong Empire? Then you don't have to go. Come back to Ice Orchid City with us. Nian Bing was slightly stunned and asked, why? The knight snorted and said, I am the captain of the Ice Moon Empire's Iron Blood Knights, Omu. Now that the Huarong Empire has suddenly allied with the Kairu Empire and launched an attack on the Ottoman Empire, we are returning to the empire to pass on the news. At this time, you suddenly appeared at the border between our two empires, and you are from the Huarong Empire. You must come with us. If we find out that you have nothing to do with this, we will let you go. Nian Bing frowned and said, but I don't know about the war. From what you said, it seems that the war has not been going on for long. I am far away in the Ice Moon Empire, so how can I know? I am definitely not a spy like you think. Is that so? No matter what, it's better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let go of one. Come back to Ice Orchid City with us first. If we find out that you're not a spy, we won't make things difficult for you. Nian Bing said indifferently, go back with you? Let you put me under house arrest? I'm sorry, I have something to do and have to hurry. If you insist on taking me away, please take a look at this first. As she spoke, she raised her right hand and the badge of the Magician's Guild appeared in her palm. The knight saw the badge that Nianbing took out and couldn't help but be stunned. Magician? You're a magician? Nianbing said, to be precise, I'm a magician from the Ice Moon Empire's Magician's Guild. I think this badge can represent everything. The knight hesitated for a moment and shook his head. We've left the Empire for some time. Who knows where your badge came from? Please come with us and confirm the authenticity of your badge. Nianbing's eyes were cold. So, you insist on taking me back to Ice Orchid City? A magician's dignity can't be blasphemed. I'm sorry, I can't go back with you. The knight laughed. Magician? You're just a magician from the Magician's Guild. Do you think your status is noble? Maybe in other empires, but in the Ice Moon Empire, your Magician's Guild is just a vassal. Unless you have the symbol of the Ice God Tower, even if your president is here, he still has to come with us. Hearing this, Nianbing finally understood why Longji had compromised with her. The status of the Ice Moon Empire's Magician's Guild was so low. Even the squadron leader of a knight regiment looked down on them. How could those bigwigs have a good attitude towards the guild? In fact, it was also the knight's fault for not seeing clearly. If he had recognized that Nianbing was holding an elder's badge, he would not have been so arrogant. An elder represented a sorcerer, and he was only a swordmaster. Wasn't he looking for death by challenging a sorcerer? Insulting a sorcerer is a shameful act. You will pay the price. For the first time, Nianbing took out her morning dew dagger and Xingyang saber at the same time and held them upside down. Now, the two peerless divine blades were about to display their second effect. Therefore, they should be called the sigh of the ice goddess and the roar of the fire god. The knight snorted coldly. Although he was wearing armor, his speed was not slow at all. He directly grabbed Nianbing. A fist-sized fireball shot out from the fire god's roar. The fireball flashed as it met the knight's large hand. Instant casting a Tier 1 spell was nothing to Nianbing. To the knight, a Tier 1 spell could not break through his defense. However, was Nianbing's attack really that simple? The answer was no. When the fireball appeared, the sigh of the ice goddess in his right hand transformed into an icicle. Due to its special shape, the icicle was more suitable for flight. When the fireball came into contact with the knight's palm, it instantly collided with the fireball. Boom, a loud sound was accompanied by a mournful scream. The knight, who had thought that he would win, lost his right hand. Together with his armor, he was blasted into ashes. The baptism of ice and fire caused him to retreat a few steps and sit on the ground. His whole body was twitching nonstop. These days, Nianbing had been in contact with warriors the most. He had been thinking, how could he compete with warriors who were good at close combat? Magic scrolls were obviously the best choice. However, scrolls were limited. If one day he lost the protection of a scroll, what would happen? Therefore, he began to study magic. From the day he left Ice City, he came up with a good idea, and that was to make full use of the same origin of ice and fire. The basis of the same origin of ice and fire was the balance of ice and fire. The two spells must have the same energy to produce an explosive effect. Nianbing understood this point very well. Therefore, when he was casting the same origin of ice and fire, balancing the power of the two spells was the most troublesome thing for him. After separating from Kitty, Nianbing suddenly thought of something. Did magic have to be pursued to a high level in order to be powerful? No, this was not absolute. Since he had the special ability of the same origin of ice and fire, if he could use this ability in a low-level spell, then the effect would be the same. From that day onwards, Nianbing kept experimenting. Through his experiments, he found that it was much easier for low-level spells to produce the same origin of ice and fire than high-level spells. Especially now, when he used the sigh of the snow goddess and the roar of the fire god at the same time. He only needed to use a Tier 1 spell each, and they were in a state of balance. When these two Tier 1 spells collided, they could produce a power that was not inferior to a Tier 3 bursting flames. This kind of explosion might not be much to a martial arts expert, but it was more than enough to deal with a swordsman, especially when the opponent underestimated him. The most frightening thing was that after Nianbing succeeded in his research, he began to study the characteristics of ice and fire that Long Zhi had mentioned. Just like when cooking food, the taste of the food itself had to be completely revealed. Similarly, the same origin of ice and fire magic also had to completely reveal the essence of ice and fire. Only then could it truly have the power of the same origin of ice and fire. Kitty's father, Hillard, had also given Nianbing the same advice. Under his guidance, Nianbing no longer pursued high-level spells, but developed small spells instead. Only by starting small, when the small spells had completely released the power of the same origin of ice and fire, would the high-level spells be able to explode with greater power. Therefore, these days, he rarely used the same origin of ice and fire magic to cultivate. Instead, he cultivated a single type of spell separately, fully understanding their characteristics. That day, Nianbing's first sacrifice after his research was Rui. At that time, in order to conceal his identity, Nianbing only used ice magic. If it was in the past, although his blizzard would still hurt Rui, it would definitely not be fatal. However, that day was different. The blizzard fully displayed the characteristics of ice. The powerful ice ability directly forced the cold poison into Rui's body, almost taking her life. And today, Nianbing experimented with the first level of the same origin of ice and fire magic for the first time after he formed it. The explosive force blew up the knight's hand. In an instant, the two extreme energies of ice and fire simultaneously entered the knight's body under the control of Nianbing's powerful spiritual power. Whether it was ice followed by fire or fire followed by ice, the feeling was definitely not pleasant. When two extreme energies fused together, it was much more terrifying than a single one. In fact, the body of the squadron leader was being infiltrated by the cold poison and the fire poison. Although only one of his hands was blown off, he had already lost the ability to continue fighting. From this blow, Nianbing finally stepped into the door of the same origin of ice and fire magic. Seeing that their captain was injured, the remaining 9 knights rushed over at the same time. Although they did not have the strength of a swordsman, they were warriors of the Ice Moon Empire's Iron Blood Knight Regiment. They also had the ability of a senior warrior, especially their cooperation. After many years of training and life, they had already become one. 9 swords attacked Nianbing at the same time. Although they had not yet reached the level of releasing fighting aura, 9 senior warriors attacking at the same time, coupled with the tacit understanding of the battle formation, even a great swordsman would not be able to do anything to them in a short period of time. It was a pity that these 9 high-level warriors didn't encounter a warrior. A battle between warriors could never be compared to a battle between magicians and warriors. The consumption of a Tier 1 spell was very small for a great magician. At the same time, the biggest advantage of a spell that did not require chanting was that it could be released continuously. Dozens of fireballs flew out like a continuous barrage of cannons, amplified by the roar of the god of fire. The top-grade fire gemstone was not used to save Nianbing's magic, but it could make the magic more condensed and the attack more powerful. Just like how a Tier 1 fireball spell could not do anything to the swordsman squadron leader, they could not do anything to these senior warriors in front of him. However, when a Tier 1 fireball was followed by a large number of icicles, everything would become different. As the initiator, Nianbing clearly grasped the changes of each fireball and icicle. If it was someone who did not understand magic, perhaps they would think that a magician of the same origin of ice and fire magic was at most equivalent to an ice magician of the same level and a fire magician of the same level. But this was absolutely not correct. If an ice magician met a fire magician, what would happen if they used the same amount of magic to release a Tier 1 spell? It was very simple. The two spells would cancel each other out because of their respective extremes. The biggest characteristic of a magician of the same origin of ice and fire was that he could change the situation. Under the control of his spiritual power, he could fully feel the situation of the two spells he released. Now, what Nianbing wanted to do was to destroy. Dozens of loud noises brought up a lot of dust and smoke. The warhorses were frightened and ran to the side. It had to be admitted that these well-trained warhorses were of high quality. Although they were frightened, they still didn't run far. Unfortunately, their owners could no longer ride them. Blood and broken limbs outlined a tragic picture. None of the 9 senior fighters, the 9 fighters of the Iron Blood Knights, could see the sun of the next day. Nianbing closed his eyes. He was never afraid of killing people. Since the first time he used ice and fire magic to destroy Liao San, killing people was just a release for him. But the scene in front of him was still too bloody. Although he didn't plan to leave anyone alive when he took out the 2 peerless divine blades, his heart was still heavy. He turned around and looked at the face that was distorted because of the pain or the death of his companions. He said indifferently, "Why do you have to force me? Now, do you still think that magicians are useless? Now, do you still look down on the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Union? No, you are a demon?" As a platoon leader of the Knights, his mental fortitude shouldn't be so weak. However, everything that happened in front of him was incomprehensible to him. He didn't even understand what had just happened. His 9 companions had already lost their lives. Yes, I am a demon. To those that I hate, I am a demon. They are dead, and you are their squadron leader. In hell, they still need you to lead the way. Goodbye. As he said that, he walked along the main road. At this time, there was not a single person walking on the main road, perhaps because it was noon. A red fireball and a blue icicle fell from the sky, and in the same explosion, the last life was taken. Nianbing didn't stop at all. The blizzard lifted his body into the air and flew into the distance. Nianbing realized that he was getting better at killing people. It was as if the identity of the demon killer had gradually invaded his mind. If this was a magical experiment, there was no doubt that he had achieved great success. He would not be soft-hearted towards threats that could affect his freedom. However, he did not know that it was because of this operation that the Ice Moon Empire received news of the war at the front lines a few days later. This caused the Ottoman Empire to suffer heavy losses. This caused a deep crack to appear in the originally friendly relations between the 2 empires. Flying in the air, Nianbing tried not to think about the scene when he killed Liao San. The first time he killed Liao San was completely engulfed by magic. He did not feel it too clearly, but the scene of flesh and blood splattering everywhere was so vivid. He was also a normal person. His chest felt tight, and he suppressed the nausea and turned his mind to the application of magic. The reason why the real ice and fire magic could be so effective was because of the uniqueness of the origin of ice and fire. However, it was also inseparable from his 2 peerless blades. Without the roar of the fire god and the sigh of the ice goddess, he would not be able to exert such great power. With his understanding of fire and ice magic, the true power of these 2 gems was gradually revealed. Their biggest feature was that under the influence of the same magic, they could manifest a completely different power. The higher the level of the magic, the more obvious it was. These 2 gems seemed to be able to absorb the magic elements in the air. The energy contained within them was endless, especially when they were combined with the blades. If he did not use these 2 magic staffs, he would only be able to cast the ice and fire magic at the beginning of the 3rd step at most. But after using these 2 magic staffs, he was able to cast the ice and fire magic at the beginning of the 4th step. Of course, there was another reason why he was able to kill a swordsman and 9 elite warriors so easily, and that was because they underestimated him. After all, the ice and fire magic was not something that anyone could understand. Thinking about the mysteries of magic, Nianbing's nausea gradually disappeared. Back when he killed Liao San, he had told himself that as long as someone was in his way, the easiest way to deal with them was to destroy them. Therefore, he did not show any mercy. He did not even hesitate after using the magic. The hatred in his heart seemed to be released in the slaughter. As he was flying forward, Nianbing's heart suddenly tightened. He subconsciously lifted his head to look in front of him and saw 3 magicians floating in his path. They were all holding magic staffs and looking at him with unfriendly expressions. They were wearing green, red, and blue magician robes respectively. The insignia on their chest showed that the magician wearing the green magician robe was a great magician, just like him. The other 2 were only advanced magicians. Nianbing calmed down slightly. He firmly believed that it wouldn't be too much of a problem for him to deal with these 3 magicians with his ice and fire magic. Thus, he decided to meet them head-on. When Nianbing was about 30 meters away from the 3 magicians, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was because he saw an army camp. An army camp that stretched as far as the eye could see. This was a camp where at least 100,000 soldiers were stationed. Because the three magicians were on a small hill, he did not notice them. Now that he saw them, he immediately thought of the killing intent he had felt before. Could it be that they were the army of the Ice Moon Empire? No. That was impossible. This was already the Ottoman Empire. Looking at the appearance of the camp, it seemed that they were moving in an orderly manner. The knight from before had said that the Hwarong Empire had joined forces with the Kiru Empire to attack the Ottoman Empire. It seemed that the army stationed here was going to support them. Their original purpose should have been to guard against the Ice Moon Empire. Stop. The leading wind magician, Nianbing, raised his magic staff. Nianbing controlled the blizzard to stop. He pretended to be surprised and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Looking at the blizzard that had not dissipated under Nianbing's feet, the wind magician asked in a deep voice, "You are an ice magician?" Nianbing nodded and said, "That's right. This one is from the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Guild. I am preparing to head to your country. Do the three of you have any business with me?" The wind magician frowned and said, "Right now, our army is marching. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, please come with us." What's so good about the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Guild? Wasn't it already in decline? Looking at your appearance, you should be an advanced magician. For such a young advanced magician to stay in the Ice Moon Empire, there is no future for you. Nianbing's mind raced. What should he do now? Should he go with them, reject them, or attack them directly like just now? With the power of ice and fire, he was confident that he could hit them before they could chant the spell. However, he reckoned that they had defensive magic scrolls. Once the battle dragged on, it would be very disadvantageous for him. After all, he was facing an army of 100,000. Even if each of them spat at him, he would drown. His master had said that no matter which country it was, as long as there were more than 10,000 soldiers, there would definitely be strong people. Thinking of this, the smile on his face became even friendlier. "Three magicians, may I ask, why would I follow you back to the camp?" The wind magician said, "Let go, we won't make things difficult for you. When the army starts its journey, we will naturally let you go. Of course, you have to show us the badge of your country's magician guild." Nianbing thought to himself. With the level of his blizzard, if he sped up and escaped now, the other party shouldn't be able to do anything to him. Just as he had this thought, dozens of magicians in different clothes rose up from the main army of the Ottoman Empire. Most of them were wind magicians. It was obvious that they had all been cast by the wind magicians with the level 4 wind soaring spell, allowing them to maintain flight for a period of time. Running? Forget it. With so many magicians, wouldn't he be courting death? Thinking of this, Nianbing nodded at the wind magician in front of him in a friendly manner, and said, "Okay, I will definitely cooperate." The three magicians brought Nianbing to the previous hillside, and Nianbing showed his magic badge. However, this time, he showed the badge of a high-level magician. A few days before leaving Ice Snow City, Longji had told him to show the badge of an elder in the Ice Moon Empire. That way, he would be able to gain more respect, and it would be more convenient for him to do things. Once he left the Ice Moon Empire, he would have to show another high-level magician badge. After all, Nianbing was still too young, and the identity of a high-level magician was less likely to be noticed by others. Longji had told him that although the other empires seemed to be able to maintain peace on the surface, there wasn't a single empire that didn't want to annex the other empires. Even the Ottoman Empire, which was on good terms with the Ice Moon Empire, had the same idea. Thus, he definitely couldn't participate in this kind of political struggle. If he could hide as far away as possible, a war would happen sooner or later. Right now, the war has really started. Of the 5 great empires on the continent, in terms of strength, the strongest are the Hwarong Empire and Aland Empire. As for the Ice Moon Empire, due to the existence of the only god's descent master, the Ice Goddess Priestess, their status is extremely high. Any country that wants to touch them would have to consider the terrifying god's descent technique. The Hwarong Empire was the only one among the other 4 empires that had bought the Ice Goddess's altar. This was because they had a powerful army of fire mages. With 3 fire magi, as well as a large number of high mages and great mages, their overall strength wasn't inferior to the Ice God Tower at all. Nianbing was very clear about the military strength of the Huarong Empire. When he was young, he heard from his father that the Huarong Empire's Order of the Flaming Lion was the #1 knight order on the continent. It was also the only knight order that was equipped with magic cavalry. He didn't know if they had participated in the war this time. Furthermore, with the strength of the Qilu Empire, it wasn't something that Holland could resist. What was war? Nianbing didn't really understand. However, he knew that his original plan had to be changed. Going to a place where there was war wouldn't be good for him. After the Wind Mage recognized Nianbing's guild badge, he nodded to him and said with a smile, "You really are someone from the Ice Moon Empire. However, looking at your badge, you shouldn't be someone from the Ice God Tower." Nianbing sighed softly and said, "My name is Nianbing. I'm from the Ice Moon Empire's Magic Guild. Perhaps you also know that our guild's situation hasn't been very good. This time, I was entrusted by someone to deliver a letter to your country's leader." "What's going on? Why is your country's military strength being mobilized on such a large scale?" He clearly knew the answer, but this was also where he was smart. The Wind Mage smiled and said, "Our president has met with your guild's president long before. We sympathize with your guild's current situation. With a place like the Ice God Tower, the magic guild of any other country wouldn't have a good time either. I heard that your guild's current situation is very bad. It seems that even the royal family's special funds have been confiscated." Nianbing nodded and said, "The situation is indeed not very good. Due to many reasons, the guild is gradually declining. This is something that can't be helped. Without the support of the country, an organization like our magic guild that consumes a lot of resources has no chance to develop. Because of this matter, our president has been worried." The Wind Mage wasn't tall. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s. There was a layer of faint green light circulating around his body. His appearance was very ordinary, but his eyes were very sharp. The most distinguishing feature was the large red mole between his eyebrows. He looked at Nianbing and said, "My name is Xianxia. As the saying goes, if a tree moves, it dies. If a person moves, he will live. Have you ever thought of changing the current situation? The royal family of the Ice Moon Empire relies too much on the Ice God Tower and won't pay any attention to you. Not now, not in the future. If President Long is willing, I think that our Ottoman Empire's Magic Guild is very willing to accept you. Perhaps you also know that our Ottoman Empire's wind mages are the main force, and your guild's president is a wind archmage. Our president has said more than once that if he could work with President Long, he would be very honored." Nianbing smiled. Although the Ice Moon Empire's Magic Guild was gradually declining, they still had over 100 mages. Moreover, there was a top-notch magic expert like Long Ji. It was very normal for other guilds to try to rope them in. "Great Mage Xianxia, I'm afraid that this will be very difficult. You also know that your country has always been on good terms with our empire. If our guild moves together, I'm afraid that it will affect the relationship between the two countries." Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "You don't have to worry about this. I hope that when you return, you can mention this matter to President Long. As long as he is willing, we will naturally have a way." Looking at the other party's cryptic smile, Nianbing felt that the relationship between the countries was very subtle. However, it would be very difficult for his suggestion to succeed. If Long Ji wanted to leave the Ice Moon Empire, he wouldn't have waited until today. As for the magic guild that he founded, he was extremely reluctant to leave. "Alright, when I return, I will definitely pass on the message to the president. Thank you for your kind intentions." Xianxia turned his gaze to the Holland army that was moving quickly and orderly. The continent isn't going to be peaceful anymore. The Huarong Empire and Qilu Empire have jointly launched an attack on our country. I don't know what they are thinking. Isn't Huarong afraid that the Longmu Empire, who has always been at odds with them, will take this opportunity to launch a sneak attack? An ambush? Nianbing said in surprise, "Are you going to the battlefield?" Xianxia nodded and said, "We have already sent the knights from the Ice Moon Empire to guard the border to report back. Right now, the entire Holland Empire is gathering their forces and marching towards the battlefield." Fortunately, the Huarong Empire didn't send out their elite order of the Flaming Lion. However, I heard that more than 10 cities near our borders have already fallen. We will only know the exact situation when we reach the front lines. Nian Bing asked curiously, how many troops are participating in the war this time? Xianxia said, quite a lot. The Huarong Empire and Qilu Empire's allied army has a total of 400,000 soldiers. They have split into 3 groups and are advancing into our territory. If it wasn't for the fact that the enemy is too strong, we wouldn't have to send the troops stationed here back. The Huarong Empire has always been on good terms with the Qilu Empire. They are mortal enemies with the Ice Moon Empire and the Longmu Empire. I really don't understand why they didn't choose the Longmu Empire and chose our country. Nian Bing lowered her head and said, I don't know anything about war. However, I believe that the invaders won't succeed. Xianxia turned his head to look at Nian Bing. He found that this handsome young man looked very shy. He couldn't help but have a good impression of him. He smiled and said, don't worry, nothing will happen. Your Ice Moon Empire definitely won't let the Huarong Empire and Qilu Empire destroy our country. Otherwise, we will become a springboard for those 2 empires. The next one to suffer will definitely be your empire. The Longmu Empire is good at defense and not good at offense. They can't really threaten the Huarong Empire and Qilu Empire. On the other hand, your empire's Ice God Tower has always had a deep enmity with the Huarong Empire's Blazing Sect. The Blazing Sect's position in the Huarong Empire is equal to the imperial family. If not for our Ottoman Empire and Longmu Empire standing in the middle, I'm afraid that the Huarong Empire and Ice Moon Empire would already be fighting to the death. Hearing the 3 words Blazing Sect, Nian Bing's facial muscles couldn't help but twitch. He didn't say anything else. Together with the 3 external magic of the Ottoman Empire, he waited for the military rank to leave. The 100,000-strong army left along the main road in a majestic manner, forming a winding route on the main road. The cavalry was at the very back. When the heavy cavalry and light cavalry corps left at the same time, the original Lao Zhai had become empty. Xianxia took out a green whirlwind emblem and handed it to Nian Bing. After the war is over, even if your President Long doesn't want to join our guild, you can take this emblem with you. You'll find me at the end of the day, and I'll make the arrangements for you. Alright, we have to leave. Oh, right, if you want to go to the capital, your next stop should be the nearby Ulan City. I suggest that you don't go there. If the letter you sent isn't urgent, it's best that you don't go to the capital for a short period of time. The war is tense now, and the security around the capital is very tight. As a foreign magician, I'm afraid that you won't be welcomed there. Therefore, I suggest that little Bell go to Lanming City, which is not far from Ulan City, and wait for a period of time. It's best to wait until the war ends before making any plans. As Lanming City is at the rear, it can be said to be the Ottoman Empire's paradise. It has the empire's best warrior and magic academies. You can go there and take a look when you have time. Alright, we'll meet again someday. O mighty wind! Lend me your freedom, and drive the wind of freedom between heaven and earth. Let us grow a pair of wings to fly, far away from the hustle and bustle, far away from all the troubles. As he chanted the incantation, his inconspicuous magic staff emitted an intense green light, which not only enveloped him, but also the other 2 wind mages. Under the support of the green light, their speed suddenly increased. Going down the hillside, it was as if they really grew wings of the wind, gliding towards the large army in the distance. Seeing this situation, Nian Bing couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Xianxia's level of magic was higher than she had imagined. Although this wind wing spell was a 6th rank support spell, when used on 3 people at the same time, the amount of magic required was not as little as the 6th rank. Looking at his appearance, he should be able to enter the realm of a magic shooter very soon. His suggestion was well-intentioned. Although he had the intention to rope her in, according to what he said, now was indeed not a good time to go to the Ottoman Empire's capital. Nian Bing took out the map from the space ring and carefully identified the location. Just as Xianxia had said, Lanming City was parallel to Ulan City. If she wanted to go directly to the Ottoman Empire's capital, Ulan City, she would have to pass through Ulan City. This was the shortest distance. If she went through Lanming City, she would have to take a detour. However, to avoid being affected by the war, going to Lanming City now was obviously the best choice. Anyway, Luo Ro's wedding would only be held 2 years later. There was plenty of time. She might as well stay in Lanming City for a while and use this time to cultivate her magic. At the same time, she could also deepen her practice of cooking. Through the practice with Ming Hui, Nian Bing had a certain understanding of the mysterious jade hand. Although he couldn't practice the mysterious jade hand as special as the mysterious jade hand, with his control of the fire element, the heat wouldn't affect him too much. If he practiced more, he might be able to achieve the effect of breaking the water and protecting his face. Lanming City. Let's go to Lanming City. Thinking of this, Nian Bing put away the map, chanted the blizzard spell, and went down the hill. The road from Binglan City to Lanming City was sparsely populated. Nian Bing had a map this time, so she didn't take the main road. Instead, she looked for a shortcut. She tried to use the blizzard spell to fly for a long time. However, the blizzard spell wasn't a wind elemental spell. Even if she tried her best, she could only fly for a little more than 2 hours. Even so, a 2-hour flight was equivalent to 2 days of walking. Nian Bing realized that this was a very good method of cultivation, and it was very beneficial to the increase of his mana. He decided to give up on walking, and relied purely on the snowstorm to travel. Whenever his mana ran out, he would find a secluded place and use a magic scroll to defend himself. Once his mana recovered, he would continue his journey. Relying on the speed of the blizzard, she reached her temporary destination 3 days later, Lanming City. Lanming City was already in sight from afar. Perhaps it was because this was the backyard of the Ottoman Empire. There wasn't much defense. The city walls weren't tall, only 10 meters or so. It couldn't be compared to Binglan City's level of defense. The city gates were wide open, and there weren't many people passing by. There were only 4 Ottoman Empire soldiers guarding the city gates. The people of the Ottoman Empire were not too different from the people of the Ice Moon Empire, except that they were shorter in stature. Their hair was mainly blue, purple, and black. The people of Åland who had blue hair were almost the same as the people of the Ice Moon Empire. It was extremely rare to see someone with blonde hair like him. Nian Bing strode towards Lanming City. Since she had decided to wait here until the end of the war, she had to find a cheap and good inn. While thinking, Nian Bing had already arrived at the gate of Lanming City. The guards didn't make things difficult for him because of his blonde hair. He didn't even look at him and just let him go in. Entering Lanming City, he immediately had a special feeling. The entire city seemed to be enveloped by a peaceful aura. It was close to noon, and there weren't many people on the street. However, from their faces, one could see a comfortable and satisfied smile. "Little brother, are you here to sign up?" Nian Bing was looking for an inn on the street when a strange voice suddenly appeared behind her. She turned around and saw a middle-aged man in his 30s looking at her. He was thin and small, and the smile on his face looked a little obscene. Before Nian Bing could speak, he took the initiative and said, "Looking at your appearance, you should be a foreigner. You must have come to our Lanming City to study. What do you want to learn? Martial arts? That's too common. Once you join the army, war is merciless. It's better to learn a skill that will be useful for the rest of your life." Nian Bing smiled and said, "Must one come to Lanming City to study?" The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment and said, "Are you not here to study? For a foreigner of your age to come to Lanming City, other than to study, I really can't think of any other reason. Lanming City is known as the City of Academies, and that's not for nothing. We have academies for all kinds of professions in our city, especially the only comprehensive academy in the continent. It's the largest academy in the entire continent. Although the tuition fees are a little high, you'll definitely be able to learn the knowledge you need from there. Young people should learn more. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to learn when you enter society." The word City of Academies aroused Nian Bing's interest. "Then what can you learn from the comprehensive academy here?" The middle-aged man rubbed his hands, and his small eyes revealed a look of a target who had taken the bait. Although it was just a flash, it was still caught by Nian Bing. "Little brother, the most famous place in our Lanming City is Lanming Academy, which is the comprehensive academy that I mentioned to you just now. There are dozens of the most popular industries there, and each of them has very strong teaching staff. According to the different industries, the tuition fee is also different. Moreover, it's not something that can be enrolled just because you have money. You also need to pass a certain examination. If you can have a graduation certificate from Lanming Academy, you can find a suitable job for yourself no matter where you go in the future. Of course, the examination to enter the academy is a little difficult. If you don't pass the examination, it doesn't matter. Our Lanming city has many small academies that are involved in a wide range of industries and are not inferior to Lanming Academy. Moreover, the tuition fee is much lower. Sometimes, the teachers of Lanming Academy will also come to these academies to teach some classes. How about it? Which industry are you interested in? Hearing this, Nianbing couldn't help but recall that when she had just arrived at Ice Snow City, Xiaojing had asked her which culinary school she had graduated from. She subconsciously asked, then, does Lanming Academy have a culinary department? Culinary? When the middle-aged man heard these two words, he couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't imagine that this tall and handsome young man in front of him would be interested in the culinary profession, which had always been at the bottom of the continent. However, his reaction was very fast. After being stunned for a moment, he hurriedly smiled and said, of course there is. Being a chef is also a very common profession. Do you want to learn culinary skills? No problem. In our academy city, there's nothing that you can't think of that we don't teach. How about it, little brother? Do you need me to introduce you? No matter if it's Lanming Academy or an ordinary small academy, I have connections. Nianbing smiled slightly and said, then I'll have to trouble you to introduce me to Lanming Academy. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, this is simple. As an ordinary profession, the culinary department's fees are relatively low and modest. However, that's your own business. As long as you can pass the exam, if your results are outstanding, you may even be able to get the treatment of free tuition. However, as for the recommendation fee. Speaking up to this point, he rubbed his fingers. When Nianbing had started to tell her about the academy, she had already understood what this person did. However, he had just arrived here and wasn't familiar with everything. Listening to his explanation was very beneficial to her. At this moment, seeing the other party reveal his true colors, she couldn't help but smile and said, the recommendation fee is easy. As long as you can let me participate in the exam, that's enough. However, does this Lanming Academy enroll students at any time? Could it be that there are no special rules for this? The middle-aged man said, of course not. Lanming Academy is very special. No matter which department, you can take the exam at any time. As long as you pass, the department's tutor will arrange for you to enter the corresponding grade to study. The culinary department seems to be divided into 5 grades. However, I have to remind you that if you want to enter Lanming Academy, you must have a certain foundation in your profession. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to pass the exam. As for the recommendation fee, I'll charge you 1 gold coin. The price is cheap. With my recommendation, you can take the exam today. How about it? 1 gold coin? You might as well go and rob. Nianbing said unhappily. She had only spent 1 gold coin to buy the entire Sky Spring Pavilion's kitchen utensils. This middle-aged man really knew how to demand an exorbitant price. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, my fee is very reasonable. It's definitely worth it. If you don't have my recommendation, you will need to wait until there are 10 people before you can take the exam. Every day you delay, won't you miss out on learning a lot of things? Alright, how about this? Seeing that I met you the moment I arrived at the city gate, I'll give you a 20% discount. That's cheap enough. Nianbing laughed, cheap? 8. Silver coins may not be much to some rich kids, but look at me robbing. Do I look like a rich kid? Moreover, rich kids probably don't learn culinary arts. 1 silver coin, this is the price I can afford. Any more and I won't do. I'd rather wait until there are 10 people. 1 silver coin? Kid, you're too stingy. Once he heard that Nianbing could only pay so little, the middle-aged man's attitude immediately changed. His original little brother directly dropped to kid. Nianbing said indifferently, you just need to say a few good words for me. 1 silver coin is already quite a lot. If you don't want to, then forget it. I'll find it myself. The middle-aged man's eyes revealed a trace of disdain. All right, 1 silver coin it is. But I'll say it first. I'm only responsible for bringing you there. If you can't pass the exam or don't have the money to pay the tuition fee, I won't care. I won't refund you the money. Come, follow me. Saying that, he walked down the street towards the city. Did Nianbing really care about money that much? Of course not. He just wanted to get his money's worth. A culinary school. Not bad. If he studied here, not only would he not have to look for a place to stay, he might even be able to interact with some culinary experts. Using the time at night to cultivate magic was indeed the best choice now. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be glad that he came to this city. Now, he only hoped that the Lanming Academy was really like what the middle-aged man said, worthy of the title of the continent's #1 academy. Perhaps because Nianbing paid too little, the middle-aged man didn't bother to waste his breath on him. He led him into the depths of Lanming City through many twists and turns. As they walked, Nianbing observed the surrounding environment. Soon, he discovered that although the middle-aged man was a little greedy, he wasn't lying. Along the way, he already saw no less than 10 places with academy signboards. Although they didn't look big, they were involved in various industries, including forging, magic, martial arts, politics, tailoring, commerce, etc. They even had some involvement in some of the more remote small industries. The surroundings of these academies were also the more prosperous areas of Lanming City. He could often see similarly dressed young people walking on the streets. The logo on their clothes clearly stated the name of the academy. After walking all the way from the north of the city to the west, the middle-aged man finally stopped. We're here. It's here. Nianbing looked in the direction he was pointing, but didn't see any academy signboards. It was a very ordinary medium-sized restaurant with the words Rue Jia Restaurant hanging above it. There was no one at the entrance. Here? Did you make a mistake? Is this an academy? Nianbing was a little displeased. The middle-aged man snorted and said exasperatedly, Idiot, who said I'm taking you directly to the academy? If you don't go through the assessment, it's useless even if you go to the academy. This restaurant is Lanming Academy's culinary arts assessment site. Go on in. Give me the referral fee first, and I'll take you in to take the assessment. Nianbing took out a silver coin and threw it to the middle-aged man. He wasn't afraid that this obscene fellow would go back on his word. His body wasn't as tough as those high-level warriors of the Iron Blood Knights. The middle-aged man tossed the silver coin in his hand and put it into his pocket with some dissatisfaction. Follow me. He threw down a sentence indifferently and took the lead to walk towards Rue Jia Restaurant. When they entered the restaurant, it was more lively than Nianbing had imagined. The restaurant's lobby was several hundred square meters, and the 50 to 60 tables were fully occupied. The service staff shuttled back and forth endlessly, and the business seemed to be quite good. The middle-aged man brought Nianbing to the counter. Behind the counter stood a young girl. She wasn't tall and only reached Nianbing's chest. She was wearing a blue shirt and pants without too many decorations, looking very plain. Her long blue hair was combed into a large braid that hung down her back. She had her head lowered and was fiddling with an abacus, as if she was calculating. Miss Meng, hello, I brought you a new student. The middle-aged man smiled apologetically and said to the young girl behind the counter. The young girl raised her head. When Nianbing saw her appearance, his heart was suddenly stunned. This young girl in blue had a pair of big purple eyes. Her gaze was very calm and somewhat cold. Although she wasn't tall and wasn't as plump as Xuejing, she naturally had a kind of otherworldly aura. When she saw the middle-aged man, the coldness in her purple eyes became more intense. What are you doing here? Haven't you been pulling people from the martial arts academy recently? How come you have time to come to our place today? The middle-aged man pointed to Nianbing beside him and said, Miss Meng, it's like this. Today I met this kid outside the city gate. He wants to enter the academy to learn cooking, so I brought him here. Miss Meng raised her head and looked at Nianbing. From her cold eyes, Nianbing didn't see any emotional fluctuations. Him? You should bring him to the cosmetology department. There are many beauties there. Maybe he can charm a few of them. He can directly enter the academy without the examination. We don't accept trash here. You can take him away. The middle-aged man laughed and said, I don't think he's cut out to be a chef. Anyway, I've already brought him here. Since you don't want to accept him, then it has nothing to do with me. Kid, you can't blame me. If you have the ability, then persuade Miss Meng yourself. She will be in charge of the examination this time. After saying this, the middle-aged man turned around and left, not giving Nianbing a chance to react. Nianbing didn't pay attention to the middle-aged man. Bringing her here was already enough for her. This cold and elegant Miss Meng made Nianbing a little curious. From her body, Nianbing could see that this Lan Meng Academy had some skills. He didn't pay attention to Miss Meng's appearance, but her hands. She had a pair of slender hands. Her nails were neatly trimmed. There were no ornaments on her hands. When she fiddled with the abacus, her fingers were extremely flexible. This was definitely a pair of hands that only a high-level chef could have. Seeing Nianbing still standing there, Miss Meng couldn't help but frown. Didn't you hear my words? You can go now. Don't stand here and be an eyesore. Why are you so tall? Nianbing smiled and said, It doesn't seem to be my fault that I'm tall. Just now, that person said that as long as he brought me here, I can accept the examination. I haven't taken the examination yet, so how can I leave? Miss Meng snorted and said, I'll teach you a lesson. Just now, that guy is called Xianxia. He is a famous green-skinned chef in the city. By chance, he saved the dean of our academy. The dean unintentionally promised him that as long as it was a student brought by him, he could directly take the examination without waiting for 10 people. But who would have thought that he would seize this opportunity to make a living and charge a high referral fee? Presumably, you also spent a lot of money. However, your money was wasted. In the future, don't trust others so easily. This is a lesson for you. Nianbing smiled and said, A silver coin for a lesson, it doesn't seem cheap. Since Xianxia has the dean's permission, then I should be able to participate in the examination. Miss Meng said indifferently, Your examination is already over. So, you can go now. We don't accept incompetent people here. Even if you study for 5 years, you won't have any achievements. Being a chef may be a lowly profession. But not everyone can do this profession well. Nian Bing laughed in her heart. Even if her cooking skills hadn't reached the top, she certainly wasn't an incompetent person. She curiously asked, Miss Meng, can you tell me how you tested me and determined that I'm not a chef material? Miss Meng was obviously impatient. She coldly said, It's very simple, your hands. Although your clothes are simple, a person's temperament won't be easily changed. Plus, your hands obviously haven't worked. A man wearing a ring, do you think you're very handsome? In my eyes, you're just an idiot in cooking. I see. You're engaged in some industries that focus on appearance, so there are still alternatives. Leave here, we don't welcome students like you. Nianbing looked at his hands. He knew that this Miss Meng had already regarded him as a playboy. It was useless to explain anything now. Only facts could prove everything. Miss Meng, no matter what, I spent a silver coin to buy this examination. If you let me go like this, I will definitely not give up. How about this, give me a chance and let me try cooking a dish. Miss Meng looked at Nianbing with some surprise. She didn't expect Nianbing to be so persistent. She coldly said, You don't have to go through so much trouble to cook. Do you see the cold dishes over there? As long as you can sell all the cold dishes in half an hour, it proves that you have the talent to be a chef. You can improve these cold dishes at will. Of course, the premise is that no one will die from eating them. Nianbing looked in the direction of Miss Meng's finger. He saw that not far from the counter, there was another counter. The counter was covered with transparent gauze. There were more than 10 cold dishes inside. These were not ordinary small plates, but large plates. It seemed that each plate of cold dishes could be filled with more than 10 ordinary plates. In this way, at least each guest at the table had to buy more than 3 plates of cold dishes to sell all these. Selling these in half an hour was obviously difficult for him. Smiling slightly, Nianbing didn't say anything. He went to the water route next to the counter and washed his hands. Then he went to the back of the cold dish counter. There was already a young chef behind the counter. He naturally heard Miss Ming's words. When he saw Nianbing walk over, he gestured for him to take a seat. He then stood aside with an expression as if he was waiting to watch a good show. Simply looking at the style of the cold dishes in front of him, Nianbing picked up the chopsticks and tasted each of them. He began his promotion process with confidence. First, he chose a plate of cold cucumber. He directly took the large tray out from behind the gauze curtain on the counter and put it on the counter. Then he said to the chef next to him, "Do you have a kitchen knife?" The chef froze for a moment and said, "This is to buy cold dishes, not cooked food." "What do you want a kitchen knife for?" He didn't think that the handsome young man in front of him, who seemed to be younger than him, could do anything. Nianbing smiled slightly and said, "How do you want me to sell without a kitchen knife? Please provide me with a kitchen knife. If I can't sell it in half an hour, I will naturally leave. Give him a kitchen knife." Miss Ming's voice sounded. The young chef complied and ran to the back of the kitchen. After a while, he came back with a kitchen knife. Taking the kitchen knife, Nianbing shook it in his hand. He spread the cucumber on the plate with the spoon used for cold dishes. Then he put his thumb on the back of the knife and his index finger on the edge of the knife. His middle finger, ring finger, and little finger clenched the handle of the knife, making the whole knife stand up. The wide and thick head of the knife was not suitable for him to use, but he didn't want to expose his magic, so he could only reluctantly do this. He turned his head to look at Miss Ming. She was looking at him, but now her eyes no longer had the disdain from before. Instead, it was replaced with a dignified look. It seemed that she had paid attention to the way he held the knife. "Green dream cucumber, does anyone want it?" Nianbing raised his voice and shouted. The silence in the restaurant was suddenly broken. All the guests cast their eyes in his direction. Most of them had a look of disgust. However, their expressions soon turned into surprise because the knife in Nianbing's hand moved. The wide and thick kitchen knife seemed to dance in Nianbing's hand. The tip of the knife in front of him was like a spinning top. His wrist seemed to have no bones, changing into any position he wanted. The cold cucumber in the large tray did not splash out under the stimulation of the tip of the knife, but the originally diamond-shaped cucumber was changing shape. What was the green dream cucumber? It was very simple. All the cucumbers turned into the word Mang, and the crumbs of the cucumber were cleverly picked to the side and separated from the cucumber itself. There was no effect at all. Nianbing's hand was very steady. Almost every time it trembled, there would be a dozen cucumbers turned into the word Mang, but the kitchen knife in his hand was really not suitable. So the word Mang was not exactly the same. There were some differences in some places, but for now, it was enough. The guests at the table near the cold dish counter saw it the most clearly. Just the knife in Nianbing's hand was enough to attract them. One of the middle-aged men with a medium build got up and walked to the cold dish counter. When he saw the changes in the cucumbers on the plate, he suddenly opened his mouth in surprise. This was not completely in the category of cooking. Such exquisite knife skills were not something an ordinary person like him could understand. The knife in Nianbing's hand stopped moving. He smiled and said, "Do you want a plate?" 1 silver coin for a plate. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. 1 silver coin? Are you kidding me? This was originally 3 copper coins a plate, but now it is twice as long? Nianbing proudly said, "Do you think this word Mang is not worth 1 silver coin?" The middle-aged man Nianbing gave a thumbs up and said, "It is, young man. Your saber skills are truly marvelous. Give me a plate, 1 silver coin it is." Nianbing smiled and handed over a plate of green dream cucumbers. He pointed to the counter and said, "Please give the money to Miss Mang. Who else needs this green dream cucumbers?" Several old guests nearby stood up. Even if they didn't buy, their curiosity urged them to come and see what was going on. When they saw the cucumbers with the word Mang, they couldn't help but be stunned. Such a magical knife skill made them open their pockets to buy a plate. Just when Nianbing wanted to continue selling his handmade green dream cucumbers, Miss Mang's figure appeared in front of him. "Well, don't sell it. Is the word brocade only worth 1 silver coin? Miss Meng looked at Nian Bing with a complicated expression and stopped him from continuing to cut the cucumbers. Nian Bing smiled and put down the kitchen knife in his hand. Then, am I still an idiot in cooking? I don't know if I have passed the test. Miss Meng nodded her head and said, come with me. Everyone, I'm sorry, this is a new student of our cooking department. Sorry to disturb everyone's meal. After that, she took Nian Bing to the back. Passing through the busy kitchen, Miss Meng directly took Nian Bing to the back courtyard. Who did you learn the word brocade from? Miss Meng's tone was somewhat hurried. Nian Bing said, an old man taught me. I don't know what his name is. After teaching me knife skills for a few days, he left. Miss Meng's big eyes widened even more. What did you say? Only a few days? Do you think I am a fool? Ordinary people practice the word brocade. Without the guidance of a famous teacher, it is impossible to have any results even after decades. Who did you learn your knife skills from? Nian Bing said indifferently, Miss Meng, don't you think you are asking too much? Who I learned the knife skills from is my secret. I came to the cooking department to attend classes, not to be examined by you. Miss Meng's anxious expression calmed down a bit. She nodded her head and said, I'm sorry, it was my fault to look down on you before. I apologize to you. After that, she bowed slightly to Nian Bing. Nian Bing wanted to help her, but she remembered that men and women were different. She raised her hands in the air, Miss Meng, you don't have to be polite. From your dexterous hands, you should also be good at knife skills. If there is a chance, we can learn more from each other. The reason I'm here is to deepen my skills. The coldness in Miss Meng's eyes weakened a bit and said, let's go, I will take you to the school to register. Our cooking department also has various courses. I will recommend you to the dean. Nian Bing smiled and said, then I will trouble Miss Meng. I also hope to learn more knowledge here. Miss Meng nodded her head. She was obviously much more polite to Nian Bing. Please follow me. The two people left the restaurant from the backyard. Under her guidance, they walked towards the back. When Nian Bing really arrived at Lanming Academy, the surprise in his heart was difficult to hide. Rather than calling it an academy, it was better to call it a small city. The walls surrounding the academy were actually 5 meters wide and 10 meters high. Even the guards at the entrance were wearing the standard military uniform of the Ottoman Empire. Only the huge plaque hanging on the top floor of the entrance could tell that this was an academy. Miss Meng looked at Nian Bing's almost idiotic expression and couldn't help but laugh. She, who was always cold, suddenly laughed. Like a spring breeze thawing ice, she attracted Nian Bing's gaze. She said, Lanming Academy has a long history. It is one of the oldest academies in the Yangon continent. Our academy occupies a third of Lanming Academy's area. It can be said to be a city within a city. The walls you see are the works of the academy's architecture students. It involves the defense system, drainage system, counterattack system, and many other fields. It is said that the defensive power is much stronger than the average small city. The guards at the entrance are not real soldiers, but students of the martial arts department. The academy's martial arts department is the most famous among the various departments. The dean of the martial arts department is one of the most senior swordsmen in the continent. He is ranked 5th among the top 10 martial arts experts in the continent. The attraction is that the martial arts department has the most students in the academy. They account for about 1/5 of the entire academy. From our martial arts department, many talents have been sent to the empire. As long as they are qualified graduates, they will be recruited by the empire's various knight regiments. They even have the opportunity to enter the empire's trump card, the Silver Feather Knight Regiment. Nian Bing secretly praised the scale of this Lanming Academy, but the expression on his face had already returned to normal. He nodded his head and said, the academy's strength is really strong. However, I am not that interested in the other departments. Miss Meng, can you introduce us to the culinary department? Are you a teacher or a student? Looking at your appearance, you should be less than 20 years old. The smile on Miss Meng's face had long since disappeared. You've misjudged me. I'm already 22 years old this year. My name is Ziqing Meng. You can just call me by my name from now on. Don't call me Miss Meng or Miss Meng. Our cooking department is one of the smaller departments in the school. Other than the magic department, which has the least number of students, there are only a little more than 1,000 people in the entire department. We are divided into 5 grades and each grade has 5 classes. The classes are divided into passion for cooking, cold dishes, pastries, medicinal cuisine, and local snacks. Most of the classes are hot dishes cooking, accounting for about a third of the students in each grade. As for me, I'm a 5th-year student of the cold dishes cooking department. At the same time, I'm also a knife teacher. So, you can think whatever you want. Knife teacher? It seems like she hadn't misjudged her. She was also an expert in knife skills. If there was a chance, she really would like to compare notes with her. Nianbing thought as she followed Zi Qingming to the entrance of the school. When the 4 students in charge of guarding the entrance saw her, they immediately straightened their backs. Their eyes were filled with respect as they said in unison, "Greetings, senior." Zi Qingming only nodded and didn't stop. She led Nianbing into the school. "Why do they call you senior and not teacher?" Nianbing asked the question in her heart. Zi Qingming glanced at her and said, "Because I'm a student of the martial skills department. I'm also a 5th-year student. Naturally, they call me senior." "Oh, I forgot to tell you. In this school, as long as you have enough ability to pass the exams, you can study several majors. Of course, tuition is a must. You also need to pass the exams." Nianbing's heart skipped a beat. She felt Zi Qingming's cold aura and said, "I think you should major in martial skills. Is the cooking department your elective?" His eyes didn't stop on Zi Qingming's body. Instead, he looked at the huge field in front of him. There were at least a few thousand people moving around. Some were chatting, some were comparing notes, and some were walking. Thousands of people in this field, but it seemed very lonely. The huge field was paved with some unknown material. The ground was a dark gray and seemed to be very hard. Around the sports field, there were buildings as tall as 8 stories. Those should be the teaching buildings. It was the first time Nianbing had seen such a tall building, and her curiosity towards Lanming Academy couldn't help but increase. Zi Qingming looked at Nianbing in surprise. "How did you know?" Nianbing smiled and said, "Would you believe me if I said it was a guess?" Of course, he was just guessing, but his guess was well-founded. When Zi Qingming had introduced the Lanming Academy, she had first mentioned the martial arts department, not the cooking department. Moreover, when she was talking about the glory of the martial arts department, the expression on her face was clearly a little proud, but when she talked about the cooking department, her expression was much calmer. Nianbing was good at observation. She could make the right judgment from the little expression that she inadvertently revealed. Zi Qingming didn't pursue the matter. The two of them walked through the sports field in silence. She brought Nianbing directly to the Western Teaching Building. When they arrived in front of the teaching building, Zi Qingming didn't bring Nianbing inside. Instead, she took him around the building and went to the back. The teaching building outside is mainly the teaching area of the several major departments. The cooking department is in that building. Don't forget, the dormitories are also in that building. It was a 5-story building. If it was anywhere else, a 5-story building would be considered very tall, but compared to the 8-story buildings outside, it really wasn't much. The entire building didn't look small. The students coming and going were all wearing the same dark blue uniform as the students outside, but the small signs on their faces all had the word cooking written on them. Zi Qingming brought Nianbing up to the 5th floor and arrived at the door of an office. She directly pushed open the door and entered. Nianbing followed behind her. Before he could see the situation inside, he heard a scream. "Ah! Who is so unruly, coming in without knocking? Little Meng, so it's you. You want to scare me to death, can you please knock on the door in the future?" Nianbing peeked in from behind Zi Qingming and saw a man and a woman tidying up their untidy clothes. The man looked to be in his 50s and was a little hunchbacked. There was only a circle of red hair on his head, and the center was bald like a barren hillside. He had small eyes, a bulbous nose, and a big mouth. Almost all of the adjectives used to describe an ugly appearance were used on him. What was strange was that the woman who was being intimate with him before looked much younger. She looked to be in her 30s. Her appearance was good, and her figure was not bad. At this time, her face was red as she tied her bra. Zi Qingming coldly said, "Great love sage, I brought you a new student." The hunchbacked man coughed a few times and said, "You can call the shots on the new student. Why did you have to bring her here?" "Alright, you can come in. Little Yi, you go out first. I'll come find you when I have time." Hearing him call out Little Yi in such a coquettish voice, Yan Bing really had the urge to turn around and leave. Was this the head of the cooking department? The middle-aged woman threw a coquettish glance at the head of the department, as if she didn't see the handsome Yan Bing. She straightened her clothes and calmly walked away. Zi Qingming seemed to be accustomed to this place, and her expression didn't change. The hunchback department head coughed and said, "Come, sit down first. My office is a little messy." It was indeed messy, and not just a little. The entire large office was scattered everywhere, and there was even a small puddle of water on the table. But the air in the office was still fresh. Zi Qingming and Yan Bing walked into the room. The department head cleaned up the table a few times, and then his eyes fell on Yan Bing. "To be able to make little Meng personally bring you here, it seems you have some skill. Young man, what can you do?" Yan Bing coughed, but still maintained a smile on her face. "I just learned how to cook for a few days in the past. I wanted to come to your school to learn how to cook." The department head's eyes turned to Zi Qingming, but Zi Qingming coldly said, "Don't look at me. Have you ever seen a person who only learned how to cook for a few days know how to cook? I'll leave him to you. Do as you see fit." After saying that, as if she didn't want to stay in this room for a moment longer, she turned around and left. Hearing the words golden word illusion, the department head's originally dim eyes lit up. Golden word illusion. You know how to use one of the 5 famous knives, the golden word illusion? Yan Bing looked at the department head's protruding hands and said, "You can say that. It's just that I haven't mastered it yet." He wasn't being modest. Whether it was the golden word illusion or the dance of the dragon, he still had a long way to go before he reached the peak. But now, he wasn't at the stage where he could rely only on practice. Just like Cha Ji said, what he needed now was enlightenment. "Was it Cha Ji who sent you to find me?" The department head sat back in his seat, but his words caused Ling Yanbing's body to tremble. With a faint smile, he said, "Besides old Cha, I'm afraid no one else can teach a 20-year-old to use the golden word illusion." You don't need to be surprised. I really didn't expect that after old Cha disappeared for 20 years, there would finally be news of him again. "You know my master?" Nian Bing's voice was no longer balanced. The old man in front of her gave her an unfathomable feeling. The department head smiled and said, "Didn't your master mention perverted camel Xianxia to you? That old man can't have forgotten an old friend, right?" As soon as the words perverted camel Xianxia entered her ears, Yan Bing suddenly remembered something Cha Ji had said to her. It was an evaluation of the chefs of his era. In his era, there were 5 most outstanding chefs, known as the 5 gods of cookery. They had the nicknames of Ghost, Lai, Camel, Spirit, and Miao. Among them, the Miao god of cookery was the master of Ming Yuan and Ming Hui. He was also known as the Immortal of Cookery. He was best at small craftsmanship, as well as making noodles. And her master, Cha Ji, was the head of the 5 gods of cookery. The 5 of them had gathered 3 times to rank. Those 3 times were also known as the most powerful peak showdown in the history of the cooking world. Ghost Chef Cha Ji used his uncanny craftsmanship to obtain the final victory by a small margin each time, while the other 4 gods of cookery were only slightly different in ability. When Cha Ji evaluated the camel god of cookery, his expression was very strange. He said, "Perverted camel Xianxia is the most unique of the 5 of us. That guy's cooking skills are not only brilliant, but also strange. Maybe you don't believe it, but the famous dishes he is best at are all inspired by women. Perverted camel Xianxia, perverted camel Xianxia." Who would have thought that the camel god of cookery, who was ranked 3rd among the 5 gods of cookery, was actually the dean of this cooking academy? Yan Bing hurriedly bowed to Xianxia and said, "Senior Xianxia, so you are the famous camel god of cookery. This junior is really rude." Xianxia said somewhat impatiently, "Enough, I hate these vulgar manners the most. Kid, how long have you been learning cooking from old man Cha Ji? Where is he now?" In these 20 years, he hasn't been teaching at all. The cooking world outside has changed a lot. Nianbing was sorrowful. Recalling his master's teachings, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Senior Xianxia, my master has passed away. He died before I left. I have been learning from him for 8 years. Nianbing didn't dare to forget his teachings for a moment. Senior Xianxia, since you are an old friend of my master, can you tell me who made the bet with my master and made him lose miserably and break his tendons? Camel Chef Xianxia rolled his eyes. Old man Chaji is dead? Good, he's dead. In the future, there will be one less person in front of me to suppress me. Die. Good, why am I not dead yet? Although he was cursing, Nianbing could clearly see that his protruding knuckles, which should have been extremely stable, were actually trembling slightly. For a top chef, this was almost an impossible situation. Tears flickered in Xiao's eyes, but he didn't shed any tears. He sat there in a daze, like a statue. Senior Z, are you all right? My master has already passed away, but when he passed away, he was very peaceful. Don't be sad. Looking at Xiao's appearance, Nianbing understood that although the old man in front of him had fought with his master all his life, there was still a deep friendship between them. If you're in trouble, I'll be fine. Damn it, old man Chaji died so early. I don't know how much of his skills you learned. If the ghost chef's skills are lost, even if I go to the underworld, I won't forgive him. Kid, do you want to know who forced your master to sever his tendons? Good, as long as you can beat me in cooking, I'll tell you. Otherwise, don't even think about it. I, lustful camel Xianxia, am a man of my word. There is absolutely no possibility of bending the rules. I will first arrange for you to attend classes in the 5th grade. After a year, if you still can't reach a level where you can compete with me in cooking, then you can scram. Nianbing respectfully said, Senior Z, I think we don't have to wait that long. I will challenge you now. I hope you will keep your word. After you lose, tell me the situation of the challenger. Now? Good kid, you're as arrogant as your dead master. Are you very capable? Didn't your master tell you what I'm best at? Camel Chef's voice was full of arrogance. Nianbing smiled. Although Xianxia was constantly cursing Chaji, he understood that the relationship between this Camel Chef and his master was extremely deep. Senior Xianxia, please forgive me for being disrespectful. At that time, this was what my master said about you. He said that lustful camel Xianxia, that old thing, other than being able to perform a few jade screen condensation and tearing apart the heavy eagle hand, his other skills were not worth mentioning. Furthermore, the creativity he got from women was not bad. Damn it, this old hunchback is much uglier than me, but there are still women who don't open their eyes who like him. To put it simply, he's a cripple's asshole, evil. Nianbing completely imitated Chaji's tone. She vividly described it, as if Chaji had personally said it here. Hearing this, Camel Chef Xiao's face turned green and red. Good Chaji, you're already dead and you're still saying bad things about me. You're the cripple's asshole. You actually dared to judge me like this in front of the younger generation. Humph, just wait for me to dig up your grave. Hearing Nianbing's words, Camel Chef Xiao immediately flew into a rage. He pointed at Nianbing's nose and jumped up and down while angrily cursing. However, in the end, he couldn't control his tears and they flowed down his angry face. Nianbing seemed to not hear Camel Chef's insults. She lowered her head and said, Master said that only you can use the jade screen condensation, the last of the 5 great blades, to the perfect state. This is something that he can't compare to. The 5 great blades are actually not ranked first or last. As long as you can reach the perfect state, you'll be at the peak of the cooking world. He also said that your heavy eagle hand, which is ranked second among the 7 great forbidden techniques, is the only technique that can be used to cook dishes. He can't compare to you. Just based on the subtle control of the power in your hands, you're definitely number 1 on the continent. Wiping away the tears on his face, Xiao snorted and said, That's more like it. Even if your master was here right now, he might not be able to compare to me. You brat, you've only learned cooking for a few years and you want to challenge me? It's still a bit too early. How about this? Since I know how to use the word embroidery, I reckon that I've also learned some superficial knowledge of the dance of the dragon song. I'll first learn from the 5th grade cooking class of the Academy's cooking department. At the same time, I'll be like Xiao Meng, a knife technique teacher. Wait until you can surpass Xiao Meng in knife technique and her brother Zi Qingjian in technique, then I'll give you a chance. She and her brother have learned cooking from me for more than 10 years. They've respectively inherited my heavy eagle hand and jade screen condensation techniques. Although they're still a bit lacking, there are few opponents in the younger generation. As long as you can beat them, you'll be able to compare to at least 70% of my cooking skills. Nian Bing smiled slightly and said, then I'll listen to your arrangements. However, I think that it won't be long before I can compare notes with you. Zi Xiu looked up and down at Nian Bing and said, it seems that you have a lot of confidence in yourself. Nian Bing said indifferently, as the successor of the ghost chef, if I don't even have this bit of confidence, then wouldn't I be undermining my master's reputation? When Zhao Ji had first introduced her to camel chef Zi Xiu, he had said that Zi Xiu was extremely arrogant. Unless she was able to subdue him in his field of expertise, he would always be arrogant and overbearing. Therefore, Nian Bing's tone gradually became less courteous. Zi Xiu stood up and said, you're already considered a student here. 1 year, 2 semesters. Each semester's tuition is 10 gold coins, accommodation is 5 gold coins, food is 5 gold coins, a total of 20 gold coins. As a guest teacher, your income will be 5 gold coins per month. I won't charge you any money. However, you can expect me to pay you a salary. As for the classes you want to take, you can choose them yourself. As the knife technique teacher, I'll let Xiao Meng tell you the arrangements. The 1st and 2nd floors of the cooking department's building are used for teaching, the 3rd and 4th floors are dormitories, and the 5th floor is the teacher's office. I think you don't need an office, so you can stay on the 4th floor of the dormitory. There aren't many students in the cooking department, so I can make an exception and let you stay in a dormitory by yourself. Just as Zi Xiu said this, a deep voice suddenly came from outside, second uncle, I heard that there's a guy who knows the golden void knife technique. Where is he? The door opened with a bang, and a tall figure burst in from outside. Seeing this person, Nian Bing couldn't help but jump in fright. This person was actually taller than her by a head, and his shoulders were extremely broad. When he came in, not only did he have to lower his head, he also had to turn sideways. The dark blue uniform tightly wrapped around his solid muscles. His skin was dark, and his short red hair was disheveled. His eyes were very bright, and although he couldn't be considered handsome, his resolute and sunny face easily gave people a good impression. His whole body was filled with power, especially those large hands that were like palm leaf fans. The joints were extremely prominent, and as soon as he appeared, he immediately brought a strong pressure. Nian Bing didn't doubt that his hands had the ability to tear her apart. Xiao Jian, can't you learn from your sister? If you're always so impetuous, how can you accomplish great things? Zi Xiu said unhappily. The man called Xiao Jian didn't care about Zi Xiu at all. His gaze fell on Nian Bing, and he excitedly said, hello, are you that brat who knows the golden void knife technique? I'm called Zi Qingjian, but you can call me Xiao Jian. Let's go, I'll compare notes with you. Let's see whose cooking skills are better. As he said this, he pulled Nian Bing away. Nian Bing jumped in fright. Her arm lightly flashed, and she dodged Zi Qingjian's grab. This was Zi Qingming's older brother? Heavens! No matter how she looked at it, they didn't look like they were born from the same mother. Xiao Jian, what are you in such a rush for? He can't run, and there will be plenty of chances in the future. You came at the right time. Take him to the 4th floor and find a room to live in. As for his lessons, let your sister arrange them. He'll also be a guest teacher for the knife skills class. Nian Bing, you're called Nian Bing, right? Go with Zi Qingjian. If there's nothing important, don't come looking for me. Also, in the future, you have to knock on my door first. Zi Qingjian excitedly said, Uncle, don't waste time talking. Go pick up your girl. Leave brother Nian Bing to me. Let's go, brother Nian Bing. As he said this, he pulled Nian Bing. Thinking of what Zi Qingming had said before, Nian Bing hurriedly dodged Zi Qingjian's large hand. She bitterly smiled, "Big brother Xianxia, I'll go by myself. I haven't learned any martial arts, so I can't handle being pulled by you." Xianxia awkwardly said, "Oh, I forgot that you're not in the martial arts department. I'll definitely be more careful in the future." The two walked out of the room, and when Xianxia closed the door, it made a loud bang. Seeing that his office door was on the verge of collapsing, Camel Chef Xiao unhappily said, "It looks like I'll have to change to a pure iron one." Xiao Meng disturbed my good business again, and Cha Ji's disciple actually appeared. From the looks of it, he should have learned some of Cha Ji's skills. It looks like the cooking world won't be peaceful in the future. However, it really is time for a new generation. Us old fellows are old after all. Cha Ji, you damn old geezer, you actually died so early. F*ck Xiao no longer had the mood to flirt and sat in his seat in a daze. Under Xianxia's lead, Nianbing arrived at the 4th floor. As soon as Xianxia reached the 4th floor, he immediately shouted, "Teacher floor head, teacher floor head." His loud voice shook the entire corridor. Coming. This is Xianxia again, right? Can't you be a little quieter? Sooner or later, this corridor will collapse. A clear and moving voice carried a fragrant wind. When Nianbing saw the floor head's appearance, she couldn't help but be dumbstruck. This was because the person in front of her was a woman, and it was the beautiful middle-aged woman from Zishou's room. "Qingjian, what's wrong? You brought this young man here to look for a dorm." I heard a bit of what Xiao Meng said to this old man. "Young man, welcome to the culinary department." Although she looked down on this woman, Nianbing still took the initiative to shake her hand. "Sorry to trouble you. The department head said that I can have my own room." Xianxia said, "Yes, you can have your own room. There are 2 beds in this room. Maybe one day I'll come find you to spar, and I'll be able to sleep in a place. Teacher Daji, please hurry." Daji smiled slightly and said, "Then come with me." As she spoke, she pulled out a bunch of keys out of nowhere. She took one out and handed it to Nianbing. She led them along the corridor, and after passing through more than 20 doors, they stopped at a door. He stopped in front of a room with the words 4273 on the door. There aren't many students in our department, and some of them are from the city, so the dormitory is relatively empty. You can stay here for now. Young man, what's your name? My name is Nianbing. Thank you, Teacher Daji. Daji's gaze paused on Nianbing's handsome face for a second. Alright, you can go in and rest. In the future, if there's anything you want to do, just look for me. Remember, the 3rd floor is the girls' dorm. It's a forbidden area for men. With a meaningful smile on her face, she turned and left. Opening the door, Nianbing and Xianxia walked into his newly assigned dorm. The room was very large, about 30 square meters. There were 2 wardrobes, 2 chairs, 2 beds, and a table. The layout was very simple, but it could be considered clean. Xianxia sat down on one of the chairs without hesitation. His heavy weight caused the chair to groan. "Brother Nianbing, when will you let me see your brocade illusionary door? I heard second uncle say before that the 5 great names each have their own characteristics. Brocade illusionary door is an extremely mysterious knife technique." Nianbing smiled faintly and said, "I only know a little bit. Brother Qingjian, from the looks of it, you don't seem to have a good relationship with your uncle." "Bad relationship? How could that be? Although my uncle is much older than me and Little Dream, he's like an old child. Aside from his bad behavior, there's nothing else. He was the one who asked us not to be so polite. Being with my uncle is much more relaxing than being with my father. My uncle is like a friend to us, or even a brother." "Nianbing, you've just arrived, so you might not understand the situation here. You should have seen Teacher Daji in my uncle's office before. Don't think that she's only here because of my uncle." Nianbing smiled slightly and said, "I never look down on anyone. Is Teacher Daji your uncle's wife?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "No, my uncle doesn't have a wife at all. In his life, he's had countless women. Most of the female teachers in the academy who are somewhat beautiful have some relationship with him. Teacher Daji specializes in teaching cooked food in the culinary department. She's the #1 cooked food teacher in the culinary department. She came to the academy because she was convinced by my uncle's culinary skills. If you eat the cooked food she makes, you'll definitely be fascinated. She's taught me and little Dream many useful things. If you have the chance in the future, you can also learn from her. Nianbing nodded and said, I heard Senior Xiao say that you learned the heavy eagle hand technique from him. If there's a chance, I'd like to see it for myself. Xianxia laughed mischievously and said, I've never been interested in cooking. Cooking should be a woman's job. Brother, I'm not talking about you. In fact, it's because of my uncle's heavy eagle hand technique that I chose to study culinary arts. You don't know, but the heavy eagle hand technique is the only one among the 7 great forbidden culinary arts that uses martial arts as its foundation. It can be used to cook, but at the same time, it can also be used to kill. Even my father doesn't know how to use it. It's my uncle's unique skill. It's a pity not to learn it. The jade curtain condensation knife technique that my younger sister learned from it is also very helpful to my own martial arts. I usually don't come to the culinary department for lessons. Most of the time, I'm in the martial arts department. Therefore, if you want to find me, you can just go there and talk to little Jian. My brothers all know me. No, I can't take it anymore. Brother, can you show me some of your skills first? I'm very curious about the word brocade illusion. My younger sister said that you were in a restaurant outside, using the word brocade illusion to carve cucumbers. Every piece of cucumber was carved into the word mang, so I immediately ran over. Don't take offense, I'm just a bit rash. I'm very interested in things related to martial arts. Nianbing smiled and said, How could I take offense? I'd just like to interact with straightforward people like Big Brother Qingjian. Looking at your appearance, your martial arts must be very famous in the academy. Qingjian scratched his head and said, It's all right. I'm a heavy sword teacher in the martial arts department. If you're interested in martial arts, you can come find me at any time. However, you're already a bit old. It's a bit late to start practicing martial arts, but strengthening your body shouldn't be a problem. Your body's condition isn't bad. If you train well for a period of time, you should have some achievements. Nianbing shook her head and said, No need, I'm only interested in culinary arts. Thank you for your good intentions. There aren't any ingredients here, so I can't use the word brocade illusion. Ingredients? Isn't that simple? Right now it's time for afternoon classes. Come, I'll bring you to the culinary department's 5th year class. There's knife lessons every afternoon. Didn't Uncle want you to be a knife skills teacher? You can use this chance to show some of your skills. Anyone who can enter our academy has some skills. If you don't shock them first, it won't be easy for you to become a teacher in the future. He was a person who acted swiftly and decisively. This time, he didn't pull Nianbing and stood up to leave. Lanming Academy. Nianbing repeated these words in her heart. Looks like I'll have to live here for a while. Master. You refused to tell me who the enemy was, but as your disciple, how can I let go of my hatred? As long as I find out the enemy's situation from Camel Chef, I'll definitely avenge you. She forced you to sever the tendons in her hand, so I'll sever the tendons in her 4 limbs. Thinking of this, his body unconsciously emitted a cold aura. He, who had buried his hatred deep in his heart since young, treated his likes and dislikes differently from ordinary people. Everything was based on his own likes and dislikes. In front of outsiders, he was always kind, but his heart was like ice. Ever since his parents had fallen in the Ice God Tower, only 2 people had truly moved his heart. One was Ghost Chef Cha Ji, and the other was the beautiful woman who had gifted him the heavenly flower token. As for the others, they were just fleeting clouds in his eyes. At best, he only admired them. The 2 came to the 2nd floor. Qingjian did not knock on the door, and opened the doors one by one. After 6 consecutive rooms, he finally found his target. Nianbing, it's here. Come, follow me. Saying this, he pushed open the door and led Nianbing into the classroom. The classroom was very large, and there were more than 50 students inside. Standing behind the podium was a middle-aged man in his 40s. When he saw Qingjian, he couldn't help but frown. Qingjian, what are you doing? Why aren't you teaching in the martial arts department? What are you doing here? Nianbing's gaze fell on the podium. It was very large, and there was a wide chopping board on it. On the table beside it were some vegetables and raw meat. Below the podium, the tables in front of each student were slightly shorter than the podium. The things placed there were all the same. It looked like they had just started class. Xianxia chuckled and said, "Teacher Fan, don't be angry. Let me introduce you. Nianbing, this is Fan Jian, Teacher Fan. However, he's not cheap. He's surnamed Fan. Healthy Jian." It would have been better if he didn't explain. His explanation immediately caused the students to burst into laughter. The expression of the cheap teacher changed again and again, and he resisted the urge to flare up. Xianxia didn't seem to sense his displeasure. He continued, "Teacher Fan, this is Nianbing, a new teacher of knife skills. I brought her here to introduce you to her. At the same time, let the students get to know each other." Fan Jian looked at Nianbing in surprise. He asked, "A new saber technique teacher?" He was not the only one who was surprised. Before Nianbing, Xianxia had been the youngest teacher in the Orchid Dream Academy. The students of the Orchid Dream Academy were all very proud of themselves. Xianxia had been able to suppress them because of her stunning appearance and also because her knife skills had reached a godly level. Now, there was a new knife skills teacher, and at such a young age, it was not easy for them to accept her. Nianbing nodded to Fan Jian. "Hello, Teacher Fan. I've just arrived at the academy. Please take care of me in the future." Xianxia said impatiently, "All right, don't be so polite. Nianbing, hurry up and let me see your skills. Let the brats below see them too." Nianbing gave Fan Jian a questioning look. "Can I? Teacher Fan?" He knew very well that if he wanted to stay in the academy and live comfortably for a while, he had to show some real skills. Fan Jian was infuriated that his class had been interrupted. However, Xianxia held a very high position in the school. Although he was usually kind to others, it was very difficult for him to hold someone in high regard. Therefore, Fan Jian wanted to see what kind of ability the psychic ice dragon had to be able to hold Xianxia in such high regard. Nianbing made a gesture of invitation. "Since you are also a knife skills teacher in our department, we will be colleagues in the future. Please." Nianbing did not stand on ceremony. She walked to the seat Fan Jian had vacated and looked at the 50 students below. She smiled faintly. "Perhaps you think that I am too young to be a teacher. But I just want to tell you one thing. Age does not determine the level of culinary skills. As the saying goes, those who have achieved success first. If any of you feel that your knife skills are better than mine, I am willing to give up this seat at any time." Although his voice was very calm, the faint arrogance that appeared filled the entire audience. Of course, it was impossible to gain the approval of these students with just a few words. Nianbing's voice had just faded. Someone jeered from below. "Don't just talk and do nothing. Let us see what kind of skills you have to come here and boast." Nianbing raised a finger in the direction of the voice. "This student, please stand up. Stand up if you want. Do you think I'm scared of you?" This was a student who was not very tall, but looked very sturdy. Perhaps it was because he often exercised, but the muscles on his body swelled up the academy uniform. His dark red short hair stood up like a porcupine, and his face was full of disdain. He clearly did not approve of this young teacher Nianbing. Xianxia jokingly scolded, "Dunzi, it's you again." It seemed that he was very familiar with this student. The student called Dunzi chuckled. "Brother Jian, I'm not convinced. Could it be that he has Sister Meng's skill?" Xianxia snorted. "Just watch. You'll know very soon." Little Meng views Nianbing as her greatest competitor. "You stinking brat, you don't attend class properly all day. You only know how to go around causing trouble for your teacher. Wait until my heavy sword class tomorrow. I'll have a good spar with you." Dunzi jumped in fright. He hurriedly waved his hands. Forget it, forget it. I admit that you can insta-kill me, okay? Brother Jian, you're the person I admire the most in the academy other than the principal. Can you bear to hurt my young body?" The classroom was once again filled with roaring laughter. Dunzi, who used the word young to describe himself, put on a bashful expression. Everyone couldn't help but burst out laughing. The only one who didn't laugh was Nianbing. When the laughter stopped, he picked up the kitchen knife on the table and compared it with his hand. Although this knife was far inferior to his own proud sky, it was still much better than the one in the restaurant. Dunzi, right? Dunzi snorted. He stuck out his firm chest and said, "That's right. How about it? Cut me with the knife." "You really might not be able to cut me." Nianbing faintly smiled. He said, "I'm a cooking teacher. I'm not a martial arts teacher. Since you asked for someone to cut you, I think that Brother Qingjian will fulfill your wish tomorrow. I told you to stand up because I want to know your name." "Well, I know you're not convinced. Maybe most of you are older than me. As long as one of you can repeat the knife skill that I'm about to complete, I'll immediately worship him as my teacher. Otherwise, you'll have to call me teacher in the future. Remember my name. I'm Nianbing." As he said, he picked up a relatively large carrot with his left hand. All the students, including Dunzi, looked at Nianbing. They all wanted to see. What ability did this arrogant new teacher have? With a faint smile, Nianbing's eyes revealed a faint cold light. The 5 fingers of his right hand holding the knife moved slightly. His palm stretched out, and the kitchen knife suddenly spun in his hand. With the constant rhythm of his palm, the spinning speed became faster and faster. Dunzi stood there and snorted, "That's it. I could play with knives when I was 3 years old. How could you want to be our teacher with such little ability?" Nianbing's despicable knife was still spinning. He looked at Dunzi. His gaze was like 2 cold bolts of lightning that flashed across the classroom. Dunzi felt his entire body turn cold. He couldn't continue speaking. At this moment, Nianbing moved. He really moved. He spread out his left hand holding the carrot so that it was flat on his palm. The knife in his right hand moved closer to the carrot, but the edge of the knife touched the carrot. The knife spun so fast that Nianbing's right hand brought out a shadow because of the speed. There was no sound of cutting vegetables. Everything was still so quiet. The knife kept flashing back and forth on the carrot. Even Ziqing Sword couldn't see clearly what the knife was doing at that moment. Nianbing's hand was very steady. The knife flashed back and forth, as if he was repeating the same action. He raised his head, no longer looking at the knife and the carrot, but looked at the whole classroom. What's the foundation of knife skill? It's stability. Without a stable hand, even if you can cut something good occasionally, it can't be called a mature knife skill. The key of my knife skill is to pick. If you have the ability, you can see it clearly. If you only talk, you'll always be mediocre. Brother Qingjian, this is the golden word illusion that you want to see. Hearing the 4 words golden word illusion, Fan Jian's whole body shook, and his eyes showed a light of horror. Nianbing's hand that was holding the knife began to tremble strangely. The tip of the knife continued to poke at the carrot. The red bits were thin and even, appearing on the chopping board. His left hand that was holding the carrot didn't move at all under the light of the knife. The carrot didn't seem to need to move. Only the light of the knife kept flashing around it. At this moment, the trembling light of the knife was actually spinning faster than before. Apart from a series of afterimages, no one could see anything else. The knife flashed and the kitchen knife stuck on the chopping board. All the trembling disappeared. Nianbing's forehead was a little sweaty, and his breath was a little short. He slowly extended his left arm and presented the carrot in front of the students. Dunzi, tell me, what do you see now? Dunzi looked at the carrot in confusion. It's a carrot. The higher-ups told you to hold a knife and make holes in it. Is this your knife skill? Nianbing's aura had already suppressed him, and with Ziqingjian's deterrence, he didn't dare to ridicule her. Indeed, as Dunzi said, the carrot became uneven, but it still looked like a carrot. There was nothing special about it. Ziqingjian's eyes showed a trace of disappointment. Only Fan Jian's eyes flashed. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't confirm his thoughts. He looked like he wanted to say something, but didn't. If you want to practice knife skills, first of all, you have to train your eyes. You can't even see what I'm doing. You haven't learned enough cooking skills in the past 5 years. Nian Bing reached out his right hand and pinched the top of the carrot. He lifted it up, and his left hand also pinched the top of the carrot. His gaze swept across the audience. At this moment, his body emitted an insufferably domineering aura. It was a domineering aura that came from confidence. He shook his hands slightly and separated them. A strange scene appeared. The originally bumpy carrot naturally dispersed at this moment like a piece of cloth. No, to be precise, it was more like a piece of red silk. It gently unfolded without any damage. The originally conical carrot had unexpectedly turned into a piece of cloth that was 1 square meter in size. And on the surface of the cloth, there were 100 similar lines engraved. There were 2 words, Dunzi. Dunzi rubbed his eyes and opened them as wide as possible. This is impossible. This isn't knife skill. It should be magic. It must be magic. Nian Bing gently placed the red silk made from the carrot on the chopping board. Have you heard of magic like this? Nothing in this world is impossible. It just depends on whether you dare to do it, whether you dare to think about it. If you don't try, how do you know you'll fail? In the Northern Ice Moon Empire, there's a technique called paper cutting. After a simple piece of paper is folded, only a few small parts need to be removed. When it's reopened, a strange pattern will appear. This knife skill of mine is derived from paper cutting. It focuses on the word, and perfectly reflects the picking of the knife skill. Carrots are a very simple material. This is nothing. This set of knife skill, embroidered brocade, can only reflect its essence on the soft surface. You're all still far from that. Teacher Fan, sorry to disturb you. Please continue with the class. After saying this, Nian Bing pulled the dumbfounded Xianxia out of the classroom. After they left, the entire classroom was still silent. Dunzi rubbed his eyes several times, but the carrot in front of him was still as magical as ever. Fan Jian returned to the podium and swept his gaze over the students. Students, what do you think of what happened just now? Can anyone tell me? A student who was close to Dunzi said, Teacher Fan, I know. That teacher called Nian Bing must have prepared a piece of silk in advance, and then used a knife to draw a few strokes. Before showing it to us, she used the silk to exchange for the carrot. Bullshit. Which eye of yours saw her exchange the silk? Come over here and eat these 100 Dunzi. Let's see if you can eat them to death. Fan Jian was furious. You bunch of trash are usually so arrogant. What? You've seen her real ability today, and now you're slandering her? The carrot is mine, and so is the knife. Teacher Nian Bing didn't know Dunzi at all. That vivid knife lesson just now was to let you know that there's always someone better. Do you know what embroidered brocade is? Who can tell me? The students looked at each other in dismay, but no one could say a word. Fan Jian said coldly, You don't know, right? Many of you were specially sent to the academy by various restaurants on the continent to learn. But with your knowledge, you'll never be able to reach the peak of culinary intent. In the continent's culinary world, there are 5 mystical knife techniques. In my opinion, the mystical aspects of these 5 knife techniques are not inferior to any top-notch martial arts, and may even be superior. Listen up, these 5 Dao techniques are Dance of the Dragon's Sepals, Sunset Glow of the Clean Flame, 8 Feather Quart, Embroidered Brocade, and Jade Curtain Coagulation. And what teacher Nian Bing used just now was the 4th-ranked embroidered brocade knife technique. Although she's young, she's more than qualified to be your teacher. I admit that her knife technique is far from mine. I won't waste any more words. Whether or not you have the ability to learn true knife techniques from teacher Nian Bing will depend on your own abilities. Class dismissed. Nian Bing pulled Xianxia all the way out of the culinary building before letting go. She smiled and said, Are the students of Lanming Academy also difficult to teach? Looks like it's really not easy to be a teacher. Xianxia looked at Nian Bing strangely. Brother, I'm convinced. That move of yours just now was simply too mystical. No wonder embroidered brocade knife technique is always ranked above jade curtain coagulation. Jade curtain coagulation really can't compare to it. Nian Bing smiled and said, Actually, I used a bit of a trick just now. This type of overlapping word technique isn't difficult. Every cut can be used together. If I were to directly pick out the words from the carrot, it would be much more difficult. This is only a matter of controlling the heat. You'll naturally succeed if you connect more. Indeed, although the effect of the overlapping word technique was very good, it wasn't the essence of the embroidered brocade knife technique. Just the number of cuts was much less. At the beginning, when he rotated the kitchen knife, it was to divide the carrot into layers like paper. This way, after picking out some key parts, it was done. It looked very intimidating, but this was only the foundation of the embroidered brocade knife technique. The most important part was the familiarity of the words. Alright, brother, don't be modest. I'm going to find my sister immediately. I feel that her knife technique definitely can't compare to yours. That girl has always had her eyes above her head. I really want to see how she'll react when she finds out about your feat just now. Haha, brother, you can go ahead and wait for me at the Academic Affairs office in the main building. I'll bring my sister to find you in a bit and help you get your clothes while I'm at it. Without waiting for Nianbing's reply, he ran off like the wind. Without the flicker of fighting aura, just the strength of his body alone made his speed terrifying. Nianbing secretly estimated that this Xianxia's martial technique was at least at the level of a great swordsman. Moving his hands, Nianbing was full of confidence. His knife technique didn't deteriorate because he didn't use it often. Instead, he was inspired by the enlightenment he gained after leaving the peach blossom forest. Coupled with the increase in his spiritual power, it seemed that he wasn't far from the highest level of the embroidered brocade knife technique. Sigh, when can I practice the dance of the dragon's sepal to the highest level? That's really too difficult. Right now, his dance of the dragon's sepal only had the form but not the spirit. Fortunately, he saw a real dragon that time. If he had the chance, he would have to practice it. Who knows, he might be inspired by it. As he thought about it, he walked towards the large field outside. Coming to a new place, he had to familiarize himself with the environment. He just didn't know how the communication with the outside world was. As soon as the war ended, he would immediately rush to Alin City. After completing Luo Ro's task, he would have complete freedom before participating in the new Magus tournament. As he thought about it, Nianbing arrived at the large field in front of him. The entire academy gave him a very relaxed feeling, especially this large field. Looking into the distance, his mind became more open. The culinary academy didn't disappoint him. At least he met Camel Chef Xianxia here. After he was fully familiar with the place, he would definitely challenge him. Young man, are you new here? An old voice sounded beside Nianbing. Nianbing was shocked. He secretly scolded himself for not being vigilant enough. With the strength of his spiritual energy, he actually didn't know that someone was right beside him. Turning his head to look in the direction of the voice, he saw an old man standing there. He had a head of long bluish-gray hair and was wearing a plain cloth robe. He held a broom in his hand and was slowly sweeping the ground. At first glance, this old man seemed a little familiar, but Nianbing was sure that he had never seen him before. The old man's tall figure was already thin, but his eyes were very strange. His purple eyes were very clear, and there wasn't the slightest bit of twilight that an old man should have. If it wasn't for the wrinkles on his face and his doddering appearance, Nianbing really couldn't tell his age. Hello, I've just arrived at the academy today. I'm a culinary student. Although the old man looked like a cleaner, Nianbing was still very polite. Zhao Ji had once told him not to underestimate anyone, especially people that you couldn't see through. Respecting others was respecting yourself. Of course, if the person you respected wasn't worthy of respect, then it was a different story. The old man nodded and said, I was wondering why I hadn't seen you before. It seems that you have a lot of things on your mind. Nianbing was shocked. He had always hidden his true self very deeply. Could it be that he had accidentally revealed something? He said with some vigilance, it's my honor to be able to come to Lanming Academy to study. The learning atmosphere here gives me a lot of pressure. I'm thinking about how to study better. I've made a fool of myself in front of you. The old man glanced at Nianbing with deep meaning and said, quickly go and get your uniform. After putting on the uniform, you'll truly become a part of Lanming. Nianbing nodded and said, thank you. Then I'll leave first. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the main building beside the field. As he walked, he could faintly hear the old man talking to himself behind him. The feeling of sweeping is really good, especially the rustling sound when the broom touches the ground. This is the sound of nature. The most basic work can bring me the most joy. His heart moved, but Nianbing didn't stop walking. However, he was still pondering over the old man's words. What did he mean? Basic, that's right. How could I forget the basics? When I was learning culinary arts from my master, I had learned the basics for as long as 5 years. My master had even said that the time was a little short. With the best foundation, it would be much easier to learn other culinary arts. It was the same for magic. Magic power was the foundation. If I pursued magic arrays and magic scrolls too much, I might only be able to become strong for a while, but I would never be able to reach the peak of magic. Kitty's father had also reminded me of this point, but I ignored it. These days, although Nianbing still maintained the habit of meditating every day, most of his thoughts were placed on magic arrays and his understanding of the same origin of ice and fire. No matter how good a technique was, it still needed a foundation. I understand. Whether it was culinary arts or magic, what I needed to do now was still the basic practice. Thinking of this, Nianbing's heart suddenly became clear. He suddenly stopped and wanted to go back and thank the old man. However, when he turned around, the old man was already gone. Mysterious dragon's head and tail, this was Nianbing's evaluation of him. When he came to the main building, he was just about to enter when he was stopped by 2 students standing at the entrance. They were not like the guards at the academy's gate who were wearing soldiers' clothes. The 2 of them looked at his clothes and one of them said, "Who are you? What are you doing in our academy?" Nianbing smiled and said, "Hello, I'm a new student. I'm here to collect my uniform." The student said doubtfully, "Is there a teacher to lead you to collect your uniform? Why are you alone?" "I'm sorry, you can't go in. Whichever department you're from, have a teacher lead you to collect your uniform. Otherwise, we can't let you in." Nianbing frowned. At this moment, a cold and clear voice sounded from behind him. "He's from our department. I'll bring him in." When he turned around, he saw the Xianxia siblings walking over. When the 2 students saw the siblings, they hurriedly bowed and moved to the side. Xianxia looked at Nianbing strangely and said, "I'm sorry, this is the academy's rule. Big brother is really too much. How could he forget about this? Come in with us." Xianxia was a bit embarrassed. Nianbing smiled and said, "It's okay. I was going to wait for you anyway." The 3 of them entered the school building together. As they walked up the stairs, Nianbing looked around. He discovered that there was a sign in front of every classroom in the school building. On it was written the names of the classes of the martial arts department. Xianxia explained to Nianbing, "Because our martial arts department is the largest department in the academy, the main school building is used by us. Only the 8th floor belongs to the magic department. They have the least number of people, only 100 or so students." Magic department? Nianbing's heart skipped a beat. If the magic department existed, then this Lanming Academy should have a library. If he had the chance, he would go take a look. "Big brother Xianxia, is there a library in the academy?" Xianxia laughed and said, "Of course there is. Moreover, it's divided into departments. Your cooking department's library is in your school building. Our martial arts department's library is the smallest because the teachers all say that if students learn too many miscellaneous things, it won't be good for their development. On the other hand, the magic department, which is the smallest, has a special library in the academy. It's very large. However, only the students of the magic department can enter." Looking at the honest and somewhat cute Xianxia, Nianbing's favorable impression of him increased. He was now hesitating in his heart. Should he continue to hide the fact that he knew magic? Was there a need? If he wanted to know who his master's enemy was, then he had to defeat Camel Chef Zixio. If he didn't display his most proficient magic cooking skills, then it would be very difficult to do so. Since that was the case, there was no point in continuing to hide it. In any case, he wouldn't be staying here for too long. Under the Xianxia siblings' guidance, He successfully received his school uniform and teacher's insignia. After leaving the administration office, aside from helping Nianbing out of the situation, Zi Qingming, who hadn't said a word until now, finally opened her mouth. Nianbing, I want to compare knife skills with you. Nianbing smiled indifferently and said, I also want to compare Miss Qingming's jade curtain condensation knife skills, but I'll pass for today. I've just arrived here and I'm a bit tired. Once I familiarize myself with the environment, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Zi Qingming obviously didn't expect Nianbing to refuse the challenge. Her eyebrows wrinkled as she said, You're a grown man, are you that weak? Nianbing indifferently said, I'm not like you. I've never practiced any martial arts, so why can't my body be a bit weaker? Zi Qingming's purple eyes lit up as she coldly said, Are you still holding a grudge over what happened in the restaurant? Nianbing shook his head and said, I'm not such a petty person. Miss Qingming, I wonder if I can be like you and take another course. Zi Qingming was stunned for a moment and said, You want to take an elective? Obviously, she was very surprised, but she quickly returned to normal. Then what do you want to take? As long as you have the ability to pass the test, you can take any course in the academy, but you can only take one course. Nianbing smiled and turned to Zi Qingjian, Big brother Zi Qingjian, can I trouble you to recommend me to the magic department to take the test? I want to take the magic department as an elective. Zi Qingjian said in shock, Brother, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Magic is extremely difficult to learn. In my opinion, if you want to have an extra skill to protect yourself, why don't you learn some martial arts from me? With my face, you won't even need to take the test. The teachers in the magic department are quite old-fashioned. You must pass the test before you can enter the magic department. Zi Qingming said, Big brother is right. Although magic looks more beautiful, it's far worse than martial arts. I think it would be better for you to choose martial arts. Otherwise, unless you spend a lot of time practicing magic, you might be able to achieve some results. But if you do that, your cooking skills will be wasted. Nianbing stretched out his right hand, You don't need to persuade me. In fact, although my main profession is a chef, I am also a magician. Look. A light flashed in his hand and under the control of his spiritual force, the icicle staff silently appeared in his palm. Under the urging of magic, the surrounding air suddenly became cold. How is this possible? Zi Qingming looked at the staff in Nianbing's hand, unable to believe this fact. Nianbing smiled indifferently and said, I just said in the cooking department class that there is nothing impossible in this world. It all depends on whether you want to do it or not, and whether you dare to try it. Alright, the magic department is on the 8th floor, right? Miss Qingming, I don't dare trouble you. Big brother Zi Qingjian, please take me there. Zi Qingjian wasn't as surprised as his sister. He was a straightforward person. Although Nianbing's knowledge of magic was also surprising to him, he didn't suspect anything when he remembered that he and his sister both cultivated martial arts and culinary arts. He took the lead and walked towards the stairs. Nianbing was just about to follow Zi Qingjian when Zi Qingming said, I'll go with you. I want to see what level your magic is at. Martial arts and culinary arts have some similarities, especially Big Brother's heavy eagle hand and my knife skills. But magic and culinary arts don't seem to have any connection. I don't believe you're a genius who can multitask. From the first time she saw Zi Qingming, Nianbing had fully experienced her arrogance. Looking at her cold and arrogant face, Nianbing couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. From the bottom of his heart, he preferred Feng Nu and Long Ling's personalities. Long Ling was gentle like water, and Feng Nu was soft with a hint of firmness. They were both easier to accept. However, Zi Qingming was somewhat similar to Luo Rou. Because she had some abilities in certain areas, she had developed an arrogant attitude. For such a woman, Nianbing was too lazy to pay attention to her. He didn't talk to Zi Qingming anymore and chased after Zi Qingjian. The magic department was a unique department in the entire Lanming Academy. The students' dormitories, the teaching location, and the heart magic laboratory were all on the 8th floor of the main teaching building. As soon as they set foot on the 8th floor, they could feel all kinds of strong magic elements filling the corridor. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the reason for the strong magic elements was mainly due to the relief carvings on the walls. They were very simple magic array patterns. However, in the center of the magic array, there were different complex symbols that represented different elements of magic. Surrounded by these symbols, a magic gem appeared in the center of the array. Although it wasn't a top-quality gem, under the effect of the magic array, the gem's energy could be amplified to display the effect of condensing magic elements. Such a strong magic atmosphere, it was comparable to the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Guild. Nianbing sighed in his heart. Even in the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Guild, there weren't such relief carvings. It wasn't because of the difficulty of making the embossments, but because the guild simply didn't have the financial resources to purchase a large number of magic gemstones. Just like what Long Ling said, money was the biggest obstacle to the development of the Guild of Magic. Every time I come to this place, I feel a bit oppressed. But those mages seem to enjoy it a lot. Xianxia said with some dissatisfaction. Repressed? Realization dawned on Nianbing. She guessed that it was because the density of mana here was too high. People who weren't magicians would naturally feel oppressed under the pressure of the various magic elements. If they could practice magic here, it would indeed be very beneficial for magicians. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the magic department's third classroom, scaring Nianbing. Although the sound was very loud, it didn't cause any tremors. Idiot, how did you train your magic control? He couldn't even control bursting flames. Do you want to blow up everyone here? An angry roar sounded. The loud and clear voice was completely comparable to Xianxia's. Xianxia stopped in his tracks and whispered to Nianbing, I don't know which student is unlucky again. This voice belongs to the head of the magic department. He's known as the most powerful archmage in history. Whether or not you can enter the magic department depends on whether or not you can pass his test. The most powerful archmage in history? Isn't he a magister? No matter how strong a archmage is, they can't compare to a magister. Nianbing looked at Xianxia in confusion. Xianxia shrugged his broad shoulders. I don't know. Either. You'll have to ask him yourself. I don't understand magic. In any case, his title is recognized by the entire continent. He didn't call himself that. Who's making a ruckus outside and disturbing my class? Amidst the angry roar, a fist-sized fireball flew out of the window, drawing a beautiful arc as it accurately landed on Xianxia's head. The fireball's sudden arrival gave Xianxia a fright. He was just about to urge his doqi to block it when a ball of blue light blocked his path. Nianbing waved her right hand forward. The icicle staff in her hand carried a dense ice element as it touched the fist-sized fireball. Her entire body trembled slightly, and the fireball disappeared with a slight tremor. Nianbing was also shaken back a step. He had always boasted that his control over magic was far superior to his peers, but that fireball just now had several special characteristics that normal fireballs didn't have. It seemed to change according to the person's will. A first-level spell, when it came into contact with his icicle staff, actually produced a sticky and explosive effect. When it stuck to his staff, it suddenly exploded. Although its power was still a first-level spell, the instant it exploded, it split into 3 stages. The force of the explosion should have spread out in all directions, but it actually concentrated in one direction, causing the ice spell that he was so confident in to take a step back. It was also a first-level spell, but he was already at a disadvantage. If this had been a high-level spell, he was afraid that he would have had a hard time blocking it. Nianbing immediately put away his arrogance after he figured out the reason why he had been pushed back. Xianxia said loudly, Director He, it's me. Why did you attack without distinguishing between right and wrong? As he spoke, he pushed open the classroom door and looked inside unhappily. Xianxia's figure was really too tall. Standing behind him, Nianbing couldn't see anything. She only heard the voice from the classroom from before say, It's Little Purple. Who told you to sneak around and disturb my class? Can't you find me when I don't have class? You wait outside first. Wait until I'm done with class. Xianxia said, Sorry to disturb you. I'll wait outside for you. Finished speaking, he quickly left. As he left the classroom, Nianbing could faintly see that this was a very large classroom. There were at least 100 people sitting inside. It seemed that all the students of the magic department were inside. From Xianxia's attitude towards Director He, it could be seen that this director of the magic department had a very high position in the academy. Closing the classroom door, Xianxia turned around and smiled at Nianbing, saying, "Brother, so you really are a magician. Now we can only wait a bit." Director He's temper isn't too good. Nianbing smiled faintly, "It's fine. It doesn't matter. We'll just wait for a while." Qingming looked at Nianbing strangely, "What rank are you as a magician?" Nianbing said indifferently, "I don't know either. However, passing the magic department's exam shouldn't be a problem." "Brother Qingjian, I heard that the Huarong Empire and the Qilu Empire have joined forces to start a war against Holland. Do you know about this?" Qingjian nodded, saying, "I just heard about it yesterday. This time, the situation is very bad. Right now we can only hope that the reinforcements from the Ice Moon Empire will be of use. I really want to go to the battlefield and take a look. However, the dean doesn't allow non-graduates to participate in the war. I'm also a teacher, so I can't leave. Warriors should be thrown into battle in order to show their true worth. After teaching this batch of students, I will definitely join the Empire's strongest Silver Feather Knight Regiment and display my skills." At this point, his eyes revealed a look of desire. He was definitely a warmonger. Nianbing didn't ask any more questions. He wasn't interested in the war at all. The three of them waited silently at the door of the classroom. After a full hour, the magic bell rang, signaling the end of class. The door opened and the magic students filed out. Their clothes were different from the students of the other departments. They all wore the magic robes of a beginner magician, but the color was dark blue. Only their chests were embedded with magic gems of different elements. These gems showed the element of their magic. The students' expressions were very cold. Not a single one of them greeted the Qingjian siblings. They all headed in the other direction of the 8th floor. Walking at the very back was an old magician. He had a head full of white hair and a wrinkled face. He looked to be at least 70 or 80 years old. He was thin and small, and his dim yellow eyes looked at Nianbing and the others at the door. "Come in." The contrast between his loud and clear voice and his figure gave people a strange feeling. On the chest area of his red magic robe, there was a golden flame symbol. A fire element magician? "Director He, I brought you a new student. He just joined the cooking department and wants to take the magic department as an elective. Is that okay?" Qingjian said politely. "Elective magic? A chef also wants to learn magic?" Director He's dim yellow eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light as he stared at Nianbing. Nianbing didn't back down and looked him in the eye. Although he felt like he was being seen through, he forced himself to not look away. Director He's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. "Then let's try. Kid, were you the one who blocked my fireball technique?" Nianbing nodded and said, "Hello, Director He." Director He's gaze swept over the Qingjian siblings and said, "You two can leave. He can stay by himself." Qingjian smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you. Little sister, let's go." Qingming blinked her large purple eyes. What surprised everyone was that the cold arrogance on her face actually disappeared. Her warm smile seemed to be able to warm all coldness. She walked to Director He's side and took the initiative to hold his skinny arm. "Uncle He, I want to see your test on him. Is it okay? Please let me and my brother stay." Director He's face revealed a trace of a smile. "You little girl are really clingy. You don't study magic, so what's the use of seeing it?" Although he didn't agree, his tone had already softened a lot. "No, I just want to see. Uncle He, at worst I'll make you a delicious meal to compensate you. Don't you like to drink? Tonight I'll make some dishes to go with the wine for you." "Okay, if you want to see then go ahead." Director He somewhat helplessly looked at the beauty who was half a head taller than him. Nianbing said, "Director He, then how do you want to test me?" Director He glanced at the icicle staff in Nianbing's hand and said, "You're an ice magician. That's good. As long as you can use a second-rank magic to break my first-rank fire spell, then you pass." As he said that, he raised his withered left hand and a dark red flame rose up. It was indeed just an ordinary fire spell. Nianbing didn't think that this test was easy. The higher the level of a spell, the greater the difference between a high-tier spell and a low-tier spell. Although there was a difference between a Tier 2 spell and a Tier 1 spell, it couldn't compare to a high-tier spell. He had already tested the magic shooter's control over his spells. It definitely wasn't as easy as it seemed to be to use a Tier 2 ice spell to break through his Tier 1 fire spell. Without saying anything, Nianbing raised the icicle staff in her hand and observed her surroundings. She had already thought of a good method. The faint blue light gradually became brighter, and under the influence of a deep and rhythmic incantation, second-rank ice bullets continuously formed in front of Nianbing. She didn't rush to attack, but continued to condense ice bullets. "Kid, if you use Ice Bullet Rain, then it will be a third-rank spell," Director He reminded Nianbing said. Nianbing smiled faintly. "As long as I don't attack together, it won't be considered Ice Bullet Rain." At this time, dozens of ice bullets had already appeared in front of her. She pointed the icicle staff in her hand forward, and with a flash of light, an ice bullet suddenly flew towards the fire in Director He's hand. Director He calmly looked at Nianbing, and the fire in his hand suddenly shrank to a third of its original volume. Just as the ice bullet was about to hit, the fire from small to large, and with a puff, it expanded. However, the ice bullet didn't bounce off as expected. The ice bullet suddenly stopped a foot away from the fire, and when the fire expanded, the ice bullet suddenly exploded, turning into a mist of ice that enveloped the fire. Under the effect of the mist, the fire suddenly dimmed, and just as it was about to be extinguished, it suddenly contracted and released, forcibly pushing the mist away. Elastic fire. Your control of magic is truly admirable. Nianbing's eyes were filled with respect, and the second ice bullet flew out. Director He's eyes were also filled with surprise. Nianbing's control of the ice bullet spell had already exceeded his expectations. At this time, the second ice bullet had already arrived. Director He shrank the fire in his hand to the smallest extent, and didn't release it, using the same principle to deal with all changes. At this time, Nianbing displayed his precise control of magic. The ice bullet flying in the air paused 7 times, and then accelerated 7 times, constantly changing the direction and speed of its flight. Although it was only one ice bullet, it gave off a feeling of infinite change. The distance was getting closer and closer, and when the ice bullet suddenly accelerated and rushed to a meter in front of Director He, it suddenly underwent a huge change. The entire ice bullet was instantly compressed into an ice needle, and shot towards Director He's forehead at 3 times the speed of before, completely ignoring the fire in his hand. With a distance of 1 meter, there was very little room for Director He to dodge the ice needle. The strength of a magician's magic could only be seen in a crisis. A layer of pale yellow light enveloped Director He's face, turning his skin into an earthy yellow. However, this strange magic that suddenly appeared was not attacked by the ice needle. The moment the ice needle was about to hit Director He, it suddenly exploded, turning into a mist of ice that blocked his vision. Director He thought to himself that this was bad, but before he could react, his left hand shook, and the fireball had already disappeared in the perception of his spiritual power. The mist of ice dissipated, and Director He looked at Nianbing with shining eyes. "What a good diversion tactic. You've passed the test." Nianbing was currently staring blankly at Director He, his eyes filled with shock. Director He gave him a look, and he gradually returned to normal. He hurriedly bowed and said, "A second level against a first-level magician. This student won by luck." The change had happened very quickly. The siblings only saw Nianbing shoot out 3 ice bullets, and the fireball in Director He's hand was extinguished. Naturally, they, who did not understand magic, could not see the mystery behind it. Nianbing nodded and said, "Young man, what's your name?" Nianbing said, "I'm Nianbing." Director He said, "From today onwards, you're a student of the magic department." "I'm the head of the magic department, He Yi, a fire sorcerer. Since you're an elective, you should come to my classes often. Qingjian, Qingmeng, you two can leave first. I have something to say to this new student alone." Qingmeng was stunned. Just as she was about to say something, she felt the chill from He Ye's body. She knew there was no room for discussion this time. She could only let go of He Ye's hand and walk towards the door. When she passed by Nian Bing, she whispered to him, "Coward, I'll always be waiting for your challenge, whether it's cooking or martial arts." After saying this, she recalled her steps. She pulled her brother away. With a bang, the classroom door closed. Only Nian Bing and He Yi were left in the large magic classroom. They did not speak, only looked at each other. After a long while, He Yi spoke first. "You've already seen through it? I really didn't expect that a simple test would actually allow someone to figure out my background. Your ability to control magic has exceeded my expectations." Nian Bing smiled. "Director He, your magic also gave me a great shock. No wonder Brother Qingjian said you're the most powerful sorcerer. What's more, your dual-element magic is so harmonious." Yes, the reason why he was stunned before was because he discovered He Yi's secret. When He Yi was preparing to block the ice needles, he used ice magic, not fire magic. And the second-rank earth magic, 3-stone skin, could instantly make his skin as hard as stone. How could he be surprised that both fire and earth magic appeared on the same person at the same time? He Yi smiled indifferently. "The most powerful sorcerer, haha, the most powerful sorcerer, I can only be a sorcerer. Do you think dual-element magic is a happy thing?" Nian Bing smiled bitterly. "Of course not, otherwise I wouldn't be bothered." As he said this, he raised his hands at the same time. An ice ball and a fireball appeared in his palms. This time, it was He Yi's turn to be shocked. "You? Impossible? Ice, fire. Don't tell me you're..." Nian Bing sighed softly and said, "That's right, I'm also a dual-element mage. However, I'm not as lucky as you are. Fire and earth don't repel each other. Furthermore, one is the most powerful defensive magic, while the other is the most powerful offensive magic. When the two are used together, you can unleash your full potential. But my two magics have to be vigilant against each other at all times." He Yi was the first dual-element magician he met. The reason why he didn't hide his biggest secret was because he wanted to learn some secrets of dual-element magic from He Yi. He Yi's eyes flashed. After a long time, he said in a deep voice, "Which bastard is your teacher? Didn't he see that your body had two kinds of repents when you just started practicing magic? Dual cultivation of ice and fire is no longer a matter of increasing your strength, but it can ruin your life at any time." Nian Bing said, "Director He, this has nothing to do with my teacher. When I first started cultivating magic, I learned it from my father. I had always been learning fire magic there, but something happened to my father, so there was no one to guide me. I had no choice but to fumble around on my own for 8 years. During those 8 years, I accidentally learned ice magic. Although I realized that something was wrong with it, there was nothing I could do about it. My teacher also said that these two magics are very dangerous, but they can't threaten my life for the time being. You're also a dual-element magician. Don't you have a way to resolve the contradiction between ice and fire magic?" "Resolve? Resolve my ass," He Yi said in a bad mood. "Some superficial magicians think that dual-element magic is very powerful, but they're wrong. Dual-element magic restricts development. I've been immersed in magic for more than 60 years. With my talent, I should have reached the realm of Magus long ago. But because of my dual-element magic, I've always been stuck at the peak of the sorcerer realm. Do you know why? It's because there are some restrictions between earth and fire. It's this little restriction that affects my ability to reach the peak of the magic world. Although I can reach the level of an ordinary magus, under the effects of dual-element magic, I'll never be able to use magic above the 10th level. As long as a magus can release a forbidden spell of the 11th level, I won't be able to resist it. This is the sorrow of dual-element magic." At this point, his complex was already very agitated. Nian Bing looked at He Yi in disappointment. "Then, my ice and fire are of the same origin. It's even more impossible to resolve the restriction. They're mutually exclusive. If I continue to practice, the stronger my magic is, the more dangerous it will be." He Yi lowered his head and muttered to himself for a while before saying, "Nian Bing, tell me honestly. What level has your magic reached?" Nian Bing replied truthfully, "My magic has reached the level of a great magus. My magic control might be a bit stronger than a great magus." He Yi's eyes were filled with shock. A great magus? I wonder how you survived, so to speak. You must have some special method of controlling ice and fire magic. How did you do it? Nianbing did not hide anything, and told Linli about his cultivation process. He could tell that the dark mage in front of him was a mage who was even more stubborn than his teacher, Longji. Nianbing's understanding of magic would definitely be helpful to him. As a dual elemental mage, Nianbing would definitely understand Nianbing's difficulties better than Longji. Even if he could only provide her with a trace of a clue, she might be able to complete the fusion of ice and fire. Hei's eyes flashed as he listened to the recount. Rotation, it's actually rotation. Relying on the centrifugal force of rotation, the two extremes of magic can be intertwined but not infringe on each other. Adding on the adaptability of your own two types of magic to ice and fire, you've gained the ability to fuse ice and fire. Just as you imagined, once the rotation stops, your body definitely won't be able to withstand the two stabs and you'll definitely die. Who would have thought that brat Xianxia would actually give me such a treasure? You don't have to learn any cooking skills. From today onwards, no, from now onwards, we'll study the mysteries of dual-element magic together. As long as I can find a way to help you solve the fusion of ice and fire, I'll definitely be able to reach the level of an archmage. Listening to your cultivation method today has given me a lot of inspiration. It was the first time they met, but Hei acted as if he was seeing an old friend. He directly pulled Nianbing towards his own magus laboratory. 3 months passed. Zi Qingming would often feel irritable during this time, especially when she thought of that handsome face. Originally, she had been waiting for Nianbing to challenge her. She didn't believe that her jade curtain of condensation couldn't compare to Nianbing's brocade void. Although seeing the red silk that Nianbing had left behind in the culinary department was a big blow to her, she still felt that she had a chance of winning. However, this wait lasted for 3 months. Let alone a challenge, she didn't even see Nianbing's shadow. In these 3 months, Nianbing hadn't left the 8th floor of the main teaching building. Not to mention fulfilling his duties as a sour-taste teacher. As for the dark sorcerer, he hadn't come out of class since that day. All the classes were handed over to his humble teachers. According to the teachers of the magic department, the dark sorcerer was taking Nianbing to do some magic research. How could a low-level magus like him be so important to the dark sorcerer? If one were to ask who was the most arrogant in the academy, there was no need to ask, it was definitely the dark sorcerer. She really couldn't understand what kind of magical power this Nianbing had. Thinking of this, Zi Qingming's heart grew a trace of inexplicable anger. She slammed the counter in front of her, scaring the people around her. You guys look after the store, I'm going back to the academy. Leaving behind these words, she walked towards the backyard in annoyance. All along, teacher Hei had been a proud daughter of the Lanming Academy. Relying on her extraordinary talent, she had obtained great recognition from her teachers in both martial arts and culinary arts. She had even become a teacher of the culinary department. However, the appearance of Nianbing had shaken her confidence. She knew that before she defeated Nianbing, she wouldn't be happy. Hello, may I ask how to get to Lanming Academy? A soft and pleasant female voice sounded in Zi Qingming's ear. Zi Qingming subconsciously looked up and suddenly her tender body shook. What she saw was a stunning beauty wearing a blue shirt and pants. Her blue eyes were like the blue sky, her long pink hair like a waterfall, and her slender and well-proportioned body left a deep impression. Everything was so perfect, it was simply a perfect masterpiece of the heavens. Zi Qingming, who had always been proud of her appearance, actually felt a sense of inferiority when she saw her. Miss, I know how to get to Lanming Academy. How about I give you a free ride? An obscene voice sounded from the side. It was Xianxia, the one who had received a silver coin from Nianbing. His eyes were completely attracted by the blue-clothed beauty in front of him. His Adam's apple moved as if he was swallowing and spitting. The blue-clothed girl glanced at the seemingly sluggish Zi Qingming and said to Xianxia, "Then I'll have to trouble you. Please lead the way." Xianxia excitedly rubbed his hands. Just as he was about to leave with the blue-clothed beauty, Zi Qingming's cold voice suddenly sounded, "Xianxia, you don't want to stay in Lanming City anymore. Miss, I'll take you there." Only now did Lisan discover Zi Qingming's existence. He wanted to argue, but when he met Zi Qingming's cold eyes, he immediately lost his temper. He greedily glanced at the blue-clothed girl's beauty and then left dejectedly. Zi Qingming came to the blue-clothed beauty's side. She glanced at the red-sheathed sword in her hand and said, "Miss, you're going to Lanming Academy to learn martial arts, right?" "I'm also a student of the martial arts department." The blue-clothed beauty was stunned for a moment. She smiled and said, "You can say that. Then I'll have to trouble you to lead the way." Zi Qingming nodded and didn't say anything else. She led the way to Lanming Academy. The blue-clothed beauty's allure was too great. Wherever she went, 100% of people would turn their heads. Zi Qingming walking beside her could only serve as a foil. The blue-clothed beauty always had a faint smile on her face. Everyone who looked at her could clearly feel a pure and holy aura. They couldn't even think of profaning her. Zi Qingming's heart was extremely unbalanced. In Lanming Academy, she was considered one of the top beauties. When had she ever encountered such a situation? Now she felt as if she had become the blue-clothed beauty's maid. She secretly thought that no matter what, she couldn't let this girl enter Lanming Academy and surpass her. Now she could only hope that her martial arts weren't too high and that she wouldn't be able to pass the test. The two girls walked into Lanming Academy. When they reached the center of the huge field, the blue-clothed beauty suddenly stopped. Zi Qingming looked at her and said, "Why aren't you walking? If you want to enter our martial arts department, you need to pass the test." The blue-clothed beauty shook her head and said, "I'm not Lai Pian. I heard that Lanming Academy's martial arts department is one of the best schools on the continent. I want to challenge your academy's teachers." "Challenge?" Zi Qingming confirmed that she didn't hear wrongly. She frowned and said, "You want to challenge our academy's teachers?" The blue-clothed beauty nodded. She inserted the long sword in her hand into the ground. She raised her head and let her pink hair fall behind her. A light breeze blew, bringing with it a faint fragrance. She took out a blue ribbon from her bosom and tied her hair. She looked even more heroic. "I'll have to trouble you. Can you please call your academy's teachers out?" Zi Qingming's face darkened. Over the years, there had been no lack of people who boasted of their excellence who came to challenge her, but in the end, they could only return empty-handed. This beauty who completely suppressed her in terms of appearance was actually here to challenge her. "If you want to challenge a teacher of the Martial Arts Academy, then you will have to go through me first." With a wave of her hand, she took out a short blade that was only a foot long. Her figure suddenly floated back and looked at the blue-haired beauty in front of her from 30 feet away. The short blade was unsheathed, bringing out a misty blue light. Under the pressure of the Do Qi, it emitted a dazzling blade qi. The blue-haired beauty smiled slightly and said, "Do you want to accept my challenge? Although your Do Qi isn't weak, you are still not my opponent. Call your teacher. You brought me here, so I owe you a favor." "I don't want to fight with you." Zi Qingming coldly said, "You don't owe me anything. Since you are here to challenge me, then you will have to go through me first." She lightly waved the short blade in her hand. The misty blue blade brought out a hazy luster. The blade emitted a cold air in all directions. Her body was already covered by a layer of blue Do Qi, showing the strength of a sword master. The confrontation between the two beauties immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding students. In a moment, hundreds of students from the Lanming Academy surrounded them. Looking at the two beauties, some of the smarter students had already gone to the school building to report to the teachers of the Martial Arts Academy. The blue-haired beauty pulled out the sword from the ground. She lightly smiled and said, "Since it is like this, then you can make your move. If you lose, then your teacher will naturally come out." Zi Qingming coldly snorted. Her feet slid forward 1 foot. The short blade in her hand seemed to come alive, gently waving in her hand. It was like a ball of blue light, tightly locking onto her opponent. Her feet crisscrossed in small steps without any pattern. Her graceful figure was like a dance, approaching the blue-haired beauty from all directions. The blue-haired beauty stood there with a smile on her face. She didn't even unsheath her long sword, waiting in silence. All the cyan figures suddenly converged, and the dense cyan light burst out in an instant. The cyan light ball transformed into countless saber shadows that enveloped her body. The blue-haired beauty didn't move her feet. With a slight shake of her wrist, a dark red light brought with it a burning hot current as she lifted the sheathed longsword. Her battle chi didn't come out of her body like Zi Qingming did. Instead, it was completely condensed on the sheath without any fancy movements. The scabbard thrust forward in a thrusting posture, straight towards the center of Zi Qingming's saber shadow. Condense! Zi Qingming shouted. A strange scene appeared. The originally chaotic cyan saber shadow suddenly converged in the middle and disappeared. Dozens of sabers converged into one. With a soft clink, the short blade accurately cut the front of the scabbard. At this moment, the green light completely disappeared. One could see that the short blade in Zi Qingming's hand was completely made of green metal. The hilt of the saber was about 5 inches long, and the body of the saber was 8 inches long. The tip of the saber was slightly tilted, and under the sunlight, it flashed with a faint cold light. The pause only lasted for a moment before Zi Qingming let out a muffled groan and was forced back 5 steps before she could stabilize herself. At this time, the blue-haired beauty returned to her original posture, as if she hadn't moved at all. Good saber skills. You reasonably used the speed of the saber to make up for the lack of battle chi in your body. Unfortunately, you have a good set of saber skills, but your battle chi has just entered the realm of a sword master. You can't display the full power of your saber skills. I already said that you are not my opponent. Call your master out. Zi Qingming's complexion was like the short blade in her hand. The blood in her body was churning, and a burning hot aura was constantly emitting from her saber. She didn't dare to open her mouth, for fear of losing her battle chi and being attacked by her opponent's fire attribute battle chi. What are you doing surrounded by so many people? Hey, little Meng, what happened to you? As soon as Zi Qingjian's tall figure appeared, the students immediately opened up a path for him. He strode to Zi Qingming's side. When he saw the blue-haired beauty, Zi Qingjian was stunned. He clearly felt that his heart was beating faster and faster. He was 27 years old this year, and for the first time in 27 years, his heart was beating faster because of a woman. He couldn't believe that the woman in front of him was even more beautiful than his sister. Standing there, her body naturally exuded an aura like a mountain. That kind of unshakable feeling left a very deep impression on him. The smile on her face was so gentle, and her blue eyes were so clear. Brother. Zi Qingming's voice was a bit hoarse. Her call made Zi Qingjian come back to his senses. He realized that something was wrong with his sister. He put his hand on her shoulder and transferred his battle chi into her body. Zi Qingming's complexion improved a bit, and the short blade in her hand also regained its luster. Little sister, what happened? Zi Qingjian asked curiously. Zi Qingming's eyes revealed a trace of hatred. Brother, she came to challenge you. You must defeat her. Zi Qingjian looked at the blue-haired beauty in astonishment. You came to challenge me? Did you injure my sister? The blue-haired beauty smiled faintly. No, I didn't injure her. I only suppressed the battle chi in her body. If your strength is about the same as hers, then please call your teacher. Hearing the blue-haired beauty's moving voice, Zi Qingjian only felt his face heat up. I am a teacher of the academy. His voice was not as loud as usual. The blue-haired beauty's eyes lit up. She raised the long sword in her hand and said, then please make your move. Weapon or barehanded, it's up to you. Zi Qingjian coughed and stabilized his mind. Weapons have no eyes. Let's do it barehanded. My hands are heavy, so you must be careful. The blue-haired beauty smiled faintly. Is that so? Then I'd like to see it for myself. With a flick of her wrist, the sheathed sword was inserted into the ground without making any sound. Nearly half of it was buried in the ground. She took a step forward and her expression changed. The gentle smile disappeared and was replaced with a calm expression. She stood with her feet in a T-shape and her palms like knives, one in front and one behind her to protect her chest. Zi Qingjian had been a martial arts fanatic since childhood. Feeling his opponent's aura as steady as a mountain, the beauty no longer existed in his eyes. His right foot took a step forward and the bones in his body crackled. Violent blue battle chi scattered in all directions. Around his body, it was as if a whirlpool of walls had appeared. He was indeed a freak to be able to cultivate his wind attribute battle chi, which was known for its agility and speed, to such a violent realm. In the main teaching building, two people, one old and one young, walked out from the main door. Hai stretched. Old, really old. It's only been 3 months and my body can't take it anymore. The two people who walked out of the teaching building were Nianbing and Hai, who had been bitterly studying magic. Their faces were pale, as if they hadn't seen the sun for a long time. Nianbing smiled. Teacher, don't say that. With your spiritual power, how can you feel tired? He had gained a lot in the past 3 months. Because he realized the importance of the basics, he didn't study magic arrays anymore. Instead, when he was studying dual elemental magic with Evernight, he would immerse himself in meditation whenever he had the time. He would spend at least 15 to 16 hours a day meditating. In the past 3 months, he had learned a lot from Evernight, especially the application of dual elemental magic. Hai's knowledge of magic was extremely profound. Even Longji couldn't compare. Breathing in the fresh air of the field, he could clearly feel that he had become stronger. Hai let out a soft cry of surprise. What's going on over there? Why are there so many people around? The atmosphere isn't right. Little Nianbing, let's go take a look. Nianbing smiled. Teacher, don't you hate crowds the most? I remember you saying yesterday that being alone is the most peaceful. Only in a state of tranquility and inaction can magic be improved better. Hai glared at Nianbing. You little brat, you can adapt to anything. It would be strange if you don't develop a solitary character if you're always alone. His words seemed to be reproaching, but the pampering in them was extremely obvious. In the past 3 months, Nianbing's magic power had increased significantly. Similarly, Hai had also gained a deeper understanding of dual-element magic under Nianbing's various novel ideas. He faintly felt that the problem he had been unable to solve for so long had a breakthrough. What he needed now was an instant enlightenment. He was only a step away from breaking through to the realm of a magic shooter. A dual-element mage could be said to be 1 in 10,000. Nianbing's talent and intelligence were greatly appreciated by Hai. He had already regarded Nianbing as his direct disciple. Nianbing smiled. Master, you've worked hard these days. This disciple doesn't have anything to repay you. Let's go to the cooking department later. I'll make you a good meal. Hai's eyes lit up and he smiled. I forgot that you're a student of the cooking department. It's fine, didn't you only delay for 3 months? I'll tell that old pervert Xianxia. A yellow light shone from Hai's body. He rubbed his hands lightly on the ground, and earth elements quickly condensed. The ground of the field suddenly protruded, bringing him and Nianbing up 3 meters before stopping. Teacher, although you're a magic shooter, you can even cast a level 3 spell instantly. You're really amazing. Nianbing half-truthfully flattered Hai. When his gaze fell on the field surrounded by students, his body couldn't help but tremble. Why is it her? Hai also saw the scene in the center of the field from above. What a beautiful little girl. You know her? Nianbing nodded. Yes, she's my friend. The blue-clothed beauty was none other than Feng Nu, whom he hadn't seen for several months. Why was she here? Could it be that she was looking for him like Xuejing? That was impossible. Feng Nu couldn't have known his whereabouts. He continued to watch with a doubtful heart. At this time, Feng Nu and Xianxia made their move. Xianxia took half a step forward with his left foot and drew an arc in front of his chest with his right hand. He slowly retreated towards Feng Nu. Green aura condensed and didn't disperse. With a low shout, the aura actually condensed into a green ball of light and suddenly exploded towards Feng Nu. Seeing this, Nianbing's heart couldn't help but tighten. However, the distance was too far. No matter what, he wouldn't be able to save Feng Nu in time. The Phoenix girl suddenly made a strange gesture. She raised her right palm and her 4 fingers naturally drooped down. Her palm and forearm were at a 90-degree angle. In an instant, her right hand turned completely fiery red. Seeing the green dochi ball in front of her, she didn't even try to dodge. Instead, she slapped her palm down. The moment the red light in her hand collided with the green dochi ball, a deafening explosion was heard. After the fire dochi and the wind dochi collided, a huge shockwave was produced. The shockwave spread out in all directions in a circular arc immediately. The surrounding students fell to the ground. Fortunately, they were only affected by the shockwave and only suffered minor injuries. The curious students finally sensed the danger and all retreated. This allowed the space around Fengnu and Xianxia to expand greatly. Hai saw this scene and said with some surprise, Trader Qing's aura is improving really quickly. But that girl's aura seems a bit strange. She was able to neutralize Xianxia's aura without spitting it out. The shockwave created by the aura disappeared. Fengnu stood in her original position without moving. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. He stood a meter away from the attack, leaving 2 deep marks on the ground. It was obvious that he couldn't neutralize the shockwave and was knocked away from his original position. Fengnu smiled slightly. Not bad. Your aura is very thick, but it's still lacking. If you don't have any more powerful abilities, go find another teacher, or even your dean. Xianxia's expression became serious. He knew that he represented the dignity of the academy. He couldn't lose so easily. Take another move from me. Enveloped by the green duki, the purple purity sword soared into the air. His duki reached its peak in an instant. His hands formed the shape of claws, and he leapt at the phoenix girl like a hungry eagle pouncing on its prey. He shouted, "Take my life-tearing heavy eagle hand." In order to win, he finally used his ultimate technique. Fengnu's expression became more serious. Her feet touched the ground, and she rushed towards Xianxia. Her hands moved rhythmically like wings. The red aura dyed her entire body red. Her hands strangely rose up, directly blocking Xianxia's heavy eagle hand. Nianbing couldn't hold back any longer. He tore open a blizzard scroll and rushed towards the two in the air. He had heard Cha-Cha-Ji say that the heavy eagle hand could be used at will. When used at full force, it could easily tear apart an elephant's body. At this moment, he suddenly realized how important the phoenix girl was to him. Even if he had to disregard everything, he would still save her. Did Fengnu really need him to save her? Even though Nianbing's movements were already very fast, there was no way he could make it in time. The strange red color of his hand gently imprinted itself onto the domineering heavy eagle claw. A loud phoenix cry was emitted from the phoenix maiden's mouth. The two of them clashed for a moment before separating. Their hands collided over 100 times in the air in an instant. The phoenix maiden returned to the ground at the same speed, while the purple purity sword was knocked flying. Nianbing had just arrived at this moment. He instinctively caught Xianxia in midair and used the blizzard scroll to bring him to the ground. He could clearly feel Xianxia's breathing become abnormally rapid. His large, bony hands, which seemed extremely strong, were actually trembling slightly. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Fengnu had won? After floating to the ground, Fengnu also discovered Nianbing. She looked at him in surprise. "Why are you here too?" Nianbing was immediately sure that Fengnu wasn't here to find him. Xianxia landed on the ground. He looked at Fengnu and said sincerely, "I lost. Thank you for showing mercy." Previously, when the two had fought in midair, Fengnu's douqi had completely suppressed him. She had at least 3 chances to slit his throat. Others may not have seen it clearly, but how could he not have known? Fengnu smiled slightly and said, "The strength of your heavy eagle hand is really great. It made up for the lack of douqi. It's a pity that the difference between your douqi and mine is too great. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have had the confidence to win against you." Lanming Academy is indeed a place with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Nianbing stood between the two. "Fengnu, why did you fight with Qingjian Dage? She's here to challenge." Ziqingming's cold voice sounded. When she discovered that Nianbing and Fengnu knew each other, she couldn't help but feel a burst of irritation in her heart. "Challenge? Fengnu, you." Nianbing looked at her with experience. Fengnu smiled and said, "Can't I challenge? If I want to improve my martial skills, the best way is to fight. That's why I'm here." "Nianbing, what about you?" Nianbing said, "I'm here to learn cooking and magic. You've already fought with Qingjian Dage, so don't challenge him again. There's no need to harm our friendship." Fengnu's eyes flashed and said, "Nianbing, I hope you won't interfere in my matters." Before I lose, I will continue to challenge. Nianbing frowned. He felt Feng Nu's persistence. At this moment, he really didn't know which side he should stand on. Ziqingmei ridiculed, "Aren't you a magician? You're also a member of the academy. You have the obligation to help the academy welcome external challenges. If you have the ability, then defeat her." Feng Nu looked at Nianbing with interest and said with a smile, "Will you fight with me?" Nianbing was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes flashed. She said, "All right, then I'll accept your challenge on behalf of the academy. Although I'm not a warrior, I still have the obligation." Feng Nu said with surprise, "You really want to fight with me?" Nianbing smiled and said, "Can't I? I didn't expect your martial skills to be so strong. Even Qingjian age lost. However, I still want to try." Feng Nu also smiled. "I already understand Nianbing's intention." She shook her head gently, I won't be merciful." Nianbing turned and said to Ziqingjian and Ziqingjian, "Step back. I'll accept her challenge on behalf of the academy." Ziqingjian said, "But, aren't you her friend?" Nianbing smiled and said, "Friends can also exchange pointers. Step back." She turned to face Feng Nu and her right hand flashed twice. Sigh of the frozen goddess and roar of the fire god appeared in her hand. Feng Nu pulled out parting heaven and pointed at Nianbing. "Make your move." Nianbing's gaze sharpened, and a focused look appeared in his eyes. "Phoenix girl, you're the first opponent that I've used the ice and fire homology technique with all my strength. My attacks are all-pervasive." Feng Nu smiled and said, "A warrior's speed is the greatest threat to a magician. Let's see how you deal with my attacks. Be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, her body floated up as if she were flying. In a flash, she appeared in front of Nianbing and pointed her scabbard at his shoulder. Nianbing didn't move. Just as the scabbard was about to hit his body, he suddenly raised his morning dew dagger. Was he going to use his dagger to block parting heaven? Of course not. Even Ziqingjian's heavy eagle claw couldn't deal with Feng Nu's duki. How could he possibly block Feng Nu's sword? The morning dew dagger emitted a greenish-blue light and swung towards Feng Nu's wrist at an extremely fast speed. He didn't seem to care about the scabbard at all. Even 100 Nianbings couldn't break the Phoenix Lady's do qi, but the morning dew dagger could. The morning dew dagger, known as the Sigh of the Snow Goddess, was the nemesis of the Phoenix Lady's do qi. If it could break her fire attribute do qi, the Phoenix Lady wouldn't dare to let the dagger hit her. However, parting heaven was very long. She had absolute confidence that she could hit Nianbing first and then dodge her dagger. Therefore, she didn't release her duki and continued to hit him. At this moment, Nianbing smiled. Just as the scabbard was about to hit his body, an ice wall suddenly appeared between him and Feng Nu. The morning dew dagger in his hand slashed forward without any fanciful movements, changing dozens of positions in an instant and slashing towards Feng Nu's arm with a chilling aura. At this moment, if Feng Nu released her duki, the fourth-rank ice wall definitely wouldn't be able to block it. However, Nianbing's morning dew dagger would also cut her arm, so she didn't have the time to release her duki. Helpless, she could only turn around to save herself. The parting heaven sword in her hand flipped and blocked Nianbing's morning dew dagger. Nianbing didn't have duki. If he met force with force, not only would the morning dew dagger be sent flying, even he himself would be thrown up. However, even though he didn't have duki, the speed of his attack was incomparable to Feng Nu's. His attack was fast, so was his retraction. At the same time that Feng Nu turned around to save herself, he had already retracted his dagger. The ice wall instantly enlarged, blocking Feng Nu's path of advance. Meanwhile, he quickly retreated a few steps and used a steady voice to chant the magic he needed the most. "Great Ice Goddess, please lend me your fury and send us to the lost shore, blizzard." Under the sigh of the ice goddess, a blizzard quickly appeared in front of Nianbing. However, no matter how fast the magic was formed, it couldn't be faster than a warrior's movements. The ice wall was already completely shattered when the blizzard was halfway formed. Nianbing didn't panic. The sigh of the ice goddess and the roar of the fire god pointed forward at the same time. A fireball and an ice ball flew out at the same time, blocking Feng Nu's body. Feng Nu lightly waved the scabbard in her hand, and 2 red lights floated out to meet the magic attacking her. Her forward speed didn't decrease in the slightest. At this moment, the 2 magic spells that were originally moving forward suddenly stopped, and in a flash, they flew horizontally and collided with each other. The moment they collided was also the moment when Feng Nu rushed forward. In the violent explosion, Feng Nu's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. Her red duki suddenly burst forth, completely blocking the power of the explosive flames. However, under her carelessness, the 2 extremes of ice and fire still gave her quite a bit of trouble, causing her to lose the opportunity to chase after Nianbing. In the distance, the Dark Knight sorcerer sighed in admiration. Good ice and fire are of the same origin. The blizzard carried Nianbing's body and flew up. When the magicians flew, the situation was not so favorable for the warriors. Of course, without the strength of a great magician or above, it was not easy to fly, especially for fire and earth magicians. It was simply impossible for them to fly. Floating in the air, Nianbing looked at Feng Nu, who had stopped in her tracks. She smiled and said, "Do you still want to continue? How about we call it a draw?" Feng Nu unhappily said, "You wish. You think you can beat me like this? If I remember correctly, the blizzard can't fly too high, and it can't last for too long." Hearing her say so, Nianbing smiled and said, "Since it's like this, then please receive my attack." Rank 1 fireballs and ice balls covered the sky as they flew down with the 2 peerless blades used as magic staffs. Feng Nu snorted and finally unsheathed Parting Heaven godly sword. The fiery red light suddenly increased greatly. Under the urging of Do Qi, it actually brought out a red light that was 1 zhang long. Wherever the fire light passed, no matter if it was a spell of the same origin of ice or fire, it didn't have time to explode. Not a single spell could escape the fiery red light curtain. No matter how strong the origin of ice or fire was, it was impossible to rely on a rank 1 spell to defeat a powerful warrior like Feng Nu. Seeing the powerful sword light, the Z siblings couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Such a violent Do Qi, coupled with the flashing red light of the longsword, wasn't something they could resist. This was Feng Nu's true strength. Zi Qingmei whispered to her brother, "Is she a martial artist?" Zi Qingmei nodded and said, "Not only is she a martial artist, but she's a martial artist close to swordsman. I really don't know how she trained at such a young age." Nianbing bitterly smiled at Feng Nu in the air. His attack had already stopped. Should he use a powerful spell to attack? Nianbing didn't want to. What if he hurt Feng Nu? But she was already riding a tiger and couldn't get off. Feng Nu clearly didn't want to find a way out. What should she do now? Feng Nu looked at Nianbing and slowly raised Parting Heaven's sword in her hand. "Nianbing, don't hold back. Let me see how strong your magic is." Just as Nianbing was hesitating whether or not to continue this battle, an old voice sounded, "Nianbing, come down. I think this lady came to Lanming to find me." At this time, the field was already surrounded by thousands of students, but this old voice still clearly traveled to everyone's ears. Looking down, Nianbing saw the crowd retreat to the sides like a tide. A tall old man with a hunched back slowly walked into the circle. He recognized this old man. It was the old man who had reminded him of the importance of the basics 3 months ago. "Dean, Dean." Respectful voices continuously sounded. The old man smiled and gestured to the surrounding students. When he walked into the circle, the Zi Qingming siblings lowered their heads. "Father." Nianbing almost fell from the sky. He never would have thought that the old man who had swept the floor was the Zi Qingming siblings' father. He was also the dean of the martial arts department and the dean of Lanming Academy. The old man faced Feng Nu, who was holding Parting Heaven's sword, and smiled. "Little girl, I was right. Your elders must have asked you to find a blade called Purple Dream. I am Purple Dream." The Phoenix girl put the Parting Heaven sword behind her back and nodded to Zi Meng. She said, "Hello, Mr. Dean. I am here to exchange pointers with you." Purple Dream smiled faintly and said, "Why won't those elders of yours let go of me, these old bones? Since that's the case, then please." Feng Nu glanced at Nianbing, who had already landed on the ground. His expression suddenly became serious. The red Do Qi continued to rise, making his body look like a ball of fire. At this time, the ground suddenly shook. The ground around Feng Nu and Purple Dream suddenly protruded from the ground. The surrounding students could only watch as the ground lifted off the ground until it reached 10 feet. Purple Dream's gaze drifted towards the school building. "Thank you, old friend." Only Nianbing's new teacher, Dark Knight, was able to use earth magic to such an astounding level. Dark Knight's voice came from afar. "Old Purple, don't embarrass yourself." Unknowingly, Zixiu had already come to his side and was looking at them from afar. Purple Dream didn't say anything. He made a gesture to Feng Nu. Feng Nu's expression didn't change because of the change in the ground. The 9 abandonment doqi on her body burned even more fiercely. She slowly raised the parting heaven sword. Suddenly, she moved. The long sword in her hand instantly swung forward and slashed out a red light blade that went straight for Purple Dream. Her body followed the sword as she rushed towards Purple Dream. The moment she left her original position, the red doqi around her suddenly changed, turning into a faint silver. Because she was so fast, she left behind a string of afterimages in the air. Nianbing didn't understand martial arts, but she heard Xianxia exclaim in a low voice, "It really is Swordsman Saint Doqi." Although she barely reached it, she has already taken one step into Swordsman's door. The same silver light came from Purple Dream's body. The silver light on his body was much thicker than that of Feng Nu's. It blocked Feng Nu's attack very naturally. There was no explosion. The silver light suddenly expanded under Feng Nu's lightning-fast movements. It was very difficult to see their battle from the outside. Nianbing asked Xianxia in a low voice, "Brother Xianxia, what is Saint Doqi?" Xianxia explained, "Saint Doqi can be said to be the highest realm that warriors pursue. No matter what attribute the doqi is, as long as it reaches the Saint Doqi realm, its color will turn silver. This is the symbol of swordsman. Other than the legendary golden god doqi of divine masters, Saint Doqi is the strongest. 15 years ago, my father reached the swordsman realm at the age of 47. He was known as the youngest swordsman. Since then, Lanming Academy's name has shaken the continent. Together with the other 6 swordsmen, they are known as the 7 sages of the continent. But this girl looks to be around 20 years old, and she has already entered the swordsman realm. It is really hard to believe. Swordsman? Swordsman and Magister were at the same level. Hearing Xianxia's words, Nianbing was also stunned. He himself had not yet entered the Magister realm, but Feng Nu was already close to swordsman, who was equivalent to a Magister. Saint Doqi, what a joke. He had even wanted to find an excuse to stop her from continuing the challenge. This only showed that he had overestimated himself. With her doqi cultivation, even if there was a blizzard, he would not be able to dodge her attacks. While his thoughts were running wild, the 2 people on the platform were already having a great time fighting. When Nianbing raised his head again, he discovered that the 2 people on the platform had already disappeared. Just as he was about to ask, he heard 2 sharp sounds, which seemed to be produced by doqi cutting through the air. 2 figures floated to the sides of the platform. Purple Dream was still as calm as ever, but Feng Nu's face was somewhat pale. The doqi on her body had returned to the color of flames. It seemed that her clothes and pink hair were somewhat disheveled. Her full chest was undulating as she looked at Purple Dream. Silence, the entire field had become abnormally silent. "I lost." Feng Nu's voice was very calm. Purple Dream smiled and said, "Although I have the upper hand, the outcome has not been decided yet. You had the chance to destroy both of us." Feng Nu shook her head and said, "No, I used the parting heaven godly sword to force a tie. If you had a weapon in hand, I would have lost long ago, not to mention the chance to take you down with me. I will come again." Zimeng smiled and said, "You don't have to come again. In 10 years, your martial arts will definitely surpass mine. Your seniors have finally succeeded in cultivating the Xiantian 9 separations body. However, your weakness is that you can't balance the qi in your doqi. If you can keep your doqi in check, even if I have a weapon in my hand, it won't be easy to beat you. When you go back, you can tell them that I lost the bet that year. If there is a chance, tell them to come find me for a drink. I will let Zixiu personally cook. It has been many years. How are their bodies?" Feng Nu's eyes were filled with respect. The elders are still in good health. Thank you for your guidance and for fighting with you. Feng Nu has benefited a lot. Purple Dream smiled and said, if you are willing, you can stay in the academy and cultivate for a while. Maybe I can teach you something. Feng Nu's eyes flashed. She shook her head and said, thank you for your kindness, but I still have other things to do. I must leave as soon as possible. Purple Dream said, all right then. Remember to relay my words to your seniors. Feng Nu nodded and jumped down from the earthen platform. Her figure flashed. The magic aura on the platform suddenly thickened. Nian Bing had already flown up. Feng Nu, can you wait for a while before leaving? Feng Nu was stunned. Nian Bing smiled. He said, I haven't seen you for several months, I want to cook a meal for you. A meal won't take up too much of your time. Feng Nu also smiled. All right. I haven't eaten delicious food for many days. Seeing Nian Bing again, she was also happy. However, this time she had fully displayed her strength in front of Nian Bing. She was originally afraid that Nian Bing would hold a grudge. But now it seemed that he didn't have any dissatisfaction. Nian Bing turned her gaze to Purple Dream and said respectfully, Dean, thank you for your guidance. It has benefited me greatly. Today I have something to trouble you with. Purple Dream smiled and said, young man, your magic has reached such a level at such a young age. Moreover, you are a magician of the same origin of ice and fire. Your future is limitless. If you have something to ask, just say it. Nian Bing's eyes shone brightly. He said in a deep voice, I want to ask you to host a competition. I also want to challenge. Challenge? Purple Dream was stunned. Who do you want to challenge? Nian Bing smiled indifferently. He said, I want to challenge the dean of the cooking department, senior camel chef Xianxia. I hope you can agree. Purple Dream smiled and said, I heard from Xianxia that you are the successor of the ghost chef. However, even if you defeat Xianxia, what's the point? Why don't you just compare notes with each other? There's no need to make the challenge so serious. Nian Bing shook his head and said, no, this is very important to me. Senior Xianxia said that as long as I can defeat him, he will tell me something. Purple Dream's eyes revealed a look of surprise. Camel Chef Xianxia had already reached the platform with a few leaps. Young man, you really want to challenge me? I once said that you must defeat my 2 disciples before you have the right to challenge me. Nian Bing said indifferently, Senior Xianxia, I don't think you need to go through so much trouble. With my cooking skills, Brother Qingjian and Miss Qingming can't defeat me. I still have this much confidence. Xianxia laughed and said, then where does your confidence come from? Nian Bing looked up at him and said calmly, magic. Magic? Xianxia looked at Nian Bing in surprise. Nian Bing nodded and repeated, yes, it is magic. Xianxia fell into deep thought and said after a while, so, the reason you know magic is because you want to integrate it into your cooking. That old man Cha Ji really rose from where he fell. Nian Bing said, now I should have the qualifications to challenge you. Using magic in cooking is my biggest advantage. I may not be as good as you in terms of cooking skills, but I have enough confidence in myself. Camel Chef Xianxia turned to Zimeng and said, Big brother, you approve his challenge. I want to see how much he has learned from Cha Ji. Nian Bing, I will wait for you at the Academy Hotel. As soon as he finished speaking, he floated up and instantly accelerated while wrapped in blue dough chi. He flew over the heads of the students and disappeared after a few jumps. Although he didn't have the strength of his brother Zimeng, the swordsman, his martial skills had reached the boundary of a martial artist's realm. Zimeng looked deeply at Nian Bing and suddenly smiled. I haven't seen little brother show so serious in a long time. Young man, you have to work hard. I also want to taste the delicacies brought about by magic. Old Black, you come too. Miss Feng, please. Nian Bing, Zimeng, Feng Nu, Qingjian, and Heiyi left the academy and came to the hotel where Li San had brought Nian Bing. Although the students also wanted to see this fierce battle, the hotel was only so big. Moreover, Zimeng had given strict orders that no one was allowed to skip class. They could only watch and sigh. With a faint smile, Nian Bing calmed down. It was Feng Nu's challenge to Zimeng that ignited his competitive spirit. He was very clear that although Feng Nu came to challenge Zimeng, she definitely knew that she wasn't a match for a swordsman like Zimeng. However, she still didn't back down and used all of her strength to challenge Zimeng. Since he had challenged Xiao, he had a chance of winning. Why wait? He had already wasted a lot of time in the academy. The time for the new magician competition was getting closer and closer. In these 3 months, he had finally found some secrets to the true fusion of ice and fire. As long as he went to Aolan City and completed Luo Ro's task, he could find a place to cultivate in peace. A place like the academy was not suitable for him. It was still not suitable for him. He was used to living a free life, so any restrictions would make him feel awkward. Thus, Nian Bing chose this time to challenge Xiao in front of Principal Zimeng. When they arrived at the restaurant, Xiao had already changed into a chef's robe. Seeing Nian Bing's arrival, he said, "Kid, choose a martial arts competition, lest you say that I'm bullying you." Nian Bing smiled and said, "In war, there is a saying that goes, quality is more important than quantity. Our culinary skills can also be used. I'll compete with you in a dish that I'm best at. Then, I'll invite everyone here to judge and decide the winner. I hope you don't forget what you said before. If I win, you have to tell me who my master's enemy is." Xiao snorted and said, "Kid, you're very confident. When I became famous, who knows where you were?" Nian Bing smiled. She said, "Senior Xiao, are you afraid?" Xiao's heart shook. That's right, looking at this confident kid in front of him, why did his confidence disappear? A light flashed in his eyes, and his lost aura reappeared. "I'll give you an hour to choose the ingredients you need. After an hour, we'll decide the winner. I'd like to see how you'll use all the skills your master taught you in a dish." Nian Bing nodded and said, "All right, this junior would also like to experience the hunchback god of cooking skills." Feng Nu walked to Nian Nu's side and said with a smile, "Is there anything you need my help with?" Nian Bing shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. Just wait and eat. After leaving my master, I haven't cooked with all my strength. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my ice and fire feast. I'm sure I'll win." Xiao said, "Nian Bing, I won't take advantage of you. Little Meng, you'll be in charge of preparing the ingredients for me. Qingjian, you'll help Nian Bing. No matter what he needs, as long as it can be bought in the city, satisfy him." Qingjian came to Nian Bing's side. "Brother, what ingredients do you need?" Nian Bing smiled and asked him to find a pen and paper. She carefully wrote down what she needed and handed it to Qingjian. Qingjian gave it a cursory glance and immediately went to prepare it. Purple Dream and Xiao went to the side to chat, while Black Knight sat there with his eyes closed. It was unknown whether he was meditating or dozing off. It was currently afternoon, and there weren't many guests at lunch. A peak showdown of the culinary world was about to begin. "Feng Nu, didn't you go to the Longmu Empire? Why did you come here to challenge Headmaster Purple Dream?" Nian Bing asked in a low voice. Feng Nu glanced at him and said, "I've finished my business there, so I'm also traveling the continent, challenging experts to perfect my skills. What about you? Why are you here?" Nian Bing said, "I originally wanted to go to Alan City, but I heard that the Ottoman Empire was at war with the Huaxing and Qilu empires, so I came here first. I haven't seen you for a few months, and you seem to have become even prettier." Seeing the smile on Nian Bing's face, Feng Nu blushed slightly. "When did you learn to be so glib? The war ended a month ago, and the empires were simply bluffing. However, it's said that the Ottoman Empire suffered heavy losses this time. Dozens of cities were plundered, and in the end, the Ice Moon Empire's Ice God Magician Legion and the Ice Moon Empire's Trump Card Knights arrived to resolve the war. The Ottoman Empire wanted to retaliate, but the Huaxing and Qilu empires retreated to their own borders and set up heavy defenses. Because the cities at the borders were plundered, the Ottoman Empire's resources couldn't keep up, and the Ice Moon Empire was also on an expedition, so they could only leave the matter unsettled. However, this war seems to indicate that the continent won't be peaceful again." Nian Bing said with some doubt, "Then what about the Longmu Empire? Didn't they participate in the war?" "From what I heard, the Longmu Empire has always been at odds with the Huarong Empire. The two empires share a border, so why not take advantage of such a good opportunity? If the three empires combined their strength, they might be able to defeat the Huarong Empire and Qilu Empire. Feng Nu's eyes flashed. How could it be that easy? The Huarong Empire's strength is much stronger than we imagined. They have countless experts. Although this time they launched an attack against the Ottoman Empire, their Order of the Flaming Lion has always been guarding the border with the Longmu Empire. The Longmu Empire once tried to attack them, and even caused the Longmu Empire to suffer quite a bit. Fortunately, the war has temporarily stopped, and there shouldn't be another war for a while. As for what will happen in the future, it's hard to say. Nian Bing, are you sure you can beat that camel chef? Nian Bing smiled bitterly and shook her head. She said seriously, how can I be sure? The ostrich god of cookery was already famous 30 years ago, and was ranked third among the 5 gods of cookery. My knowledge of Senior Zixio is only limited to what my master told me. 20 years have passed, and who knows what new research Senior Zixio has done. I can only try my best. My advantage lies in magic, and my chances of winning are only 50-50. However, I have a way to greatly increase my chances of winning. It depends on whether you can help me or not. Feng Nu stared blankly for a moment, and asked doubtfully, me? What can I help you with? You know that I only know how to cook porridge. It's already good enough that I don't cause trouble for you. Nian Bing still had a serious look on her face. No, you can help me a lot. You have to know that as an outstanding chef, my mood determines whether I can bring out my culinary skills to the fullest. If I have your help, I can wholeheartedly immerse myself in cooking. In a happy mood, I can naturally make more delicious food. I just don't know if you're willing to. Feng Nu smiled and said, this is related to the whereabouts of your master's enemy. As long as I can help, just say it. I'll definitely help you. Nian Bing's face changed. His originally serious handsome face had a trace of a smile. He said in a low voice, it's very simple. If you promise to let me kiss you after I win, my mood will naturally be happy. Feng Nu's face turned red. How could she have thought that Nian Bing would suddenly say such words? She pretended to hit him. Hateful, you're actually taking advantage of me. Nian Bing hurriedly dodged to the side. Don't hit me. I can't withstand your Saint Battle Chi. I'm not joking, it's the truth. If you don't believe me, you can try and see if I'm lying. Feng Nu snorted and said, who wants to try, hateful? If you keep talking, I'll ignore you. Nian Bing laughed and said, okay, I won't say it. Feng Nu, you're so cute when you're blushing. Seeing Feng Nu again, he always had an impulse in his heart. He didn't know why, but at this time, he only had Feng Nu in his heart. The nervousness he should have had before the competition with the camel god of cooking did not appear. With Feng Nu's gaze, he found that his confidence had greatly increased and his whole body was exceptionally comfortable. Feng Nu angrily glared at him. Her face was still red as she said in a low voice, don't joke around. Aren't you going to think about what dish you're going to cook later? I believe you have the ability to win. Green, take from blue and surpass blue. Ice, water, colder than water. The older generation will always be replaced by the younger generation. Today is a very good opportunity. I believe that as long as you can win this competition, you will gain confidence, and you will definitely be able to improve your culinary skills to the next level. Just like when I compare notes with people, your culinary skills also need to compare notes with experts to have a greater improvement. Pressure makes people move forward. Believe in yourself, you can definitely do it. Maybe in a few years, the continent will no longer have the memories of the 5 god of cooking, but only the ice and fire chef. With Feng Nu's encouragement, Ling Nianbing's heart was moved. This was a true friend. The encouragement at the crucial moment often played a huge role. Clenching his fist, Nianbing looked at Feng Nu with a firm gaze and nodded. He no longer spoke and sat on the chair beside him. He closed his eyes and began to meditate like the night. Only when his mental state was maintained at the best level could he display his strength. An hour was neither too long nor too short. When Nianbing opened his eyes once again, Jiangchen was stunned. Everything had been prepared. The restaurant's kitchen was divided into 2 parts. All the kitchen utensils were present. Feng Nu, Zi Meng, Zi Qingjian, Zi Qingmeng, and the knight sat in a row by the wall. The camel chef, Zi Xiao, seemed to have finished his preparations and was standing behind the kitchen table, preparing something. Standing up, Nian Bing slightly nodded towards Zi Xiao and said, "Senior, can we begin?" Zi Xiao nodded and said, "Begin. An hour is the limit. An hour should be enough for you to display your skills. After all, there is only one dish." Nian Bing smiled and said, "It is indeed enough. Senior, please." Just as he was about to walk towards his own kitchen, the Phoenix girl's voice suddenly rang out. "You're right." Nian Bing, wait a moment. Nian Bing looked back in shock. Feng Nu had already stood up and her figure flashed. Nian Bing felt a fragrant wind hit his nose. It was the unique fragrance of a woman. Something cold lightly touched his face. When he came back to his senses, everything had already disappeared. Feng Nu was standing a meter away from him. Her blushing face was as cute as a red apple. It looked like he was itching to take a bite. She said in a low voice, "I hope you aren't lying to me. I'll wait to taste your ice and fire feast. If you win, I can consider your previous proposal." After saying this, her figure flashed again and she returned to her seat. Zi Qingmeng and Zi Qingjian's expressions changed. Zi Qingjian sadly lowered his head. He secretly glanced at Feng Nu from the corner of his eyes and sighed. Zi Qingmeng's eyes flashed with a trace of jealousy. Her hands gripped the armrests of her chair and she looked at Feng Nu with a sharp gaze. Nian Bing touched her face. That warm feeling lingered for a long time. She took a deep look at the Phoenix maiden and nodded firmly at her. Then, she went to her kitchen table. He could clearly feel the blood in his body boiling. His hands trembled with excitement and his fingers and wrists became more flexible. He knew that this was the feeling of being at his peak. He pressed his hands against the table and looked up. At this time, Zi Xiao was also looking at him. Their gazes met in the air and intense sparks flew. Zi Xiao smiled and said, "Boy, you have a bright future ahead of you." Nian Bing blushed and smiled back. "Compared to you, I'm a far cry from you. Please." Taking a step back, red on the left and blue on the right, two lights faintly flashed on Nian Bing's skin. His powerful aura suddenly rose. It was as if what was in front of him was no longer cooking utensils and ingredients, but an enemy. Camel chef Zi Xiao did not move. He looked at the sudden change in Nian Bing's aura. When they first met, Nian Bing had challenged him. From the confidence that Nian Bing showed at that time, he must have extraordinary strength. But at that time, Zi Xiao did not pay too much attention to it. After all, cooking was directly proportional to one's maturity. In his eyes, Nian Bing was still too inexperienced. However, when he discovered that Nian Bing actually possessed both ice and fire magic at the same time, this kind of underestimation disappeared. He knew very well how Ghost Chef Cha Ji had been defeated. Magic had a very strong influence on food. Therefore, he didn't dare to let his guard down. The ingredients he prepared were the dish he was best at. At this time, he was not anxious at all. He wanted to see how profound the culinary skills of Nian Bing, who was called the Ice and Fire Chef by Feng Nu, was. Nian Bing raised his right hand and waved it forward lightly, the whisper of the wind of freedom, Proud Heaven Blade. Releasing a green light, the strangely shaped Proud Heaven Blade was inserted on the chopping board. The light emitted by the whisper stone dyed the whole kitchen green. The blade trembled slightly, like a whisper. Although the sound was very soft, it was so clear. The airflow in the kitchen moved, following the movement of the Proud Heaven Blade. That was the rhythm of the wind. The thick wind element was like a vortex that revolved around the Proud Heaven Blade. Purple Dream's family all cultivated wind attribute Do Qi. At this time, seeing this wind attribute peerless godly blade, their faces could not help but change. Looking at each other, Purple Dream praised, "What a divine wind attribute treasured blade." And Black Knight praised, "What a divine wind attribute magic staff." Unfortunately, I am not a wind attribute magician. Otherwise, I would definitely borrow it. Nian Bing did not use a magic array to seal the Proud Heaven Blade, because it was not needed. The sigh of the Ice Goddess, Morning Dew Blade. Nian Bing's voice paused for a moment, then her wrist shook again. The blue light was inserted next to the Proud Heaven blade. However, the blue light on the blade was much weaker than the green light of the Proud Heaven blade. Nian Bing's movements did not stop. Her right hand's index finger was filled with ice element, and like lightning, she outlined a blue magic hexagram. In the center of the hexagram, she used a piercing method to inscribe a very small, but exceptionally exquisite magic array. The blue light suddenly shone brightly, and the magic array was directly imprinted on the ice goddess stone. The magic array on the god stone was finally undone. In an instant, a blue light soared into the sky. Immediately, the green light was forced to the side. The green and blue light reflected each other in the sky, as if they were equals. Including Purple Dream, Black Knight, and other than Feng Nu, everyone stared with their eyes wide open. They were all asking themselves, did they not see wrongly? Was this another divine tool-level treasure blade? Before Nian Bing finished her movements, the broad Xingyang saber was the last to appear. The temperature that had dropped because of the morning dew blade returned to normal with the appearance of the Xingyang saber. The roar of the fire god, Xingyang saber. The red light flowed on the surface of the Xingyang saber, and the stone of fire seemed to come alive, emitting a scorching light. Green, blue, and red, these three colors filled the kitchen with a dense aura of treasures. They emitted a faint divine light, causing Nian Bing to completely suppress Camel Chef Xiao's aura. In order to do a good job, one must first sharpen one's tools. The appearance of the treasure blade caused Nian Bing's confidence to reach its peak. Purple Dream smiled and said, Nian Bing, you have so many treasures. If it weren't for the fact that you are a bit older, I would really advise you to change your martial arts. Nian Bing smiled and said, Dean, I won't let them go to waste. That's right, they're all peerless treasures, but they're also my magic staffs. Most importantly, they're kitchen knives that can fully unleash my culinary skills. I'm going to start. Hearing the word kitchen knife, Purple Dream almost spat out blood. Such a good treasure blade was actually used as a kitchen knife. He was speechless. Nian Bing grabbed a hen from the ingredients at the side and placed it on the chopping board. She quickly cut open its stomach and cleaned it. Then, she used a large iron pot to boil a pot of hot water. The wind of freedom jumped into her hand. With Proud Heaven's sharpness and her own acceleration ability, the green lightning-like blade flashed continuously. The whole chicken was cut into small pieces without any fancy moves. Nian Bing did not put the chicken pieces directly into the pot. Instead, she washed them in the clear water at the side. The peak showdown began at this moment. Xiao also moved. He also boiled a pot of water. However, he immediately added scallions, ginger, pepper, and a clean duck into the water. His movements did not stop. He took a basin of clear water. His eyes flashed, and he took 2 palm-sized pieces of something that looked like meat but was not meat and soaked them in the water. He took the basin and poured it on top. After thinking for a moment, he cracked 2 eggs and added a little water. Then, he began to knead the dough. His movements were very slow, but each of them was abnormally powerful. All of the dough seemed to be absorbed by his hands, without the slightest splash. On the other side, Nian Bing also began to display her unique culinary skills. The washed chicken pieces had been changed to another basin of water. This time, Nian Bing did not simply wash them. In the light sound of the water, her hands became faster and faster. Like a butterfly flying through flowers, she constantly danced in the water. The rhythm of her hands did not follow common sense at all. It was as if her wrists did not have joints. Because of the speed of her hands, it formed a mirage on the surface of the water. Strangely, the water did not splash because of the interference of her hands. Instead, it formed regular ripples. Good, bone-splitting hand. You have learned all of old Zha's skills. Your control is not bad. No wonder you are so confident. Xiao, who was kneading the dough, couldn't help but praise Nian Bing when he saw the shape of her hands. Nian Bing raised her head to look at Xiao. She smiled and said, Senior, you must be joking. It's just a small trick. After saying this, she changed the basin of water again and continued to wash the chicken pieces. Qingjian, who was sitting to the side, asked his sister with some confusion, Xiao Meng, what do you think Nian Bing is doing? Those chicken pieces will rot if you continue to wash them. When the chicken was brought here, it was already clean. At this time, Xianxia's eyes no longer contained any negative emotions. Instead, they were completely replaced by excitement. Xianxia had learned the heavy eagle hands mainly to strengthen his own martial skills. As for her, she had learned the culinary arts purely out of interest. After many years of practicing the culinary arts, she had already become extremely fond of this line of work. She was completely immersed in the battle between the two peak experts of the culinary world. At this time, she had already raised Nianbing to the same level as her uncle Xixiu. When she heard her brother's question, she subconsciously said, "Look carefully." The bone-splitting hand is one of the 7 great forbidden hands of the culinary world. It is ranked 3rd. It is only slightly inferior to Uncle's life-tearing heavy eagle hands. But from Nianbing's technique, he has already practiced the bone-splitting hand to the point of being able to rotate freely. I really don't know how he practiced it. The reason why he used the bone-splitting hand to wash the chicken pieces is because he wants to completely wash out the blood from the chicken pieces. This way, it won't affect the taste of the chicken. The most important part of the bone-splitting hand is the squeezing technique. Whether it is applied to pasta or washing vegetables, it is the best technique. Uncle's heavy eagle hands is different from the bone-splitting hand in terms of application. It is hard to say who is better. No, there is another reason why he used the bone-splitting hand, and that is to crush the chicken bones. It seems that he wants to use them to make soup. The chicken pieces were finally washed. At this time, the water in the iron pot was boiling. The chicken pieces in Nianbing's hand had already turned into a round ball. It looked a bit ridiculous. He directly put the chicken pieces into the boiling water and picked up the wind of freedom. With a few lightning-fast slashes, the chicken pieces were split into small pieces. Nianbing's movements began to speed up. He first put the shark's fin into the boiling water, then cut the soaked abalone and shiitake mushrooms into the water. Finally, he put in a few slices of ginger and scallions. Only then did he close the lid. Taking a step back, Nianbing grabbed the Xianxia blade from the chopping board. With the blade facing down and the stone of fire facing up, she chanted in a low voice, "O great god of fire! Please allow me, with your left hand, to let fire descend upon the mortal realm, to extinguish all evil. Let the fire illuminate the earth, to destroy all obstacles in the way." Fire god's left hand. One by one, red dots of light gathered around the stone of fire. The dots of light grew brighter and brighter. Nianbing pointed the hilt of the blade forward, and the huge fire god's left hand appeared. The entire iron pot floated under the fire god's left hand, completely covered in flames. Nianbing suddenly let out a low shout. Her left hand drew a red hexagram in the air. She slapped her palm forward, and the hexagram instantly entered the fire god's left hand. In an instant, the crimson light of the fire god's left hand turned into a purple flame, forcibly raising the 5th step fire spell to the 6th step. Black Knight said in surprise, "Magic array enhancement. I didn't expect this kid to have such a skill." In the past 3 months, Nianbing had been discussing the mysteries of dual-element magic with him. This was the first time he had seen her talent in magic arrays. Any magic could be enhanced through magic arrays. However, the drawing of magic arrays was the most difficult part. For example, Nianbing could draw a magic array out of thin air and immediately insert it into the spell. This required a sufficient understanding of magic arrays, as well as familiarity with the fire element. Generally speaking, only magicians who specialized in magic arrays could achieve this. Under the effect of the level 6 purple flame, the iron pot was already burning red, but the lid of the pot did not open because of the boiling water in the iron pot. This was because the lid had already completely fused with the iron pot under the effect of the extremely hot flames. However, the heat in the pot continued to expand, and there was a possibility that it could explode at any time. Nianbing's expression was very calm. Controlling the purple flame, the fire god's left hand placed the iron pot back on the stove. 3 ice needles transformed from ice balls flew out, instantly opening 3 small holes on the lid of the pot. The ice needles naturally melted into water when they entered the pot, and the iron pot that was about to explode was also resolved due to the steam rising from the 3 holes. Nian Bing ignored the iron pot and put a big winter melon on the chopping board. At this time, Xiao had already finished kneading the dough. The dough was kneaded into a round ball in his big hands. Nian Bing's actions were completely under his observation. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Using magic to cook really did have an innate advantage. He opened his iron pot. He stirred the ingredients. He took out the two objects that were previously soaked in the clear water and placed them on the table. He shouted. He slapped one of the stones with his palm. With a bang, the red liquid splattered everywhere. Xiao's palm pressed down and turned, immediately placing the red object on the chopping board. His right hand opened like a claw, reaching in and grabbing at lightning speed. With another bang, the other red object was pressed flat on the chopping board. Immediately after, his hands transformed into countless claw shadows. Every time he attacked, his fingers accurately pierced into the already flat red object. His 10 fingers were like giant hammers, constantly chiseling, turning the two red objects into meat paste. Heavy eagle claw, this was one of the heavy techniques. In a short span of 10 breaths, the two red objects had turned into paste, but the chopping board didn't suffer any damage from the heavy eagle claw. His control of power had already reached the peak. Putting the red meat paste into the pot, the old duck soup immediately emitted a rich fragrance with the addition of the meat paste. On the opposite side, Nian Bing's nose twitched. She raised her head and looked at Xiao in surprise. Good method. The foie gras is mixed into the old duck. The two ingredients complement each other and the taste is completely displayed. Senior Xiao's skills are indeed exquisite. Some foods could complement each other. For example, the old hen and midday mushrooms used by Nian Bing could set off each other's aroma, producing the best effect. In addition to the freshness of the abalone and shark's fin, and the method of stewing under extreme heat, the flavors of the ingredients were completely merged together. This soup was the best combination that Nian Bing knew of at the moment. The combination that Xiao used was something she had never seen before. However, from the aroma, she could already tell that it was a pair of ingredients that complemented each other. In order to research such a pair of ingredients, countless attempts were needed. Nian Bing had studied cooking for 8 years, but she had only discovered a few simple combinations. The fact that Xiao dared to use such a combination showed how much research he had into cooking. Xiao and Nian Bing looked at each other. Both of them looked at each other sympathetically. Even though their competition had just begun, they could already tell from each other's actions that they had a deep understanding of the culinary arts. Nian Bing's culinary skills were mainly reflected in the word strange, while Xiao's culinary skills were mediocre, displaying traditional culinary skills to the limit. His first action seemed simple, but without tens of years of research and hard work, it was absolutely impossible to reach that level of perfection. It could no longer be described as skilled. His actions seemed very slow, but it was something that ordinary chefs wouldn't be able to do in 3 hours. What was Nian Bing doing now? The top of the winter melon in his hand had been removed. The top of the winter melon was cut into a sawtooth shape with the proud heaven knife. The inner melon ladle had been taken out, leaving only 2 inches of the melon wall. Anyone who had studied cooking for a few years would understand that Nian Bing was trying to make a winter melon cup. He was using the winter melon as a vessel to hold soup or porridge. For the sake of the beauty of the winter melon cup, carving was necessary. Under normal circumstances, different patterns would be carved on the skin of the winter melon with a carving knife. However, would Nian Bing do that? Of course not. Carving flat surfaces in the hands of a chef of his level would only lower his status. In order to achieve the best results, he had already made preparations. When he was preparing to compete with Xiao, he already had a plan in mind. However, he wasn't sure if it would succeed. Taking a deep breath, Nian Bing glanced at Feng Nu beside him. Feng Nu gave him an encouraging look. Nian Bing only felt the blood in his chest boil. His confidence reached the peak in an instant. With a wave of his right hand, the proud heaven knife returned to the chopping board. When his hand returned to his body, he had already replaced it with the morning dew knife. He carefully placed the winter melon cup in the center of a large plate about 2 feet in diameter. After adjusting the position and confirming that the winter melon was in the center, he took a deep breath. Nian Bing's hand moved. The shadow of Lan Meng's funeral knife seemed to carry a layer of icy mist. With a light chop, a hair-thin winter melon skin separated from the melon and lay flat on the plate. The knife technique he was most familiar with appeared once again. However, this time he didn't completely chop the melon. Instead, he peeled the skin. A blue light constantly flashed on the plate. Every green melon strand lay evenly on the plate. It was exquisite to the point of perfection. There were only a few gaps between each strand of melon skin, and they were extremely even. Zi Qingming had already stood up because of excitement. Silk cocoon knife technique. Although it's not one of the 5 famous knife techniques, if it was ranked as the 6th knife technique, it would definitely be silk cocoon knife technique. She knew very well that Nian Bing's culinary skills were definitely not inferior to her uncle's from the knife skills that he had displayed. One had to know that there was no shortcut in knife skills, and it had nothing to do with magic. It was definitely the result of hard work. Gently rotating the plate, Nian Bing's expression was as calm as an ancient well, without the slightest change. His knife flashed, and the morning dew brought with it an icy mist that permeated the air around the melon. The reason why he used the knife technique to peel the melon skin was very simple. It was because he wanted to keep the melon skin as round as possible. The thinner the skin, the easier it would be to achieve his goal. Zi Xiu also saw Nian Bing spinning silk knife technique, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. However, he did not stop what he was doing. He placed a piece of tenderloin about a foot long on the chopping board, then took out the dough that he had kneaded and kneaded it into the same shape as the tenderloin. The 2 different materials were placed vertically on the chopping board in front of him. In the next moment, he began to slap the tenderloin. His movements were very violent, like a storm. Every slap had a violent momentum, and the banging sounds were like the beating of a drum. His left hand slapped the dough, and his right hand slapped the tenderloin. He kept repeating the same actions. Nian Bing's melon skin was finally finished with the banging sounds from Zi Xiu's side. The dark green skin of the melon was removed, and the jade-like flesh of the melon was revealed. All the skin of the melon had been placed at the bottom of the plate, like the lotus leaves under the melon cup. Of course, the melon cup was not only sparkling because of itself, but also because of the task of the morning dew knife. The reason why Nian Bing didn't choose the faster surface of the Proud Heaven knife and chose the morning dew knife was because he had to evenly inject the ice element into the melon cup during the process of cutting the silk. At this moment, the melon cup was completely frozen, but it couldn't be distinguished from its appearance. Nian Bing had his own reasons for doing this, and also to prepare for the following actions. The meat of the melon was relatively soft. If it was just a normal carving, he might be able to complete it. However, in order to defeat Camel Chef Zi Xiu, he had to try a realm that he had never reached before. Therefore, he couldn't be careless at all. With a flash of blue light, the morning dew knife returned to the chopping board. Nian Bing didn't continue to carve. Instead, he stared at the melon cup in front of him without moving. The texture of the melon was very fine. At this moment, all he could think of was the jade-like material. With a flash of light, Nian Bing took out the cloth bag that contained the ghost condor from his space ring. The ghost condor godly blade didn't refer to a single blade, but to a set of blades. When Chaji passed on the ghost condor godly blade to him, he once said that the ghost condor 9 blades were forged from deep-sea heavy silver and refined with various medicines for many years. Not only were they extremely hard, but they also had spirituality. Their spirituality could only be fully manifested under the effect of the Rain Dragon's dance blade technique. The limit of the blade technique could only be revealed when one's spirit and the blade were completely integrated into one. The ghost condor blades and the person who wielded them were equally important. The largest ghost condor blade jumped into Nian Bing's hand. He didn't rush to carve it. Instead, he scooped out a small bowl of rice and poured it into a clean basin. He then added water to soak it. Zi Xiu had already seen Nian Bing's movements. He exclaimed in his heart, "Ghost condor godly blade." He was a little doubtful. Could it be that this brat had really mastered the Rain Dragon's dance blade technique? Nian Bing lifted up the 2 feet wide plate. Just like how he had made the 9 azure divine dragons Bing Yunin, he condensed a piece of ice under the plate. The plate fell on top of the ice and with a slight push, it immediately began to spin rapidly. Nianbing slightly adjusted the angle of the plate's rotation so that the bottom of the plate was perfectly aligned with the center of the plate. At this moment, the rice that had been soaked in water already made a slight crackling sound. That was the sound of the rice being soaked in water. This was just a small trick for steaming rice. First, soak the rice in water for a period of time before steaming it. Not only was the rice easier to cook, but it also tasted better because it was evenly heated. While Nianbing was doing this, his gaze never left the winter melon cup. His right hand was stretched out in front of him. The ghost condor blade that was about 5 inches long flickered with a faint cold light. Uncanny workmanship, dark blue powder, dragon carving phoenix blade technique, cold. The first word that came out of his mouth was so sonorous. Powerful. The ghost condor blade moved at the end of the last word. With a thrust of his palm, the ghost condor blade was thrown up 5 inches. Nianbing flipped his palm, and as if his fingers were stained with the ghost condor blade, he stabbed towards the winter melon cup. Known as the #1 divine blade in the cooking world, the dragon carving dance technique had appeared in the world. The dark blue light flickered on his fingertips. Every time he trembled, he used 9 blades. 9 was the limit. Just as Nianbing expected, under the effect of the ghost condor blade, what fell from the winter melon cup was not debris at all, but fine blue frost mist like frost. The ghost condor blade kept flashing in the same position, and the dark blue light cluster appeared and disappeared like an explosion. At this moment, Nianbing's mind had been completely immersed in the blade intent. He forgot about the competition, forgot about everything. In his eyes, heart, and hands, there was only the blade and the dark blue light cluster. His fingers and wrists were unusually soft. Wrapped in the blue light cluster, it was impossible to distinguish between the blade and the hand. Only the blue frost mist kept floating out and fell on the previously chopped winter melon skin in silence. Xianxia was still slapping the noodles and tenderloin on the chopping board, but his eyes were always on Nianbing's hand. After 20 years, how could he not be excited to see the top blade technique in the cooking world again? The dragon carving dance, it was really the dragon carving dance. From Nianbing's expression and the flickering blade light in his hand, he seemed to see the ghost chef who had suppressed him for a lifetime. The ghost chef's elegant demeanor reappeared. The corners of his eyes were already wet. Cha-ji, Cha-ji, it seems that not only can I not compare to you in cooking, but I also can't compare to you in teaching disciples. His left hand kept spinning the plate, making the wax-gourd cup spin faster and faster. Nianbing's mind was filled with the image of the azure dragon. Every expression of the azure dragon seemed to have come alive and turned into the blade in his hand. The azure dragon Caradirus, his roar, his attack, and his dragon roar were all so clear in Nianbing's mind. Cha-ji had never seen a dragon, but Nianbing had. The azure dragon Caradirus was a real azure dragon. No matter how profound Cha-ji's blade technique was, he only had the image of a dragon in his imagination and did not have the true essence of a dragon. Perhaps, Nianbing's blade technique had not reached his level, but in terms of mastering the essence of a dragon, he had already surpassed her. Therefore, his ghost condor was alive, and so was the dragon. Sculpting did not necessarily need a long time to achieve the best performance, especially under the influence of the ghost condor. Nianbing's voice was filled with cold arrogance. The chant finally appeared. Where the ghost hand falls, the sky changes. It seemed that at this moment, he was the ghost condor. The faint blue light turned into a dragon and printed on the wax-gourd cup, sculpting into 100 revolving waves. The blade turned, and the faint blue light like waves constantly attacked the jade-like wax gourd in front of him. Divine work has existed since ancient times. The saber technique changed again. It went from being delicate to being wide open. Every slash of the saber brought about a deep ravine. The blade rises, the waning moon shines on the cold spring. The faint blue light suddenly emitted thousands of rays of light, and a crescent moon seemed to appear on the wax-gourd cup. The whole wax-gourd cup was completely rendered silver white. The faint blue light flowed down like spring water, lightly moistening every corner of the wax-gourd cup. The miraculous blade technique was sublimated in an instant. The faint dragon chi kept rotating around the wax-gourd cup, and the faint blue light disappeared. Surrounding the wax-gourd cup was a white ice mist that did not disperse for a long time, making the whole wax-gourd cup more mysterious. The ghost condor had disappeared. Nian Bing's right hand was trembling slightly. In the previous sculpting, even he himself did not know how many cuts he had made. The strength of his fingers and wrist had been displayed to the limit. He knew that at least for 3 days, his right hand would not be able to do anything. However, his mood at this moment was incomparably happy. Because he knew that he had succeeded. He had finally succeeded in touching the essence of the dance of the rain dragon and found the feeling when the spirit and cooking were merged as one. Not only had the dance of the rain dragon entered the realm of great success, but his understanding of cooking had also entered another realm. Panting slightly, Nian Bing looked at the wax-gourd cup in front of him, and the rotating plate gradually stopped. The ice mist also gradually disappeared. Except for Nian Bing himself and Xianxia, everyone showed a disappointed look. Because, on the jade-like wax-gourd cup, they only saw a series of intersecting irregular patterns. Moreover, these patterns were surrounded by white wax-gourd powder. The only strange thing was that on the top edge of the wax-gourd cup, there was an additional protrusion at each of the 3 points equally divided. No one knew how it was formed. But the protrusions were strange, and there was nothing special about them at all. Compared to the gorgeous knife light, the result was obviously not satisfactory. Even Zi Mengqing returned to her seat in disappointment. Nian Bing looked at the wax-gourd cup expressionlessly and took the rice beside him. When the water was dry, he suddenly flicked his wrist, and the wet rice in the bowl suddenly flew high into the air. The morning dew dagger was released, and in an instant, 4 knife shadows were drawn in the air, completely encircling the rice. The basin where the rice was placed before made a circle in the air, and all the rice returned to the basin with a crisp sound. Not a single grain of rice escaped the net. After pouring out the rice and placing it on the chopping board, Nian Bing picked up a piece of cloth from the side and wrapped it around his right hand, then tied it tightly around his wrist. This time, he used his left hand to take out the ghost eagle dagger, which was the 3rd knife in terms of size. The blade was much smaller than the previous one, and the tip was only half the width of a willow leaf. It was a pity that he couldn't use his right hand now, but he still had to continue cooking the delicious food in front of him, so he used his left hand. This time, his target was the rice. Of course, no matter how strong his ability was, it was impossible for him to carve any patterns on the rice now. What he wanted to do was both simple and difficult. With a flash of the knife light, a grain of rice was picked up and placed into the iron basin again. At this time, the rice was no longer oval, but round. With just this one pick, he completed his task. If it weren't for the fact that everyone present had amazing eyesight, they would definitely think that he was doing something useless. Rice was very brittle, and it was still brittle after being frozen. However, after being frozen, although it was brittle, it would become a lot harder. This was what Nian Bing wanted. His right hand had performed the dance of the dragon's shadow, and this time, his left hand performed the Xianxia picking formula. The Xianxia picking formula, which was good at carving words, couldn't be more simple to use. The tip of the knife kept picking, and every cut would pick out a grain of rice. As the knife light moved faster and faster, the grains of rice on the chopping board became fewer and fewer. When the last grain of rice entered the basin, there was only a pile of crumbs left on the table. Nian Bing didn't throw the crumbs away. Instead, he carefully placed them on a plate. After finishing all this, a faint smile finally appeared on his face. He looked at his wrapped right hand, and then raised his head to look at Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia was still kneading the dough and meat. When Nian Bing raised his head to look at him, he opened the lid of the pot at the side, and a rich aroma immediately filled the kitchen. Xianxia took a deep breath and nodded, somewhat intoxicated. With a shake of his left hand, he took out a large ladle and scooped out all the ingredients in the pot. Although this looked very simple, Nian Bing's heart skipped a beat. This ladle definitely wasn't as simple as it looked on the surface. First of all, the moment the ladle struck was the moment when the broth was at its boiling point. Moreover, the ladle looked like it was only for a moment, but in fact, it flickered 7 times in a row, and changed its angle 7 times in a row, allowing all the ingredients in the broth to be scooped out. This ladle completely demonstrated the exquisite culinary skills of the camel chef. Nianbing knew that he couldn't do it. Zixiao raised his head to look at Nianbing, and laughed strangely. Kid, are you tired? I'll be done soon. It seems that we're walking on two extremes. I'm going to make the complicated simple, and you're going to make the simple complicated. Look carefully. He turned the surface on the chopping board horizontally, and then placed the meat on the surface. Everyone was surprised to find that the surface and the meat were exactly the same. When the meat fell on the surface, they couldn't see the bottom at all, and the meat didn't protrude in the slightest. Zixiao pressed on the meat, and his right index finger reached under the surface, and the tip of his finger flicked upwards. The pieces of meat stuck to the surface of the dough flew up into the air. The pieces of dough spun in the air. Zixiao glanced at Nianbing, and shouted in a deep voice, tearing the heavy eagle hands alive. In that instant, his originally somewhat obscene appearance suddenly gave off a mighty aura. His hands stretched out like lightning, and countless hand shadows appeared. A green light appeared at the tip of his fingers, and the sound of tearing silk sounded. The piece of dough was split into two. Strangely, the toughness of the meat was no less than the surface of the dough. After it was torn into two pieces, it still overlapped with the original appearance, and didn't change in the slightest. Zixiao's movements didn't stop. The two pieces of dough overlapped with each other, and were torn apart again. The sound of tearing silk sounded continuously. The surface and the meat combined, and the dough split, combined, split, and combined again. Seeing this, Nianbing's face couldn't help but reveal a dignified expression. He was very clear that Zixiao's previous kneading technique must be very special, so that the toughness of the surface and meat could reach the limit. If he didn't guess wrong, the surface and meat were now as tough as cloth. If it were him, he might not be able to tear them apart. After Zixiao had torn 9 times in succession, the pieces of dough had become 512 alternating red and white strands. He didn't continue tearing. With a twist of his wrist, the strands of dough quickly spun together like fried dough twists. The red and white strands were especially eye-catching. Nianbing secretly admired him. Just distinguishing the lines of the meat strands was already very difficult. And Zixiao used the tearing the heavy eagle hands to the limit. From the very beginning, when he was handling the meat and dough, he had already used a special technique. In addition to the magical tearing formula, the slow kneading process also had an effect that wasn't inferior to his own flexible hand of separating tendons and dislocating bones. The strands of dough were rolled into a ball. The blue light in Zixiao's hand suddenly brightened. Both of his hands moved at the same time, from the two ends of the dough to the middle. Fingerprints appeared one after another on the strands of dough. When the strands of dough were covered with fingerprints, he began to tear again. This time, the lines changed and a strange scene appeared. Each strand of dough turned white and red, as if they were glued together. After he finished tearing 9 more times, he grabbed one end of the dough strands and walked to the pot. His right hand reached behind his waist and a blue short blade similar to Ziqingming's appeared. Nianbing obviously knew what Zixiao was about to use, and could not help but widen her eyes. Zixiao's movements were very slow, the blade slowly moving forward, stopping an inch away from the face strands. Jade screen condensation, these 4 words were spoken one by one. From the first word, his wrist began to tremble rhythmically, and when the last word was spoken, the blade suddenly returned to its still state, but at this moment, everyone could clearly feel that the blade had come alive. An ear-piercing sound burst forth from the blade, and the original blade suddenly transformed into thousands of blades, the green light exploding in all directions, completely engulfing the face strands in front of him. The greatest characteristic of jade screen condensation was the word condensation. From stillness to movement, what it needed was an instant explosion. The noodles entered the pot and Zixiao closed the lid. The short blade in his hand was inserted into the chopping board in front of him. He looked at Nianbing and said, "The crux of jade screen condensation is the word condensation. The greatest characteristic of this blade skill is its speed. Even your rain dragon dance cannot be faster than mine, and the specialty of the rain dragon dance lies in the word dance. Dance has its own spirituality, and jade screen condensation is indeed inferior to the rain dragon dance. There is a difference in spirituality. Finally, we will compare taste." As he spoke, he opened the lid of the pot again and used his chopsticks to stir the pot a few times. After quickly adding a dozen spices, he continued, "My noodles still need to be cooked for a while, now it's up to you." Nianbing nodded at Zixiu. Although his right hand was still unable to exert its original agility, at least it was no longer trembling. He reached out and took the tofu that he had prepared in advance. This time, he moved his knife very slowly, carefully cutting the tofu into small cubes of 1 inch each. His right hand, which could not use a knife, slid across the tofu, and the soft tofu immediately turned into hard tofu cubes. Everything was ready. Now, what needed to be done was the final processing. Nianbing came to the iron pot above the fire and waved the proud heaven saber in his hand. A streak of saber chi flew out, lifting the lid that was connected to the pot and dropping it to the side. A rich aroma wafted out along with the steaming steam. The aroma of chicken, mushroom, abalone, and shark's fin had been perfectly integrated during the stewing process. Nianbing smiled slightly and used a colander to scoop out the ingredients in the pot. However, the camel chef Zixiu only used 1 spoonful, while he used 3 spoonfuls to clean up all the residue in the pot. The round ice rice was put into the pot. He murmured a few incantations. His right hand, which could not exert any strength, actually directly pressed against the scorching hot pot. When his hand touched the pot, his entire hand turned purple. This was the effect of the purple flame technique. In an instant, the soup in the pot began to boil violently, bringing the round ice rice with it. Nianbing took a pair of chopsticks with his left hand and raised his head to smile at Zixiu. He reached out to the top of the pot and put the chopsticks into the pot, stirring it slightly. His hands were very rhythmic. Gradually, under the influence of Nianbing's steady left hand, a whirlpool began to appear on the surface of the water, but the original boiling disappeared. His right hand continued to heat up, while his left hand continued to spin. The soup, which had long exceeded the boiling point, was no longer boiling. The beads of rice were evenly distributed in every corner of the pot, spinning rapidly with the whirlpool. Nianbing's left hand had already ignited a ball of flame, keeping the surrounding scorching steam outside. Zixiu's whole body trembled, and he said with some astonishment, "The mysterious jade hand that breaks water and protects face should not be the flaming hand that breaks water and protects face." When did Jiaji learn this move? Nianbing's hands did not stop moving. He raised his head and smiled. "This is not what my master taught me. In fact, I'm just following his example. I haven't been able to understand the real rhythm of the mysterious jade hand that breaks water and protects face. However, the effect of doing this is much better than directly boiling it. It can make the heat more uniform." Cooking porridge required about an hour to completely soften the rice into porridge. However, with the help of the purple flame technique, Nianbing only used a quarter of the time to achieve his goal. The chopsticks left the water, and he put the tofu into the pot. He took the bamboo shoots from the prepared ingredients. With the rapid swinging of the proud heaven blade, the bamboo shoots turned into small green cubes and entered the pot. Nianbing put both of his hands on the iron pot and used the purple flame technique to rapidly heat them up. "Senior Zixiu, we can serve the pot together." As he spoke, he raised both his hands that were infused with the purple flame technique and swept them towards the prepared winter melon cup. The scorching air swept across the winter melon cup and the layer of frost on the winter melon cup melted like snow. The winter melon powder floated into a neat circle under the winter melon cup and the winter melon cup regained its original emerald green color. Under the effect of the scorching purple flame technique, the entire winter melon cup was so green that it seemed like water was about to drip out. It really looked like a moving piece of jade. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened because they all discovered that they had made a mistake. How could there be a mistake when the ghost-carving godly blade was out? If there really was a mistake, then it wouldn't be the ghost-carving godly blade. The surface of the winter melon cup wasn't an ordinary carving, but a relief carving. The entire winter melon cup was thinner by half an inch. On the surface, there were 9 azure dragons. Each of them was so lifelike that even their scales could be clearly seen. What surprised Camel Chef Zixiu was that these 9 azure dragons seemed to be alive. Each of them had a different form. Some spread their wings to attack, some stretched out their claws to grab something, some flapped their wings to fly, some raised their heads to roar, and some rode the clouds. The 9 azure dragons intertwined without a trace of flaw or disorder. The 3 protruding spots on the top of the winter melon cup were clearly 3 dragon heads. Even the dragon whiskers were clearly there. They were formed from the winter melon carved from other places. After the baptism of ice and fire, they had completely fused into one. For a moment, the entire kitchen was silent. Even Yanbing's eyes revealed an intoxicated look. It was time to serve the pot. Before Yanbing took the pot out, he added some salt to the pot. Only then did he pour the white and green congee liquid into the winter melon cup. His movements were very careful, for fear of damaging any part of the winter melon cup. The white rice that was like tiny pearls was still in the process of melting. The green bamboo shoots were like jade, and the tofu that was as smooth as white jade. He had made a congee dish. Xianxia and Yanbing took the pot out at the same time. His congee was golden red and had a rich aroma as it was poured into a large bowl. Red, gold, and white colors intertwined. Although it wasn't as gorgeous as Yanbing's, it wasn't as beautiful as Yanbing's. But no one would doubt its deliciousness. The 2 of them each took their own works to the 5 people who were watching the competition. Fengnu looked at Yanbing blankly. "Can this thing be eaten?" Yanbing was stunned for a moment before she laughed. "Are you doubting my skills?" "Don't worry, there's no poison." Fengnu shook her head and said, "No, I can't bear to eat it." "What's the name of this dish?" Yanbing smiled and said, "Don't worry and eat. If you like it, I'll make more for you in the future. The name of this dish is Supreme 9 Dragons Cauldron of Ice and Fire 9 Heavens." Xianxia said grumpily, "The Supreme 9 Dragons Cauldron? It's obviously the pearl jade white jade porridge that old devil Zhaji is good at." Yanbing didn't get angry at all. She smiled and said, "That's indeed the case. It's just that there are some changes. Senior's bowl should be the pink golden jade noodles that my master highly admires." Xianxia snorted and said, "Come, let's all have a taste. I haven't cooked for a long time. I wonder if I've regressed." Everyone started to eat at the same time. Xixia's expression immediately darkened. Because everyone's target was Yanbing's Supreme 9 Dragons Cauldron, but no one touched his pink golden jade noodles. But the honest and straightforward Xiqingjian was a kind person. Seeing that no one touched his uncle's noodles, he retracted the spoon that was reaching for the Supreme 9 Dragons Cauldron and turned to eat the noodles. Yanbing walked to Xixia's side and said with a smile, "Senior, if you don't mind, let's judge each other. Although the noodles are simple, what you make is definitely different." His flattery made Xixia's expression look better. He nodded and started to eat each other's dishes. No one said anything, not even cheering, because everyone was immersed in eating. Very quickly, Yanbing's Supreme 9 Dragons Cauldron was only left with the cauldron. Even she didn't have time to take a bite. What surprised everyone was that the one who ate the most was actually the principal of Lanmeng Academy, Purple Dream. He fully displayed his strength as a swordsman, and his spoon was as fast as lightning. He wasn't stingy at all as he stuffed the delicacies into his mouth. "Purple Dream, are you bullying others just because you're fast? This is what my disciple made for me." The others didn't dare to criticize, but Dark Knight wasn't polite. Among the people who were fighting over the pearl jadeite white jade congee, only he didn't know martial arts. Magic was completely useless at this time, and he became the one who ate the least. After eating a small bowl of Xixia's pink golden jade noodles, Yanbing turned around and faced Xixiao. "Senior, the noodles that you made were complete in terms of color, aroma, taste, meaning, and form. Especially the way you used the heavy eagle claw technique. I was defeated. No matter what, I can't make such delicious noodles. Without the method of breaking water to protect the surface, such fine noodles actually didn't stick together at all. And because the noodles themselves are extremely tough, during the extremely fine process, the heat was just right. Every strand completely blended into the rich fragrance of the duck soup and foie gras. It's indeed a top-grade delicacy." Xixiao smiled indifferently and said, "Yanbing, who do you think won this competition?" Yanbing hesitated for a moment and said, "Senior, to be precise, I won. Your work and my Supreme 9 Dragons Cauldron both have their own characteristics in terms of fragrance. However, your duck and foie gras soup is expensive because of its innovation. The raw materials are much cheaper than mine, but it can produce a fragrance that's on par with mine. Therefore, in terms of fragrance, you win. And in terms of the taste of the noodles, through your heavy eagle hands, it's also slightly better than my pearl jadeite white jade congee. However, the degree of deliciousness of the two is extremely close. In these two aspects, you win. Am I right? Xianxia smiled and said, Kid, in terms of cooking, you indeed have outstanding talent. Not bad, what you said is very pertinent, but it's also a bit modest. I've tasted your congee. If it's an ordinary pearl jadeite white jade congee, I'm really confident that it's better than yours in terms of taste. However, yours is completely different. As expected of the 9 heavens of ice and fire. Through a special method of heating and freezing the materials, the taste of these materials is completely different. I can distinguish 81 changes among them. This is also your 9 heavens of ice and fire. With magic in the kitchen, it can indeed make the taste of the delicacies ever-changing. No wonder you're so confident. If you lose, you lose. You don't have to cover up anything for me. Nianbing looked at Xianxia, who admitted defeat calmly, and the admiration in her heart increased. She said respectfully, Junior's cooking skills are still lacking. If I didn't use magic to take advantage of it, it would be impossible for me to compare to Senior. This time, it was just a fluke. Xianxia shook his head and said, How can there be so much luck? Although magic in the kitchen can produce unique effects. But without a long period of practice and comprehension, how can you combine magic and cooking so well? However, there are still some flaws in it. The process of connecting them is not delicate enough. Also, you're still a little rough in handling the materials. You have to pay more attention in the future. Your appearance will definitely cause a great change in the cooking world in the future. As for what will become of it, I don't know. Nianbing, although your 9 heavens of ice and fire is very magical, this is not what surprised me the most. After all, magic in the kitchen itself has its own advantages. Do you know? In fact, when you completely displayed the dance of the rain dragon, I knew that I had lost. Even if I can win against you in terms of fragrance and taste, but in terms of color, shape, and meaning, I can't compare to your Supreme 9 Dragon's Cauldron. It's just that I didn't expect it. Your dance of the rain dragon has already surpassed your master. Nianbing laughed bitterly, Senior, you praise me too much. Perhaps you don't believe me, but if I were to do it again, I would definitely not be able to do the same thing. Just now, in the process of carving, I completely integrated into a strange domain. Even I don't know how many times I slashed, but the moment I finished, I clearly felt that I had succeeded. Xianxia smiled and said, Feeling is very important. Don't belittle yourself. You have already entered the realm of cooking with enlightenment. Perhaps, your knife skills are not as exquisite as your master's, but in terms of understanding of the dance of the rain dragon, your master can't compare to you. To have such achievements at such a young age, you will definitely be the continent's #1 chef in the future. Picking up the last piece of tofu from the bowl, he put it in his mouth and chewed with satisfaction. He said somewhat vaguely, This tofu is really good. Tofu is originally not easy to taste, but after being frozen by you, although there is no change on the surface, many holes have appeared on the inside, which can fully absorb the freshness of the broth. Moreover, under extreme heat, there is no situation of it breaking, but it is even more chewy. It is indeed delicious. Nianbing, that little bit of salt you added at the end played the role of painting the dragon, making the feeling of ice and fire become more intense. This point must be carried forward. Remember, salt is the king of all flavors. Any flavor with salt added will become different. Nianbing nodded sincerely and said, Thank you, Senior. Senior, are you? Xianxia naturally knew what Nianbing wanted to ask. Using his douqi to force his voice into a line, he said something to him. After a while, Nianbing's eyes revealed a look of shock. How is this possible, that person's identity? Xianxia made a Nianbing gesture to keep quiet and said with a smile, Didn't you say in class that nothing is impossible? Now you understand why your master did not let you take revenge for him. The other person's identity is so troublesome, he does not want anything to happen to his precious disciple. Moreover, your master probably did not forget his feelings for that person until the day he died. Nianbing was somewhat at a loss. If it was said that her master had not forgotten his feelings for that woman, then was it right for her to take revenge for him? She shook her head. Forget it, whether or not it was to take revenge for her master, she still had to see that woman. Perhaps, from her attitude, she could make a lot of decisions. Thinking of this, she said to Camel Chef Xianxia, "Senior, thank you for telling me this. If you don't mind, I would like to eat some more pink golden jade noodles." Xianxia smiled mischievously and said, I'm afraid it won't be your turn. Turn around and take a look." Nianbing was stunned for a moment. When she turned around, she saw that the eyes of the people who had surrounded her Supreme Nine Dragons cauldron had all fallen on the pink golden jade noodles in front of her. Their eyes were filled with desire for food, and Nianbing felt a chill. She hurriedly took a step back and made a gesture of invitation. This time, the one who moved the fastest was Feng Nu. With a wave of her chopsticks, a bowl of noodles was ready. Nianbing suddenly discovered that in front of delicious food, the word virtuous had no meaning at all. Not to mention Feng Nu, even the always cold and aloof Xi Qingming acted as if she was facing a great enemy, quickly snatching up the delicious noodles. Xianxia walked around the crowd and came before Nianbing's Supreme Nine Dragons cauldron, which only had a winter melon left. He moved closer to take a closer look and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Everything was so exquisite and vivid. The 9 green dragons were flawless and looked so delicious. It was a pity that there wasn't even a speck of the pearl and jade congee left in the cauldron. Even the inner walls of the winter melon had been scratched a little. He sighed softly and couldn't help but say, if only this was really made of jade. It could definitely become a rare treasure. It is worthy of being the continent's #1 knife skill. Even if my jade screen dual congeal is more exquisite, it is impossible to display the strength of the dragon dance. Nianbing, you have really finished your apprenticeship. The Supreme 9 Dragons Cauldron of Ice and Fire 9 Heavens, what a good name. Nianbing glanced at Xianxia and said, Senior, the reason I was so anxious to compete with you this time is because I am afraid I will have to leave this place soon. A friend of mine has asked me to do something and I must do it quickly. As she said this, she walked over to the chopping board and put her 3 kitchen knives back into her space ring. A trace of disappointment appeared in Xiao's eyes. You're leaving already? I asked you to be the knife skill teacher of the cooking department, but you still haven't fulfilled your duties as a teacher. Nianbing smiled faintly and said, Senior, I like the environment here very much. I especially like to compare notes with you and teacher Heiyi. If I fulfill my wish in the future, I will definitely return. Xiao's eyes flashed and he firmly patted Nianbing's shoulder with his large hand. As an excellent chef, all kinds of experiences are essential. Go. I will not stop you from moving forward. The world of cooking that you enter is your world. However, you must remember, no matter what level your culinary skills have reached, you must not have the slightest bit of arrogance. Otherwise, you will definitely encounter setbacks, just like your master. It was because of a moment of carelessness that he looked down on his opponent and only casually cooked a few dishes. Otherwise, even if the opponent had the assistance of magic, how could his culinary skills compare to the ghost chef? Nianbing nodded and said, Thank you. I will definitely remember your words. Xiaoxiu asked, When do you plan to leave? Nianbing thought for a moment and said, Today. Today Feng Nu came to the school to challenge me. I have already revealed my dual elemental magic. If I stay any longer, I will inevitably encounter some unnecessary trouble. Chef Luo and Xiaoxiu nodded and said, All right then. You will leave sooner or later. There is no way to make you stay. I will wait for you. I hope that when the time comes, you can take over my position. Then I can live a carefree and happy life for a few years. Nianbing chuckled and said in a low voice, Aren't you carefree and happy enough now? Xiao's eyes flashed with a lustful light. He glanced at Feng Nu, who was constantly stuffing the pink and jade-like noodles into her mouth. Nianbing said, Kid, when you need to make a move, you should make a move. I have seen countless women in my life, but I have never met such a high quality. She seems to have a good impression of you. Find a chance to get her into bed. Women, after all, will have a very deep impression of their first man. As long as your skills are good enough, you will not be afraid that she will leave you. Looking at your appearance, you must still be a little virgin. The taste of a beautiful woman is definitely the best in the world. No matter how good the food is, it will be delicious. Nianbing only fully understood Zixiu's words a few years later. However, at that time, he was already the head of a generation in the culinary world. After that, he researched a third emotion. I'm so full. This trip was not in vain. Nianbing, the food you cook is so delicious. I almost can't bear to leave you. Feng Nu put down the bowl in satisfaction and looked at Nianbing. Her eyes were full of smiles. Perhaps due to Zixiu's influence, Nianbing took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Feng Nu. She said in a low voice, I won. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise and let me kiss you? Feng Nu giggled and said, did I promise you anything? I only said that if you won, I would consider it. Besides, I have already kissed you before. Consider it as an advance payment. Nianbing said unhappily, how can that be considered an advance payment? Anyway, you owe me once. Alright, let's not talk about this first. When do you plan to leave? Where are you going? Feng Nu looked at the people around her and said, let's go now. I have already achieved my goal and eaten so much good food. It's time to leave. If fate wills it, we will meet again. Nianbing looked at Feng Nu dejectedly and said, I'm leaving too. I'm going to Aulin City. It would be nice if we were going the same way. Feng Nu looked at him in surprise and said, you're not going to continue learning here? Nianbing shook his head and said, no, I've already learned a lot in the 3 months I've been here. It's time to leave. Feng Nu smiled, a playful look in her beautiful eyes. Are you really going to Aulin City for something? Nianbing was stunned for a moment, but he reacted quickly and said in surprise, are you going there too? Feng Nu smiled and said, yes. If it wasn't for the fact that I've never revealed my whereabouts to anyone, I would definitely think that you're going with me on purpose. At this point, she suddenly realized that she had misspoken and her face turned red. Nianbing laughed and said, you're so beautiful. Even if it's for you, it's nothing. Let's go then. I don't have anything to pack. Saying that, he walked in front of Purple Dream and said, Principal, I think I'll be leaving. Purple Dream smiled and looked at Nianbing and then at Feng Nu. Thank you for the delicious food you brought us today. It's a pity that I don't know when I'll be able to eat it again. No, you're not allowed to leave. The one who spoke was Xianxia. He had just wiped the soup off his mouth. Nianbing was stunned for a moment and said, Teacher, I really have something to do and have to leave. Xianxia looked at him coldly and stretched out his right hand. You've been here for a few months and you haven't paid your tuition fees yet. Pay your tuition fees before you leave. As soon as he said that, even he couldn't help but laugh. Nianbing thought for a moment and stretched out his right hand. With a flash of light, a small box appeared in his hand. He handed it to Xianxia and said with a smile, Teacher, thank you for your guidance these days. This will be my tuition fees. Please accept it. Xianxia saw that the box was made of lead and his eyes were filled with doubt. He looked at Nianbing and took the box. What is it? Nianbing smiled and said, naturally, it's something worthy of your status. You'll know when you open it. Xianxia looked at Nianbing and slowly opened the box. In an instant, the kitchen that had returned to normal due to the disappearance of the 3 treasured swords was completely enveloped by a golden light. The peaceful aura and the feeling of holiness filled everyone's body. Everyone's eyes were focused on the box in Xianxia's hand. Xianxia looked at the golden gem in the box in shock. As a sorcerer, how could he not recognize it? Heavens! How many good things do you have on you? This is the first time I've seen such a pure holy light stone and such a big one. Where did you get it from? Nianbing said, I won it in a bet. Teacher, although you don't cultivate light magic, with it by your side, you'll be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. He looked at the gentle golden light, and a look of intoxication appeared in his eyes. He took a deep breath, closed the box, and stuffed it back into Nianbing's hands. No, this is too precious for me. Compared to me, you need it more. My magic has already been finalized. No matter how bad it is, I won't be able to reach the realm of Archmage. But you're different. This kind of stabilizing thing is extremely useful for you. You should wear it on your body often when you cultivate. With the effects of your jade, you won't have to worry about ice and fire being disobedient. Father, Big Brother, and I are also going to Aulin City. Zi Qingming's voice suddenly sounded at this time. Her expression had become very calm. Her purple eyes were like water, without the slightest trace of emotion. Zi Xiu said, Little Meng, what are you doing? You've seen Yanbing's cooking skills today. It's not time for you to graduate yet. Zi Qingming shook her head and said, No, second uncle, I'm not going to improve my cooking skills. Big Brother and I are going to join the army. This semester's classes will end in 2 days. Big Brother and I have long since planned to do this. The rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of everyone. Our Ottoman Empire has been bullied by Huarong and Qilu. Big Brother and I are going to do our part for the country. Zi Xiu frowned and said, You two are the only descendants of our Zi family. If you both join the army and something happens, who will take care of us? No, I don't agree. It's too dangerous. Forget it. Let them go. Young people should see more and experience more. The outside world will give them more experience and training. Zi Ming's attitude was the complete opposite of Zi Xiu's. Her eyes were filled with kindness. You can go, but I don't want you to use your status as Lanmeng Academy to make a fuss. Since you're going to join the army, you have to start from the bottom. Only by understanding the soldiers at every level will you be of more help in the future. Do you understand what I mean? Zi Qingjian said loudly, Dad, don't worry. Little sister and I will definitely not lose face for Lanmeng Academy. Brother Nian Bing, let's go together. Wait for us for a while. We'll prepare some things and be back soon. Since Zi Qingjian had said so, Nian Bing couldn't refuse. However, he was somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. It wasn't easy to get a chance to be alone with Feng Nu, but he was defeated just like that. He really couldn't accept it. Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, It looks like our journey will be very lively. The weather had already turned cold. Although the coldest month of the month had passed, the cold wind was still bone-chilling. The bare tree trunks on both sides of the road looked even more bleak. The biting cold northern wind blew, causing everyone's clothes to flutter. The sky today was a little gloomy. Although it wasn't snowing, it didn't feel good at all. This kind of gloomy weather easily made people feel depressed. 2 hours ago, Nian Bing, Feng Nu, and Zi Qingjian bid farewell to Zi Meng, Zi Xiu, and Hai. They left the city of the academy, Lanmeng, and stepped on the road to Aulin City. They had already walked for 2 hours, but the 4 of them didn't speak. Although Nian Bing's physical strength was a little weak, Feng Nu and the other 2 didn't rely on martial arts techniques to travel quickly. Thus, although they were a little tired, they could still hold on. In the gloomy weather and the oppressive atmosphere, the first one to lose it wasn't the straightforward Zi Qingjian. Ever since they left the academy, Zi Qingjian would occasionally sneak a glance at Feng Nu. He walked with a lot on his mind. It wasn't clear whether it was because he was a little disappointed to leave his home, or because of some other reason. Feng Nu, I have something to ask you. The first to speak was still Nian Bing. Outside of the academy, he had been thinking about how to face the Zi Qingjian siblings. It would be best if he could find a way to avoid traveling with them. He still had a good impression of Zi Qingjian, but that unpredictable temperament of Zi Qingming made him very sensitive. Nian Bing didn't have a good impression of a girl with a bad temper. Feng Nu walked forward as she said, I knew you would ask. Your guess is correct. I lied to you when we first met, but Senior Hua Tian can indeed be considered my master. I didn't lie about the cause of his death. As for the rest, can you not ask? When the time comes, I will naturally tell you. Nian Bing looked at Feng Nu's calm expression and sighed inwardly. He knew that it was useless for him to ask. Feng Nu was about the same age as him, but had strength close to swordsman's. Just this point alone was not simple. Especially when Feng Nu had said that she had the 9 separations body. What did that mean? Feng Nu seemed to feel Nian Bing's dissatisfaction. She turned her head to look at him and smiled. Don't you also have secrets in your heart? We can be considered the same, right? Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, If I use my secret to exchange for your secret, I wonder if you'll agree to it? Feng Nu laughed. Come on, I don't believe you'll be willing to tell me your secret. You look honest on the surface, but you're more cunning than anyone else. Who knows if you're just making up a story to trick me? Nianbing pretended to be wronged. I'm innocent. Am I that kind of person? Feng Nu snorted. Aren't you? Not to mention anything else, just the ice goddess stone and the flame god stone on your body, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain it clearly. Nianbing was speechless. Indeed, these two gems were given to him by his parents. They represented a story, and it was a story that was closely related to him. Okay, I won't ask you any more. However, your 9 separations Douqi has completely surpassed Senior Huatian. It really makes me feel strange. Feng Nu glanced at Nianbing. Simply speaking, Huatian's 9 separations Douqi should have been learned from my elder. The reason why he taught me the forging technique and sacrificed himself to forge the sword was to return a favor. That's all I can say. I don't want you to misunderstand anything. Nianbing's heart moved. Connecting the previous events, his thoughts became clearer. He smiled and said, Feng Nu, brother Qingjian, let's go to the front and rest for a while. Qingjian raised his head and glanced at Feng Nu. Feng Nu and Nianbing were both looking at him. His bronze face suddenly flushed red and he coughed, ah. Okay, let's rest for a while. Seeing his awkward appearance, Nianbing looked at Feng Nu strangely and Feng Nu frowned. Qingjian's natural disposition was simple and straightforward, and he was not good at concealing himself. They could all see what this robust man was thinking. Even Qingming was somewhat dissatisfied with her brother's state of mind. She used her hand to touch him, wanting to help him recover some of his senses. The 4 of them came to the edge of the forest not far away and sat down facing the road. The ancient trees towered into the sky, but there was no shade at this time. On the bare branches, they could occasionally hear the unpleasant cries of crows. The biting cold wind blew. This was indeed the coldest time of the year. Although Nianbing didn't know any martial skills and her body was only average, she had ice and fire magic to protect her body. She only needed to circulate the magic in her body and release a second-level ice body technique to completely resist the cold. The Phoenix Maiden, on the other hand, simply ignored this level of cold. Qingjian's body was robust and his Douqi was exquisite. This bit of cold didn't enter his eyes. Only Qingming's martial skills had yet to reach the next level and she cultivated wind attribute Douqi. The biting cold wind blew and she couldn't help but shiver from the cold. When they left the academy, they all left in a hurry. Qingming had always been in the academy and spent most of her time in her room. When she left, she had something on her mind, so she only brought some simple clothes. Now that she realized the cold, it was too late. She put on a coat and only slightly eased the cold. Qingjian lowered his head, thinking about his troubles. His face alternated between red and blue. He didn't notice his sister's discomfort at all. Qingming was naturally arrogant and refused to ask her brother for help. Her face gradually changed in the cold. Nianbing sat between Feng Nu and Qingjian. He had originally wanted to chat more with Feng Nu about what had happened in the past few days, but because of the Qingjian's demeanor, he decided not to. He didn't know what to say, but when he saw Qingming's expression change and her body tremble, he couldn't help but ask, Miss Qingming, are you cold? Qingming had been able to endure the cold along the way, but now that they had stopped, the cold wind easily blew through her clothes. She had long been unable to bear it, so when she heard Nianbing ask her this question, she felt a little grateful. He nodded. A little. It's a bit cold. Qingjian heard their conversation and woke up from his thoughts. He turned his head to look at his little sister and was shocked to find that Qingming's lips had turned blue. He was startled and quickly took off his jacket to cover his little sister. Little dream, why didn't you tell me that you were cold? Qingming unhappily snorted, I don't need your jacket. You don't wear much anyway, so you can keep it for yourself. Nianbing wanted to use her magic to create a fire to help warm their bodies, but Feng Nu suddenly stood up and walked to Qingming's side, elder sister Z, it's not good for your body to endure the cold like this. If you hurt your meridians, it'll leave behind a lasting illness. She smiled, and the smile on her face naturally gave people a sense of trust. Zi Qingming, who was originally jealous, heard Feng Nu's gentle and caring voice and quietly changed. Just as she was about to say something, Feng Nu's hand was already on her shoulder. A warm current flowed from Feng Nu's slender white jade hand into Zi Qingming's body. The cold qi dispersed in the warm current and Zi Qingming could even feel traces of cold flowing out from her body. The warmth from the inside helped her expel all the cold qi. Gradually, the warmth turned into a scorching heat. No matter how much the cold wind blew, it was unable to invade her body. It was warm and indescribably comfortable. Lifting her hand, Feng Nu smiled and said, "All right, my doqi can prevent you from feeling cold for at least an hour. Moreover, it has already completely expelled the cold qi that invaded your body." Zi Qingming stood up and gratefully held Feng Nu's hand. "Thank you, Miss Feng Nu." Feng Nu smiled and said, "What are you thanking me for? We're all in the same boat. It's only right that we help each other." No, of course I have to thank you. Of course I have to thank you. I thank you on behalf of my sister. If you need me in the future, I will do my best to help." Zi Qingjian also stood up incoherently. Nianbing couldn't help but laugh in her heart. She wasn't worried that Zi Qingjian would chase after Feng Nu. She only felt that Zi Qingjian's silly appearance was very cute. "Feng Nu, I'm also cold. Can you also help me get warm?" Feng Nu glanced at Nianbing and said, "Don't think that I don't understand magic. Don't try to trick me. Whether it's ice magic or fire magic, both can be used to effectively resist the cold." Nianbing smiled sheepishly and said, "I've already used up most of my powers when I was cooking in the academy. How can I resist the cold now?" Feng Nu said in a bad mood, "Then you can use the righteous Xiang saber. Wear it on your body. You won't feel cold even if you don't use anything." Nianbing saw that Feng Nu wasn't fooled. She smiled and shook her head. Looking at her long pink hair, she was actually a little dazed. Right at this moment, the crisp sound of horse hooves sounded from the side of the road. The weather was cold now, and Lanming City was a relatively remote city, so there were very few people on the nearby roads. Suddenly hearing the sound of horse hooves, everyone couldn't help but look over. They saw a dozen or so riders quickly heading over. Their mounts were of high quality. Although they were running very fast, their landing was very light and didn't kick up any dust. As they got closer, they could faintly see that this group of people was wearing large cloaks to resist the cold. Each of them was in high spirits and their figures were steady on their horses. Their riding skills were extremely exquisite. Nianbing stood up with some confusion. She shouted towards the riders that were about to approach the four of them, "President Carlo, is that you? Stop." The rider on the lead horse fiercely pulled on the reins. The fine horse gave a long neigh and reared up, stopping in the middle of galloping. The following riders were clearly well trained. They didn't panic at all and stopped behind the leading rider. "Ah. Nianbing, it's you. What a coincidence." The leading rider jumped down from the horse. It was the president of the Ice Moon Empire's mercenary guild, Carlo. He was wearing black leather armor inside and a large cloak on the outside. There was a long sword on his back and a golden moon mark on the left chest of the cloak. Nianbing went up to him and smiled, "That's right. What a coincidence, President Carlo. Are you going to carry out a mercenary mission?" Carlo laughed. He walked to Nianbing and said, "An employer submitted a level 1 mission to the mercenary guild. It's very difficult for ordinary mercenary groups to complete, so I accepted it. Look, I'm bringing my own mercenary group members to complete it. Why are you here? Last time, I heard you say that you were going to Alin City?" Nianbing smiled and said, "I was going to Alin City, but because of some matters, I was delayed. Now I'm preparing to go." "Did you go to Ice Snow City?" Carlo turned around and made a gesture to the mercenaries on the horse. "Let's go. Let's go to the side and talk. Don't block the way." The mercenaries dismounted one after another. One of them led Carlo's mount to the side of the road. When Carlo saw Feng Nu and the other two, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. "Nianbing, are these your friends?" Nianbing saw the doubt in Carlo's eyes. She knew that he was surprised that there was a different woman beside her, but how could she explain this? She could only say, "Yes, let me introduce you. This is Feng Nu. These two are Xi Qingjian and Xi Qingming. Feng Nu, big brother Qingjian, Miss Qingming, this is President Carlo of the Ice Moon Empire's Mercenary Guild. Feng Nu and the other two nodded to each other. Nian Bing took this opportunity to look at the mercenaries that Carlo brought with him. She was surprised to find that apart from the blue moon mark on their chests, these mercenaries were dressed the same as Carlo. Moreover, each of them had a dignified aura, and all of them looked to be in their 30s. They didn't talk to each other and rested on the side of the road with their horses. A few of the mercenaries stood in a reasonable position to guard the road. From their aura, one could tell that these mercenaries were even stronger than the members of the Silver Feather Knights that she had seen before. Carlo pulled Nian Bing to the side and said gratefully, "Nian Bing, thank you so much for what you did last time. I've already discussed with President Long in Ice Snow City and reached an agreement to solve the problem of the two guilds. Now, our mercenary guild has formed an alliance with your Ice Moon Empire's Magician Guild." Alliance? Although Nian Bing had already expected that Long Ji would choose to cooperate with the mercenary guild, she didn't expect that they would form an alliance. This was because the Magician Guild was the highest level guild on the continent, and the mercenary guild was a low-level guild. Long Ji could abandon his prejudices and make the decision to cooperate with the mercenary guild so closely. It could be said that he had great foresight and was indeed the best choice for the Magician Guild. "President Carlo, can you explain more clearly? What does this alliance entail?" Carlo smiled and said, "It includes all the cooperation you can think of. Our mercenary guild will provide all the funds and resources your guild needs, and your guild will provide us with the magic scrolls we need. The most valuable thing is that 20 magicians from your guild will join our mercenary group. This will greatly increase the strength of our mercenary group. Speaking of which, I'm afraid that no other mercenary guild on the continent has 20 magicians. Moreover, all of them are above the level of Grand Magicians, and they are all led by Archmage Leo. This time, we didn't have the confidence to complete this level 1 mission, but with Archmage Leo and 2 other Grand Magicians, I'm confident that we can complete the mission. They have already taken the carriage in front of us, so we will go and meet with them. Nian Bing, President Long highly admires you. How about it? Are you interested in completing this mercenary mission with us? You can rest assured that there is no problem with the treatment." Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, "Forget it. I still have to hurry along with my friends. You won't be affected if I'm not around." Carlo's face showed a trace of disappointment. "That's really a pity. Actually, it won't take up too much time. Our goal this time is a treasure." According to the employer, there are not only all kinds of valuables in the treasure, but also some lost magic incantations and secret martial arts books. These are all rare and good things. If you are willing to go with us, based on your help to our guild, I can let you choose 3 things as your reward. How about it? Gold and silver treasures were unable to move Nian Bing's heart, but these lost magic incantations moved her heart. According to Long Ji, the reason why the magic world was gradually declining was because many ancient magic cultivation methods and powerful magic incantations were lost. If she could obtain some powerful magic incantations that she could use, it would naturally be very beneficial for her future revenge. Her gaze met with Carlo's as she asked, "Then, what is the employer's request? Since there is such a good treasure, why doesn't he look for it himself, instead hiring you? Could it be that he is not afraid that you will embezzle it?" Carlo's face sank slightly and said, "Nian Bing, you are looking down on us too much. The Ice Moon Empire mercenary group I established is named after the Empire. It is the only first-class mercenary group in the Ice Moon Empire. Credibility is the guarantee of our development. Frankly speaking, the reason why the employer decided to take out the map for us to complete the mission is because that map itself is broken. Moreover, according to the map, this treasure is a cursed treasure. The map he obtained is only a copy. There are a total of 12 copies of this kind. According to reliable sources, the other people who obtained the copy of the map have already organized people to search for the treasure, but none of them returned alive. The danger of the treasure can be imagined. Therefore, the employer took out the map so easily. It can be said that this map is the reward he provided. If we find the treasure and successfully transport all the treasures out, then the employer only needs the legendary bottle in the treasure, and the other treasures will belong to our mercenary group. The legendary bottle? Nianbing looked at Carlo in puzzlement. Carlo said, the employer is a mysterious middle-aged man. He only said that there is a black bottle in the treasure, but didn't really reveal the secret. As long as we give that bottle to him, the mission will be considered completed. In addition to the things obtained in the treasure, he will also pay us another 10,000 purple coins as a reward. I think that bottle might be a magic item. For this mission, this time I have brought all the elites of the mercenary group. What you see is only a part of the people. The other part includes the 3 mages of your guild. For this trip, our Ice Moon mercenary group has sent a total of 32 great swordmaster warriors, 3 pugilist warriors including me, and 3 mages. Our strength is so strong that I think no mercenary guild on the continent can reach it. Therefore, I am very confident in completing the mission. How about it, let's go together. I will definitely keep my word. It would be unrealistic to say that she was not moved. As soon as she thought of the possible existence of the ancient magic incantation, Nianbing's heart burned. She nodded and said, I will discuss it with my friends. Carlo took a leather pouch from his waist and opened it to drink some water. You are welcome to join. I trust your friends. He had an extremely good impression of Nianbing. With her help, his Ice Moon mercenary group and the Ice Moon Mage Guild formed an alliance. Immediately, from the strongest mercenary group in the Ice Moon Empire to one of the strongest mercenary groups on the continent, Nianbing played the role of threading the needle. Therefore, Carlo had always wanted to repay Nianbing. Although carrying out this mission had a certain degree of danger, in his opinion, the strength he brought was already enough. The reason why he invited Nianbing was to take this opportunity to give her some benefits. It could be considered as repayment, and at the same time, to win her over. In his secret conversation with Carlo, Long Ji had already hinted to him that Nianbing was his successor. In order to allow the 2 guilds to continue working together, Carlo had long wanted to find an opportunity to meet Nianbing. However, he did not expect that the opportunity would come so soon. Nianbing walked in front of Feng Nu and the other 2, and softly described the mission that Carlo had mentioned. How about it? Are you guys interested? I think that since President Carlo has brought a large number of experts this time, the treasures won't be too bad. If you guys aren't willing to go, then we can only part ways here. Nianbing had already made up her mind to go with Carlo. The temptation of the magic incantation was too great. Feng Nu's eyes flashed, and she said, I have no problem. I am not in a hurry to reach Alan City. There is still some time. As long as it doesn't take too long, it will be fine. However, I have a condition. If we really find the treasure, I want to choose one item from it. Of course, it definitely won't be the bottle of their mercenary group's employer. Nianbing nodded and turned to Xianxia and Xianxia, saying, What about you guys? Xianxia hesitated for a moment before looking at his sister, Xiaomeng. Why don't you go back to the academy first and wait for me? It sounds a little dangerous, I'm afraid. Xianxia snorted and said, What's there to be afraid of? If you guys can go, then so can I. We left the academy in order to gain experience. This opportunity is not bad. Nianbing smiled faintly. She said, Then there's no problem. When the time comes, everyone can look out for each other. With the strength of so many of us, there shouldn't be any problems. Just as Carlo had said, the Frozen Moon mercenary group had mobilized all of their elites this time. Including herself, there were a total of 4 experts at the Great Mage rank and above. In addition, with the existence of Feng Nu, a quasi-swordsman, what kind of difficulty could stop them? Returning to Carlo's side, she said, President Carlo, we have decided to participate in this mission. However, I have a friend who has a request. If we find the treasure, she wants to choose one item as a reward. Carlo frowned and said, Nianbing. This condition is a bit harsh. Although I am the leader of the Frozen Moon mercenary group, this mission is very dangerous. The rewards may also be very large. Agreeing to let you take 3 items is already the limit. I can pay a certain amount of money for your friends. But to choose the item, I'm afraid. Nianbing smiled and said, President, there's no need to be embarrassed. Didn't you just say that I can choose any 3 items? How about this, I will only choose 2 of them. The remaining one will be chosen by my friend. This way, there won't be any problems. However, I believe that if we encounter true danger, you will definitely see that my friend has the ability to choose any one item. When Feng Nu proposed this condition, Nianbing didn't feel anything wrong with it. After all, Feng Nu had enough strength to make such a request. Carlo looked at Nianbing with some surprise, then looked at Feng Nu who was holding a long sword. He nodded and said, "We'll do as you say. When Di Hui finds the treasure, we'll decide how to distribute it. Nachi, Hadia, give up your horses and ride with the others. Nianbing, I'll give you 2 horses. When we reach the next city, we'll buy a few good horses." Nianbing nodded and said, "Then let's set off now." The 2 mercenaries brought their horses to Nianbing's side. Nianbing couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Logically speaking, he should be riding with Zi Qingjian while Feng Nu and Zi Qingming should be riding with each other. However, when the 4 of them were preparing to mount, a problem appeared. Nianbing was a bit better. Although he was tall, he wasn't too strong. However, Zi Qingjian's body was rare in the world. With their size, it would be difficult for them to ride together. For a moment, they didn't know how to distribute the horses. The Frozen Moon mercenary group had already given up 2 horses. When the 2 mercenaries gave up their horses, Nianbing was too embarrassed to ask them to give up another one. Zi Qingming suddenly opened her mouth. She walked in front of Nianbing and said, "I'll ride with you. Let my brother and little sister Feng Nu ride the other. This way, we should be able to fit." Nianbing was stunned for a moment. When he looked up, he saw that Zi Qingjian's eyes were filled with excitement. Zi Qingjian had always treated him as a brother. Although Nianbing wanted to ride with Feng Nu, how could he say it out loud? Zi Qingming took the initiative to ask to ride with him. Clearly, she wanted to give her brother a chance to get close to Feng Nu. A strange feeling filled his heart. For a moment, Nianbing was speechless. Feng Nu walked to the side of Nianbing and Zi Qingming and said, "Big sister Qingming, do you know how to ride a horse?" Zi Qingming was stunned for a moment. She shook her head and said, "I don't. Although I've been studying in the martial arts department, I've always been multitasking. I'm also studying cooking. I don't have the time to practice riding like my brother. However, I will definitely learn it well in the future. Feng Nu, my brother's riding skills are very good. Don't worry, you won't have any problems riding with him." Feng Nu laughed and said, "I'm afraid that won't work. You don't know how to ride a horse and Nianbing doesn't either. How can you keep up with the group?" Zi Qingming was stunned for a moment. Her eyes turned to Nianbing and said, "You don't know how to ride a horse? You're a man." Nianbing smiled bitterly and said, "Why must men know how to ride a horse? There doesn't seem to be any obvious connection. Besides, I'm a magician, not a martial artist." Zi Qingming was now in a difficult position. Then what should we do? Feng Nu smiled and said, "Forget it. I'll ride with Nianbing and you and your brother will ride with me. That way the problem is solved. I've also learned a bit of riding, so it won't be a problem to carry Nianbing." Nianbing was overjoyed, but her expression didn't change as she said, "Then that's the only way. Feng Nu, I'll have to trouble you." Feng Nu looked back and smiled, "What trouble? Just be careful when the time comes. I'm very fast when riding a horse." Zi Qingming was stunned. Even if Zi Qingming wanted to help him, there was nothing she could do. She could only blame herself for not knowing how to ride a horse. She walked to her brother's side and said, "Let's get on the horse." Zi Qingming nodded dejectedly. He pulled over a nearby mount and his eyes landed on the horse's back. The moment he landed on the horse's back, the horse suddenly let out a long neigh and stood up on its hind legs. Then its front legs touched the ground and its hind legs swung to the side, wanting to throw Zi Qingming off. Zi Qingming hadn't realized what was happening when he got on the horse's back. Now that he felt danger, he subconsciously pulled on the reins and pressed his body against the horse's back. Blue dochi covered his entire body, making him seem like a leaf stuck to the horse's back. No matter how the horse tried to shake him off, it couldn't throw him off. The horse's outburst was a bit untimely. At this moment, Zi Qingjian was feeling gloomy. His large hand stretched forward and his thick and powerful arm tightly wrapped around the horse's neck. He shouted in a deep voice, "Behave." His originally light as a leaf body suddenly became extremely heavy. The horse whinnied and fell to the ground, unable to make its previous movements. He could feel the horse slowly being conquered by him. Xianxia loosened his arm and gestured to his sister. Qingming leapt up and landed in front of him, leaning against Xianxia's broad and sturdy chest. Good riding skills. Carlo couldn't help but applaud from the side. At the same time, he met Nianbing's somewhat stern gaze. He shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything. Nianbing was somewhat dissatisfied. The two horses that Carlo had his subordinates bring over were clearly professionally trained horses. Other than their owners, it wouldn't be easy for anyone to ride them. Clearly, he was testing her friend. Feng Nu's martial arts were good, but was her riding skills good? Just as Nianbing was puzzled, Feng Nu had already grabbed the reins of the other horse. A strange scene occurred. Her movements were not as nimble as Qingming's, but from the moment she pulled on the reins to the moment she sat on the horse's back, the horse was docile and didn't resist at all. Carlo and his subordinates all stared with wide eyes. It must be known that this horse was even more irritable than the one Qingming was riding. Nianbing looked at Carlo and the others' surprise. Although he had some doubts, he didn't ask. He walked to the side of the horse, but he was a bit embarrassed. The reins were in Feng Nu's hands, and the stirrups were also stepped on by her. How could he get on? He didn't know any martial arts techniques to lighten his body. Could it be that he had to use blizzard? If that was the case, the horse wouldn't be able to withstand the influence of magic. At this moment, a white jade-like hand stretched out in front of him. Feng Nu's voice sounded, "Grab my hand." Like the sounds of nature, Nianbing's heart completely settled. He somewhat anxiously grasped that warm and slender jade hand. When he raised his head, he saw that Feng Nu was also looking at him. Before he could say a word of thanks, his body was already flying under the influence of a gentle force. Fortunately, Nianbing had experience flying with blizzard before, so he didn't cry out in alarm. When his whole body shook, he found that he was already sitting on the horse's back. Feng Nu's slender body was right in front of him. "Hold my waist, sit tight." Seeing that Nianbing and the others had already gotten on their horses, Carlo waved his hand and the knights all got on their horses at the same time. The sound of the horses' hooves became hurried, and along the main road, they quickly rushed forward. At this time, the most excited one was Nianbing. He clearly felt that his heart was beating faster. His hands were wrapped around Feng Nu's slender waist, and a faint fragrance filled his nose. His chest was close to Feng Nu's back. Right now, it was as if Feng Nu was in his embrace. A warm feeling came from the front. Feng Nu's waist didn't have a trace of excess flesh. Although separated by several layers of clothes, Nianbing could still clearly feel Feng Nu's elastic skin. A wonderful feeling spread throughout his whole body. Even if the horse had already started to gallop, Nianbing didn't feel it. He was completely intoxicated in that moving atmosphere. Feng Nu's feelings were even stronger than Nianbing's. Her entire back was pressed against Nianbing's body. A man's masculine aura invaded her body without fear, especially Nianbing's two large hands. They emitted waves of heat from her waist and abdomen. Her face burned. Feng Nu's heartbeat was no slower than Nianbing's. The group of horses continued to gallop. The originally bumpy ride had now become a paradise of enjoyment. Nianbing's arms tightened around Feng Nu subconsciously, he hoped that this road would never end. At the back of the group were the Qingjian siblings. Qingjian's strong arms protected his sister in front of him as he controlled his dismount. His mood was abnormally gloomy. Looking at Nianbing and Feng Nu in front of him, his eyes flashed with a complicated expression. "Big brother, don't think about it." Qingming's low voice came from in front of him. Qingjian's body shook. "Me? I'm not thinking about anything." Qingming faintly sighed. "Silly big brother, the expression on your face is so obvious. Let alone me, even Nianbing and Feng Nu have long since seen it. Give up. Don't tell me you still can't see that the relationship between Feng Nu and Nianbing isn't something you can interfere with. Feng Nu is willing to ride with Nianbing. Do you still not understand?" Qingjian was stunned for a moment. "That's because you and Nianbing don't know how to ride a horse. Little sister, I actually don't have any extravagant hopes." Qingming smiled bitterly. Silly big brother, don't think too much about it. It's impossible for you and the Phoenix Maiden to be together. Nianbing is handsome and he's also a great magician. You're inferior in all aspects. Don't let yourself fall too deep. That will only make you feel worse. Ziqingjian was silent for a moment. Little sister, she really is beautiful. When I first saw her, I already had her in my heart. Brother Nianbing is indeed stronger than me. If she chooses Nianbing, I will only give them my blessings. I don't have any extravagant hopes that she will like me. Can't I like her in my heart? Ziqingmei was speechless. She didn't expect her big brother to be so infatuated. While they were talking, Nianbing and Feng Nu's situation also changed. Feng Nu, who was controlling the galloping horse, suddenly whispered, "Nianbing, what are you doing?" The intoxicated Nianbing was suddenly awakened by the hot breath on Feng Nu's back. He discovered that a certain part of his lower body had reacted and was pressing against Feng Nu's back. This discovery immediately embarrassed him. He quickly moved his body back. Feng Nu, I didn't do it on purpose. Feng Nu's voice trembled a bit. You, hurry up and put that thing of yours back. The sturdiness behind her caused her heart to fluster as a strange feeling continuously invaded her entire body. Her strength as a quasi-martial saint was completely useless at this moment, and her delicate body had already become somewhat numb and painful. Nianbing loosened his arms around Feng Nu. He wanted to move back a little more, but the general workshop was only so big. Where could he hide? The more he wanted his brother to move back, the harder that disobedient little brother became. The friction between Feng Nu's back and buttocks kept sending bursts of pleasure. At this time, Nianbing felt like he was going crazy. All the muscles in his body tightened. He lowered his head and anxiously said in Feng Nu's ear, It doesn't listen to me. Feng Nu, I really didn't do it on purpose. Don't misunderstand. Feng Nu was so anxious that she was about to cry. It was cold, but she felt like there was a fire burning in her heart. Can't you think of a way? Nianbing smiled bitterly and said, what can I do? Unless we stop and rest for a while. Feng Nu, how about you bear with it a little more? After running for a while, you should be able to rest. Feng Nu's left elbow hit Nianbing's ribs and said angrily, how can I bear it? Nianbing, you are so bad. If I had known, I wouldn't have ridden the same horse as you. Nianbing felt pain, and his attention was immediately diverted. Feng Nu, I am a normal man. Who asked you to be so attractive? Feng Nu whispered, idiot, don't you know ice magic? Use it on yourself, and that thing will go back. After saying this, his pretty face was as red as an apple. Fortunately, everyone was hurrying forward at this time, and no one noticed his embarrassment. Nianbing hesitated for a moment and said, but, that will hurt me. Feng Nu, how about this, let's talk for a while. Maybe it will be better if we are distracted. Feng Nu took a deep breath and said with a choked voice, Nianbing, I hate you. How am I supposed to face people in the future? Nianbing was shocked. He didn't expect that Feng Nu, who had always been strong, would cry. Suddenly, it was as if cold water had been poured on his face. The brothers below finally beat the gong to retreat. He returned to his position. Nianbing lowered her head. Although she still had her arms around Feng Nu's waist, she tried to keep a little distance from her. Because of her contact, Feng Nu cried. What did this mean? Her fiery heart, which had been aroused by the appearance of Feng Nu, gradually cooled down. Feng Nu said in a low voice. I'm sorry. When they arrived at their destination, they met up with the magicians. I will take the carriage. I promise the same thing will not happen again. Feng Nu recovered a little as the people behind him retreated. Nianbing's calm tone made him feel a little weird. He raised his hand to wipe away the tears in his eyes and said in a low voice, what's the use of saying sorry? Sit tight. You're so far away. You'll fall when you turn. Didn't you say you wanted to chat? Then what should we talk about? Nianbing's heart skipped a beat. He hugged Feng Nu's waist tightly again and said with a smile, let's talk about you. How did you practice martial arts? You're so powerful. I underestimated you before. The Phoenix Maiden sighed softly and said, "There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The reason why I am where I am today is admittedly because of my constitution, but it's also inseparable from my many years of cultivation. I don't know who my parents are. It was a few elders who raised me. According to them, it started when I was just born. They soaked my body in all kinds of potions to help me fully display my physique and improve my potential. From the age of 3, I began to practice dochi with the help of a few elders. When I was 7, I already had the ability of a high-level warrior. In a way, I didn't have a childhood at all. My childhood was completely spent in practice. I am 19 years old this year and have lived for 19 years. I can say that I have practiced martial arts for 19 years. Speaking to this point, there was a faint trace of sadness in his voice. Nianbing thought for a while and said, "Then, the special characteristic of your body must be the 9-leaving body that Principal Purple Dream mentioned?" At this time, his mind had already calmed down. Although Feng Nu's temptation was still there, reason had taken the upper hand. He wouldn't lose his composure like before. Feng Nu's delicate body trembled slightly and she said in a low voice, "Nianbing, I know you are very smart, but there are some things that you shouldn't guess randomly. Knowing too much won't do you any good, do you understand?" Nianbing smiled and said, "As long as you don't tell others, how would others know that I already know? To be able to cultivate your strength, the power behind you must be very strong." Feng Nu said, "Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. You once told me that your parents are dead and you learned magic by yourself. Could Zishou also become a great magician at such a young age? Moreover, you have the same origin as ice and fire. I think that the secrets on your body are no less than mine. Nianbing, sometimes, you give me the feeling of a simple big boy, but sometimes, you are like a gloomy wise man. You don't show your emotions on your face. Just now was the first time I felt that you really lost your composure." Nianbing sighed and said, "Actually, I don't have as many secrets as you think. I only have ruthlessness in my heart. Because of that, I can give up a lot of things. The revenge for my parents is not worth the effort. Right now, I only have 2 goals. One is to fulfill my master's wish and promote my cooking skills. The other is to take revenge. However, my enemy is too strong. Even I am not sure when I will have the strength to contend against her." Feng Nu said, "Perhaps, I can help you." "Who is your enemy?" This was indeed a tempting suggestion. Feng Nu was already close to Swordsman's realm. With her help, the chances of revenge would be much higher. However, Nianbing shook her head and said, "No, I want to take revenge myself." Feng Nu, "Thank you. Although my enemy is strong, as long as I don't give up, I will be able to surpass her one day." Carlo, who was in front, suddenly slowed down and separated from the group. By the time the other riders passed by, he was already parallel to Nianbing and Nianbing. "Nianbing, you are a magician. Can you handle such a long ride?" Nianbing smiled and said, "It's all right. There shouldn't be any problems for the time being. Feng Nu's riding skills are very good. The horse is very stable." "President Carlo, where are we going this time?" Carlo said, "We are going to the heavens-shaking mountain range, 600 kilometers away. From Alland Empire's enemy, Alland City. According to the map, the treasure we are looking for is there. Once we enter the mountain range, we will have to abandon our horses and walk on foot. However, don't worry, I have already made preparations. When the time comes, there will be warriors to help you magicians walk on the mountain path." Feng Nu made a sound of doubt. She said, "The heavens-shaking mountain range is located in the easternmost part of the Ottoman Empire. Beyond the heavens-shaking mountain range is the Alland Sea. It can be said that the heavens-shaking mountain range is a natural warning line in the east of the Ottoman Empire. Even if the heavens-shaking mountain range is very close to the sea, there is no way to cross the mountain range that stretches for hundreds of kilometers. Because of the heavens-shaking mountain range, there is no more land behind the mountain range. Thus, the heavens-shaking mountain range is very desolate and sparsely populated. If we go there to search for the treasure, logistical support will be a problem. Moreover, because the heavens-shaking mountain range is not valued by the Ottoman Empire, there are no roads in the mountain range. Thorns grow everywhere, making it difficult to travel. It seems that the mission this time is very difficult. Carlo looked at Feng Nu with some surprise. I didn't expect this lady to be so familiar with the geography of the continent. What you said is exactly the same as the result of my investigation. The situation in the heavens-shaking mountain range is very complicated and there are many dangers that we are still unaware of. Otherwise, this treasure wouldn't be called the cursed treasure. However, you can rest assured that we won't give it to you. Our guild has spent a large sum of money to purchase a few high-grade spatial magic items that can store large amounts of resources. It is enough for us to use for several months. Moreover, the location of the treasure is in the northwest of the heavens-shaking mountain range. After entering the mountain range, the distance isn't too far. Thus, if everything goes smoothly, we might be able to complete the mission in half a month. If we encounter a crisis that we are unable to deal with, the resources that we have prepared will be enough for us to retreat from the mountain range. Of course, I don't wish for this to happen. Overall, for this mission, I am very confident. I am still very confident. I hope that it will be as smooth as you say. In terms of food preparation, I suggest that you prepare more vegetables, rice, and seasonings. We can directly replenish the meat in the mountain range. It would be best to prepare some simple medicinal herbs. Of course, a large amount of clean water is also essential. If it is only dry rations, everyone will be lacking in food and drink and their strength will also be reduced. As for the medicinal herbs to be used for jumping, I can give you a list. You only need to buy it according to your feelings. They are all things that clear the muscles and circulate the meridians, replenish the qi and nourish the body. Carlo frowned and said, Nian Bing, I'm afraid this won't do. We mercenaries aren't as delicate as you magicians. Normally, we just need to prepare some simple dry rations. If we bring these things like you said, don't tell me that we have to bring a chef into the heavens-shaking mountain range? After all, Nian Bing was still young. Although he admired Nian Bing, he still felt that his request was a bit excessive. Feng Nu smiled, you don't have to worry about this. Nian Bing is not only an outstanding magician, he is also an outstanding chef. The food that he cooks is the most delicious that I have ever eaten. Carlo stared blankly for a moment and said, Chef? This? Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, you don't have to feel awkward. Where are we going to stay tonight? When the time comes, you will understand what I mean. You can rest assured that I will definitely not give you any trouble. As a top-notch chef, his requirements for food were indeed very high. Unless it was like the time when all the managers in the library were immersed in magic research, he would usually do his best to cook his meals. Even if it was a simple steamed rice, Nian Bing could make a completely different taste. Carlo said, then we will talk about it when the time comes. Before we enter the heavens-shaking mountain range, our last supply point is the heavens-shaking city, which is closest to the mountain range. Right now, another group of people should have already arrived there and prepared some necessary tools for us to enter the mountain. After we arrive there, we will rest a bit and then directly enter the mountain. If we hurry through the night, we should be able to reach the heavens-shaking city in the middle of the night. When the sky turns dark, we will first find a place to eat some dry rations and rest for a while before continuing our journey. Nian Bing, if you can't hold on any longer, just come out. It doesn't matter if we arrive a bit later. Carlo once again returned to the front of the group. His relationship made Nian Bing have a better impression of this mercenary union. Nian Bing, I'm afraid things aren't that simple. Feng Nu suddenly lowered her voice and said to Nian Bing. Nian Bing said without batting an eyelid, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Feng Nu nodded and said, the heavens-shaking mountain range is indeed desolate, but it is very dangerous to go there. As far as I know, there is a strange race living there. Nian Bing sneered and said, a strange race? Yes. They are very strong. If possible, I suggest that you propose to President Carlo to terminate this operation. Nian Bing said with a bitter smile, I'm afraid that's not very possible. President Carlo has mobilized so many elites of the mercenary group. Clearly, he is determined to complete this mission. At this time, who can persuade him? Feng Nu, what kind of race is that? To be able to make you place so much importance on it. Feng Nu sighed and said, on the continent, although humans are the rulers, there are still some secret races. Although they rarely come into contact with humans and are completely self-centered, if humans encroach on their interests, they will not hesitate to destroy the invading humans. As for what kind of race it is, I can't say. Or, we can withdraw. Nianbing said with some difficulty, but I have already promised President Carlo. I'm afraid it's not too good to withdraw now. Maybe the treasure we are looking for has nothing to do with the race you are talking about? He was more and more confused about Feng Nu's true identity. But he understood that no matter how he asked, if Feng Nu didn't want to say, he would definitely not say. Feng Nu sighed and said, since that's the case, then I'll go with you. I hope it's like what you said, that this operation has nothing to do with that race. After all, the heaven-shaking mountain range is very big and the number of that race is not many. Maybe, they don't live in the northwest. But you have to promise me, if you really meet that race, you must leave with me immediately, even if you have to abandon your companions. Otherwise, even I don't have the confidence to save your life. Hearing Feng Nu's serious words, Nianbing hesitated. But when he thought of the ancient magic incantation that President Carlo mentioned, he still had the thought of withdrawing. Although he already had a certain understanding of the affinity of ice and fire, but until now, he still didn't have the confidence to fuse the two types of magic into one through the cultivation method he imagined. And the ancient magic incantation was very likely to be helpful for him to cultivate more profound magic. For the reward, he chose to take the risk. Time slowly passed. In the biting cold wind, the sun gradually set in the west, leaving a faint red hue in the sky. During this time, Feng Nu used her 9 abandonment doqi twice to help Zi Qingmei resist the cold, allowing her to persevere. Along the way, Zi Qingjian and Zi Qingming didn't speak much. Especially Zi Qingjian, who was originally cheerful, now seemed somewhat gloomy. Nianbing and Feng Nu both understood why he was like this, but no one said anything to avoid awkwardness. In the beginning, because of Feng Nu, Nianbing didn't feel much, but after 4 hours of riding, the bumpy ride on the horse gradually made him unable to bear it. All the bones in his body felt like they were scattered, especially his hip bone, which was indescribably awkward. At this time, his body was completely leaning on Feng Nu's body. He hugged her waist tightly to lessen the strain on himself. Fortunately, it was his body's condition that affected his concentration, so the awkwardness from before did not appear again. The faint fragrance from the wind girl's body was Nianbing's greatest motivation. His head was leaning on the wind girl's pink hair, smelling the faint fragrance and feeling the wind girl's supple body. Although his body was uncomfortable, he still didn't want this process to end too early. It's dark, let's get off the horse and rest. Carlo's voice sounded in front of him. The horse slowed down, changing from a gallop to a trot. Under Carlo's lead, everyone came to a relatively flat slope and stopped. The warriors dismounted one after another. For them who had been training for a long time, this kind of journey couldn't be easier. Hey, let go. Haven't you hugged enough? The wind girl's voice sounded. Nianbing finally reacted and reluctantly let go of the wind girl's hands. A scorching hot air suddenly spread throughout his body. Nianbing only felt his body lighten, and the ground under his feet shook slightly. He had already landed on the ground. And the wind girl was holding onto his hand. His legs felt weak, and a soreness from his hip bone made Nianbing temporarily lose the ability to walk. He forced himself to move his body, thinking to himself, riding a horse really isn't a good job. Fortunately, he had a beauty as his companion, otherwise, this journey would have been difficult. The Zi Qingjian siblings walked in front of him. Although Zi Qingming also looked a little tired, her condition was much better than Nianbing's. After all, a magician's biggest weakness was their body. The wind girl let go of Nianbing's hand and came behind him, pressing her palm on his lower back. Suddenly, the scorching hot 9-lead battle chi entered his body, and the air flowed through his meridians, instantly spreading throughout Nianbing's body. The scorching hot feeling was so comfortable that Nianbing almost moaned out of comfort. The discomfort in his body immediately disappeared, and his whole body felt warm, indescribably comfortable. He turned to look at the wind girl. Although only 4 hours had passed, Nianbing could clearly feel that his relationship with the wind girl had become much closer. Thank you, I'm much better. The wind girl smiled. What are you thanking me for? I'm not helping you. If I don't adjust your body's condition, how will you cook for me? Didn't you want to show off your cooking skills in front of President Carlo? That way, he'll agree to bring more ordinary food into the mountains. Nian Bing wanted to grab the Wind Girl's hand, but she dodged. The Wind Girl glared at him, and Nian Bing laughed mischievously. It's all right, there's still a long way to go. His meaning was very clear. Before reaching Sky Swaying City, he could still hug the Wind Girl for a while. The Wind Girl angrily said, "Hurry up and cook." Nian Bing laughed heartily and said, "Yes, sir. I'll definitely complete the mission." With that, he walked towards President Carlo. Zi Qingjian said to Zi Qingming, "Go help Nian Bing. With so many people, I'm afraid he won't be able to handle it alone." Zi Qingming glanced at her brother, knowing that he hadn't given up on the Wind Girl. She nodded and followed Nian Bing. The Wind Lady didn't avoid the Purple Purity sword. She walked to a large rock and sat down. The Purple Purity sword followed her. He took off the broadsword on his back and put it to the side. He took out a water bag and handed it to the Wind Lady. "Miss Wind, drink some water." The Wind Girl smiled and shook her head. "Brother Zi Qingjian, you should also rest for a while." "I'm not thirsty, I want to leave some space so we can eat Nian Bing's food later." Zi Qingjian sadly put away his water bag and drank a mouthful before sitting down. "Miss Feng Nu, how did you practice your martial arts to be so powerful?" "I've also practiced martial arts since I was young, but I'm only a great swordsman now." The Wind Girl said, "The cultivation of martial arts needs to be done step by step. Maybe it's because my cultivation method is more correct. You're still young, but you're already a great swordsman, which is already very good. Moreover, I can feel that your martial arts will reach the level of a martial fighter in at most 3 years. If you continue to practice diligently, you'll definitely achieve something." Zi Qingjian looked at the Wind Girl's moving smile and couldn't help but feel a little dazed. "Miss Wind Girl, are we considered friends?" "Of course, we're already friends." Zi Qingjian lowered his head. "How did you and Nian Bing get to know each other?" "From the looks of it, you two should be very familiar with each other." The Wind Girl said, "It's all right. Nian Bing is a good person and a good cook. We're also friends. Actually, we haven't known each other for very long, less than half a year." "Less than half a year?" Zi Qingjian's voice had a trace of excitement. The Wind Girl smiled faintly. "Although we've only known each other for a short time, we're the same kind of people. We have our own goals and won't change because of other things. He's like this, and so am I. Therefore, we can only be friends, just like you and I." After giving Zi Qingjian a meaningful glance, she closed her blue eyes and didn't say anything else. Zi Qingjian was stunned. Although he was straightforward, he wasn't stupid. He naturally understood the meaning behind the Wind Lady's words. However, he didn't back down because of this. Instead, he felt lucky. In his opinion, perhaps it was because Nian Bing wouldn't cause any trouble for the Wind Lady that the Wind Lady was willing to be closer to him. While Zi Qingjian and the Wind Girl were chatting, Nian Bing displayed his almost perfect cooking skills. When Carlo saw Nian Bing brandishing the shining proud heaven blade and continuously conjuring all kinds of seasonings from his hands, turning the originally boring dry rations into delicious delicacies over the fire, he couldn't help but stare in disbelief. He really couldn't believe his eyes. This was especially true when Nian Bing conjured a large cauldron and used the ice and some condiments to make a steaming hot soup. He practically raised both his hands and feet in support of Nian Bing's idea of bringing all kinds of food and ingredients for the upcoming mission. A simple meal had greatly improved the relationship between Nian Bing and the soldiers of the mercenary corps, conquering their stomachs. Although he didn't conquer their hearts, at least these powerful soldiers acknowledged his existence. After the meal. After resting for a while, everyone once again set foot on the road to Heavenly Swaying City. Of course, Nian Bing was still riding with the Wind Lady, and he wrapped his arms around her slender waist with great familiarity. What made the Wind Girl both angry and amused was that he used the excuse that his body wasn't used to long-distance riding as an excuse. His entire body was practically pressed against the Wind Girl's back, making the two of them even more intimate. Nian Bing had also thought it through. It wasn't easy for him to find an opportunity to take advantage of her. If he didn't take full advantage of her, wouldn't it be a huge loss? It would be difficult to find another opportunity like this. with the Wind Girl's beauty. How could Nianbing not be tempted? Fortunately, he was more restrained this time. His lower body was still quite obedient and didn't raise the flag again. Nianbing, can you sit up straight? Your body isn't that weak, right? I already helped you clear your meridians when we were eating just now. The Wind Girl said with dissatisfaction. Ah. I'm sorry. Today, when I was competing with Senior Xianxia in cooking, I overused my mental energy and rushed for half a day. I'm exhausted. I'm a magician. My body can't be compared to people like you who practice martial arts. Wind Girl, your battle chi is so strong. Hold on for a while, I'm going to sleep first. After saying that, he went even more overboard and directly rested his head on the Wind Girl's shoulder, breathing in the fragrance of her hair. His heart was filled with joy. The Wind Girl was both embarrassed and angry. She wanted to break free from Nianbing, but she was afraid that she would fall. Furthermore, his body was constantly emitting heat, causing the Wind Girl's delicate body to go soft. She couldn't use her battle chi on him at all. You scoundrel, hurry up and get up. What are you doing? Nianbing lazily said, anyway, we've been hugging for half a day. I'm afraid that most people already think that our relationship is abnormal. Just let me sleep for a while. Wind Girl, you're a bit too skinny, your shoulders are a bit hard. You scoundrel, how do you know my nickname? You, pervert, oh, you even know my name. I'm going to throw you down, then no one will be able to make delicious dishes for you. I'm angry, it's fine. When we reach Skywave City, I'll make you a chi-regulating soup. I guarantee that you'll be fine after drinking it. Nianbing tried his best to hold back his laughter as he felt the Wind Lady's rapid breathing. Waves of tiredness washed over him, and he actually fell asleep in a daze. He had finally found a comfortable position, so he naturally wouldn't change it. The Wind Girl's embarrassment gradually disappeared. Because Nianbing's body was so close to hers, she could clearly feel that Nianbing's breathing was steady and long. Scoundrel, he actually fell asleep on my shoulder. Why is there a cold feeling on my shoulder? Turning her head, she angrily discovered that Nianbing was actually drooling on her shoulder. When the cold wind blew, the cold feeling came from there. Nianbing, I'm going to kill you. The Wind Girl held the reins tightly. Her mind was constantly changing ways to torture Nianbing. However, even when they reached Skywave City, she didn't do anything. At that moment, although the Wind Girl was angry because of Nianbing's saliva, she also discovered that Nianbing's sleeping face gave her a special feeling. His sleeping face was very calm. Only the corner of his mouth revealed a faint smile, as if he was very satisfied. At this moment, his personality didn't change. He was sleeping like a child. No matter what, the Wind Girl couldn't bear to wake him up. Ouch! The intense shock and pain woke Nianbing up from his sleep. He rubbed his eyes and looked around in a daze. His surroundings were pitch black. The noise and the neighing of the horses made his mind a little chaotic. Quickly get up, we're here. The Wind Girl's voice sounded in his ears. Hearing this voice, Nianbing immediately felt much more at ease. Wind Girl, we're here so quickly. I'm still sleepy. Lend me your shoulder for a pillow. Nianbing got up from the ground and went to find a comfortable pillow. Ah. It's so hot. Wind Girl, what are you doing? The sudden heat caused Nianbing to almost jump up. The Wind Girl came in front of him and grabbed the front of his clothes. She fiercely said, Nianbing, I didn't expect you to be so bad. Just you wait. Nianbing blinked and pretended to be confused as he asked, How? How am I bad? The Wind Girl pointed at the saliva mark on her shoulder. Look at it yourself. What did you do yesterday? Nianbing was stunned. Under the illumination of the Wind Girl's red dough chi, he could faintly see a small puddle of water on her shoulder. Could this be the Wind Girl pinched his arm hard. Nonsense, who else could it be? How are you going to compensate me? Nianbing looked at the Wind Girl awkwardly. He thought for a moment and said, How about this, I'll sleep on your other shoulder for a while and make the marks on both sides symmetrical. The visual effect should be better. Without waiting for the Wind Girl to react, Nianbing turned and ran. At this time, his vision had recovered a little. He discovered that he was at the entrance of an inn. There were 2 lanterns in front of the inn emitting a dim yellow light. Carlo was directing his subordinates to bring the horses into the courtyard to settle down. President Carlo, we're already at Tiancheng City. Nian Bing ran in front of him to greet him. Carlo laughed and said, with a beauty being naughty, of course you would feel that it's fast. However, your friend's riding skills are really good. Even our fierce horses are so docile to him. Nian Bing, you really have good luck with women. When it's time to make a move, make a move. Don't waste your youth, hee hee. Looking at the old Carlo, Nian Bing said awkwardly, let's talk about this later. When we can beat her, maybe we'll have a chance. Right at this time, a gentle and pleasant voice came from the courtyard. President Carlo, you're here. Uncle Lai and I were afraid that you wouldn't be able to come today. Nian Bing's body shook. This voice was too familiar to him. Before he could react, a graceful figure walked out of the inn. A white fox skin robe wrapped around her charming body, but from her pale face, it could be seen that she had lost a lot of weight. It was the daughter of the president of the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Guild, Long Ling, known as the Gentle Girl. Nian Bing? Is it really you? Long Ling's face looked even paler. Her eyes were red as she looked at Nian Bing in a daze. Her soft lips trembled slightly. Ling what happened to you? When Nian Bing saw Long Ling's appearance, he couldn't help but feel a burning pain in his heart. He hurried forward to hold her hand. He discovered that Long Ling's hand was very cold, so cold that it made his heart feel cold. Long Ling's face flushed red as she forcefully pulled her hands out of Nian Bing's grasp. Taking a step back, she said in a low voice, Water Magician, there is a difference between men and women. Please don't be like this. Nian Bing was stunned for a moment before turning to Carlo and asking, Ling is also a magician participating in this operation? Carlo nodded and said, yes, High Magician Lion brought Great Magician Long Ling and Great Magician Feng Yun to participate in this operation. You are all part of the same union, so it's better for you to cooperate. Long Ling politely nodded to Carlo and said, President, rest assured, we will do our best to help you. It's late, I'm going to rest. After saying this, she no longer looked at Nian Bing as she turned and walked towards the courtyard. Carlo looked at Nian Bing with a smile that wasn't a smile. Is there some misunderstanding between you and Miss Long Ling? Young people, don't let emotional entanglements dampen your spirit. Nian Bing bitterly smiled and shook his head, but he couldn't say anything. The expressions of the knights that hadn't entered the courtyard changed a bit. Another one, really a pervert. Zi Qingmeng bumped into Nian Bing before entering the courtyard. Purple Sword Nian Bing sighed. Looking back at Feng Nu, she also followed her sister in. Nian Bing bitterly smiled in his heart. Just who did I provoke? How come in their eyes, I'm like a scoundrel who abandoned me? I'm innocent. Everyone had already entered the courtyard, leaving only Feng Nu and Nian Bing at the entrance. Feng Nu walked to Nian Bing's side and stopped. Seeing his hesitant expression, she smiled and said, no need to explain anything, we are friends. I choose to believe you. Nian Bing's heart was filled with joy. Finally, there was someone who understood him. But soon his excitement turned into bubbles because Feng Nu emphasized, we are just friends. As someone who cultivated 9-lead battle chi, her body emitted a faint layer of cold air. The night was filled with cold air. Nian Bing felt a burst of helplessness in her heart. Let's take it one step at a time. Anyway, I haven't done anything bad. Why should I care about what others think? Silence is gold, silence is gold. The next morning, Carlo announced that they were going to rest for a day. He started to make purchases in Tiandang City before they set off. Nian Bing wrote a simple purchase order for food. She didn't leave her room for the whole day. She was completely in a state of meditation. As night fell, there was a sudden knock on the door. Nian Bing. It's time for dinner. Zi Qingjian's deep voice sounded from outside the door. Nian Bing took a deep breath and woke up from her meditation. She felt that her body was full of magic power. Yesterday's matter seemed to have become a thing of the past. Whether it was Feng Nu or Long Ling, she couldn't let them affect her goal. Opening the door, Xianxia walked in energetically. Brother, you didn't eat lunch. What are you doing alone in the room? Let's go. Let's go for dinner. It's ready. President Carlo will also talk about some of the details of this operation. Nianbing smiled. Big brother Qingjian, you look pretty good today. Qingjian chuckled. People are in good spirits. Today, I asked Miss Feng Nu a lot of questions about martial arts. I learned a lot. Miss Feng Nu's talent in martial arts is far from mine. Nianbing inexplicably felt a bit of sorrow in her heart, but she quickly returned to normal. Then I'll have to congratulate Big Brother. Sparring with people stronger than you is very beneficial to your own growth. Qingjian closed the door behind him. He solemnly said, Nianbing, what is your relationship with that girl from yesterday? Nianbing was stunned. She frowned slightly and said, Big brother, this is my personal matter. I don't want to talk about it. Qingjian said, that girl looked very weak. It was as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Also, I've seen her a few times today, but I've never seen her smile. That cold feeling was filled with sorrow. Don't tell me this has nothing to do with you. Nianbing, did you do something wrong to her? Enough. Nianbing's eyes shone with cold light, causing Qingjian to shiver. Big brother Qingjian, I don't want to talk about this. I said before, this is my personal matter. Please don't get involved. Let's go eat. After saying this, she walked around Qingjian and opened the door. Qingjian stood there in a daze. This was the first time he had seen Nianbing lose her temper. In that instant, an abnormally powerful aura had exploded from Nianbing. Even with his strength as a great swordsman, he actually found it hard to breathe. Dinner was held in the restaurant. Before Carlo had arrived, the entire restaurant had been reserved by his subordinates. Aside from the restaurant staff, everyone else was from the Frozen Moon mercenary group. The dinner was very sumptuous. There was chicken, duck, and fish. Of course, this food was nothing in Nianbing's eyes. When he arrived, the table was already full. Nianbing looked around and saw Li Hua, Long Ling, and that great magician Feng Yun sitting at the head table. There was an empty seat next to Li Hua. Without asking, it was reserved for him. After all, he belonged to the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Guild. Without hesitation, he strode to the empty seat and greeted Li Hua and the other two before sitting down. Long Ling's expression was very calm. Just as Qingjian said, her body emitted a faint aura of sorrow. The coldness on her body was completely due to her sorrow. He sighed inwardly. Ling am I really worth it for you to be like this? Long Ling acted as if she didn't see Nianbing. Her gaze was still looking forward. Li Hua and Feng Yun both nodded to Nianbing, but no one said anything. Nianbing was smart, so he naturally knew where the cold treatment came from. However, he didn't mind. He sat there and looked around while waiting for his meal to be served. Feng Nu and Feng Nu were sitting at a table not far from him. At this time, Qingjian had also walked in and sat down next to Feng Nu. Nianbing was very calm. Not only was his expression calm, but his heart was also calm. In his mind, he was thinking about the situation of his magic cultivation. He didn't feel the slightest bit of dissatisfaction because of the current awkward atmosphere. Alright, everyone is here. Everyone, let's eat. This is our last dinner before we leave. Tomorrow morning, we will enter the heaven-shaking mountain range. The horses and unnecessary things will be left in this restaurant. I have already paid for this restaurant for 3 months. If we can successfully complete the mission, we will be able to return within 3 months. For this mission, it can be said that our Frozen Moon mercenary group has turned out in full force. We have also obtained the support of the Empire's Magician Guild. I have full confidence that we can complete this mission. However, there is one thing I must remind everyone in advance. Although we are strong, there are many unknown dangers in the heaven-shaking mountain range. If anyone is careless and drags everyone down, then don't blame me for being merciless. Everything will be for the benefit of the group. I won't say anything else. Most of you are old members of the mercenary group. I believe in you. Carlo's eyes radiated power as he looked at his subordinates. His body emitted a powerful aura. Nianbing glanced at Carlo and found that there was a 40-year-old middle-aged man sitting next to him. The man on the left had a cold expression. He was wearing the same mercenary leather armor, but it was very harmonious on his body. Although age was unforgiving, one could still vaguely see his youth. It was a pity that his handsome face was ruined by a deep scar on the left side of his face. The man on the right was a woman. She was also the only person in the entire Frozen Moon mercenary group who didn't wear a mercenary's uniform. The fiery red long skirt on her ice bucket-like body didn't look harmonious at all. Her short brown hair was disheveled and that pancake-like face was covered in rouge. Even so, it couldn't hide the large pockmarks on her face. When her huge body moved slightly, a layer of rouge would fall off. Looking at her, perhaps anyone's appetite would be reduced. Feeling Nianbing's gaze, that middle-aged man didn't have any expression, but that bucket's eyes lit up. Nianbing revealed a smile and the rouge on her face suddenly had a few more cracks. Her yellow teeth were uneven and Nianbing almost spat out the tea she just drank. She forced a smile and hurriedly turned her gaze to other places. The fine hairs on her body were all standing up. It was finally time to eat. Nianbing unhurriedly ate the dishes in front of him. With the previous experience, he didn't dare to casually look around. Right at this time, Carlo walked to his side and said with a smile, "Nianbing, come with me. I'll introduce you to our mercenary group's 2 vice leaders." Nianbing bitterly smiled in his heart. Without guessing, he already knew who the vice leader was. Under Carlo's lead, Nianbing followed him to Carlo's table. Carlo pointed at the middle-aged man that Nianbing had seen before and said, "This is our Frozen Moon mercenary group's vice leader, Xianxia. His martial skills are exquisite. And much stronger than mine." Xianxia's gaze met with Nianbing's and simply spat out 2 words, "Hello." Nianbing smiled and said, "Hello, I am Nianbing. Go, go, go. Xianxia, go to the side. Don't obstruct me from introducing myself." The pungent fragrance almost made Nianbing faint. Xianxia was pushed to the side by Bucket, but his expression didn't change at all. Bucket chuckled. Her height was actually about the same as Nianbing, but her figure was enough to hold 4 Nianbing. When she stood there, she was like a wall. She was probably heavier than Ziqing's sword. "Hello, little brother Nianbing. My name is Huarue. You can also call me Ruirue. I am also the vice leader of the Frozen Moon mercenary group. We should get closer in the future." When Nianbing heard the 2 words Ruirue, he felt a chill in his heart. If Huarue looked like you, there wouldn't be any flowers on the continent. "Hello, Miss Huarue. Nice to meet you." Hearing Nianbing call her Miss, Huarue was immediately overjoyed. "Hee, little brother Nianbing, you have good taste. You can tell at a glance that I am still a girl. I am still unmarried." As she spoke, she continued to throw coquettish glances at Nianbing. Nianbing lowered his head and thought to himself, "It's not your fault that you are ugly, but you are wrong to come out and scare people." Carlo naturally saw Nianbing's uneasiness and hurriedly said, "All right, everyone, let's eat." When he returned to his seat, Nianbing had no appetite at all. At this moment, Li Hua, who was beside him, suddenly said, "Nianbing, I heard from President Carlo that you guys met on the way here. Who are the people who came with you?" Nianbing said, "They are all my friends. They are also warriors." Li Hua glanced at Feng Nu and said, "Is that girl your girlfriend?" Nianbing suddenly felt annoyed. Why was it that the more he wanted to avoid emotional entanglements, the more trouble there was? "No, she is just an ordinary friend of mine. You guys eat. I have no appetite. I will leave first." After that, he got up and left without waiting for Li Hua to say more. When he was about to leave, the dragon spirit's gaze finally swept over him once. Seeing Nianbing leave, Carlo wanted to chase after him, but considering that there were so many people in the dining room, he had to shake his head helplessly. Back in the room, Nianbing sat on the bed again, closed his eyes, and entered the state of meditation again. Since he had left the Ice Moon Empire, he had no more scruples now. He held the sigh of the ice goddess and the roar of the god of fire in his hands, and quickly gathered the ice and fire magic elements in the air to himself. There was no possibility of any shortcuts to the growth of magic power. Only through continuous practice and increasing one's magic power could one improve one's strength. The stronger one's magic power was, the more the magic power in the air would be affected when using magic. This was also the reason why there was such a huge difference in strength between magicians of one level. After these days of research on magic and the guidance of the Dark Knight Archmage, Nian Bing had changed the way he meditated. He no longer absorbed the magic power in the air through every part of his body like before. Instead, he absorbed the magic elements in the air through his two peerless swords. After filtering and amplifying them through the Ice Goddess Stone and the God of Fire Stone, he channeled them into his body through the palms of his hands. There were several advantages to this. First, through the filtering of the two highest quality gems, the instability of the magic elements was very well suppressed. When the magic elements passed through the two gems, they became denser and purer. This saved Nian Bing the experience of controlling the magic that entered his body. Secondly, through the absorption method of the 2 points, when the magic was channeled into the vortex of ice and fire in his body, it could achieve a better balance. Moreover, it could increase the rotation speed of the vortex during the meditation process. After using this meditation method, Nian Bing clearly felt that the speed of his magic progress had increased by a lot. One night was equivalent to 4 or 5 days of practice. He firmly believed that as long as he persevered, he would be able to enter the realm of Archmage sooner. When his 2 types of magic power were full, it would be time for him to seek a new breakthrough. After an unknown amount of time, Nian Bing, who was in the middle of meditation, suddenly heard the sound of knocking on the door. He hurriedly controlled his mental strength to stop receiving magic power from the outside world and woke up. Who is it? At this time, it was already late at night. The night fog filled the air outside the window. Nian Bing stood up and closed the curtains before walking to the door. Open the door quickly, it's me. A beautiful and pleasant voice sounded outside the door. Nian Bing's heart stirred. It was actually Feng Nu opening the door. He saw Feng Nu standing quietly at the door, looking at him with a smile. Why are you here so late? Nian Bing asked in surprise. Feng Nu smiled and said, What, you're not going to invite me in? Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, No need, it's so late. Why are you, a girl, in my room? Feng Nu snorted and said, Rumors stop with the wise. I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of? Saying that, she pushed Nian Bing aside and went straight into his room. Nian Bing helplessly closed the door. He saw Feng Nu go to the table and put a small cloth bag on it. Eat quickly. You didn't eat anything at night. Are you angry? What did that magician say to you? Nian Bing looked at the snacks in the cloth bag. He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He walked a few steps to Feng Nu's side and reached out to hug her. Thank you, Feng Nu, his figure flashed. Feng Nu ran to the side with a red face. Don't touch me. Eat quickly. Nian Bing awkwardly put his hand on the table. The Phoenix Maiden picked up the snack and put it into her mouth. She sat down on a chair and looked at Nian Bing with interest. Nian Bing ate the snacks while saying, Feng Nu, don't you want to ask me what is the relationship between me and Ling Er? Feng Nu smiled and shook his head. This is your own privacy. If you want to tell me, you will tell me. Otherwise, what's the use of me asking? Nian Bing sighed and said, Actually, it doesn't matter if I tell you. I met Ling Er after I met you. Then, he simply told how he met Long Ling and how he joined the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Union. When he finished speaking, the desserts brought by the Phoenix girl were all in his stomach. In that case, you're quite charming. That Ling Er girl is quite beautiful. Why don't you think about it? Feng Nu still had a smile on her face. Nian Bing unhappily said, Then I am also quite handsome. Do you want to think about it? Feng Nu's face turned red and said, That's impossible. We are people from 2 different worlds. Nian Bing sighed and said, I have rejected 2 girls. Actually, they are very outstanding. To be able to get one of them as my wife is already lucky for me. But, I can't. I want revenge. My enemy is so strong and I still have to fulfill my master's wish. My heart can't be settled so quickly. So, I can only choose to reject them. I don't want to implicate them. Before taking revenge, feelings are a luxury for me. Feng Nu nodded and said, I understand. Maybe you are right. Because I am the same as you, I don't have the qualifications to talk about feelings. But, girls are the most sensitive to feelings. Since you can't have a result with them, then don't tease them to avoid more misunderstandings. You know, when you are concentrating on cooking, you are the most attractive. Nianbing smiled and said, then, did I attract you? Feng Nu unhappily said, attract your head. I haven't settled the debt with you yet. You have to compensate me for my clothes. Nianbing's eyes turned, okay, I will compensate you. But I don't have money. How about this, I will cook for you for a lifetime to compensate you. How about it? Feng Nu snorted and said, then you can be my servant. I just reminded you not to tease girls and you're doing it again. Nianbing smiled and said, that's because I know you won't be fooled. It's late, you should go back and rest. Otherwise, I will really act like a hooligan. In front of a beauty, my willpower is not that strong. Feng Nu provocatively curled her lips, aren't you afraid that I will beat you until you look for your teeth on the ground? Don't forget, your strength is not enough to use force against me. Nianbing's eyes flashed and said, don't forget, I am a magician. Although my overall strength is not as good as yours, but if you give me a chance, I have 70% confidence that I can restrain you. Feng Nu stared blankly for a moment and said, I want to try. Nianbing's confidence made her a little more curious. After all, Doqi was one of the best ways to break through magic. She was very clear that Nianbing's magic was not comparable to her own 9-leaf Doqi. But he said it so confidently, which made Feng Nu a little suspicious. Her understanding of magic was not deep, but her desire for strength was not below Nianbing. Nianbing strangely smiled and said, you really want to try? Then if I restrain you, I can't guarantee that I won't do anything out of line. Feng Nu confidently said, I don't believe you. How about we make a bet? Nianbing's heroic spirit increased, okay, you tell me what to bet, I accept. The Phoenix girl thought for a moment and said, I'll give you a chance to release your magic. I won't interrupt your incantation. If your magic can restrain me, then I'll write off what happened last night. Otherwise, you will have to promise me 3 conditions in the future. Nianbing laughed, your calculations are not bad. But, this way you will be taking advantage of me. If I successfully restrain you, you will have to return the kiss that I owe you last time. If I lose, I will promise you 3 conditions. Feng Nu looked at Nianbing with some surprise, are you really sure? You really want to bet? Nianbing smiled and said, even if I promise you 3 conditions, it's nothing. Why, are you regretting it? Feng Nu's eyes flashed and said, okay, I will bet with you. Where are we? Nianbing pointed to the ground and said, my room will do. Let me release a spell, right? Then you sit first. I will start preparing. Don't worry, before I release the spell, I will definitely remind you. Feng Nu nodded and sat at the side, but her eyes were locked on Nianbing, waiting for him to make his move. Nianbing thought for a moment and chanted an incantation, casting a blizzard on himself. With his amazing control of magic, he controlled the blizzard to an extremely small area, floating in the air, facing the ground. With a wave of both hands, the Morning Dew dagger and the Xingyang dagger appeared in his hands. Under the effect of magic, the whole room was filled with red and blue light. Without any hesitation, Nianbing's hands moved at the same time. The 2 daggers each transformed into a ball of light, slashing towards the ground. Magic array? You also know magic array? Feng Nu looked at Nianbing in surprise, her original confidence could not help but drop a little. Nianbing did not answer, his mind was completely focused on the daggers in his hands. In the flash of the daggers, a blue and a red equilateral triangle appeared on the ground. They intertwined to form a magic hexagram. The red and blue colors intertwined, emitting a huge magic aura. Nianbing did not stop his movements. He drew 2 circles on the outside of the hexagram, and then quickly engraved various complicated symbols on the circles and the hexagram. Although his movements were very fast, there was not a trace of carelessness. Every time there was an additional symbol on the complex magic array, the aura of the entire magic array would be stronger by a bit. The strange thing was, although the magic aura was strong, it was limited to the magic array. Feng Nu, who was outside the array, could see that this magic array was not ordinary, but she could not feel its real power. Her heart tightened, and she quietly mobilized her 9 abandonment Do Qi, maintaining her state at its best. The time was much longer than expected. Sweat constantly dripped from Nianbing's forehead, but soon it was swallowed by the red aura in the magic array. Nianbing's face had become somewhat pale, and the light emitted by the 2 peerless blades was not as strong as before. Obviously, the process of constructing this magic array consumed a lot of his magic power. Suddenly, Nianbing murmured a few words of incantation, and his eyes shone brightly. The magic power that was weakened by a lot suddenly skyrocketed. The daggers flashed several times, and the magic array on the ground rose into the air. The next moment, everything suddenly disappeared. The magic array on the ground completely lost its luster, and only the traces made by the daggers could be seen. Nianbing gasped for breath, put away the daggers, and sat on the bed. Although he looked extremely tired, his spirit was extremely excited, and his eyes were shining. It seemed that he was more excited than when he completed the carving of the 9 dragons to the Supreme Cauldron. This actually works. That's great. That's wonderful. Feng Nu doubtfully said, Nianbing, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say that you want to seal me? What kind of magic array did you just draw? Nianbing smiled and said, you will know if you try. I will use this magic array, you just need to walk to the center of the magic array. If you are safe and sound, then I will lose. Feng Nu half believed and half doubtfully stood up, took a deep breath, and her whole body was suddenly covered by a layer of faint red light. Her eyes moved, trying to see something from Nianbing's expression, but Nianbing just smiled and did not show any special expression. Feng Nu's figure floated forward. Although she was very curious about this magic array, she did not believe that it had the ability to trap her, but she still did not have the slightest carelessness. She raised her Do Qi to 80% and then landed on the magic array. Suddenly, a huge suction force came from the ground. Feng Nu was startled, and quickly urged her Do Qi to rush down to her feet, trying to break free from the magic array. But she did not urge her Do Qi, and suddenly she was surprised to find that her Do Qi seemed to have found a huge vent, and flocked out from under her feet. The magic circle on the ground shone brightly. It was mainly red in color, and it instantly wrapped around the Phoenix Maiden's body. An abnormally strong suction force kept eroding her body. Under the strange suction force, her combat power was disappearing at an astonishing speed. Feng Nu was a little panicked. Although she was skilled and bold, but she still could not help but have a heart of fear. After all, she had painstakingly cultivated the 9 abandonment Do Qi since she was a child, and with the full support of the elders, she had today's achievements. If it continued like this, her Do Qi would completely disappear, then wouldn't her many years of cultivation be in vain? Thinking of this, Feng Nu's delicate body trembled a little. She desperately wanted to raise her Do Qi to the realm of Holy Do Qi to get rid of this strange magic array, but her Do Qi had already been consumed too much. Excessive urging would only cause her Do Qi to be absorbed faster by the magic array. The red and blue light was like a bottomless abyss, constantly swallowing her Do Qi. Nianbing, what did you do? Quickly let me go, my Do Qi is. Feng Nu felt weak because of the loss of a large amount of Do Qi. She looked at Nianbing somewhat pleadingly. She believed that Nianbing would not harm her, but what was happening now was beyond her imagination. Nianbing smiled faintly and said, does this mean that you admit defeat? Feng Nu opened her mouth. Just as she wanted to say something, the last trace of Do Qi in her body was sucked out. Her body went soft and suddenly fell on the magic array. Nianbing smiled and walked into the magic array. Even Feng Nu, who was close to the realm of swordsmen, could not contend against the magic array, but it did not harm him at all. He picked up Feng Nu and let her lean on his shoulder. Now you should know that magic is a very strange ability. Although my magic is not as strong as your martial arts, but under certain special circumstances, I have the possibility to restrain you. This magic array is a special magic array passed down from ancient times. I just wanted to give it a try, but I didn't expect that it would really succeed. Tears flowed down Feng Nu's face. She said somewhat sluggishly, my Do Qi, my Do Qi. Nianbing smiled and said, silly girl, I will return your Do Qi. But, before that, I have to get back the bet that I won. Otherwise, when you recover, I won't be able to contend with you. As he said that, he hugged Feng Nu's elastic body and lowered his head towards her. When Feng Nu heard Nian Bing say that her doqi can be recovered, she was immediately overjoyed. Her spirit did not have time to recover, but the masculine aura continued to approach her. At this time, she was so weak that she could not even move a finger, let alone resist. Her face suddenly turned red, and she subconsciously closed her eyes, waiting for the lips that were about to come. After a long time, although the masculine aura was still strong, but the kiss that she imagined did not come. She opened her eyes strangely, and was surprised to find that Nian Bing was right in front of her. His face was only 3 inches away from her, and she could hear his breath. Nian Bing seemed to be a little distressed as he shook his head. "Forget it, if you didn't want to let me kiss you, how can I force you?" As he said that, he muttered a few words of incantation, and the magic array suddenly began to change. The rich red light was like a river flowing into the sea, and rushed towards Feng Nu's body. Feng Nu only felt her whole body shake, and the familiar doqi returned from every corner of her body. The feeling of strength gradually became stronger, and she was so excited that her body trembled a little. The feeling of recovering doqi was so wonderful. Nian Bing hugged Feng Nu as she felt the changes in the magic formation. Everything was as she had predicted. Aside from the fact that it was a little difficult to set up such a powerful magic formation, there were no flaws at all. It was completely under her control. The recovery of doqi was even faster than when it was lost. When Feng Nu recovered to her peak state, she seemed to have forgotten that she had swordsman's strength. She was still in Nian Bing's arms like a well-behaved kitten. Nian Bing walked out of the magic formation with Feng Nu in her arms. "Isn't my embrace very warm?" A red figure flashed and Feng Nu escaped from Nian Bing's arms. She said in a slightly annoyed tone, "You only know how to take advantage of me." Nian Bing smiled and said, "Now that I've won, shouldn't you let me kiss you?" Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing strangely and said, "Then why didn't you kiss me just now? Since you didn't seize the opportunity, it means that you gave up." "Nian Bing, what kind of magic formation is this? How come I didn't even have a chance to resist?" Nian Bing looked at the complicated patterns on the ground and whispered, "This is a very special magic formation that has been passed down since ancient times. When I first saw it in the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Guild's library, I thought that it was impossible to successfully construct this magic formation because it was too complicated. Moreover, there couldn't be a single mistake. Some parts were contradictory, and there were also problems with the intertwining of the magic symbols. However, I suddenly thought it through. If this magic formation was drawn with one hand, it would indeed be impossible to complete, but if it was drawn with 2 hands at the same time, it would be possible to complete it. Therefore, I considered using the same origin of ice and fire to complete this magic formation. I have thought about it countless times in the past, but today is the first time I put it into practice. I didn't expect to succeed so easily." At this point, he paused and looked at the magic formation with infatuation. "Feng Nu, do you know the name of this magic formation that has been passed down since ancient times?" "It was called the magical illusory space. I am the master of space, and I can convert it into 2 types. One is release, and the other is absorption." Feng Nu didn't understand. "Can you explain it more clearly? What is release and what is absorption?" Nian Bing's eyes sparkled with wisdom as she said, "Simply put, this magic array was specially used for sealing during ancient times. Because it was extremely difficult to depict. Therefore, very few people could actually use it. The magic array was completed. It would absorb the magical elements in the outside world to replenish itself, and its energy output was completely under my control. To put it simply, if I was the one casting the spell, the power of the spell would increase by at least 30%. If someone else were to step into the spell's power would increase by at least 30%. You've experienced the situation just now. It can completely devour all of your energy. However, the possibility of that happening is very small because everyone can sense the aura emitted by this magic array. If we weren't betting, would you have stepped into this magic array so easily? Therefore, the greater function of this magic array is to amplify my own power." Feng Nu doubtfully said, "I still don't understand. I cultivate doqi, not magic. Why can it absorb my doqi and then return it later?" Nianbing smiled and said, all kinds of energy in the world are conserved. Although magic and douqi are two different forms of energy, they are still energy. For example, my fire magic and your 9-li douqi have the same characteristic of fire. My magic array is based on ice and fire, so it can display the greatest effect on your body. After absorbing your douqi, you won't really lose it, but you'll be affected by the weakening effect of the magical space, making you feel as if you've lost your douqi. In fact, the magical space is only extracting your douqi and completely isolating your body from the outside world, giving you an illusion. Once you're out of the magical array, even if I don't help you, your douqi will automatically recover within half an hour. Feng Nu thought for a moment and said, so to say, with this magic array, your strength will greatly increase? Humph, this is the only time you'll be fooled. You won't have another chance in the future. Nianbing smiled indifferently and said, only one chance is enough. You're my friend. If you were an enemy, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy to escape. However, this magic array also has a lot of flaws. Not only does it take a long time to draw, but the failure rate is also very high. In addition, it needs to eliminate more than 90% of my magical power. So, it can't be used normally. Feng Nu smiled and said, isn't that simple? Just dig out the ground in this room and put it in a magic item with storage space. Ability. Nianbing laughed and said, how can it be so easy? Once the magic array is formed, it can't be moved. Otherwise, not only will it lose its original effect, there's also the possibility of magic explosion. When I was learning this magic array, I thought that using it to defend the city is the best way. As for other things, it's not very useful. Unless my magical power is strong enough to draw this magic array easily. Feng Nu stared at Nianbing and said, you took my douqi with this broken magic array, I'm not convinced. However, I won't act shamelessly. A figure flashed, Nianbing only felt a delicate fragrance in his face. His lips were covered with a gentle fragrance. Just when he wanted to grab this wonderful feeling, the warmth had already disappeared. The door was open, Feng Nu had already left. In the whole room, only Nianbing was left. Looking at the open door, Nianbing shook his head with a bitter smile. Feng Nu, oh Feng Nu, do you know? The more time I spend with you, the more I can't control my impulses. Early morning in winter was the coldest time of the day. Nianbing awoke from his meditation. With the help of the formation he had drawn last night, Nianbing's transcendence energy had completely recovered. He opened the window, and the cold air rushed in. The breath he exhaled turned into faint smoke and dissipated with the cold wind. What cold weather! Although he had two kinds of magic, but in this incomparably cold weather, as a magician, he was still not used to it. Unfortunately, he didn't even have a thick layer of clothing. When the air in the room became a little fresher, he closed the window. He put on his coarse cloth inside and put on the ice great magician's robe issued by the Union. Feeling the ice element flowing on the magic robe, he cast an ice body spell on himself, so he didn't feel cold anymore. The mercenaries of the Frozen Moon mercenary group were all up early in the morning. Under the command of Carlo and the two deputy leaders, they prepared their own things. Each of them carried a small bag and a standard samurai sword on their back, more than 30 people. Unexpectedly, they didn't make too much noise. The strange thing was, in the courtyard of the restaurant, there were 4 similar strange objects. In the middle was a chair, and on both sides were connected by a long and thick bamboo pole. It looked a little strange. Nianbing, you're up. I was going to call you after everything was ready. Go eat some breakfast, we'll be leaving soon. Looking at Carlo's confident smile, Nianbing pointed to the strange thing in the courtyard and said, President, what is this thing for? Carlo smiled and said, it was originally 3 places. You came. I asked someone to make one more. This is specially prepared for you magicians. The heavenly shaking mountain is undeveloped, and the road is rugged and difficult for you magicians. If you rely on magic to move forward, it will consume a lot of your magic power, so I specially prepared this kind of thing for you to use as a means of transportation. This was invented by the Longmu Empire. It's called a sliding pole. You will feel very comfortable sitting on it. With our warriors carrying it, not only can it speed up the journey, it can also save you a lot of physical strength. Nianbing secretly praised Carlo's thoughtfulness in her heart, but she said, "President, this isn't very good. How can we trouble the warrior brothers?" Carlo smiled and said, "It's not troublesome. When it comes to critical times, we still need to rely on you magicians to save our lives. For us, you four magicians are important life-saving treasures." After 2 hours, Nianbing's group finally set off. This time, the Frozen Moon mercenary group had a total of 33 people. Among them, there were 3 martial fighters, 30 great sword master level warriors, and 4 magicians including Zi Qingming, Feng Nu, and Nianbing. The group had a total of 40 people. When they came that night, they didn't notice this city. After leaving the restaurant, Nianbing found that this heavenly shaking city was pitifully small compared to other big cities. Even from the east wall, they could see the west wall directly. There weren't any big shops in the entire city. On the surface, most of the residents in the city made a living by hunting. Outside the city, they could see the gray mountain range in the distance. They couldn't see the end of it at a glance, and some of the peaks were covered by thick clouds. The feeling of sitting on the pole was very comfortable. 2 great sword master level warriors carried the pole, and the pole was very stable. Apart from the cold, this wasn't a mission, it was simply a pleasure. The entire mercenary group was neat and orderly. Carlo was at the front, and the 30 mercenaries surrounded the 4 magicians in the center. The 2 vice leaders and Feng Nu walked at the back of the group. It could be said that this was a small battle formation. Long Ling sat on the pole expressionlessly, wearing a thick white fur coat. Li Hua and Feng Yan also wore thick leather coats. Among the 4 magicians, Nianbing was the most shabby. The speed of the warriors was very fast. Although it looked like they were walking, every step they took was more than 3 meters. Although they couldn't compare to horses, they weren't much slower. The scenery on both sides of the road constantly flew by, and the cold wind blew. Nianbing's ice body spell couldn't withstand it. Although the fire element magic could produce a large amount of heat, it could not last long. He had no choice but to cast the ice body spell on himself. He also took out the righteous Yang saber and put it in his pocket to keep warm. Only then did he feel better. He regretted that he should have bought thicker clothes before he came out. Under the guidance of the warriors, 2 hours later, they had already entered the range of the sky-shaking mountain range. In the winter, the mountain was bare. Occasionally, they could hear some birds chirping. The entire mountain gave off a lifeless feeling. Not long after they entered the mountain range, Carlo stopped at a valley where they could take shelter from the wind. "Everyone, take a break before continuing. Slide the pole and change positions. Stay alert." Placing the poles on the ground, Nianbing and the other 3 walked down. The warriors guarded every important corner of the area. Carlo came to Li Hua's side and took out something that looked like a map from his chest. He discussed something with Li Hua in a low voice. Nianbing was also happy to be free. He took out his cauldron from his space ring and called for the purple purity sword. He blasted a hole in the ground with his fighting aura and gathered ice elements. He filled the cauldron with ice and used his flame technique to heat up the cauldron. After a while, the ice melted under the heat of the fire and gradually became warm. Nianbing continued to maintain his magic as he said, "It's such a cold day. Let's all drink some hot water so that we can continue our journey later." No matter how strong a person's body was, it was still a wonderful thing to be able to drink some hot water in winter. The ice boiled. Feng Yan came to Nianbing's side and took out a stack of bowls from his space magic item. "Nianbing, let me help you. Your magic is amazing." Feng Yan was an earth magician and was best at defense. Nianbing nodded to him and took out a spoon from the space ring. She filled each bowl with hot water and called everyone to drink. Carlo's laughter sounded. "Nianbing, you're really a good logistician. It's good to have hot water in this cold weather. Come, I have some good tea leaves. Put them in and boil them to enhance the taste." "No, you can't put tea leaves." Nianbing stopped Carlo and said, "Plain water is the most nourishing. Although tea is good, it accelerates the body's metabolism and makes it easier to get hungry and overexcited. Plain water is better. Your tea leaves can be used as seasoning. I can use them when I cook." Everyone drank the hot water. The warriors of the mercenary group already saw Nian Bing as one of their own. Everyone readily accepted a magician like her. After all, the first thing that Nian Bing bought was their stomachs. After drinking some hot water, Nian Bing felt much better. Suddenly, her whole body felt cold. She subconsciously looked to the left. At the same time, there were two other people who did the same. One was Feng Nu, and the other was the bucket-shaped Hua Pistol. Hua Pistol's voice was like a broken gong as she let out a low roar, displaying a speed that was completely disproportionate to her body. She shot out like a huge ball of meat, heading towards the hill she had seen earlier. Carlo reacted quickly and shouted, "Protect the magician." A red figure flashed. The first one to arrive at Nian Bing's side was Feng Nu. Nian Bing and Feng Nu looked at each other and whispered, "You felt it?" Feng Nu nodded and said, "I'm afraid this time we've really hit a wall. I'm very familiar with that aura. It's very likely the race I told you about last time." Just a moment ago, Nian Bing and Feng Nu both had the feeling that they were being watched. Nian Bing's magic was not enough to produce this feeling. He only discovered it because the Xingyang saber in his arms suddenly became hot and the magic in his body fluctuated unstably. Soon, Hua Pistol's figure flew back. The makeup on her face had decreased a lot because of the rapid ejection. She came to Carlo's side and said in a low voice, "I didn't see anyone." Carlo frowned and said, "You didn't see? Can you tell if it's a human or a beast?" Hua Pistol shook her head and said, "It's hard to say. However, can a human really be so fast? My speed is already very fast, but I didn't even see a human hair. Unless it's a swordsman, but there are only a few swordsmen on the continent. How could they run to this kind of desolate place? It's very likely that it's a magic beast that specializes in speed. It's normal for there to be magic beasts in this kind of mountain. It shouldn't be a problem if we defend carefully. Carlo, let's move as soon as possible and shorten the time to avoid any changes." Carlo nodded and said, "Let's go. Everyone, prepare to defend. Especially pay attention to protect the four magicians. If there's any danger, immediately send out a warning." After starting the journey again, the atmosphere of the mercenary group clearly became tense. The group's original tight formation became a little more scattered. This way, they could control a larger area and prevent an unknown enemy from sneaking up on them. From early morning until noon, the entire mercenary group had completely entered the depths of the sky-shaking mountain range. The feeling from the beginning did not appear again. Everything became normal again. Nian Bing kept his eyes closed and released his spiritual force. Relying on his spiritual force to perceive the outside world, it was actually clearer than using his eyes. Even the wind blowing in the surrounding grass could not escape the gaze of his spiritual force. After listening to Feng Nu's words, he still felt that something was wrong. Although the feeling of being watched had disappeared, it seemed that he could still feel that someone was watching him from afar. What exactly was the race that Feng Nu spoke of? The mountain road was getting more and more rugged. In front of them, four warriors were constantly chopping the withered brambles on the road with their long swords. Surrounded by the warriors around them, they continued to move forward. Suddenly, Li Hua's voice sounded, "Everyone, stop for a moment. The great source of all living things. Please lend me your flowing vision, spread it all over the world, and search for that mysterious aura. Eyes of eternal life." The faint blue light continued to condense toward Li Hua, and the aura of the water element in the air clearly became stronger. Nian Bing, who was familiar with all kinds of magic, secretly exclaimed, "This is the 8th grade water magic, eyes of eternal life." The blue light became stronger and stronger. Li Hua raised his short magic staff. Wrapped in the faint blue light, his body emitted a holy aura. The magic staff pointed forward. The rich blue light rushed into the ground, and the clear blue light continued to spread to the surroundings. Li Hua kept chanting in a low voice. He was like a fountain of water, constantly emitting circles of ripples. As the blue light continued to expand, everyone present clearly felt a gentle energy, as if touching their bodies. The energy gradually drifted, and everyone's senses were strengthened several times. Nian Bing knew that Li Hua must have discovered something. Otherwise, he would not use this 8th grade water magic at the cost of a large amount of magic power. The function of the eyes of eternal life was very obvious. Not only could it increase the senses of his companions in a large area, but it could also observe all the aura of life within the range of the magic. Water was the source of life. As long as there was water, the eyes of eternal life would not lose its effect. The blue light disappeared. Li Hua closed his eyes and stopped chanting. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, waiting in silence. Suddenly, Li Hua's whole body spasmed, and without warning, he collapsed on the pole. His whole body kept twitching, and white foam came out of his mouth. The aura of life quickly disappeared. Nianbing was very close to Li Hua. Seeing this, she was shocked. She hurriedly jumped down from her pole and came to Li Hua's side. She grabbed his hand and transferred her pure magic into Li Hua's body. At the same time, her expression became serious. Li Hua had read about what had happened to Li Hua in a magic book. When a magician used a probing spell to explore the surrounding environment, they would suffer a backlash if they encountered a counterattack of mental strength that was much greater than their own. With Li Hua's strength as an archmage, even a magus at the level of archmage would not be strong enough to cause a backlash from a magic of the 8th grade. It seemed that not only was there a hidden enemy in the Tiandang Mountains, but the enemy's strength was far beyond their expectations. Long Ling held Li Hua's other hand. Ice and water came from the same source. She and Nianbing transferred ice magic into Li Hua's body, hoping to help him break free from the backlash. With the help of the two great magicians, Li Hua's twitching gradually stopped, but he still did not wake up. Nianbing hesitated for a moment. She waved her right hand, and the Sai of the Ice Goddess appeared in her palm. She placed the Ice Goddess stone on Li Hua's forehead, and then transferred her ice magic into Li Hua's body through the stone. At the same time, she took out the box containing the Holy Light Stone and placed it on Li Hua's chest. One was to wake him up, and the other was to stabilize his mind. Under the effect of the two peerless gems, Li Hua finally let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. "Teacher Li Hua, how are you? What did you see that caused such a strong backlash?" Nianbing couldn't wait to ask the question in her heart. Long Ling took out a handkerchief from her bosom and wiped the filth from Li Hua's mouth. She said in a low voice, "Let Teacher Li Hua rest first." Li Hua shook his head. Feeling the magic power from Nianbing, he forced a smile. "Thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. It was too scary." It was a red color that couldn't be seen clearly. However, it was filled with an incomparably powerful aura. When I tried to explore the secret with my water magic power, I couldn't feel anything. My magic power was greatly shaken, and the magic power I released seemed to be about to collapse. Nianbing said in a low voice, "Where did you find this place?" Li Hua said, "It was in the center of the sky-shaking mountain range. Just now, I suddenly felt that something was wrong. You know, ice and water have a very strong sensitivity to fire. On this cold day, I suddenly felt my whole body heat up. It was as if the aura of the fire element was being controlled around us by someone. In addition to what happened before, I decided to carry out a large-scale investigation. But I didn't expect that when the magic had just started, I would almost die from the backlash." Nianbing turned her gaze to Carlo and said, "President, the place recorded on your treasure map wouldn't be the center of this mountain range, right?" Carlo smiled bitterly. "I also hope not, but it is the truth. According to the treasure map, the location of the treasure is in a mountain in the center of the Tiandang Mountains. We can only check the direction first. With our current speed, it will take about 3 days to reach there. However, since the magician Li Hua discovered the danger, we have to think carefully." Beside Carlo, Bucket Huarue snorted and said, "What's there to think about? Maybe the magician Li Huarue only found a volcano. Can you say that the volcano's energy is not enough? Let's not worry about it here. Let's talk about it when we get there. Even if there is danger, what are we afraid of? We have so many people. If we can't beat them, can't we run? This time, we spent a lot of time and energy on this mission. Are we going to give up halfway?" Gatling said, "I agree with Huarue. We can't give up easily because of a warning sign." Carlo said, "I don't mean to give up. I just hope that everyone can be more careful. This way, we can complete the mission better. It's already noon. Everyone rest here first." Let's also let the magician Li Hua rest. Nianbing looked at the gloomy Li Hua and whispered, Teacher Li Hua, could that be a volcano? Li Hua thought for a while and said, I can't be sure, but what I can be sure of is that it is indeed a huge amount of fire energy. Nianbing, this mission seems to be more difficult than expected. You have to promise me one thing. If the danger is too great for us to handle, you have to protect Ling and leave here no matter what. This is what I promised the president. Now it seems that I can't recover my magic power at all without 2 days. I'll leave this matter to you. Nianbing looked up at Long Ling. She didn't seem to hear Li Hua's words. Teacher Li Hua, don't worry. You don't need to remind me. I will try my best to protect Ling. It's just that my strength is too weak. I may not be able to meet your expectations. Li Hua smiled and said, do your best and leave it to fate. Alas, if the magic hadn't been broken just now, I could have explored more of the surrounding situation. Now, we can only move forward recklessly. I also hope that what I found is a volcano. Nianbing saw something in Li Hua's eyes. At the same time, he also understood that it couldn't be a volcano at all. How could a layman who wasn't a magician have that kind of misunderstanding? How could he? The Eye of Eternal Life was the source of water. In other words, was it possible for there to be water in a volcano? If it was really a volcano, Li Hua couldn't see anything at all. At some point, Feng Nu had come to Nianbing's side. In a low voice, she said, Are you sure you want to continue moving forward? Nianbing said, I have no reason to back out now. However, it seems like you're right. Feng Nu, can't you tell us what race it is? Feng Nu hesitated, but still shook her head. Maybe it's not as serious as you think. As long as we don't infringe on the interests of that race, there won't be any conflicts. That race has never been interested in money and treasures. I think that the treasure you're looking for may not be related to them. So, you don't have to worry too much. Hearing Feng Nu's words, Nianbing relaxed a little. I hope so. Without saying anything more, Nianbing walked to the side and asked 2 mercenaries to help set up a stove. Then, he asked the wind and cloud magician to take out some food from his spatial magic item and start cooking for everyone. After all, he had to cook for more than 30 people. Nianbing chose the simplest method. He soaked the clean rice in water and started a fire below. At the same time, he shredded the chicken and put it into the pot. Then, he removed the pits and put in the dates. He added some salt and stirred them evenly. Then, he started the cooking process. With so many people and hidden dangers, he didn't have time to show off his cooking skills. First, he had to replenish everyone's strength. Filling their stomachs was the most important. This shredded chicken and date rice was very suitable. It had an excellent effect on replenishing strength. During the cooking process, Nianbing directly inserted the blade of the righteous Yang saber into the pot. In addition to his fire magic, he quickly prepared a meal for everyone. Although it wasn't sumptuous, it tasted delicious. After the meal, every mercenary's strength had recovered very well. Carlo didn't give them more time to rest and quickly set off. Their goal was still the deepest part of the sky-shaking mountain range. When they set off again, Likiti became the most important person to protect. He was at the center of the group. He only ate a little at noon and meditated on the pole, trying to recover his magic power as soon as possible. In winter, the mountains weren't completely bare. Some cold-resistant plants still grew. The mercenary group's route was mainly through the mountain valleys. This way, they could conserve more energy. When they successfully passed through several mountains, the sky was gradually darkening. After a day of hurrying, they had already traveled a long distance. However, the mountain roads limited their speed. They were still 2 days away from their destination. That night, Carlo chose a flat area in the mountain valley to set up camp. After a simple dinner, he invited Nianbing and the 2 deputy leaders to his tent. After Likiti had consumed a large amount of magic power, the most important magic caster in Carlo's eyes was undoubtedly Nianbing. The 4 of them sat in a circle. Carlo spread out a shabby map. This was the first time Nianbing saw the appearance of a treasure map. She saw that the treasure map was made of a kind of leather. It was yellowish-brown in color and the patterns on it were all drawn with a red color. It depicted the sky-shaking mountain range. The reason why she could distinguish this was because the only annotation on the bottom left corner of the treasure map was the location of the sky-shaking city. With this clear indication, she could find the basic location. Although the treasure map looked very old, the depiction of the sky-shaking mountain range was very clear. Hundreds of mountains of various sizes were drawn in detail, and the red cross that Carlo mentioned was at the foot of a high mountain in the middle. Carlo pointed at the map and said, "We are now at this position. Although we did not encounter any obstacles today, you all can feel that this operation will not be too smooth." Gatlin nodded and said, "It's too quiet, so quiet that it's scary. Even if it's winter, there shouldn't be no animals in this mountain. However, since we entered the mountain, we haven't encountered anything. It's as if something invisible is controlling this mountain range." Carlo nodded and said, "What worries me the most is the backlash that lithium technetium sorcerer encountered today." Huarue said, "Yes. It's not a volcano, but I had to say that at that time." Nianbing's heart skipped a beat, and her view of Huarue changed greatly. This astonishingly beautiful deputy leader was not as simple as she seemed on the surface. So she also knew that it was not a volcano, then she must have said that to stabilize people's hearts. Carlo's gaze turned to Nianbing. "Nianbing, what do you think?" Nianbing thought for a moment and said, "I only have one idea, and that is to leave this place and give up on this mission." Gatlin snorted and said, "Are you afraid?" Nianbing smiled indifferently and said, "Afraid? If being afraid can save my life, what's the harm in being afraid? I will not allow myself to fall into an irreparable danger because of recklessness. If I have a choice, I think it's better to give up this mission. Because that unknown danger is probably not something we can contend against." Gatlin said angrily, "Brat, do you know how much we have paid for this operation? Just the high commission paid to you by the Union alone is more than 10,000 gold coins. In addition to other expenses, it is already equivalent to 3 months of the Union's income. How can we be willing to give up just like that?" Nianbing's gaze did not give in at all as she looked at Gatlin and said, "I only know one principle, and that is, where there is life, there is hope. Of course. I also understand what you are thinking now, and you haven't really hit the wall. I'm afraid you won't give up. Since I promised President Carlo to participate in this operation, I will definitely follow you to the end. However, there is one thing I have to declare first. Once I encounter a powerful enemy that I cannot resist, I will immediately retreat without hesitation. At that time, don't blame me." "You." Gatlin stood up abruptly. His entire body was filled with an imposing aura. Battle chi was released. Light flashed in his eyes. He seemed to be contemplating whether he should get rid of Nianbing first. Huarue chuckled. Nianbing moved closer to Huarue and said, "Little brother, it seems that you have found something. Why are you so sure that we are not up to the task this time?" Nianbing snorted coldly and said, "I didn't find any enemies. However, don't you feel that after entering the heaven-shaking mountain range, the closer we are to the heart of the mountain range, the hotter the surrounding temperature becomes? Although the change is not obvious, for a cold winter, this time seems to be too warm." Her words woke him up. Gatlin sat down with a solemn expression and looked at Carlo. They really did not notice this problem. At this time, when Nianbing mentioned it, they realized that this was the case. Carlo took a deep breath and said, "Nianbing, what you said makes sense. However, before carrying out this mission, we have already received a portion of the commission from the employer. If we were to return it like this, according to the rules, we would have to pay back 3 times the amount. Although the Union can afford to compensate for this, the loss would be too great, especially in terms of reputation. Therefore, we have to try. You can rest assured that if we really encounter danger, we will definitely prioritize protecting you. If you agree, you can let your friends leave first. We will not stop you. How about it?" Nianbing smiled indifferently and said, "Since the president has already decided, I have nothing to say. Be careful. As for my friends, you don't have to worry about them. Unless they are completely wiped out, they will be fine." "Ah!" An ear-piercing scream came from outside. The expressions of the 4 people in the tent changed at the same time. With a flash of light, Carlo and the 2 vice captains had already rushed out, and Yan Bing had already pinched 2 magic spindles in her hands. What's going on? Carlo's low voice sounded, and the camp lit up with torches. All the mercenaries became nervous, and one after another, they pulled out their long swords and vigilantly observed the pitch-black surroundings. Long Ling and Feng Nu had already drilled out of the tent. Long Ling's gaze searched the crowd. When she saw Yan Bing, she clearly sighed in relief and recovered her desolate appearance. Yan Bing's eyes darted around as he muttered a few incantations under his breath. Then, he threw an explosive flame into the air. Sparks shot out in all directions and instantly lit up the surroundings. Due to the sudden appearance of the light, a black shadow flashed through the forest like a bolt of lightning and fled into the distance. Hua Pistol roared, and her huge body broke a small tree. Her 2 wheel-like axes were like hands, and her body was as light as a swallow as she chased after that black shadow. Gatling had obviously worked together with Hua Pistol for many years, showing an astonishing tacit understanding. It rushed in the direction where the black shadow had appeared, because that was where the first scream had come from. Yan Bing did not care about this. After releasing bursting flames, she immediately walked to Feng Nu's side, and whispered a few words in Feng Nu's ear. Feng Nu's brows slightly wrinkled, but she still slowly nodded. All of this was seen by Long Ling. Her desolate eyes were filled with a mournful look of cutting out the complicated details. After a while, Hua Pistol and Gatling both came back. Hua Pistol's huge axe had a trace of blood, and Gatling carried a person back. It was a mercenary. There was no breath of life on his body, and his neck was strangely bent. Obviously, the broken neck was the cause of his death. The atmosphere of the entire mercenary group became different. Gatling said in a cold and tired voice, "There are no traces of resistance. He should have been attacked by a sneak attack. He was very ruthless and directly broke his neck. Who can tell me how he went to the woods alone?" A mercenary whispered, "He went to the toilet. As soon as we entered the woods, we heard the scream." Carlo's expression was still very calm. He turned to Hua Pistol and said, "What did you find over there?" Hua Pistol said, "It's human. This can be judged from the body shape. He didn't meet me head-on. His speed was extremely amazing. I chased after him with all my strength and used the sweeping shadow skill to barely catch up with him. Maybe he didn't expect my speed to suddenly increase. He was careless and was hit by my axe on the back. But that person seemed to be wearing something like armor. His back was very hard, like iron armor, but it was even harder than iron armor. Although I had hurriedly thrown my axe, I had only used 60% of my strength, but I could only scratch his body. After using Plunder Shadow, my speed was temporarily reduced, so I couldn't catch up. However, I found that the person seemed to have a pair of red eyes. It looked a little strange. Thanks to Yan Bing's fireball. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to catch its figure in the dark." Yan Bing said, "That person must have been frightened by my fireball, which is why he chose to flee immediately. From now on, no matter what you do, at least 3 people should be together. This way, at least we can defend against the other party's attack and give our people a chance to rescue. Be careful." Feng Nu's voice suddenly sounded. Yan Bing immediately crushed a scroll in his hand without any hesitation. A rank 4 ice wall directly appeared around his body. A strong force came, and Yan Bing's body subconsciously rushed forward. The sigh of the ice goddess and the roar of the fire god jumped into his hands at the same time. He didn't look back, relying on his mind to lock the position of the other party. The fireball and the ice ball were released at the same time, attacking the other party. With a loud boom, the instantaneous ice and fire origin spell had once easily shattered the body of a high-level warrior. This time, it was able to unleash a considerable amount of power. A cry of surprise rang out from midair. Huarui and Gatling had already charged forward at the same time. 2 axes and a cold blade were aimed at the figure that had launched a sneak attack on Yan Bing. A fiery red light lit up in an instant, and a scorching airflow filled the air. In the loud bang, Hua Pistol and Gatling's rising momentum was stopped, and the attacking shadow bounced up high. A hoarse voice echoed in the air, "This is only a warning to you. Leave here immediately. Otherwise, you will be buried in the sky and become fertilizer here." The voice disappeared with the figure. When Gatling and Hua pistol landed, they had already lost track of the shadow. Carlo stood beside Nianbing with a long sword in his hand, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Nianbing looked at the pile of ice powder behind him with lingering fear. He really doubted that if it weren't for Feng Nu's sudden warning, those magic scrolls on his body would have been able to save his life. The rank 4 ice wall had the strongest defense among all the rank 4 spells, but it only slightly blocked the other party. From Carlo's actions, it wasn't that spell that had saved him, but him. Shaking his head, he said, "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me." Carlo smiled bitterly. "It seems that what you said makes a lot of sense. Just now, when I fought with that person, it was obvious that his strength was definitely not below mine. Currently, it seems that we have at least 2 pugilist-level enemies." Nianbing sighed, "But I understand that this can't shake your determination, right?" Carlo nodded firmly and said, "Knowing the difficulties and advancing has always been my principle as a person." Laughter suddenly sounded. Nianbing turned to look, only to see Zi Qingming laughing. "You two should change your ages. The younger one is cautious like an old man, and the older one is stubborn like a young man." Carlo sighed, "Continue guarding. Everyone else go back to sleep. Nianbing's words are my orders. Any operation must be carried out with at least 3 people." Everything returned to normal. This time, Nianbing returned to her tent. Recalling the huge impact from before, she couldn't help but feel some lingering fear. Who was the enemy? If what Phoenix Girl said was true, then what kind of race could survive in the mountains from the bottom up? But from the fact that they knew the human language and had the appearance of a human, they should be humans. Where did the other races come from? Nianbing took a deep breath. The sneak attack from the enemy in the dark made him feel a strong sense of danger. As a member of a mercenary group, he was the easiest to be attacked by the enemy. He had to increase his vigilance and defense. Otherwise, if she died inexplicably in this mountain range, it wouldn't be worth it. The cooperative sneak attack made the entire mercenary group nervous. However, no changes occurred in the latter half of the night. When the sun shone on the earth, bringing light to the sky-shaking mountain range, a new day had begun. That dead mercenary was turned into ashes by Nianbing's fire magic. His fellow mercenaries brought his ashes back to the Ice Moon Empire to be buried. Looking at the undulating mountain peaks, Carlo raised his hand and firmly shouted, "Advance." The blow from last night seemed to have completely disappeared. He was still full of confidence. However, Nianbing observed that Carlo's hand was still on the hilt of the sword at his waist. The atmosphere on the second day was even more tense than the first. The mercenaries were constantly paying attention to their surroundings, afraid that someone would suddenly jump out and break their necks. It was no wonder that they were so nervous. The tragic death of their comrade had cast a shadow over the entire mercenary group. Fortunately, Carlo and the 2 deputy leaders were extremely calm. Their subordinates had been trained for a long time and had seen a lot of big scenes. Other than being more cautious, they did not make any abnormal movements. What was strange was that the enemy who came to warn them yesterday didn't appear again on the second day after the mercenary group entered the mountain range. Nianbing didn't even feel that they were being watched. The day passed peacefully as they hurried along. Even so, after stopping them from setting up camp, Carlo personally patrolled every tent and specifically told the patrolling mercenaries what to pay attention to. The defense for the whole night was led by the 2 vice leaders for the first and second half of the night. Patting his stomach, the food he made was still the best. Nianbing laid down in the tent contentedly. The soft cushion from the spatial ring was definitely the most enjoyable at this time. For the past 2 days, he was in charge of all the meals. Every time it was time for the mercenaries to eat, they could completely relax. Because of this, the mercenaries' impression of Nianbing continued to increase. When they were hurrying along, they deliberately moved closer to him to prevent another sneak attack. After 2 days, Li Hua's magic power had already recovered by 70 to 80%. He was no longer so weak, but he didn't dare to use magic to probe the inside of the sky-shaking mountain range again. "Nianbing, I'm coming in." Feng Nu's voice came from outside the tent. The tent used by the mercenary group wasn't big and could only accommodate 1 person lying down. Hearing Feng Nu's voice, Nianbing hurriedly sat up. "Please come in." The tent's curtains were lifted. Feng Nu stepped into the tent and sat down. Her pink hair draped over her shoulders, setting off her beautiful appearance. She looked very moving. Thinking of how he had once hugged this perfect bewitching body, Nianbing couldn't help but feel hot. Feng Nu, are you looking for me? Feng Nu's expression was somewhat worried. Nianbing, the situation is very bad. Nianbing smiled faintly and said, now you should tell me what that race is. Feng Nu sighed and said, I'm sorry, I can't go against the agreement of the ancestors. Since we've already come here, I'm afraid we can only move forward. Last night, others might not be clear, but I clearly saw the appearance of the person who sneak attacked you. Just as I've guessed, it's indeed a person from that race. Do you know why they didn't appear again today? It's not that they want to let us go, but they already have the intention to kill us. When we really enter the inside of the mountain range, that's the moment they make their move. Nianbing frowned and said, in that case, now is the calm before the storm. I'm afraid tomorrow's journey won't be easy. Feng Nu nodded and said, that's right. Nianbing said, it's a pity that I can't persuade President Carlo now. Without a result, they will definitely not give up. Let's take one step at a time. Don't trouble yourself with what I told you last night. Feng Nu nodded and said, I can only do my best. After all, the plan can't keep up with the changes. Nianbing suddenly chuckled and said, your body smells so good. You haven't bathed for at least 2 days, how can you still smell so good? Feng Nu was stunned for a moment. Then, her charming face turned red and said, what time is it? You're still in the mood to joke. Nianbing smiled and said, the more nervous we are, the more relaxed we have to be. That way, we can face it better, isn't it? You haven't answered my question yet. Feng Nu snorted and said, my race and I have the ability to keep ourselves clean. Even if we don't bathe for a few months. Our clothes will be dirty, but our bodies will never be. Alright, I didn't come to you to ask you to give up. I just want to remind you to be careful. If you can't do anything, then run quickly. After saying that, she stood up, rolled her eyes at Nianbing and left the tent. She was gone, but her fragrance still lingered. Nianbing took a deep breath and realized. He was becoming more and more infatuated with Feng Nu. He took out the little flute that Feng Nu had given him but never used. He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Although the two of them had always maintained a friendship, he could feel Feng Nu's concern for him. At this moment, the tent's curtains suddenly lifted and a graceful figure walked in. Nianbing thought that it was Fu Gui who had returned after leaving the Phoenix Maiden, but when he looked up, he realized that it was Zi Qingming with an icy expression. Miss Zi? Why are you looking for me? Nianbing asked in surprise. Zi Qingming glanced at the body in Nianbing's hand. She sat down in front of Nianbing without hesitation and said, I came to find you for 2 things. The first is for my brother. The second is for arriving at the treasure location tomorrow. Nianbing looked at her with interest and said, what are the details? Zi Qingming said, I can see that your relationship with Feng Nu is not ordinary. This is your private matter and I have no right to interfere. However, you should have noticed that since Feng Nu appeared, my brother couldn't help but fall in love with her. If Feng Nu is your girlfriend, I hope you can tell my brother officially so that he won't be lost in his own reverie. I don't want him to be hurt by a one-sided love. Nianbing smiled and said, I'm afraid I can't help you with this. It's not that I don't want to help, but because I don't have the authority to help you. Feng Nu and I are just friends. How can you speak as a boyfriend? Zi Qingming snorted and said angrily, you are just friends? Who are you kidding? Do you think I didn't see how tightly you hugged her that day? If you are just friends, how can she let you take advantage of her? If you are just friends, how can she let you sleep on her shoulder? Nianbing's heart trembled. Zi Qingming was telling the truth. Thinking of the scene that day, frankly speaking, he was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Feng Nu to be so tolerant of him. Could it be that Feng Nu really had that kind of feeling for him? Miss Zi, let's put this matter aside for the time being. We will arrive at the treasure location tomorrow and unknown dangers await us. How about this, if everyone comes back safely, I will discuss with Feng Nu. As long as she agrees to continue acting with me, I will cooperate. What do you think? Zi Qingming pondered for a moment and asked in a strange voice, you and Feng Nu are really not boyfriend and girlfriend? What about that female magician? Isn't Dao? Nian Bing said impatiently, you seem to want every Qi to be my girlfriend? Then why don't you be my girlfriend too? To tell you the truth, I am currently single and will be single for a long time in the future. I only have friends and no girlfriends. I hope you won't be entangled with this issue in the future. Now, you can talk about the second matter. Zi Qingming's face inexplicably reddened as she bowed her head and said, I'm sorry, I was too nosy. Nian Bing was stunned. This was the first time he saw Zi Qingming show such an expression. Since the girl had apologized, his tone immediately softened, it's okay, I was just agitated because everyone misunderstood my personal situation. Zi Qingming looked up at Nian Bing and said, what happened last night gave me a bad premonition. Feng Nu is so strong and loyal, but my brother and I are not so sure. You also know that I am only a sword master. If I encounter such a sneak attack, I'm afraid. So, if we encounter an enemy, can you use magic to protect me and my brother? Looking at Nian Bing's surprised eyes, she hurriedly explained, we are not afraid of death. My brother did not know that I came to find you. But, my brother and I are both the heirs of Lanming Academy. Father only has us as his children. So no matter when. We have to put our own lives first. That's why I came to find you. Will you help us? Nian Bing said seriously, Miss Z, although we haven't known each other for a long time, we are at least friends. You don't have to worry about this. I don't mind protecting my friends under the premise of my own case. Zi Qingming smiled. Nian Bing noticed. When she smiled, she looked much better than when she was cold. Thank you, Nian Bing. Zi Qingming stood up and was about to walk out of the tent. Miss Z, don't you think my answer is too bad? Nian Bing asked curiously. Zi Qingming shook her head with her back facing him and said, no, of course not. At least this proves that you are not a hypocrite. If you are in danger, how can you protect us? Thank you for your promise. She lifted the tent and left. So she is so rational. It seems that no one can be underestimated. I hope I can take them out of here alive. Nian Bing muttered to himself. Nian Bing, can I come in? A very soft voice came from outside. Nian Bing groaned in his heart. How come one left and another came, and they all looked so sad? Who knew what the mercenaries would think if they saw this? However, the last one to come was the one he couldn't refuse. To be more precise, he was even looking forward to her arrival. Ling come in quickly. It's cold outside. The tent curtain was lifted and Long Ling, who had not spoken to Nian Bing except when they met, came in. She was not wearing her thick fur coat. The ice magic robe on her body looked very thin, and coupled with her pale face. Looking at her, one would feel pity for her. Long Ling sat down opposite Nian Bing, a faint smile on her face. Nian Bing, we haven't seen each other for several months. How are you? Her expression looked very relaxed, but the sadness in her eyes did not change. Ling I'm very good. How about you? After asking this question, Nian Bing almost slapped himself. How could he say the word good with Long Ling's appearance? Unexpectedly, Long Ling nodded affirmatively and said, I'm very good. Did you know? Ever since you left, I used the method you taught me to train my spiritual power and very quickly entered the realm of great mage. If I had more time to train, I think I would have become a great mage even earlier than you. Nian Bing lowered her head and said, then I'll congratulate you first. Long Ling smiled indifferently and said, there's nothing to congratulate. In terms of talent, you are much better than me. Oh, right, I haven't congratulated you. When are you and that Feng Nu girl going to get married? If I'm still here, remember to send me a wedding invitation. Nian Bing thought in her heart and said, you're still here? What do you mean? Feng Nu and I are just ordinary friends, just like you and me. Don't misunderstand. Ordinary friends? The sadness on her face became more intense. Then I misunderstood. However, Feng Nu girl is really very beautiful. Why don't you chase such a beautiful girl? Nian Bing sighed softly and said, remember I once told you that I don't have the right to love. That's not an excuse, but my true feelings. Long Ling smiled and said, this has nothing to do with me. Oh, right, my father told me to tell you, don't forget to represent the union in the competition. In half a year, the time will be up. Nianbing nodded and said, since I promised, I will definitely go. Long Ling's eyes became a bit more radiant. Then when you carry out this mission, you must survive. No matter what, you must always put your life first. This is for you, quickly wear it. While speaking, she took out a piece of clothing from her magic robe. A faint golden red light flickered. It seemed to be a vest. It looked very light and thin, like a veil. Nianbing subconsciously asked, what is this? The dragon spirit smiled and said, you also know that our bodies are the most fragile. Father asked me to bring this vest to you. When you wear it, even if your opponent is a martial arts expert in the martial sage realm, it can block most of the attack for you. It is the best defensive animal for a magician. I don't know how the material is made. My father tried it before. Even if it was a 10th level magic, it couldn't be destroyed. It has a special effect on the defense of Doqi. I came to find you to complete the mission my father gave me. Here, I have to go. Tomorrow, you may encounter danger. Be careful. With that, the dragon spirit stuffed the golden red singlet into Nianbing's hands and smiled at him before turning to leave. The golden red vest was like nothing in her hands. She gently unfolded it, and a faint fragrance assailed her nose. Nianbing didn't think too much about it. She focused all her attention on the vest. She casually threw a flame spell. Under the light of the flame, the vest shone with a faint luster. Nianbing had never seen this kind of material before. With a gentle pull, the elastic vest was immediately stretched a little. When she let go, it returned to normal. No wonder Long Ling said that the vest was given to her by the president. It was naturally a good thing to have one more life-saving item. Nianbing hurriedly took off her clothes and put on the vest. Sure enough, the vest's elasticity was excellent. When worn against the skin, it was as comfortable as skin. The breathability made the body feel no discomfort. Nianbing subconsciously used a flame spell to test her body. There wasn't any burning sensation. There wasn't even a mark on the vest. It was indeed a very good treasure. The fragrance that had appeared before became stronger after the vest was worn. Caressing the soft vest, Nianbing's body suddenly shook. Her brain felt like it had been electrocuted, and her whole body became sluggish. Pulling up a corner of the vest, she carefully sniffed it. His body trembled slightly. What master gave me this vest? What fear of me being in danger? Longji couldn't have guessed that Ling Er would encounter me. What's more, people were different. Ling Er was also a magician. With such a good protective magic weapon, as a father, he naturally should give it to his daughter. This fragrance was so familiar. It was clearly Ling Er's body fragrance. Obviously, this vest was originally worn by her. Longji had given her a protective treasure, but she had given it to him instead. She had given it to him right before he was about to face a crisis tomorrow. If he still couldn't understand this silent affection, then he would be the biggest fool in the world. Ling Er, you're really stupid. Why are you so good to me? I'm not worth it. Ling Er, I'm sorry. I've let you down too much. 2 drops of sparkling and translucent tears fell from the corners of Nianbing's eyes. He knew that no matter what, he could not maintain his current attitude towards Long Ling Er gave this vest to him. In addition to what she said before, it was clear that she gave up her own safety to care about him. Moreover, she did not tell him the truth and made up a story to deceive him. Nianbing's heart trembled. This was the first time he trembled for a woman. His hands tightly gripped the edges of the vest, trying hard to control his emotions. Long Ling's gentleness constantly appeared in his mind, constantly churning in his heart. That gentle and beautiful face, that gentle voice, all of them deeply shook his heart. Taking a deep breath, Nianbing forced himself to calm down. Ling Er, how can I let you give up your own safety for me? If that's the case, I don't deserve to be called a man. His mind turned. Looking at the vest that did not feel the slightest bit on his body, he already had a plan. Picking up the phoenix flute on the side, he softly blew it. On the morning of the second day, Li Hua finally recovered all of his Fa Li. The reorganized mercenary group once again set out. The mercenaries did not relax in the slightest because of yesterday's calm. They were constantly on guard against anything that could happen in their surroundings. Nian Bing sat on the bone pole, looking at Long Ling from time to time. Long Ling's expression was still the same as yesterday, calm with a touch of sadness. Occasionally, she would raise her head to look into the distance. Her eyes were so empty. Nian Bing's heart ached. He knew that he would never be able to forget Long Ling's eyes right now. Carlo held the sword hilt in his hand, looking at the map as he walked. He loudly said, "Everyone, keep your spirits up. We are already getting closer and closer to our goal. After crossing 2 more towering mountains and precipitous ridges, we will be able to find what we are looking for. In order to go back and reunite with your family, in order to live a better life, all of you have to keep your spirits up. We all have to go back alive." His voice had just faded when not far away, a low roar made the entire mercenary group tense up. The ground shook, and a huge figure rushed out from behind a hill not far away. In the roar, its movie ticket was precisely the Frozen Moon mercenary group's location. Nian Bing shockingly discovered that the monster that rushed out was about 8 meters tall. Its upper body was upright, and its whole body was covered in an iron-gray cuticle. It looked extremely solid, and its body was more like a big lizard. But it was clearly much bigger than a lizard. On its back, there were 2 rows of black fin-like things. Its 2 powerful and thick hind legs supported its huge body, and its long tail was behind it. When it roared, it revealed its huge fangs, and saliva flowed from its mouth. From head to tail, it was almost 2 zhang long. Its forelimbs were obviously smaller than its hind limbs, but its claws were bigger, and it charged forward at an extremely fast speed. Although he was secretly complaining in his heart. However, Nian Bing did not forget to remind his teammates. "Everyone be careful, this is an iron-back earth dragon, its defense is very strong." He shouted and immediately began to condense his magic power. He had seen the strength of an iron-back earth dragon before, so he didn't dare to relax. Ling Nianbing was somewhat gratified that this was only an iron-back earth dragon. Its body was clearly a lot smaller than the one she saw last time, and its charging power was also a bit weaker. She waved her hands, and a fireball and an ice ball came out together, taking the lead to attack the iron-back earth dragon. This iron-back earth dragon clearly didn't have any intelligence. Its charging speed didn't decrease in the slightest, allowing the fireball and ice ball to converge in front of it, bursting out with the strongest attack power. With a loud bang, the iron-back earth dragon's charging speed slowed down. Just as Nian Bing had judged, the rank 1 fusion magic of ice and fire had no effect on this big guy. Even the unique aura of ice and fire couldn't affect it in the case of insufficient attack power. Just as he was about to attack again, a huge figure rushed out from the mercenary group. "Damn, a little reptile dares to block our way, I'll chop you to death." With an angry roar, Hua Pistol's round body soared into the sky, crashing into the iron-back earth dragon from below. Nian Bing was afraid of accidentally injuring her, so she hurriedly withdrew her magic. A strange scene appeared. When the iron-back earth dragon used its 2 claws to slap Hua Pistol's pair of wheel-shaped axes, with a loud bang, its forward momentum was completely disintegrated. A crack appeared on each of its 2 front claws, but Hua Pistol didn't have the slightest intention of letting it go. A strong white doqi seeped out of her body, rendering her pair of huge axes to chop towards the ironback earth dragon without any fancy moves. Earth dragon meeting a female tyrannosaurus, it can only count itself as its bad luck. A mercenary gloated. No mercenary went up to help, they seemed to have long been accustomed to Hua Pistol's fighting style. Her doqi reaching the level of a pugilist in addition to her innate strength brought a fatal blow to the ironback earth dragon. A series of loud sounds accompanied by ear-piercing sound of silk being torn was heard. Nian Bing was alarmed to find that the ironback earth dragon's huge head was separated from its body. A large amount of blood continuously flowed out, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang. Heavens! Is this still the same earth dragon that almost killed me? Although it's not at the same level, but it shouldn't be so easy to chop it to death. Nian Bing couldn't help but look at the stamen with a different gaze. Hua Pistol had been bored out of her mind for the past 2 days. The enemy was like a mouse playing with a cat in the dark. Now that there was a sudden attack from the front, how could she bear it? Under the effect of her powerful strength and do qi, she actually split the earth dragon alive. Chopping the earth dragon to death was still not enough to vent her anger. The battle axe chopped the earth dragon's huge body one after another, bringing out a spray of blood. Long Ling had already lowered her head, somewhat unable to bear to watch. Feng Niu and Zi Qingming didn't feel anything, but they were also surprised by Hua Pistol's strength. Rue, that's enough. Save some strength, we still don't know what's ahead. Carlo stopped Hua Pistol's action of torturing the corpse. Hua Pistol raised her two axes, as if asking the heroes of the world if not me. First she roared like a monster, then she said in a rough voice, "Damn, let's see who dares to offend our Frozen Moon mercenary group. Not to mention one earth dragon, even if there are 10 or 100 of them, I will still chop them to death." Gatling's angry voice sounded. "Shut your crow's mouth." Hua Pistol turned around and angrily said, "What, you don't accept? If you have the ability, then let's fight." Gatling snorted and said, "Idiot, look behind the hillside." Everyone discovered that there were more than 20 earth dragons, step by step coming out from behind the hillside, and the low roar gradually became clear. The earth dragon at the front suddenly stomped the ground, and all the other earth dragons rushed over like sweat. An iron north earth dragon could already bring about a huge momentum. More than 20 earth dragons charged at the same time. Even the fierce female Tyrannosaurus Hua Pistol couldn't help but change her face. With such an impact, no one present could withstand it. Carlo hurriedly said, "Quick, take the magicians and retreat. Try to fight, don't confront them head-on." The 8 mercenaries who were carrying the poles quickly retreated. At this moment, a voice rang out from behind them. Nianbing suddenly shouted, "Don't shake, warriors, prepare for close combat. I will deal with their charge." As he spoke, he waved his right hand and 2 magic scrolls flew out under his control. Red light and blue light appeared at the same time. The left hand of the god of fire, accompanied by the enhanced monochrome ice ball, flew out toward the earth dragons. At that time, Nianbing once cooperated with public and private interests to create a rank 5 fusion of ice and fire magic, which made Archmage Longji look at him with admiration. At this time, facing a large number of earth dragons, he once again used the ability he was good at, but time was urgent, so he could only painfully throw out the magic scrolls. He firmly believed that there were still 3 magicians around him. As long as the first wave of the earth dragon's attack was blocked, support would come. Now, the ice and fire fusion magic was different from before. Through a deep understanding of the 2 kinds of magic, Nianbing really exerted the power of ice and fire, and 2 rank 5 magic burst out at the same time. It produced an impact equivalent to a rank 7 magic. Even if it was a gold-backed earth dragon, it would not be comfortable here, let alone these iron-backed earth dragons. In the huge explosion, the 4 earth dragons rushing at the front were suddenly blown up, colliding with the earth dragons behind them. A large hole with a diameter of more than 2 zhang appeared on the ground. The earth dragon's forward momentum was immediately disintegrated. The earth dragons that were blown to the ground had their scales and flesh splattered. Although it was not fatal, they also suffered heavy injuries. Their strongest defensive ability was on their back, and their chest was much worse. Carlo's reaction was extremely fast. He tacitly took the warriors to spread out and rushed toward those earth dragons. At this time, the first magic of the earth great magician Feng Yun was also completed in a timely manner. The earth shook violently. With the large hole created by Nianbing as the center, several huge cracks appeared in the direction of the earth dragons. It was the rank 5 earth-splitting spell. Although the earth-splitting spell could not directly hurt the earth dragons, it was enough to delay their movements. Huarue took the lead and rushed toward the earth dragons that were in a mess. She was now completely not like a woman. Of course, in other people's eyes, she had never been regarded as a woman. An earth dragon's big head that was blown up was thrown up, bringing with it a burst of hot blood. Gatlin also showed the strength of a martial artist. His body flashed and rushed into the air. He was not as violent as Huarue, but his attack was much more vicious. The short knife in his hand was like a poisonous snake's fang. It directly pierced into the eyes of an earth dragon, which was the weakest part of its body. After a touch, he immediately turned to the next Earth Dragon. The seriously injured Earth Dragon roared and kept attacking all the living creatures around it. Of course, the most important ones were its companions. Blood kept flowing out of its eyes. No matter how strong its body was, it could not survive with its brain damaged. Death was just a matter of time. Various colors of doqi shone among the mercenaries. Although they were not as strong as the two deputy finance ministers, the great swordsman's doqi was not a joke. The mercenaries cooperated well. Some of them used guerrilla tactics to attract the attention of the Earth Dragons, while others followed Gatlin's example and specifically looked for the weak eyes of the Earth Dragons. With the protection of doqi, even if they were really hit by the Earth Dragons, as long as it was not a frontal collision, it would not be fatal. For a time, the whole situation was developing in the Frozen Moon mercenary group's favor. Carlo did not make a move. Instead, he observed the Earth Dragons in front of him. He was waiting. Once his subordinates were in danger, he would ask for help. This was cooperation. A high-level mercenary group paid the most attention to cooperation. Perhaps the heavens wanted to play a joke on the Frozen Moon mercenary group. Just as they were about to gain the upper hand, Feng Nu's surprised voice suddenly sounded, "Everyone be careful, there are more behind us." The 8 mercenaries who were originally in charge of lifting the poles immediately reacted. When they turned around to look behind them, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was because there were also Iron Northern Earth Dragons behind them. Moreover, there were an astonishing number of 30 of them. Zi Qingming exclaimed, "Heavens! Did our Feng enter a lizard's nest?" As she spoke, the short knife that she used to fight with Feng Nu jumped into her hand. Zi Qingming's ice blade was a broad-bladed heavy sword. In a flash, she blocked her sister behind her. At this time, Zi Qingming's eyes were fixed on Nian Bing. Nian Bing helplessly sighed. She secretly scolded herself for being careless. She should have condensed 2 magic spells earlier, but the Earth Dragons in front of her had already charged. In desperation, she could only take out 2 more scrolls. At this time, Li Hua, who had not used any magic until now, made his move. If it was said that before, the mercenaries had underestimated Li Hua because he had almost been seriously injured by the backlash of the magic spell, then after this magical guest, no one dared to underestimate the highest-level magician present. Nian Bing might have been careless, but Li Hua was not. This was the effect of experience. As he chanted, he raised his magic staff high above his head, and circles of blue light gathered in front of him. The blue light quickly rotated, and in the blink of an eye, a blue vortex gradually formed in front of him. It was a real vortex, and the group of Earth Dragons charged into the vortex. Although their charging force was strong, it was definitely not as strong as the vortex. Instantly, more than 30 Earth Dragons were completely sucked into the vortex, and their bodies kept colliding in the vortex. What would happen if their bodies collided with each other in the vortex that had the same tough body as theirs? The blue vortex had a few more traces of red. Ripple of water vortex? Nian Bing was very surprised. This was because this was a very rare water magic spell. It belonged to the 7th step of the magic category, but the attack power of this spell was not strong. If there was only one enemy, the attack power would be even less. Once the magic power ran out, the vortex would disappear. Other than giving the enemy a slight feeling of dizziness, there was nothing special about this spell. This was especially true for warriors with martial arts skills. As long as the opponent's combat power was strong enough, they could easily rush out of the vortex. However, this spell was very effective against the powerful Earth Dragons. Not only did it block their momentum, but it could also cause them to suffer a certain amount of damage when they collided with each other. Ling the 2-colored ice ball, quickly. Li Hua called out somewhat anxiously. Long Ling, who was originally a little sluggish, hurriedly chanted, "Great ice elemental. Condense, become an ancient glacier, become a solid ice of moonlight, the fusion of ice and ice, appear, the 2-colored ice ball." A gigantic 2-colored ice sphere appeared. Perhaps the dragon spirit had been influenced by the psychic ice magic's control, but it had intentionally compressed the ice sphere to make it more solid. Although the spikes were shorter, they looked much sturdier. Nian Bing's eyes lit up. She immediately understood Li Hua's idea. In a real vortex, if there was only one thing, then it would continue to spin and walk into the vortex to be swallowed. However, if this thing touched a motionless solid object in the vortex, then, under the huge impact of the vortex, it would be easily broken. At this time, the two-colored ice ball would be the solid object. As for whether it would have a good effect, it would depend on Long Ling's magic power. The ice ball flew into the vortex, and 30 earth dragons immediately collided with it one after another. Under the huge force of the vortex, the ice ball was quickly dyed red. Although Long Ling could not control the ice ball to stay still, she could make it rotate with the waves to slow down a little. This was enough. Mercenaries, the rest will be left to you. When the ice ball crushed the 12th Ironback Earth Dragon, Li Hua stopped the spell. After all, continuously using a 6th-step spell with a large area was not easy, even for a sorcerer like him. The dizzy Earth Dragons finally had their feet on the ground. Xianxia shouted, "Nian Bing, help me protect my sister." He was the first to rush out. His fighting style was very similar to that of a flower stamen. His strength was not inferior to that of a flower stamen. The hard scales of the Earth Dragons did not have much of a defensive effect under the heavy sword. An Earth Dragon's head had already rolled to the ground. The remaining 20 or so Earth Dragons had not yet recovered from their dizziness. Nianbing's 8 mercenaries had already rushed out with Xianxia. "Sister Feng Nu, aren't you going?" Zi Qingming, who was worried about her brother, asked Feng Nu, who was beside her. Feng Nu smiled faintly. She said, "I don't like blood, and there's no need for me to take action now." Zi Qingjian's strength had already reached the level of a pugilist. Perhaps he did not have Gatling's Do Qi, but his innate strength and indomitable momentum gave him a destructive power that could not be underestimated. Under his leadership, 4 Earth Dragons perished in the hands of the mercenaries. At this moment, the Earth Dragons finally woke up from their dizziness. Their huge claws and sharp teeth brought a lot of trouble to the mercenaries. Wanting to slaughter the Earth Dragons. It was not an easy task. Except for Zi Qingjian. The other mercenaries could only choose the Earth Dragon's eyes. Only then could they give them a fatal blow. However, the Earth Dragons seemed to have learned to be smarter. Even the Earth Dragons on Carlo's side were not so easy to injure. Of the remaining 16 Earth Dragons, 10 were besieging Zi Qingjian's group, while the remaining 5 were rushing towards Nianbing's group. Feng Nu glanced at Zi Qingming and smiled bitterly. He smiled bitterly and said, "Looks like I really have to take action. Nianbing, don't use magic anymore. Save some magic." As soon as her voice fell, her expression suddenly changed. A fiery red aura spread throughout her body. Her expression became abnormally calm as she directly rushed towards the 5 Earth Dragons. Long Ling exclaimed, "Nianbing, quickly use the scroll to help her. She will die if she confronts the Earth Dragons." She was gentle and kind. If it was not for the fact that she did not have time to chant magic, she would have already taken action. She knew that only Nianbing could help Feng Nu now. Nianbing smiled and shook her head, "No need, wait and see." The red figure was like smoke, strangely passing through the middle of the 5 Earth Dragons. Even with Nianbing's eyesight, she could only see a few flashes of silver light. The red figure did not stop, but rushed into the midst of the Earth Dragons that were fighting with Zi Qingming. At this time, Zi Qingming had already dealt with another one. The 5 Earth Dragons were still madly rushing towards Nianbing's group. Carlo, who had been observing the situation, wanted to come over and help, but he saw a strange scene. The 5 Earth Dragons were running, but their body parts were falling one by one. Blood and minced meat spread over 10 meters. When they were 30 meters away from Nianbing's group, they had already turned into pieces of meat. Long Ling's face became even paler. Her hand holding the magic staff trembled slightly. Zi Qingming muttered, Didn't she say that she doesn't like blood?" The corner of Nianbing's mouth twitched. "Yes, she doesn't like blood. Didn't you see? She's not stained with blood." Zi Qingming murmured, "Father once said that a true swordsman is equivalent to 20 martial artists. She just entered the swordsman realm. I think she's equivalent to 10 martial artists. What a terrifying strength." Although Feng Nu's strength was formidable, she was able to create such an effect thanks to her parting heaven sword. Relying on the nearly divine artifact-level blade infused with 9-lead battle chi, cutting through the ironback earth dragon's scales was not much different from cutting through a piece of paper. At this time, the battle on Zi Qingming's side had already ended. With Feng Nu's participation, the earth dragons could only face death. Carlo's voice suddenly sounded, "Nianbing, be careful." When Nianbing turned around, he saw a huge earth dragon rushing up from the side, rushing towards him. At this time, Zi Qingming was already scared stiff. Feng Yan was also stunned. Only Long Ling and Li Hua reacted. Li Hua took out a magic scroll from his chest. Long Ling's movements were very direct. She actually rushed directly towards Nianbing, using her back to face the earth dragon that was already 10 meters away. Ling. Nianbing was not frightened by the earth dragon, but he was frightened by Long Ling. With a flick of his wrist, he shook his wrist and a red light flew out. With a loud bang, the earth dragon fell 3 meters away from Long Ling. Its huge head had already been split in half, and the thick righteous yang blade was chopping at its neck. As soon as the earth dragon appeared behind him, Nianbing had already begun to prepare. He absolutely would not make the same mistake twice. Perhaps low-level magic could not hurt the earth dragon. However, under the powerful explosive power of the bursting flames technique, the righteous yang blade, a divine artifact, could easily cut into the earth dragon's hard head. This was something he had learned from Feng Nu's parting heaven sword. He did not have Do Qi, but he could use magic as a boost. The first experiment had achieved excellent results. At this moment, Nianbing tightly held Long Ling in his arms. Ling, why are you so silly? Tightly holding her soft body, Nianbing could no longer control his feelings. Long Ling's sacrifice had deeply touched his heart, he knew. In this life, he would never abandon the girl in his arms. After all, the human heart was made of flesh. Such a gentle and kind girl was willing to sacrifice her life for him, how could he not be moved? Long Ling's pretty face blushed. Since Nianbing left, she felt at ease for the first time. Lying in his warm embrace, her tears soaked Nianbing's chest. Zi Qingming's coughs woke the two of them up. Long Ling hurriedly pushed Nianbing away, her pretty face blushing as she stood to the side and wiped the remaining tears from the corners of her eyes. Zi Qingming handed the righteous yang blade to Nianbing and teased, "This kitchen knife of yours is really versatile. After cutting down the earth dragon, you won't continue to cook for us, right?" Nianbing bitterly smiled, "This is only a temporary measure. Rest assured, I will definitely wash the righteous yang blade clean. Ling, you can't be like this in the future. I will protect myself and you. Do you know how much my heart ached just now?" Long Ling's expression had already returned to normal. "Nianbing, we are only ordinary friends. Don't say such things to me in the future." Finished speaking, she turned and walked towards her own pole. Nianbing was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly chased after Long Ling. He grabbed her hand and said, "Ling, I was wrong before. If you are willing, I want to pursue you. Is that okay?" When feelings arrived, it was impossible to avoid. Nianbing was very rational, so he chose to face it. However, Long Ling's answer surprised him. "Of course not. Nianbing, I forgot to tell you something. I am already engaged to Shijiao." Long Ling broke free from Nianbing's hand and walked to the pole to sit down. "What? You were already engaged to Shijiao? No, that's impossible. You must be lying to me, right?" Nianbing's expression was a bit sluggish. Long Ling glanced at him, "Do I need to lie to you? Since you don't want me, I will naturally choose someone who loves me." A bitter feeling stimulated Nianbing's heart. He lowered his head and sighed heavily, "Sorry. Then I congratulate you." As soon as his voice fell, Nianbing's eyes suddenly emitted a cold light. He suddenly raised his head and walked step by step towards the earth dragon that Hua Rui and the others were fighting. At this time, there were still 8 earth dragons fighting with the mercenaries. Burn, endless flames. Nianbing raised his righteous yang blade. The sigh of the fire god allowed him to quickly absorb the surrounding fire elements. Endless flames. Lend me your unquenchable passion. Rise, cover me in flames. Flame cover was a 6th level auxiliary spell of the fire element. After using this spell, any fire element spell below the 6th level could be enhanced to a 7th level attack. It was a spell that fire element magicians used when they launched spells that were beyond their ability. Strong flames surrounded Nianbing's body and rose. The flames were not red, but deep blue. "Oh great god of fire! Please allow me to borrow your left hand to let the flames of fire come to the world and extinguish all the evil forces. Let the flames shine on the earth and destroy all the obstacles in front of me." Fire god's left hand. The flames condensed above the roar of the fire god. The blue fire god's left hand appeared above Nianbing. "Tear everything apart for me." The roar of the fire god suddenly pointed forward. The bisexual Nianbing now had a ball of fire burning in his heart. He just wanted to kill, keep killing. With the roar of the fire god and the enhancement of flame cover, the fire god's left hand directly reached the 7th level. The big blue hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the head of an earth dragon. Under the extreme heat, the earth dragon let out an ear-piercing roar. With a bang, its head was crushed by the fire god's left hand. The massacre wasn't over yet. Nianbing controlled the fire god's left hand to attack another earth dragon like a madwoman. The earth dragon's huge body was thrown up. The blue flames covered its whole body, emitting a burnt smell. These ordinary earth dragons were only 20 or 30 years old. Compared to the golden back earth dragon king that Nianbing encountered last time, they were too far apart. The earth dragons burned in the flames and rolled on the ground. However, the flames that seemed to come from hell did not extinguish. Kill, kill, kill. The 7th level fire god's left hand displayed a powerful attack. The huge flaming hand sent the remaining earth dragons flying, turning them into a ball of raging flames. While supporting this spell, the master's magic power was being consumed, but Nianbing did not care at all. Everyone was dumbfounded. They discovered that Nianbing's eyes had unknowingly turned red. When the last earth dragon was sent flying, the fire god's left hand also disappeared at the same time. It was not that Nianbing wanted it to disappear, but because his magic power was no longer enough to support the 7th level spell. The feeling of weakness kept invading Nianbing's brain, but he could only feel heartache. Heartache for himself, but also for Longling. "Nianbing, are you okay?" Feng Nu's concerned voice sounded in Nianbing's ears. It was the first time she saw Nianbing so crazy. He gave up the most energy-saving spell of the same origin of ice and fire, but chose the most direct flame attack. This approach was completely inconsistent with him. Panting heavily, Nianbing shook his head. I'm fine. I just wanted to vent a bit." At this time, the mercenaries gathered around. Carlos gazed towards these people and Feng Nu completely changed. There were a total of 60 earth dragons, and more than half of them were eliminated by Nianbing's group. This already proved their strength. If it was a lone mercenary, perhaps they could also win, but they would inevitably pay a heavy price. Carlo could not help but feel somewhat fortunate that he made the right choice to invite Nianbing and his friends into this operation. "President Carlo, everyone is tired. Let's rest here for a bit before continuing," Nianbing said indifferently, then turned around and walked to the side. Carlo was just about to say something, but was stopped by Feng Nu. "Let him be in silence." Carlo respectfully said, "I really did not expect Miss to be a swordsman. I hope you can forgive Carlo's previous rudeness." Swordsman's influence in the world of martial arts was unparalleled. With such a swordsman in his mercenary group, Carlo's originally shaken confidence due to the appearance of the Earth Dragon Master had been completely restored. Feng Nu smiled politely and said, "You don't have to be so polite. In fact, I haven't really reached the level of swordsman. The future is boundless, so we have to be more careful. Let everyone recover as much as possible." Carlo nodded. "Gatling, how are the casualties on our side?" Gatling flashed and came to Carlo's side, saying, "Leader, we have 7 light injuries, no serious injuries, no deaths. All of us are still fighting. I really didn't expect that we could so easily wipe out 60 Iron North Earth dragons. We have to thank the magicians and Miss Feng Nu." Carlo said, "Everyone rest here and try to recover Do Qi. Brothers who are not injured, stay alert in case there are more magic beast attacks. It's a pity these earth dragons. If we can tame them, we can be the first mercenary group to have earth dragon knights." Huaiyi's voice sounded like a broken gong. What's a pity? It's already good that we didn't become Earth Dragon's dinner. If you want to catch Earth Dragons, you have to be alone, and it has to be a small Earth Dragon to tame. It's not that easy. Carlo smiled and said, yes. I'm already very glad that there are no casualties. Ruirue, you also rest for a while. You used a lot of strength just now. Nianbing went to the corner of the hillside and sat down. The crazy attack just now consumed nearly half of his magic power. Without hesitation, he directly went to meditate. At the same time, he divided his mind and thought about Longling's words. This rest lasted for a full 2 hours. The injured mercenaries bandaged their wounds, recovered some strength, drank some water, and rested for a while. The appearance of the Earth Dragons not only didn't dispel their morale, but also greatly increased the morale of the entire mercenary group. After all, the Iron North Earth Dragon was also well known in the Yangon continent. It had always been the best mount for its strong defense, fierce attack, and other characteristics. Unfortunately, so far, no country had heard of an Earth Dragon Knight regiment. This time, they annihilated 60 Earth Dragons in one fell swoop. In addition, Feng Nu, Nianbing, and the others showed great strength, making the mercenaries more confident and cohesive. When Nianbing returned to the group of mercenaries, a smile had already appeared on his face. As a rational person, he would not let his worries follow him for too long. It was not difficult for him to determine the pros and cons of a matter. He walked to Long Ling's side and whispered, "Ling Long. There might be unknown dangers ahead. You must be careful. Don't get hurt because of a moment of kindness. Promise me, okay?" Long Ling had previously told Nianbing that she was already engaged to Shijiao. Nianbing did not feel good about it either. She didn't know why, but when Nianbing vented her anger on the Earth Dragon, she also felt a little happy in her heart. At this time, seeing Nianbing recover so quickly, a sense of loss filled his heart again. He nodded lightly, indicating that he understood. "As for our matter, let's talk about it after this operation, okay? Don't be too hard on yourself. Cheer up." Nianbing returned to his pole after saying that and started discussing the route ahead with Carlo. Looking at Nianbing's back, Long Ling did not know why her heart trembled. Reason told her that she should not get close to Nianbing, but Nianbing's last words made her inexplicably trust him. What did he mean? "President Carlo, what do you think of the Earth Dragon's attack?" Nianbing asked calmly. Carlo frowned and said, "It is very likely that the enemy is manipulating the Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon is a solitary magical beast. It is too strange for so many of them to gather at once. And they will also attack us in 2 groups, which is even more strange. So, I think this should be the plan of the enemy who attacked us that day." Nianbing nodded and said, "I think so too. So, we must be more careful in the next operation. The enemy is definitely more powerful than we thought. If we really can't deal with them, I hope you can make a prompt decision and give the order to retreat. Life is the most precious. Giving up life for money and revival is definitely an unwise choice." Carlo's complexion changed. After a long while, he nodded with difficulty, "Maybe you are right. If you did not join, I am afraid our mission would have failed." Deep in the sky-shaking mountain range. "Scoundrel, who told you to lead the Earth Dragon army to attack those humans?" "This, Elder, those Earth Dragons are stupid to death. They also frequently attack other creatures in the mountain. What is the use of keeping them? I think those humans should have already died in the Earth Dragon's mouth. With their strength, they are only fit to be the Earth Dragon's lunch." "Humph, Luoyi, how many times have I told you, humans must not be underestimated. Although the Iron North Earth Dragon only has a small amount of dragon blood, after all, they are related to dragons by blood. If you do this, if the Dragon Lord blames you, who can bear the responsibility? To tell you the truth, I can't feel the aura of those Earth Dragons you sent." "What? Impossible, how can those humans be so strong? More than 60 Earth Dragons, even if it is us, it is not easy to deal with them. Did you forget what I said just now? Those humans who dare to covet the Dragon Lord's treasure, if they do not have a certain strength, how can they enter our sky-shaking mountain range with great fanfare? The injury on your back can't be healed so quickly, right? Go and prepare, we should welcome the guests. Elder, I know I was wrong. But don't worry, with my clan's strength, we will definitely be able to keep all these humans here. No matter how strong they are, they will not be able to contend against the Dragon Lord. Impudent, the Dragon Lord must not be disturbed. Did you forget the last time the Dragon Lord was woken up from his sleep? Ah. Elder, I am sorry, I will go now. The Frozen Moon mercenary group set off again. When they went over a mountain, they were shocked to find that everything in front of them had completely changed. The chill of winter did not exist here, there was only the warmth of spring. As far as the eye could see, the mountains that were not very tall were completely covered in green. The temperature was much warmer than the other side of the mountain that they just went over. The leisurely air brought by the plants made people feel relaxed and happy, and there was even a faint fragrance of flowers. All kinds of animals shuttled back and forth in the mountain forest, the sound of insects and birds could be clearly distinguished. There was even the sound of a stream flowing from the depths of the mountain forest. Where was the sense of danger? It was completely a scene of paradise. The difference between the front and back made the mercenaries stop moving forward. Now. They finally understood why they could not see the existence of animals in the mountains. Nianbing sniffed and calmly said, "This is the smell of fire." For such a strange scene to appear in the harsh winter, it can only prove that this place is special. Teacher Li Hua. Do you feel it? The fire magic element here is especially active, while the other magic elements are much thinner. Li Hua nodded and frowned, could it be because of the treasure? If there is a master fire attribute gem vein here, this kind of weather change may occur. Hearing about the fire attribute gem vein, all the mercenaries' eyes lit up. To be able to make a few mountains as warm as spring, how many fire attribute gems would it require? If it was really a gem vein, it would definitely be comparable to the wealth of an empire. Nianbing shook her head and said, "We can't be that lucky. Unless there is a mountain full of earth fire attribute gems. Moreover, if it is a gem, how can it grow so well? There must be something fishy about this." President Carlo. Don't forget what I said before. Carlo nodded and said, "Let's set off. Although the enemy exists, we still have a chance." The mercenary group went down the mountain. The warmth made them change out of their thick clothes, and their progress was much lighter. Nianbing released her spirit and constantly paid attention to the surrounding scene, trying to find out the existence of the enemy. Since the enemy had already warned them that day, then today, there would definitely be someone appearing to stop them from moving forward. However, the Frozen Moon mercenary group's progress was much easier than imagined. Not only were there no traces of the enemy, even the wild beasts in the forest avoided them. No difficulties appeared. Sitting on the pole and coveting the beautiful scenery around, Nianbing's originally nervous heart also relaxed a little. The closer they got to the target, the higher the surrounding temperature. When they had already seen the tall mountain where the target was, the environment around them was already no different from summer. Carlo made a prompt decision. In order to reduce the burden, he made everyone leave behind their heavy clothes. Only then did he go into battle lightly and continue forward. Under Carlo's signal, Gatling soared into the air. The tip of his foot lightly tapped on a big tree in front of him, and his body rose up again. He had already rushed to the top of the tree and borrowed the force of the treetops a second time, sending his whole body nearly 8 zhang in the air. Looking at Gatling's powerful light body technique, Nianbing couldn't help but feel a little envious. In some aspects, warriors indeed had an advantage that mages couldn't compare to. Floating in the air, his body slowly descended like a leaf. At this moment, Gatling's cold face already had a little more excitement. "Leader, I see it. There is a very large cave at the foot of the mountain in front of us. It can be easily seen from the outside. It seems that there are no enemies guarding there." Carlo's eyes flashed and he said, "This seems to be a little too smooth. Everyone must not relax their vigilance. Let's go." Going down the mountain, when they walked out of a dense forest, they finally saw the cave that Gatling had mentioned. The cave was indeed very large. The diameter of the cave was more than 10 zhang. It was dark inside, and he couldn't see what was inside. Carlo took out the treasure map and carefully checked it. Yes, this cave was where the treasure was. Carlo took a big stride to the entrance of the cave and looked around. He shouted anxiously, 4 people are guarding the entrance of the cave. The others are protecting the mages as they enter the cave. Move quickly. No, there's no need. Coming here, your lives have already come to an end. A deep and aged voice sounded, and the surrounding air suddenly became abnormally hot. In the forest outside the cave entrance, above the cave entrance, nimble figures appeared one after another. These figures were completely fiery red. Carlo only felt a huge pressure coming from above his head, and subconsciously took a step back, flying back to his own mercenary group. What was going to come would eventually come. Moreover, this was clearly a trap that was specifically waiting for him and the others. The two sides sized each other up. The mercenary group led by Carlo had always been in the open, while their opponents had always been in the dark. At this moment, when they really met, Carlo couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Were they humans? There were hundreds of red figures in front of them, and they had already surrounded the mercenaries from all directions. These people's appearances were very similar, and their figures were exactly the same as humans. There was no difference, but it was easy to tell the difference between them and humans from their skin. To be precise, these enemies who suddenly appeared did not have any skin exposed at all. A layer of fine dark red scales completely wrapped their bodies, and they only wore rough cloth clothes that covered the important parts of their bodies. Under the sunlight and the shadows of the trees, the scales reversed with a dark red luster. The sudden increase in temperature seemed to be because of their appearance. Looking at the 3 tall scaled men in front of him, Carlo said in a deep voice, "We have no intention of making things difficult for you. We just want the things in this cave. Can you make an exception?" The scaled man in the center seemed to be quite old. He said calmly, "That's impossible. Our greatest dragon lord lives in this cave. Don't talk about going in. After seeing the appearance of our clansmen, you already won't be able to leave here alive. If you are willing to be natural, I can leave you a way out. Killing you despicable humans will only dirty my hands." Carlo looked around. All the scaled men seemed very calm. The tips of their fingers were sharp like claws, and their cold gazes were fixed on them. Carlo constantly calmed down the nervousness in his heart. He knew that if every scaled man present was as strong as the 2 who had ambushed them, they might not even have the chance to escape today. Just when Carlo was somewhat at a loss as to how to deal with this situation, Nianbing opened her mouth. "This old mister, hello. We came here because we obtained a treasure map. We don't have any enmity towards the nobles, and we didn't know that it was your private property. If you don't want us to get the treasure, we can just leave. Why do we have to hurt our friendship? Leave? After you leave, you lead a large group of humans to disturb the Dragon Lord's rest? That's impossible. If you don't commit suicide, you can go die." As he spoke, he raised his hand and was about to order the strange scaled men to attack. Nianbing and Feng Nu looked at each other. He suddenly remembered what Hillard had said to him and exclaimed, "You are the Dragonborn? Are you the Dragonborn who guard the dragons?" When the originally silent group of Dragonborn heard Nianbing say the words Dragonborn, it immediately caused a commotion. The elder at the front frowned slightly. "You know us?" Nianbing nodded and said, "I have heard of the existence of the Dragonborn before. In that case, the treasure you are guarding should be the treasure of a dragon." "That's right, we are the fire dragons. I can also tell you that I am the only remaining elder of the fire dragons, Jean Tuesday. Even if you know this, it's useless. Today, you must die. The dignity of the Dragonborn cannot be violated. Kill. Go, water dance waves." An old voice sounded, and a huge blue halo suddenly appeared and dispersed into the surroundings, just in time to welcome the fire dragon tribesmen who were pouncing over. It turned out that Nianbing had been instructed by Li Hua to talk to the other party in order to buy more time to recite the spell. The other party had no intention of letting them go at all. In that case, they could only fight head-on. Water Dance Waves was an 8th grade water magic attack that used a large area of effect. It consumed a lot of magic power, but in the current situation where they were facing a large number of enemies, it was obviously the best choice. Unfortunately, in this territory of the fire dragons, the power of water magic was sharply reduced. An 8th grade spell could only display the power of a 7th grade spell. Water waves spread out like waves, carrying bursts of rapid water arrows to block the attacks of the fire dragons. Red fighting spirit fluttered around, blocking the continuous attacks of the water dance waves. Feng Nu suddenly shouted, "Rush into the cave, there is a better defense there." Nian Bing's eyes lit up. That's right. Advance in order to retreat. Before Carlo, Gatling and Huarue rushed to the cave entrance, he took the lead and threw out 2 magic scrolls. This was his trump card to save his life. Ice and Fire, the 2 strongest 6th grade magic scrolls that Nianbing could make, instantly exploded. Red and blue light collided in a rush, and the violent explosion seemed to shake the whole mountain range. Under the effect of Nianbing's full power of Ice and Fire, a huge impact of the 8th grade erupted with the Elder as the center. The impact of the magic was completely one-sided. When the Fire Dragon's Elder heard Feng Nu's shout, his expression changed. Silver fighting spirit covered his whole body, and he pushed forward with both hands, trying to break through the magic, but Nianbing's scroll attack had already arrived. A Tier 8 offensive spell could not threaten a martial saint, not to mention that the Fire Dragon tribe's people had strong bodies that ordinary people could not compare to. In the great shock, the Fire Dragon tribe's elder only took a step back before stabilizing himself. However, the dozen Fire Dragon tribe's people who were originally beside him were blown away by the sudden appearance of the spell. They seemed to be afraid of the huge cave behind them and would rather be injured by the impact of the spell than be pulled back. They barely controlled their bodies to fly diagonally. Only the Fire Dragon's elder was left in front of the cave entrance. At this time, Huarue's pair of huge wheeled axes arrived. Ding! Ding! 2 clear sounds rang out, and Huarue was sent flying while spurting out blood. 2 marks had actually been left on her battle axes. Carlo and Gatling were sent flying at a speed that was not much slower than hers. Against a true martial saint, a pugilist would not stand a chance. The Fire Dragon's elder was obviously angry, and the silver fighting spirit on his body completely expanded. He was continuously attacked by magic and 3 pugilists. As strong as he was, he couldn't help but feel his blood boil. The mercenaries had already rushed forward with all their strength under Feng Nu's words. At this time, the first to attack was a red light. When the red light rushed to 3 feet in front of the Fire Dragon's elder Jean Tuesday, the red light suddenly turned silver, and a loud phoenix cry sounded. The silver sword shadow was so unpredictable in Jean Tu's eyes. His expression changed slightly, and Jean Tu punched out with both his fists at the same time, his holy fighting spirit surging. As if it was solid, it crashed into the sword curtain. Phoenix feather slash. The sound of breaking silk sounded, and the same silver fighting spirit suddenly condensed into one, cutting Jean Tu's fighting spirit apart, and the tail flame went straight to Jean Tu's chest. Do you really want to die? Jean Tu roared angrily, and his body suddenly jumped up with a dragon cry in his mouth. He dodged the sword light and attacked Feng Nu, who had rushed to the position where he was standing before. Feng Nu's eyes were unusually calm, and her mouth made a phoenix cry, and the silver fighting spirit around her body expanded a little. Phoenix dance 9 heavens. The leaving divine sword in her hand suddenly slowed down, and with a simple upward slash, her body began to dance gracefully with the divine sword. Jean Tu's expression changed greatly. Although his fighting spirit was superior to Feng Nu's, he had encountered strong enemies one after another, and with Feng Nu's sword of blazing heaven, he was no longer confident that he could win. He waved his hands strangely in the air, trying to find the spine of the godly sword of blazing heaven to release his fighting energy. However, the Phoenix girl didn't give him the chance. The Phoenix dance of the 9 heavens vividly displayed its strangeness, forcing the golden centipede to release his fighting energy and fight it head-on. Blood burst out, and the scales on the left side of Jean Tu's chest flew off, leaving a wound that was half an inch deep and half a foot long. Blood flowed out, making the scales on his body look more vivid. His body was shaken and flew out, and landed outside the cave. Although his face was covered with scales, no expression could be seen. Nianbing noticed that there was a trace of panic in his eyes. He obviously wasn't at a disadvantage, so why was he panicking? At this time, Li Hua's magic finally ended under the crazy attack of a large amount of fire fighting spirit. Fortunately, Feng Yun used a level 6 earth magic in time, and Long Ling's large area ice blade slash helped the mercenaries temporarily resist the attack of the fire dragons. The attack power of the fire dragon's warriors was extremely strong, and they were at least at the level of a great swordsman, and there was no lack of martial artists among them. Carlo and the other two who were shaken and flew out, barely suppressed their injuries and desperately helped their subordinates. Only then did they manage to restrain the enemy's attack, and prevent the mercenaries' formation from being disrupted. Even so, most of the mercenaries had already been injured. Feng Nu hurriedly said, "Quick, enter the cave." Nian Bing also threw caution to the wind, and reluctantly threw out 4 precious magic scrolls. They were also of the same origin of ice and fire, but this time it was a combination of 5 types of magic. The 4 scrolls combined to form 2 powerful magic, but this time it wasn't a single attack, but a double attack. Because each scroll was formed by the fusion of magic, the exquisiteness of the changes was breathtaking. In an instant, 4 red and blue flowers suddenly burst out in the middle of the fire dragon's warriors. The gorgeous rays of light made the sun pale in comparison, and the violent explosion completely stopped the attack of the fire dragon's warriors. But Nian Bing shockingly discovered that powerful magic of the 7th step could at most injure these strange people covered in scales, and couldn't really take their lives. However, using the 4 magic attacks that burst out in an instant, the mercenaries quickly rushed into the cave. Among them, the strongest mercenaries under the leadership of Carlo, Feng Nu, and the others stood guard at the entrance of the cave, and continued to fight the fire dragon's warriors. After entering the cave, at least they didn't have to worry about the rear for the time being. Although there were many enemies, there was only one wave of them. After forcing Jin Tu back with a sword, Feng Nu said in a deep voice, "Elder Jin, let your clansmen withdraw. You should be able to see that I didn't kill them because I didn't want to make things difficult for you nobles. Why do you have to force us to meet on the battlefield? Can't we withdraw from the sky-shaking mountain range and keep the secret for you?" Jin Tu said angrily, "You dare to enter the fire dragon cave of the Dragon Lord, which is the greatest insult to us fire dragons. Only blood can wash away the shame. If you are still a warrior with dignity, come out of the cave. Fight with us fair and square." A fireball and an iceball collided in the air, and the fire dragons were forced to retreat again. Carlo's voice came from behind Feng Nu, "We are only mercenaries. If you are not warriors, then just rush in if you have the ability. Will we be besieged by you outside? Only if we are fools. Everyone, hold on. Whether we can go back alive is up to us." Jin Tu was so angry that he laughed, "Good, I want to see how long you can hold on. Kill them. Archers, climb the trees. Destroy those magicians for me first." He had already found that it would be very difficult to break through the other party's defense line before killing the magicians. On the Rangoon continent, just as Hillard had told Nian Bing, some humans used giant dragons as their totems to form the Dragonborn race. These Dragonborn were divided into several groups according to the dragon race they believed in. The Fire Dragon tribe in front of them was one of the branches. The Frozen Moon mercenary group was quite lucky. Although the Fire Dragon tribe was powerful, they were much weaker than the other Dragonborn races. This could be seen from the fact that they only had one swordsman elder among them. Dozens of Fire Dragon tribe members had already climbed up the trees outside the cave. They pulled their bows and threatened the mercenaries inside. Jin Tu glared at Feng Nu, "The Feng people and our Dragonborn have always minded our own business. If you leave now, I can let you go." Feng Nu said in a low voice, "Then please let us go together. The promise I made just now is absolutely valid. If anyone reveals the whereabouts of the Dragonborn after we leave, I will be responsible for enforcing the law on behalf of the Dragonborn. How about it?" Jin Tu snorted, "Do you think this is a human city? You can come and go as you please. I don't mind being enemies with the Feng people. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite." As he said that, he waved his hand forward. The Fire Dragon tribe warriors launched another fierce attack. Ear-piercing whistling sounds rang out. Fire arrows fell from the top of the trees like meteors, passing by the mercenaries in front of them and going straight for Nian Bing and the others. Those were all arrows shot out with fire attribute Do Qi. With the bodies of Nian Bing and the others, there was no way they could block them. Water curtain connects the sky. The only sorcerer, Li Hua, displayed his powerful magic. A blue light curtain lit up. Not only did it completely dissolve the fire arrows, but it also forced the fire dragon tribe warriors who were charging at the mercenaries to retreat a little, reducing the impact on the mercenaries. Jin Tu did not participate in the battle again. He just looked at the enemies in front of him and commanded his people to continue attacking. This hole was really too big. At least half of the mercenaries were needed to completely block the hole. The fire dragon tribe warriors at the front all had the strength of a pugilist. If it were not for the magic support of Nian Bing and the others, as well as the mercenaries who used 120% of their strength in order to save their lives, their defense line would have been broken through long ago. Feng Yun, use the earth extension spell to seal the hole smaller, Nian Bing said anxiously. At this time, the narrower the hole was, the better it was for Nian Bing and the others. After all, there were not many strong people in their mercenary group. If the hole was narrower, with Feng Nu and a few other pugilist-level experts at the front and the support of magic at the back, it would not be a problem for them to hold on for at least a period of time. Feng Yun smiled bitterly and said, I've tried, but the structure of this mountain is very special. The earth element is very inert and very sturdy. It can't be moved at all. Nian Bing sighed in her heart. She knew that in this situation, it was no doubt a fool's dream to rush out. Feng Nu, don't be merciful. Otherwise, everyone will die here. One killed is one less. Feng Nu's eyes flashed, and the momentum of her body suddenly changed. Jin Tu also noticed this. Before Feng Nu could kill, he quickly rushed up and fought with Feng Nu with his tyrannical saint fighting aura. He had the advantage of fighting aura, and Feng Nu had the parting heaven sword. The two of them fought together, and the situation was temporarily tied. The breeze kept blowing, causing the leaves to rustle. The foot of the mountain with fresh air should have been a paradise, but at this time, there was a fierce battle. No matter how hard a great swordsman fought, it was impossible for him to defeat a pugilist. The wounds on the mercenaries kept increasing. Long Ling no longer cared about attacking the enemy, and put all her attention on healing the mercenaries. And now that he had lost control of the earth, the great earth element magic Feng Yun was now equivalent to a piece of trash. He could only watch the battle in front of him. Suddenly, he had an idea. He turned around and ran into the cave. At this time, everyone's attention was focused on the battle, and no one noticed him. Li Ji had a heavy responsibility. He had to defend against the attacks from the trees outside, and this required a long time of magic support. Although he was a sorcerer, facing the attacks of so many warriors, the time he could support was decreasing. Among the four magicians, the only one who could support the attack was Nian Bing. Since leaving the Peach Blossom Forest, this was the first time he spared no effort to use all his abilities. Holding the sigh of the snow goddess and the roar of the fire god in his hands, he was able to greatly reduce the consumption of his magic power by relying on the two divine weapons. His magic power of the same origin of ice and fire was unleashed to the maximum. The red and blue radiance blasted away the attacks of the fire dragon warriors again and again. It was also because of his all-out performance that the dragon spirit had the chance to heal the wounded. With a loud bang, Feng Nu staggered back 3 steps, the silver battle chi reverting to a dark red color. A trickle of blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. She had suffered a serious injury. And the elder of the fire dragon race Jin Tu was also not in a good condition. There were several crisscrossing wounds in front of his body, blood constantly flowing out. Although he had a fire constitution, but the feeling of the 9 levels of battle chi invading his body through the blazing heaven sword was not pleasant at all. Ah! Jin Tu roared, his seemingly old body suddenly swelled up, and his imposing manner suddenly soared. He fiercely threw a punch at Feng Nu, silver battle chi condensed into a ball, and like a cannonball, hurtled toward Feng Nu. Feng Nu's expression changed slightly. At this time, her battle chi could no longer reach the level of Saint Battle Chi. Holding the sword with both hands, she could only rely on the advantage of the blazing heaven sword to split open this heavy battle chi bullet. However, she did not have the slightest confidence. No one is allowed to hurt Feng Nu roar. A tall figure suddenly leaped out from the side, a huge heavy sword striking the silver battle chi bullet with a loud bang. The strong explosion of battle chi caused several surrounding dragon warriors to tumble to one side. The one who suddenly appeared and blocked the attack for Feng Nu was Xianxia. There were obvious changes on Xianxia's body. His disheveled hair had turned blood red, his already tall body had swelled up, his breathing was heavy like an iron-back earth dragon, and the bulging blood vessels on his body were clearly visible. Even after receiving the attack of Saint Battle Chi, his feet only sank into the ground, but he did not retreat in the slightest. Jing Tu, who had raised his battle chi to the strongest level, exclaimed in surprise, "Berserker, there are berserkers?" No one answered his question. Xianxia walked out from the crowd of mercenaries at the entrance of the cave alone. His eyes had turned blood red, and in his blurred consciousness, he only remembered a few familiar names. The huge heavy sword emitted a bright green light, and the 3-feet-long sword light was not the slightest bit weaker than Jing Tuesday. 4 fire dragon warriors charged at Xianxia from different directions. The heavy sword was like withered grass in Xianxia's hands. There was nothing fancy about it. It circled around Xianxia's body, and immediately, a green light blocked out like a wall. The 4 figures retreated even faster than when they came, but this time, they were sent flying. Blood gushed out of their mouths, and the 4 dragon-human warriors were severely injured. Although their dragon-human physique prevented them from dying, they had already lost the ability to fight. The Purple Purity Sword 6 was there. His red hair, red eyes, and his entire body emitted an unstable green light. He was like a demon god. Both sides stopped fighting. For a moment, he became the center of attention. Li Hua stopped his magic and gasped for breath. His pale face showed that he was in a very weak state. He sat down on the ground and did not dare to meditate. He could only take out the few magic scrolls that he had at the bottom of his chest. Nianbing came to Feng Nu's side. She immediately changed from ice to water and released a healing technique on Feng Nu. He helped her recover her damaged meridians. "What's wrong with Brother Qingjian? He seems to be a little delirious." "I'll call him back." "No." Feng Nu stopped Nianbing. "No one can stop him now. He has gone berserk." "Berserk?" It was Nianbing's first time hearing this term. "What does berserk mean?" Feng Nu whispered, "This is a special type of physique. It is very adaptable. Especially after the ancient war, it was thought to be extinct. Berserk warriors are called berserkers. They used to be the strongest soldiers of mankind, but at the same time, they were also the most difficult to control. Although berserk warriors are the strongest in individual combat, they also have a huge flaw. That is, their minds will also fall into a berserk state along with their bodies. Under such circumstances, they can no longer distinguish between friend and foe. Their magic power is raised to the limit, and their skin is as hard as iron. If they have cultivated doqi, their doqi will increase exponentially. After berserk, berserkers only know how to attack until they use up all their strength. Every time they go berserk, they have to sleep for 3 days. I really did not expect that your friend would be a berserker. It seems that we still have a chance. With his strength as a pugilist and berserk, even a swordsman would not be able to defeat him easily. I originally did not want to kill, but now it seems that I have no choice. Feng Nu, I know you have some misgivings. If you really do not want to kill, then you can beat up those fire dragon people until they lose their ability to fight. As long as we can leave here safely, it will be enough." Feng Nu nodded. "As soon as Xiqing sword launches an attack, attack with all your strength. As long as he or I can entangle the other party's elder, we still have a chance." "Kill," Xiqing sword roared angrily. In his eyes, the most important enemy was naturally Jing Tuesday. Subconsciously, the most important people to him were undoubtedly his sister and Feng Nu. Just now it was Jing Tu who injured Feng Nu. At this moment, he suddenly burst out, naturally Jing Tu would be his first target. Xiqing sword lifted his heavy sword high. Although he was in a berserk state, he did not forget his abilities at all. Instead, he became more proficient in using them. The skills that Purple Dream used to fight against Feng Nu appeared on his body, transforming into several shadows that dashed towards the swordsman level. Jing Tuesday Feng Nu was about to move, when suddenly she saw a black light descending from the sky. Without any reflection of light, it headed straight for Long Ling, who was treating the mercenaries. She did not care where the light came from. In a flash, she came to Long Ling's side and flicked the parting heaven sword upwards, sending the black light flying to one side. With a light clink, it turned out to be a black needle. A faint fishy smell spread in the air, indicating that the needle was highly poisonous. Ah! Why did you save me? Long Ling finally came to her senses, staring at Feng Nu in a daze. Feng Nu's sharp eyes looked in the direction of the black needle. It was a dense mountain forest where she could not find any energy fluctuations. This was definitely not an attack launched by the fire dragon people. As a proud dragon, they would never use poison. While searching for the enemy in the dark, she subconsciously replied, "Nian Bing asked me to protect you. You don't have to thank me, thank him directly. Be careful, there may be other enemies around." "Thank you, I will be careful." Long Ling's voice was very calm, not at all affected by the threat to her life. She continued to treat the mercenaries. Carlo had also heard the conversation between Feng Nu and Nian Bing earlier. Once the purple purity sword made its move, he immediately led the mercenaries to launch a counterattack against the dragon people. He knew that as long as Feng Nu could perform as usual, they would still have a chance to escape even though the other party had the advantage in numbers. The purple purity sword, after going berserk, was just as Feng Nu had said. Even a powerful cultivator like Jin Tu could not do anything to him at this moment. At this moment, he could not avoid the purple purity sword, otherwise, the ones who would suffer would be his tribesmen. Although the dragon people had strong innate defense, a direct hit from such violent fighting energy was enough to kill them. The scene was completely chaotic. Feng Nu finally showed her power. The purple purity sword, under the guidance of her graceful figure, transformed into countless sword lights. Each sword light was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. As the sword lights flashed, one after another, the fire dragon people fell to the ground after being stabbed. In a short while, more than a dozen fire dragon people had lost their fighting ability. With the sudden reduction in pressure, the mercenaries all used their lives and unleashed their fighting energy to the limit. Under the leadership of Carlo, Gatling, and Hua Rue, they charged towards the fire dragon people. Suddenly, countless red lights scattered from the sky. There was only one target, and that was Feng Nu. The red lights cooperated very well and blocked all of Feng Nu's paths of advance. She had no choice but to stop and use the parting heaven sword to block the attack of the fighting energy arrows. The fire dragon people also took this opportunity to regroup and charge forward, completely suppressing the mercenaries back to the entrance of the cave. At this moment, Feng Nu, like the purple purity sword, had been isolated outside. Nian Bing released a few spells to stabilize the situation and pulled Zi Qingming back to Long Ling's side. At this moment, there was a sudden change outside. Jin Tu's fighting energy surged and he punched the purple purity sword back. He shouted, "Fire dragon soaring cloud formation." All the fire dragon warriors who were attacking suddenly retreated. Several hundred of them actually formed a strange formation. 18 of them were the elites of the fire dragon warriors and surrounded the Phoenix Lady. Under the lead of a long-legged fire dragon warrior, they launched an attack on the Phoenix Lady. Another 18 people formed a formation and surrounded the clear sword. They only fought with the clear sword but did not engage him directly. It was obvious that they wanted to exhaust his stamina. The fire dragons were quickly busy. The warriors who had lost their fighting ability were carried to the side by their clansmen. Jin Tu's whole body shone brightly and he walked step by step to the entrance of the cave under the protection of his clansmen. Bow. A clansman handed a bow to him. The other fire dragons formed teams of 18 and slowly pressed towards the entrance of the cave. Although there was no enemy attack and the pressure on them was greatly reduced, the hearts of the mercenaries were extremely heavy. They never thought that the opportunity they had was nipped in the bud. At this time, Phoenix Maiden no longer had the ability to use Saint Battle Chi. Although her speed and attack power were strong, the formation formed by the 18 fire dragon warriors was very strange. No matter which direction she attacked, she would have to take the lead to face 9 opponents at the same time. For a time, she rushed left and right, but she could not rush out of the darkness. Jin Tu did not let his clansmen attack the mercenaries. He held his longbow and stared at Nian Bing with a sharp gaze. He had already discovered that this young man who was constantly using magic was the reason why the mercenaries were able to hold on. As long as a few magicians were destroyed, the situation would immediately become clear. Jing Tu's eyes shone brightly. He held the longbow in his hand, and the bowstring opened in an instant. Silver holy fighting energy enveloped the whole bow. A strange scene appeared. The silver fighting energy continued to form in his right hand as he pulled the bow, and it turned into a sharp arrow with pure fighting energy. Dragon guiding arrow. The silver light suddenly bloomed. Nianbing only felt her chest contracting. Before the arrow arrived, her body already had a strong feeling. Without any hesitation, Nianbing made a prompt decision to activate the most powerful two-color ice ball to meet the arrow. The mercenaries were not idle either. Carlo, Gatling, and Xianxia jumped up one after another, trying to block the arrow. However, the arrow formed by holy fighting energy turned into a beautiful arc at the window and directly passed through their defense. Its target was still Nianbing. Could the two-color ice ball block the arrow of holy fighting energy? The answer was no. Amidst a loud explosion, the dual-colored ice ball was blasted into ice powder by Nianbing's violent fighting energy. The silver light pierced through the ice and arrived within 10 meters of Nianbing. Be careful. Zi Qingming slid forward, releasing her green fighting energy. She was ready to block the arrow for Nianbing. The biggest advantage of the green curtain sword technique was its speed. A fan-shaped green curtain of ice completely blocked Nianbing's body. However, it was still not enough. With a light clink, the green curtain sword disappeared. Zi Qingming clenched her dagger tightly, and her body was thrown back. She only managed to cut the side of the arrow before she was sent flying. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and a look of despair appeared in her beautiful eyes. No. The ice spirit immediately stood in front of Nianbing. Her eyes were filled with panic, but it wasn't because of the doqi arrows that were about to hit her, but because of Nianbing's safety. Her whole body shook. Long Ling suddenly found that she had changed direction. Then, she felt a piercing pain. Her body was thrown forward, and she staggered a few steps before she could stabilize herself. Nianbing was facing Long Ling. There was a bloody hole in his right shoulder. His body was completely penetrated by the arrow. Fortunately, after blocking it several times, the explosive power of the dragon guiding arrow had been robbed. In addition, the green curtain sword had changed the direction of the arrow. This allowed Nianbing to avoid fatal danger. Even so, the remaining power of the dragon guiding arrow still pierced through his body. Blood gushed out. Nianbing did not hesitate to use a healing technique on herself. Only then did the blood flow stop a little. No, this is impossible. Long Ling's voice was trembling. The pain in her back had subsided a little. Only now did she realize what had happened. She stood in front of Nianbing, but Nianbing suddenly hugged her from behind and spun around. The dragon-guided arrow pierced through Nianbing's shoulder and only disappeared when it hit her. But at this time, she was not injured except for a little pain. Nianbing smiled bitterly. This is the inevitable result. Ling come, you are better at healing than me. Help me stop the bleeding. This time, I'm afraid we can't escape. Long Ling hurriedly ran back to Nianbing's side. She first used a healing technique on Nianbing's shoulder. Then, she tore the rough cloth around the wound. Vest, where's the vest? Why didn't you wear the vest I gave you yesterday? Long Ling's voice became very agitated. Could it be that even the things I gave you are so annoying? No, silly Ling do you know? After you gave me that vest yesterday, my heart was about to break. That was obviously given to you by Master. I can even smell your body fragrance. How can I use your protective treasure to protect myself? Silly girl, you're wearing it now. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have become a pair of gourds just now. It turned out that last night, Nianbing played the bagpipe to find Feng Nu and asked her to put the vest back on Long Ling's body without her noticing. With Feng Nu's ability, it was completely possible to do this without anyone noticing. In fact, just now, Nianbing could have let Long Ling block the dragon guiding arrow for him. With the strength of the golden red vest, Long Ling would only be a little injured. But, as a man, how could he let a woman block this arrow for him? At that time, Nianbing did not hesitate at all. He quickly hugged Long Ling and turned around. The ice wall spell scroll was his last line of defense, but he was still heavily injured. Long Ling looked at the gentle light in Yanbing's eyes, then looked at his pale face. Her heart trembled, and her originally empty eyes gained some spirit. She helped Yanbing to sit down, then she straightened her delicate body and walked out. At this time, Jin Tu had already led his subordinates to slowly press forward. After injuring the opponent's most important magician, they no longer had any scruples. In fact, from the beginning until now, it had only been half an incense's time, but so many changes had happened. From the beginning when Feng Nu attacked, to protecting everyone into the cave, to resisting with all her might, to the purple purity sword going berserk, Feng Nu attacking, and Yanbing being heavily injured. Almost every moment, changes were happening on the battlefield. Without Feng Nu's resistance, who could stop Jin Tu? The mercenaries gathered together. Everyone knew that the fighting spirit in their hearts was gradually crumbling under the immense pressure brought by the opponent. This time, they could no longer resist the opponent's attack. At this time, Long Ling came behind the mercenaries and chanted in a low voice. "With my life as the price. Curse everything." Just as she chanted to this point, a large hand suddenly covered her mouth from behind, forcibly interrupting her incantation. If a magic incantation was chanted halfway, it could not be interrupted. Otherwise, it would cause great harm to the magician. But if the incantation was interrupted at the beginning, the magic would not be able to be completed. "Ling if this magic incantation is to be used, it should be used by me, not you." Nianbing hugged Long Ling tightly in his arms. His voice was so firm. Nianbing's warm embrace made Long Ling feel at ease. Even if she knew that she was about to face a devastating disaster, she did not have the slightest fear. Hugging Long Ling's wet and soft body, Nianbing secretly smiled bitterly. What should come will come. Just as he was about to chant the same incantation as Long Ling, a voice suddenly dispelled his thoughts. "Quick, everyone quickly retreat inside. The cave inside is narrow, so it's easier to defend." This was Feng Yan's voice. Nianbing turned around and saw Feng Yan running out of the cave. At the same time, no one thought that Feng Nu would explode. If Feng Nu was a huge bomb, then Jin Tu's serious injury to Nianbing was the fuse that detonated this bomb. A mournful phoenix cry pierced into everyone's ears like sharp needles. The red aura around Feng Nu's body suddenly converged. Her pink long hair turned dark red at this moment. Her originally white skin flickered with a faint red luster. The clothes on her back were suddenly torn apart, and a pair of red wings instantly spread out. The inner edges of the wings were curved, and the phoenix feathers were arranged closely together. The spread-out wings were more than 2 meters long. Feng Nu's originally slender and delicate body looked as petite as before in the contrast of this pair of wings. Under the spread of the wings, Feng Nu's body completely floated up. Her pair of beautiful blue eyes turned golden at this moment. Seeing this, Jin Tu could not help but turn pale with fright. "Be careful, it's the royal feathers of the Feng people." His warning was already too late. It was also a red-colored fighting aura. As the wings fluttered downwards, it turned into a circle of light. An irresistible huge force spread through the bodies of every fire dragon warrior who was attacking the Phoenix girl. 18 streams of blood spurted out at the same time. 18 figures were sent flying 30 meters away. Feng Nu, who was in midair, let out a long whistle. The parting heaven sword in her hand slashed horizontally, and a bright red light floated down, drawing a ravine in front of the huge cave. The surging Doqi forced all the fire dragon warriors who were charging forward to retreat. Seeing such a situation, Nianbing was not happy but worried. Displaying such a huge power in a crisis, it was very likely that it did not belong to her. The more it was like this, the more serious the backlash would be. He hurriedly shouted, "Feng Nu, quickly bring brother Qin Jian back. The cave is small and narrow, it's suitable for us to defend." A faint afterimage flashed in midair. In a flash, Feng Nu was already above the purple table sword. She reached out and grabbed his clothes, lifting him up into the air. At this moment, the purple table sword's mind was completely in a frenzy. It could not differentiate between friend and foe. The heavy sword in its hand suddenly swung upwards, slashing towards Feng Nu. "Idiot, it's me." Feng Nu held the parting heaven sword horizontally, easily blocking the purple table sword's attack. Strangely, the purple table sword, who was in a frenzy, immediately became obedient when it heard Feng Nu's voice. Buzz, the silver Saint Dochi dragon appeared again. This time, its target was Feng Nu in midair. Jinan knew very well that offending the royal family of the Feng people meant that there would be an irreparable gap between them and the Feng people. Only by killing Feng Nu and everyone else here would they be able to cover up everything. The huge red wings suddenly retracted, and the left wing flapped horizontally like lightning. The dragon arrow that Nian Bing could not block with all his might was shattered by Feng Nu's huge wings. In the next moment, Feng Nu was already at the entrance of the cave. She held the parting heaven sword horizontally in her hand, forcing all the attacking enemies back. Nian Bing subconsciously pulled Feng Nu quickly, retreat inside. At this moment, the mercenaries saw that Feng Nu had blocked the enemies and quickly retreated into the depths of the cave. He suddenly exclaimed and let go of Feng Nu's hand. Now, Feng Nu's body was as hot as charcoal. Feng Nu's eyes were cold. She stared at Jinan, who was holding a longbow, and said coldly, "I haven't killed anyone today, but that doesn't mean I won't in the future. If you have the ability, then come in." After that, she covered Nian Bing and the others and retreated into the cave. Unexpectedly. Perhaps it was because of the Phoenix girl's sudden display of power, the fire dragon person actually did not attack. They let Feng Nu, Nian Bing, and the mercenaries retreat into the cave. After the mercenaries retreated a few hundred meters into the cave, they entered a narrow passageway about 3 meters wide. They could not hold on any longer, and all of them sat down on the ground as if paralyzed. At this moment, even the 3 Frozen Moon mercenary group leader and vice leader had less than a third of their strength left. Although no one died, 2/3 of them were seriously injured. Fortunately, Long Ling gave them timely treatment, so they were able to survive and escape here. Feng Nu raised her hand and slapped down, knocking out Xianxia and throwing him aside. She turned around and looked outside. Only then did she feel relieved. "Why did you hit my brother?" Zi Qingming angrily said. Feng Nu's golden eyes emitted a cold aura, making Zi Qingming's whole body tremble. He is in a state of madness, only by knocking him out can he recover. However, although his strength is not exhausted, I'm afraid he will need to sleep for 2 days to recover. Nian Bing looked at Feng Nu with concern and asked, "How are you?" Feng Nu shook her head and said, "I'm fine. How about you?" Her golden eyes fell on the terrible wound on Nian Bing's shoulder. Nian Bing's face was very ugly at this time. The large amount of blood loss made her originally rosy face become abnormally pale. She smiled bitterly and said, "I won't die. However, my right shoulder blade seems to be broken. I used magic to stop the bleeding, but I'm afraid there is no chance to heal it." Feng Nu, why don't they rush in? Is it because they are afraid of you? Feng Nu shook her head and said, "No, it shouldn't be. I also just found out. These fire dragon people seem to be afraid of this cave. From the beginning, when I attacked the cave entrance, they deliberately avoided entering the cave. Now that I think about it, if we had chosen to retreat into the cave earlier, perhaps the situation would have been much better. However, at least for now, we will be fine. I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Carlo's heavy voice sounded. "It's my will that brought everyone into this place of death. If I had listened to Nian Bing's advice and given up on this mission, you wouldn't have been trapped here." Feng Nu's gaze fell on Carlo's body and she said indifferently, "You don't need to blame yourself. It's only you who are trapped here. With my ability, I can take Nian Bing away at any time. However, I can only take one person with me at most." When these words came out, the entire cave became silent. No one doubted Feng Nu's words. She had used her own strength to prove everything. "Feng Nu, take Ling Er away." Nian Bing's voice was very calm, but it was unusually firm. Feng Nu, Zi Qingming, and Long Ling's gaze fell on him at the same time. Feng Nu said strangely, "Don't you want to leave here alive?" Nian Bing looked at his right arm that was hanging limply by his side and said indifferently, "No one is willing to die. However, as a magician and as a chef, I have already lost my right arm. Even if I go out and heal my injury, I can't use my right hand to cook or use my right hand to draw scrolls. In this life, I have 2 goals. One is to reach the peak of cooking and fulfill my master's wish. The other is to cultivate magic to the highest level and avenge my parents. I've lost my right arm, and all of this is uncertain to me. Rather than that, why don't I give the hope of survival to someone else? Actually. He suddenly lowered his voice and whispered a few words into the Wind Maiden's ear. Feng Nu's body shook. What? Your enemy is actually her? Nianbing nodded and said with a bitter smile, rest for a while and recover your strength. Then take Ling Er away. If in the future you have the confidence to surpass that person, then take revenge for me. Then we won't be friends in vain. Of course, this is only a request of mine. Please only go when you have the ability to do so. No, I won't leave here. Long Ling calmly said while treating the injured. Ling Er, don't be willful. These words came out from both Nianbing and Li Luo's mouths at the same time. Both of their expressions became anxious. Long Ling raised her head and smiled. Her usual expression reappeared on her beautiful face. I'm not being willful. Since we came together, then we should leave together. Otherwise, I won't leave. The injured here need me. Nianbing, thank you. At least now I understand that I didn't love the wrong person. Nianbing frowned and resisted the pain in her shoulder. Ling Er, don't forget, Teacher Longji only has you as his daughter. If something happens to you, what will happen to Teacher? What will happen to the Union? Long Ling said indifferently, if father was here, he wouldn't abandon his comrades and escape alone. Feng Nu said coldly, are you talking about me? Long Ling shook her head and said, of course not. I don't have the qualifications to talk about you. No one here has the qualifications. If it wasn't for you, we would have been killed by those fire dragons. It was you who saved everyone's lives. I can see that you're not an ordinary human. I think you have your own mission in entering the human world. Therefore, if you want to leave, none of us will have any objections. If possible, take Nianbing away. Although her injuries are very serious, as long as we can find a light elemental sorcerer who can use healing magic of the 9th step and above, it's still possible for her to recover. Nianbing smiled, Ling Er, let's not argue. Since none of us is willing to leave, then let's all stay. In any case, the enemy won't rush in, so let's just starve to death here. I think that the materials we brought should be enough to eat for a month. If we save some, we might be able to last longer. The red radiance converged and Feng Nu returned to her original form. Nianbing found that her body was slightly trembling. Supporting her, she asked with concern, Feng Nu, are you okay? Feng Nu shook her head and said, cave. Nianbing, I want to talk with you alone, is that okay? Nianbing stared blankly for a moment, then said, of course. Immediately, he supported Feng Nu to a corner and let her sit down. At the same time, he used what little magical power he had left to cast a healing spell on the wound on his shoulder. You've seen it for yourself. I'm not a real human. Feng Nu laughed self-deprecatingly as her body trembled even more violently. Her previously scorching body had now become somewhat cold. Nianbing pulled Feng Nu into his embrace. Feng Nu did not struggle as she leaned against Nianbing's left shoulder, feeling the heat from his body. Nianbing, how did you know about the existence of the dragon-human clan? Nianbing wasn't worried about his own safety at all. He had already let go of all his burdens when his right shoulder was pierced by the dragon's arrow. Just as he had said, even if he managed to leave this place alive, he would be a cripple. He didn't even know if he could take care of himself, let alone avenge his parents. With his arms around Feng Nu, they were like a couple at this time. The feeling of joy amidst bitterness was a different kind of feeling. Nianbing smiled and tore a piece of cloth from his coarse clothes to wrap around his wound. Then, he said, I found out about this from Kitty's father. Then, he recounted how he had met Kitty after he had broken up with Feng Nu in Ice Snow City, as well as how Kitty's father, the dragon summoner Hillard, had met him. I see. No wonder you know about the existence of the dragon-human clan. Nianbing, at this point, there's no need for me to hide anything from you. You should have heard what the Golden Monkey clan leader said. That's right, I'm from the Feng people. The phoenix and the giant phoenix were once creatures of this mainland. However, unlike the dragons, there was only one phoenix. To be precise, there would only ever be one fire phoenix. However, the difference between the phoenix and the dragons was that the phoenix would never die. Time could not limit its existence. However, Lord Phoenix had suffered an irreparable injury in order to protect the humans during the ancient war. Its soul had been directly attacked by the enemy, and even its ability to be reborn could not allow it to continue living. Therefore, Lord Phoenix had no choice but to leave its bloodline to the humans. In other words, the Feng people are actually humans with the bloodline of the phoenix. The situation of the dragon men is different from ours. They only received a very small portion of the dragon's bloodline. Just like the Iron Earth dragons, we are also a type of mutant. The dragonborn race relies on the bloodline of the dragons, and most of them have outstanding short-term and defensive abilities. However, other than the layer of dragon-like scales on the surface of their bodies, they did not have the power of other dragons. Dragons were the most powerful creatures on the continent. And it had always existed. How could he really pass on his abilities to humans? However, we, the Phoenix people, are different. What we have is the true power of the Phoenix. Most of our people, like the dragon people, have inherited part of the Phoenix's abilities. However, there is an extremely small number of people who have truly inherited the Phoenix bloodline. After continuous evolution, they can even become true Phoenixes. These people are the royal family of the Phoenixes. Nian Bing took a deep breath. Compared to Hillard's superficial explanation, Feng Nu's explanation was much more concise and clear. So, you're a member of the royal family of the Phoenixes? The wings that appeared on your back just now were the evolution you were talking about? Feng Nu nodded and sighed softly. She said, I didn't expect that the first time I used the power of the Phoenix would be to go against the dragon men. In fact, the relationship between the Feng people and the dragons is very good. The ancestral Phoenix was once a disciple of the dragon god. Although the power of the Phoenix can never be compared to that of a real dragon god, the Phoenix has its own special abilities. Although I am a member of the royal family and have the innate 9 abandonments constitution. However, the years of cultivation are still too short. Rashly using the power of the Phoenix will cause great harm to my body. I thought I could take you out of here, but when I retracted my Phoenix wings, I realized that I have no ability to leave this place at all. How difficult is it to evolve into a Phoenix? Ever since the ancestral Phoenix passed down its bloodline, no member of the royal family has been able to accomplish this feat and make the Phoenix reappear on the continent. Nian Bing thought for a while and said, Feng Nu, the divine stone of fire on the Xingyang saber is the purest fire gemstone. Perhaps it can help you recover your strength as soon as possible. Do you need any special conditions to transform into a Phoenix? What level of transformation did you calculate just now? As he said that, he took out the Xingyang saber and handed it to Feng Nu. Feng Nu looked at the flashing red divine stone of fire and smiled. She said, Thank you, Nian Bing. The power of the Phoenix is too mysterious. Back then, the ancestral Phoenix only passed down its bloodline before it died for real. Not to mention me, even the elders in the clan don't know what the conditions are for the Phoenix to evolve without any care. They only told me that to evolve into a real Phoenix, I need to go through 9 evolutions. The first evolution will give me 1 more ability of the Phoenix. When I complete the last evolution, I will be able to leave the human body and become a real fire Phoenix. Right now, I have only completed the first evolution. The wings of the Phoenix that you saw just now are the second evolution. Even the greatest genius of my ancestors had only completed 5 evolutions. I had never thought of achieving the highest 9 evolutions. I only wanted to increase my strength to protect my people. After all, the dragon-human clan has at least 7 branches, but we, the Feng people, only have 1. As long as an ordinary human drinks our Phoenix clan's note, they will also be able to obtain the abilities of the Phoenix clan. At the same time, the Phoenix clan has kept many precious secrets. Those despicable humans have long coveted them. I am a royal warrior of the Phoenix clan. Therefore, I need to become stronger to protect my people. Nian Bing nodded and said, I see. Feng Nu, the reason why you can have strength close to swordsman is because of the first evolution of the Phoenix body? If you can truly complete the second evolution, will you be able to truly possess your previous strength? Feng Nu smiled bitterly and said, Stop dreaming. The evolution of the phoenix body will only increase my ability, but not my strength. If you want to become stronger, you need to be ahead of yourself and continue to cultivate. Even if you really complete the second evolution, you will need a long time of cultivation and actual combat to fully control the phoenix wings. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, not even for us Phoenix clan. The reason why I was able to erupt with such a strong power just now was because I burned my phoenix blood. Under the effect of the phoenix fire from the phoenix bloodline, I can use the power that does not belong to me. Therefore, although I look fine on the surface, I have lost no less blood than you. Although the stone of fire god can help me recover better, it can't help me regenerate my blood. The phoenixes burn their blood as a way to save themselves in the most desperate situation. It's very damaging to their vitality. I won't be able to fully recover in less than 3 months. Nianbing smiled and said, "It seems we can only be lovebirds here." Feng Nu, did you call me over just to tell me your background before we die? Feng Nu rolled her eyes at Nianbing and said, "Of course not. I called you over to discuss with you how to better survive. Although we have fallen into a dead end, it is not impossible to escape." Nianbing's heart moved, and she looked around. Although they had already entered a few hundred meters into the cave, the surrounding walls of the cave were extremely special. It was able to emit faint red light, and the fire element in the cave was extremely active. It was also because of this very weak red light that they could barely distinguish the things around them. Feng Nu, do you mean to rely on our strength to dig a way out of this cave? Feng Nu said unhappily, "Stop dreaming. Don't you realize that the rocks here are especially hard? Moreover, we are now in the belly of the mountain. Even if we have treasured swords like Blazing Heaven and True Sun, it is impossible to dig a way out. I think that the reason why this place has such a warm environment is inseparable from the structure of this mountain. Just the food alone will make us unable to persevere." "You are so smart, can't you think of other places?" Nianbing's eyes flashed, and her mind was enlightened. "Since we can't go out, let's go in. Maybe there is a way out. Since we are already in here, we have to go take a look at our treasure." Phoenix Maiden smiled and said, "That's what I thought as well. If I guessed correctly, there should be a fire-type wyvern living in this cave, which is what Jean and I calls the Dragon Lord. Wyverns are much more advanced than earth dragons, but they are not real dragons. Since there is a wyvern here, we have to find a way out." Wyverns can also be called flying dragons. They can fly, but most of them are very lazy. Every time they sleep, they will last for several months. They are close relatives of dragons. Therefore, most of the dragonborn race will look for a wyvern and regard it as the dragon lord of their race. Wyverns are very powerful and intelligent. Although they are not real dragons, they already have some of the abilities of dragons. In terms of strength, they are at least not inferior to that golden-backed dragon king you just mentioned, and might even be stronger. But wyverns have huge bodies, and can't pass through such a narrow cave. Although we are already in the depths of the cave, don't you realize that the air is very fresh? If my guess is correct, that wyvern should be sleeping in the deepest part of the cave. And from there should be an even wider path to leave this cave. That is the place we are looking for." Nianbing's eyes lit up. If they could avoid death, who would be willing to stay in this damned place? In addition, the dragon spirit had once said that light magic of the 9th step was capable of healing his current injuries. As long as he was alive, there would be hope. Although he was very excited because of the appearance of hope, he didn't lose his calm. Nodding, he said, "Good. Let's take a rest first. When we have recovered some strength, we will explore the depths of this cave. As long as we find the path, I will be able to fly out with magic, and bring you out of this cave." Feng Nu nodded, and said, "When I discovered that those fire dragons didn't chase after us, I had this idea. But now, there are a few issues that we have to pay attention to. And the most important one is that we must not wake up that wyvern. Otherwise, even if I am at my peak, I will definitely not be a match for that wyvern. We will die very miserably." Nianbing nodded, and said, "You are familiar with dragons. If you have any questions, just tell me directly. I will definitely cooperate. I believe that President Carlo and the others will also cooperate with you." Feng Nu said, "Do you still remember Carlo's promise to you before coming here? He wasn't wrong. The treasure really exists. Wyvern's intelligence is close to that of dragons. Therefore, they have the same hobby as dragons. And that is to collect all kinds of treasures. Since this is the wyvern's lair, then the treasure is very likely to be much bigger than what we imagined. Although wyverns sleep very deeply, once someone dares to touch their treasure, even if it is only a gold coin, they will immediately wake up. Nianbing was dumbstruck, and said, "It can't be, right? Dragons are actually so greedy?" Feng Nu revealed a smile, and said, "The dragon's moniker of wealth has been around for a long time. This is not strange. Therefore, if we want to leave this place alive, we must not have any thoughts of touching those treasures. Otherwise, everyone will die. Wyverns will not show mercy to those who dare to invade their property. You and I don't know much about those mercenaries. When facing a common enemy, they can unite against a common enemy. But once they are faced with the temptation of treasures, whether they can withstand the test will affect us. Do you understand what I mean?" Nianbing nodded, and said, "You are afraid that someone will take advantage of the situation to steal the treasures. Your worries are completely reasonable. Not to mention them, if I saw a magic book that I really need, I am afraid that I will not be able to hold myself back." Feng Nu laughed, and said, "You are already like this, are you still greedy?" Nianbing hugged Feng Nu tightly, closed his eyes, and said, "I really want to be like this forever. Feng Nu, I think my time of freedom will not be long. If I can get out of here alive, maybe I will make a choice in the aspect of love." Feng Nu was silent for a moment, and after a long while, she said, "I know. Actually, your expression last night already told me a lot of things. She is indeed a good girl. For her to be able to sacrifice so much for you, she is indeed worthy of your love. I congratulate you." Nianbing did not say anything more. When he really knew Feng Nu's identity, he understood that he and Feng Nu were originally people from two different worlds. He was also unwilling to hurt Long Ling in any way. Therefore, he could only cherish the last time he had with Feng Nu outside the cave. Jinan allowed his clansmen to help him apply herbs to his wounds. "Patriarch, are we just going to wait here?" a fiery dragon human warrior asked tentatively. Jinan's expression was somewhat weary. The strength of the mercenary group was beyond his expectations, especially Feng Nu's strength and the berserk purple purity sword. If not for them, those mercenaries would have already been buried here. Glancing at that clansman, Jinan coldly said, "Could it be that you have forgotten the Dragon Lord's orders? Without his orders, no one is allowed to enter the Fire Dragon Cave. But, what if those humans wake up the Dragon Lord? If that happens, I am afraid the Dragon Lord will blame us." Jinan's eyes shone with cold light. If they are smart, they will not do that. Moreover, there are Feng people between them. They will not let them do that. Take 100 people to the top of the mountain. If they try to escape from there, you know what to do. Although there are 2 exits in the Fire Dragon Cave, they will not have any chance. I'm going to trap them in there. Let's see how long they can last. If they really wake up the Dragon Lord, then I can only mourn for them. I think even if the Dragon Lord blames us, it will not be too serious. I have already prepared many of his favorite dried snow fish. Not good, Elder. Our seriously injured brothers are all dead. A fire dragon warrior hurriedly ran over. What? How is that possible? Although their injuries are serious, with their recovery ability, it is impossible for them to die. Jinan stood up abruptly, affecting the wound on his chest. His expression could not help but become even more unsightly. Elder, it is poison. Moreover, it seems to be a highly toxic poison specially targeted at our dragon-human clan. Our brothers all turned black and died. I think it must be that Feng people's woman. Her sword was poisoned. Jinan's body trembled. Although they were enemies, his impression of Feng Nu was surprisingly good. It was not because Feng Nu was beautiful, but because she had always been merciful during the battle, even when she was in a state of extreme anger. She did not kill them. No, it can't be her. Otherwise, with her phoenix transformation, there is no need for her to poison us. Let's go, take me to see. With that, Jinan walked into the forest under the guidance of his clansmen. He did not notice that the moment he entered the forest. An almost indistinguishable black figure quietly entered the cave. As time passed, the members of the Frozen Moon mercenary group gradually calmed down. Li Hua, Feng Yun, and Long Ling took out some ready-to-eat food and water from the spatial magic items for everyone to eat and drink. After careful counting, all of the 39 people, except for Long Ling, Li Hua, and Feng Yun, had suffered some degree of injury. Among them, 23 were seriously injured. Most of them were barely able to move. Fortunately, none of them were dead. Nian Bing and Feng Nu had already returned to the crowd. With the help of Long Ling, his injured shoulder was treated again. Li Hua used the magical power he had accumulated for a long time to cast a 7th-level water healing spell on Nian Bing. Only then did Nian Bing's pain lessen a little. However, the water healing spell could only heal his wounds at most. It could not connect his broken bones and meridians. In this situation, there was no better way in this cave. Nian Bing simply told Li Hua, Carlo, Gatling, and Huarue about Feng Nu's guess about the cave. Hearing that there was a possibility of escaping, everyone was immediately excited. Carlo hesitated for a moment, and said, Nian Bing. What if we only take that bottle? After all, that is the employer's. We are already here. Nian Bing interrupted Carlo's words, and said resolutely, what time is it now? You still care about these things. We are already lucky to be able to go back alive. Only by abandoning greed can we have a chance to survive. Can wealth be compared to life? Carlo sighed, then he nodded and said, all right, then this matter is settled. I will restrain my subordinates. Nian Bing frowned slightly. From Carlo's tone, he did not feel any resolute emotion. At this time, did he still have any illusions? At this moment, for the first time, he felt that it was reasonable for mercenaries to be classified as a low-level guild. If someone tries to make a move on those treasures, I think, I will not be polite. In order to survive, I don't mind killing. Feng Nu supported herself with the godly sword of parting heaven, and slowly walked over. The trembling on her body had already disappeared. Nian Bing's Xingyang saber was in her arms. With the roar of the fire god, after resting for a period of time, she had recovered some of her strength. Seeing Feng Nu appear, Carlo's expression suddenly became a little more awkward. Miss Feng Nu, don't misunderstand. I will definitely restrain my subordinates. You can rest assured. We don't want to be buried here. Feng Nu nodded, and said, that's for the best. For everyone's lives. After some discussion, everyone decided to rest for a few days. At least let their injuries recover a little. In any case, they still had enough food and water. If they were in a better state, their chances of escaping would be higher. As Nian Bing's right arm was heavily injured, Zi Qingmeng, who was also a chef, became the mercenary group's chef. However, she could not start a fire, and could only be assisted by Nian Bing. The sky outside was already dark, and for the wounded, dinner was their greatest enjoyment. Nian Bing brought Zi Qingmeng to a deeper part of the cave. This was a space similar to a stone room. Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, there is nothing to burn here, so we can only use the molding method. Miss Z, I'll have to trouble you. Zi Qingmeng sighed and said, what trouble, we've already reached this point. Let's get out of here alive first. As she spoke, she inserted a few samurai swords into the ground. Nian Bing took out an iron pot from her space ring, and with a variety of spices and food materials, this place had already become a simple kitchen. Miss Z, frankly speaking, do you regret participating in this mercenary group's operation with me? Zi Qingmeng glanced at Nian Bing and said, if I said no, then I would definitely be lying to you. However, what's the use of regretting now? Let's get out of here first. Don't call me Miss Z, just call me Qingmeng. Didn't you say that we were friends? Nian Bing was a little flattered. He smiled and said, how rare. It's rare to see you so polite. Zi Qingmeng snorted and said, I just hate your arrogance and unfaithfulness. Arrogance? Am I? Unfaithfulness? That's not a word to describe me. Nian Bing tried hard to forget the injury on her right arm, her tone relaxed. As if she wasn't in danger at all. Zi Qingmeng said, how could it not be? Before you came to the academy, I was always the youngest and most talented chef. but when you came, everything was disrupted. Your cooking skills are even better than uncle's. Although you usually have a smile on your face, the arrogance in your bones can't be concealed. As for Huaxin, look, you only have 2 girls by your side now. Isn't that called Huaxin? Nianbing helplessly shook her head and walked over to the iron pot and sat down. You can think whatever you want. Today you're the chef. I believe that the food you cook will taste good. Everyone is injured, so just make some noodles that are easy to digest. I've got some noodles here, by the way. Speaking of which, I specially prepared them for myself. Zi Qingming watched Nianbing take out a bag of flour from her space ring and couldn't help but smile. Although you magicians have many drawbacks, sometimes you do have an advantage that warriors can't compare to. Let's cooperate. It's a pity that your hand is injured. Otherwise, with your flexible hands, you'll definitely be able to make delicious noodles. Nianbing's expression darkened and she said indifferently, even if my injury is completely healed, I don't know if I can use the flexible hands again. I can't even feel my right arm right now. Do you think I'll be able to? Need noodles in the future? Zi Qingming sadly said, I'm sorry, Nianbing shook her head and smiled, a real man can pick up and let go. It's already like this, so what's the point of saying more? Don't worry, I'm fine. Let's start, don't let everyone wait too long. Although everything in the cave was simple and crude, Nianbing had prepared a complete set of items. It was enough for her to use. Nianbing leaned against the wall of the clay pot. Now was not the time for him to make a move. Watching others cook was a form of enjoyment for him. He released a low-level fireball spell to light up the cave. He saw Zi Qingming skillfully kneading the dough. Her movements were no different from when he had competed with Zi Xiu. The only difference was that her level of proficiency and control of strength was much lower. Qingming, have you also learned the heavy eagle hands? Nianbing asked curiously. Zi Qingming nodded and said, this is one of the top skills in the world of cooking, so of course I've learned it. Unfortunately, Uncle said that I'm a woman, so I have an innate problem with the heavy eagle hands. It's not easy to master. So, although I practiced it for a long time, I haven't been able to grasp its essence. Nianbing smiled and said, it's a good thing for a girl to learn cooking. In the future, you'll definitely be able to marry a good husband. Zi Qingming's pretty face turned red and she angrily said, you're injured like this and your mouth is still not honest. Rest for a while, I'll call you when I need to boil water. Nianbing grunted and closed his eyes. While maintaining the flame in his hands, he entered a meditative state. His body was indeed too weak. Soon, the dough was kneaded. Zi Qingming's method of making noodles was very simple. She kneaded the dough into a ball and only needed to use a knife to cut it. Previously, when Nianbing set up the pot, he had already condensed a large block of ice inside. In order to save magic, he didn't use fire magic to melt the ice. Instead, he left it there and let it melt on its own. Zi Qingming placed the noodles on the chopping board and turned her gaze to Nianbing. Just as she was about to call him to start the fire, she found that his breathing was even, as if he had already fallen asleep. At this time, Nianbing still looked as handsome as ever. His weakness didn't affect his temperament at all. On the contrary, it added a bit of melancholy to his aura. Zi Qingming's heart rippled and she sighed, but she was reluctant to call him up. Looking around, she quickly thought of something. Using the weapon she had previously brought, she set up a shelf above Nianbing's outstretched hand so that the low-grade flame could reach it. Then she placed a small pot on top of it and the temporary stove was completed. Zi Qingming laughed and thought that this artificial stove was really interesting. She didn't hesitate and poured oil into the pot and then began the process of cooking the noodles. With the addition of ingredients and ingenious cooking, a fragrant aroma filled the cave. It had been a long time since she had cooked. Zi Qingming couldn't help but feel a bit proud. It seemed that her skills hadn't deteriorated. She then scooped some melted ice water from the pot and went to the side to carefully wash her knife. In the previous battle, her knife was also stained with blood. Now that she thought about it, she couldn't help but secretly smile bitterly. It was indeed inappropriate to use a kitchen knife as a weapon. Fortunately, this was a time of crisis. Otherwise, if the diners knew that she used a knife to chop noodles, who knew what they would think? Smells good, smells good, smells good. A voice suddenly sounded out, startling Zi Qingming. She subconsciously turned around to look, but didn't see anyone. Everything was still the same. Humph, you scared me. She walked a few steps to Nianbing's side and lightly kicked his leg. Hey, don't pretend, I know you woke up a long time ago. Nianbing awoke from his meditation. He was really too tired before, and just as he was about to enter the state of meditation, he fell asleep. Fortunately, he still had the feeling of maintaining the flame technique, so the flames on his hand didn't extinguish. He rubbed his eyes and said, "Are the noodles done? Then let's start making the braising." "What are you pretending for? You suddenly spoke and scared me. Don't you know that you can scare people to death?" Zi Qingming looked at him with some dissatisfaction. "Me? When did I say anything?" "You must have heard wrong," Nianbing said inexplicably. Zi Qingming frowned and said, "Besides me, there's only you here. If you didn't say anything, then did I run into a ghost?" Nianbing helplessly said, "Are you sure that was really my voice?" Zi Qingming paused for a moment, then thought for a moment and said, "You were the one who made that strange noise to scare me. That voice seemed to be a little louder than yours." Nianbing shook his head. Okay, I was just scaring you. Let's hurry up and cook." "Hey, your braising is done. Let me smell it, it smells good. It should be authentic eggplant braising. Not bad, if I tried it, I might not be able to reach your level." After being praised by Nianbing, Zi Qingming couldn't help but forget her previous unhappiness. She smiled and said, Okay. Let's boil the water and cook the noodles." With the help of Nianbing, a large pot of noodles was ready in a short time. There was no need to eat, just the smell of the noodles and the fragrance of the braising was enough to make people drool. Although Zi Qingming was only a sword master level warrior, it didn't take much effort for her to carry 2 large and small bowls. The two went back the way they came and delivered food to the mercenaries. However, they did not notice that just as they left, a swallowing sound came from the depths of the cave. It was mixed with an angry voice. "Damn it, why is this cave so small? It smells so good, so good, so good. Forget it, I'll go to sleep. The food made by a few bugs can't be that good. Yes, it definitely won't be good. Sleep." After resting for 3 whole days, everyone's injuries had improved. The injury on Nianbing's shoulder had already healed. However, this wasn't a good thing for him. His bones and tendons had been broken, and the superficial healing didn't mean anything. His arm was temporarily crippled. The better news was that Zi Qingjian was awake. Because he had not used up all his energy, he was still as lively as ever after recovering. "President Carlo, I think we should explore the cave first. The injured should stay here first. When we find a way out, we'll come back to get them," Nianbing said. Carlo nodded and said, "Nianbing, your injuries aren't light. Why don't you stay as well? The few of us and Lady Phoenix will be enough." Nianbing shook her head. "I'm fine. I still have many scrolls on me. Who knows, they might be able to help you." "Master Li Hua, how's your mana recovery?" Li Hua said, "It's fully recovered. I'll go with you. Everyone can look after each other." After some discussion, they decided that Feng Nu, Zi Qingjian, Carlo, Jia Tailin, Nianbing, and Li Hua would enter the cave to search for a way out. The others would rest and wait for news. They would leave their extra items where they were. Nianbing and the rest of the 6 moved forward lightly. Feng Nu walked at the front, followed by Zi Qingjian. Nianbing was injured, so she walked at the back of the group. She used her flame technique to illuminate the way for everyone. Before leaving, Nianbing had asked about Feng Nu's injuries. Feng Nu told her that she had recovered about 50%. However, her vitality was severely damaged. It would take several months for her to fully recover. The cave was indeed very deep. Its size fluctuated between large and small. At its smallest, one had to bend down to pass through. In a large area, 6 people could walk side by side. The deeper they went, the higher the temperature became. Fortunately, the ventilation in the cave was smooth. Although it was a little hot, it was still bearable. After walking for an hour, the cave ahead was still deep and serene. Feng Nu turned around and glanced at Nian Bing, who was at the back of the group. Nian Bing nodded at her, indicating that she was fine. At this moment, they suddenly discovered that there was a turning point in the deep cave ahead. There seemed to be some kind of light flickering behind the turning point. They looked at each other silently and raised their vigilance at the same time. Feng Nu pulled out the parting heaven sword. Ziqing's sword also took the heavy sword from his back. Nian Bing and Li Qi both recited the magic they were best at, ready to react at any time. After turning the corner, everything in front of him changed drastically. The six of them exclaimed softly almost at the same time and all stopped in their tracks. What appeared in front of them was an indescribably huge cave. The cave went from the bottom to the top, and the sky directly penetrated it. Just by looking at it, this huge cave was probably at least 10,000 feet high. It was completely hollow in the mountainside, and the spacious space was enough to easily accommodate 10,000 people. But what surprised them most were the two mountains in front of them. One was a treasure mountain shining with colorful light, and the other was a mountain of flesh formed by a huge creature. The seven-colored treasure mountain was piled up to a height of 30 feet. All kinds of treasure sparkled under the sky. The treasures were mainly gemstones, but there was no lack of strange objects. There were even some weapons that seemed to be of excellent quality. What attracted Nian Bing the most was a few boxes made of jade in the Military Alliance's treasure mountain. Based on his knowledge in the library, it was clearly used to store books. If Carlo's information was correct, he was afraid that the ancient magic book he wanted to get was in there. Carlo swallowed a mouthful of saliva and murmured, "Oh my God. I'm afraid this pile of treasures can be compared with the national treasury of any country. Fortunately, I didn't let Huarue come. Otherwise, I'm afraid she couldn't help it." Nian Bing walked to Feng Nu's side and whispered, Is this really a dragon? Why does it look like a real dragon?" Feng Nu smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that our luck is really good." "You're right. This is a real dragon, a fire dragon." Although Nian Bing had already vaguely guessed it, he couldn't help but tremble, and his eyes showed a look of horror. The gigantic body lying beside the book was exactly the same as the wind attribute giant dragon he had seen before, except that its body was a bit bigger. Its dragon scales were red in color, and its body was nearly 30 meters long. Two gigantic dragon wings were spread out, covering its gigantic body on the ground. It had a pair of antlers on its head, whiskers on the corners of its mouth, and pearls on its forehead. Its entire body was covered in golden red scales. Although its eyes were closed, its formless aura told everyone that it was definitely an extremely dangerous creature. The dragon master that the fire dragon humans referred to was not a semi-dragon, but a true fire dragon. Nian Bing could not help but feel fearful of it. "Feng Nu, what should we do now?" Nian Bing's gaze fell on the beauty beside him. Feng Nu chuckled, pointed up, and said, "Since there's a way out, of course we should leave." Nian Bing stared blankly and said, "You don't seem to be worried?" Feng Nu smiled and said, "What's there to worry about? A real dragon is even more thirsty than a dragon. As long as you don't touch its treasures and don't have any ideas about it, even if you shout beside it, it won't wake up. Our luck is really good. Don't worry, to us, a real dragon is not as dangerous as a dragon. Of course, that's when it's not awake. I'll remind you again, no one should touch those treasures. Otherwise, the dragon will kill us as easily as crushing an ant." Carlo saw Feng Nu looking at him and hurriedly said, "Being able to see a real dragon is already a good experience for us. You can rest assured that I don't have any ideas about these treasures. Although I'm not young anymore, it's not a big problem to live for another 20 years. I still want to go back and enjoy my retirement. What should we do now?" "We should think of a way to get out, right?" Nian Bing said, "I'll go out first. However, this hole is much higher than we thought. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get a long rope. Feng Nu, my magic should be able to support the two of us to get out. We'll think of a way after we get out." Feng Nu nodded. Just as Nian Bing was about to use Blizzard, a change suddenly happened. In the blink of an eye, a black shadow rushed to the pile of seven-colored treasures at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. With a boom, the treasures exploded and scattered in all directions. The black shadow reached into the pile and pulled out a black bottle. A strange laugh sounded. Haha, thank you for opening the way for me, you idiots, for being my scapegoat. Nian Bing and the others reacted at this time. They saw that it was a person covered in a black cloak. They couldn't see his appearance from the outside at all. The whole person was wrapped in a black fog. The light in his eyes shone brightly. Dark mage. An angry roar suddenly sounded. Strange things happened on the ground. The fire dragon let out an incomparably angry roar. Who touched my treasures? Go to hell. A dark red light shot out from one of the dragon's claws and went straight to the body of the man in black. The man in black didn't dare to fight directly. His body was wrapped in the black fog and floated to the side. With a loud bang, a hole with a diameter of 3 meters appeared in the solid mountain wall under the angry attack of the dragon. The whole interior of the cave rose sharply. Even the debris didn't scatter. The place where the explosion hit was completely dark. You can play with the dragon. I won't accompany you. The cold voice was full of excitement. They watched as he crushed a scroll. A white hexagram appeared under his feet. With a flash of light, he disappeared completely. Not even a trace of breath was left. Nian Bing and Li Hua sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. They discovered that the scroll used by the other party was actually a 10th rank spatial magic scroll that shouldn't have existed, Distant Call. Nian Bing had seen an introduction to Distant Call in the top floor of the Ice Moon Empire's Magician's Guild library. It was known as the best escape scroll. However, this scroll was something that even an archmage couldn't make. Not to mention that there were no spatial archmages on the continent. This scroll could allow the user to instantly reach a place with a guiding magic array thousands of miles away. It was a long-distance transmission magic. If there was a spatial archmage, chanting this spell would take the time of a meal. It would also consume all of their magic power to succeed. Such a precious scroll couldn't be described in terms of value. The 6 of them stood there in a daze. Right now, they weren't thinking about where the black-cloaked man had come from or why he was doing this. Instead, they were thinking about how to deal with the infuriated fire elemental dragon that had completely stood up. Chuanan stood there like a mountain. His huge dragon wings were spread out to both sides, spanning over 100 feet. The fiery red dragon breathed freely in and out of his mouth. His dark red eyes were filled with intense anger. They had all seen the power of the attack just now. Even if Feng Nu was in peak condition, she probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Facing the most powerful creature on the continent, the 6 of them were ashen-faced. They looked at the dragon, not knowing what to do. Nian Bing was the first to react. She coughed and said tentatively, "Respected Mr. Dragon, we are not in cahoots with that thief. If you don't have anything else to say, we won't disturb your sleep." The dragon lowered its head. "Despicable human, are you talking to me? However, that person clearly said that it was you who brought him here. Moreover, he stole the sealing bottle of Mordos that was under my care. This is all your fault. Do it. I'll give you a chance. As long as you can damage one of my scales, I'll let you leave. Let's do it. If we shrink back, we'll be stabbed. If we stick our head out, we'll be stabbed." Xianxia roared angrily. Wielding his heavy sword, he charged towards the giant dragon. Carlo sighed inwardly. Together with Gatling, he charged towards Xianxia as well. Li Ji had already prepared his water dragon spell. They could only hope for a fluke now. "Don't do it." Feng Nu's cry of alarm interrupted Nian Bing, who was preparing to cast a spell. The fiery red figure blocked in front of the dragon like lightning. Flaming sky godly sword transformed into a dazzling sword shadow. With a clang, Xianxia, Carlo, and the Gatling gun were knocked back, and then met Li Hua's 8th grade attack spell. Flaming sky godly sword was swung without leaving a single gap. Feng Nu was afraid that she would miss something. The spell was controlled by Li Hua. Based on Feng Nu's performance of bravely saving everyone a few days ago, Li Hua was very convinced of her words. The water dragon spell had just come into contact with Feng Nu when it was immediately withdrawn. Even so, the weak Feng Nu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. She staggered on the ground and almost fell. Nianbing hurriedly ran forward to support Feng Nu. Feng Nu, what are you doing? Feng Nu gasped for breath. I'm saving your lives. She turned around and faced the fire dragon. Who would have thought that even someone as powerful as you would use such tricks to deceive us? The fire dragon snorted. You're the descendant of the little damned bird, right? No wonder you know the rules. Feng Nu calmly looked at the fire dragon and said, so it's true. I was just guessing, but now you've confirmed it. The dragon god left you 7 giants to guard the human world. In order to prevent the balance of the human world from being affected by you, he set the rules. Unless humans attack you or invade you, you're not allowed to take the initiative to attack humans. I'm not wrong, right? You know that it's not our fault that the black bottle was stolen, but you just lured my companions to attack. You wanted to kill us. Hearing this, Li Hua and the others realized that their lives were saved by Feng Nu. If Feng Nu hadn't taken the risk of being injured to block their attacks, they would have been destroyed by the fire dragon's powerful counterattack. Don't call me a giant dragon. I'm the Dragon King, the great fire dragon King Garamandes. You're very smart, but do you think you can escape your fate like this? If the dragon god knows that the sealing bottle of Mordas was stolen, he will also blame me. Although I can't take the initiative to kill you, it's easy to trap you here and let you starve to death. Don't think that I don't know anything just because I'm sleeping. I know the situation when you fought with my servants. You came here for my treasure. You gave it up because you wanted to live. It can be seen that you are also despicable humans. Leaving your lives is the right choice. Nianbing supported Feng Nu and said in a clear voice, Garamandes, although I don't know what the sealing bottle of Mordas is, I think it should be very important to you. If we promise to help you find this bottle, will you let us go? Despicable humans, I won't believe what you say. The sealing vial of Mordas was stolen by you cunning humans. Do you think I will believe you humans? I won't let you go. Honorable Dragon King, I know that the black-clothed man just now is very cunning. He deliberately let us lead the way to steal your black bottle. But I swear, I will definitely retrieve the sealing bottle of Mordas for you. Nianbing said in a clear voice. Yes, as long as you give us a deadline, we will definitely retrieve the sealing bottle of Mordas for you. I swear on the blood of the phoenix, Feng Nu followed Nianbing and said. Don't think that swearing on the blood of that lousy bird is amazing. If the sealing bottle of Mordas is opened, even if the phoenix blood disappears, it won't be able to bear it. No, I have to contact the other 6 old guys quickly. Recover the sealing bottle of Mordas and don't let its seal be undone. Otherwise, this world will probably never be peaceful again. Sigh. Forget it, for the sake of that lousy bird helping me back then, I won't pursue the matter. But in the human world, you must pay attention to the news of the Dark Mage and don't let the sealing bottle open. I'm leaving, don't have any ideas about my treasure. Get up and call your people over, I'd better take you out. Thank you Dragon King, thank you Dragon King. Big brother Ziqing, please go and call everyone. Nianbing took over from Dragon King. Alright, I'll go right away. Ziqing quickly ran back to the small path he had taken. After a few minutes, everyone came to Dragon King's hall one after another. Looking at the mountain of gold and silver treasures, everyone's eyes lit up. Before anyone could react, Xianxia screamed loudly and rushed to the treasure mountain. Don't. Carlo stretched out his right hand and stopped her repeatedly. But it was too late. Dragon King's left wing fanned, and a powerful whirlwind blew. Xianxia's fat and dry body had already hit the rocks around the hall. At this time, the mercenaries discovered the mountain of flesh on the side. Her entire body trembled and she was no longer moved. Okay, let's go. Dragon King released a dark red light and blocked everyone's path. He spread out his wings and a strong wind swept everyone up to the cave above them. When they came out of the cave, they were already halfway up the center of the Tiandang mountain range. Nianbing looked back. The huge cave faced the sky and was surrounded by faint trees. Thick clouds floated in the distance. From afar, the color of the cave and the green forest complemented each other. With the cover of the clouds, it was no wonder they couldn't see it when they came. Nianbing said, I don't know any martial arts. That was only a low-level ice magic, the ice arrow technique. I can't kill people, but killing a pigeon isn't a big problem. Feng Nu, you have to know that in the eyes of a chef, as long as it's edible, it's an ingredient. Since you don't have any ingredients here, I can only make some myself. Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing with dissatisfaction. I didn't expect you to be such a cruel person. Nian Bing smiled and said, am I cruel? Then you just don't eat them later. As he said that, he walked to the corner and picked up the 2 pigeons. After 8 years of cultivation, his spiritual power had reached a very high level. The ice arrow he shot earlier had directly shattered the 2 pigeons' heads and didn't cause them much pain. Holding the 2 pigeons, Nian Bing walked past Feng Nu. Seeing her somewhat sluggish expression, he smiled and said, pigeons are very nutritious and have the effect of strengthening the body and kidney. Since you said I'm cruel, you don't need to see how I deal with them. After saying that, he directly walked to the kitchen. No, I want to see. Feng Nu stubbornly glared at Nian Bing and followed him into the kitchen. Nian Bing took a basin and poured some water. Returning to the courtyard, he quickly removed all the feathers on the pigeons, took out their internal organs, and washed the pigeons. Looking at the bloody scene in front of her, Feng Nu repeatedly frowned. She reluctantly insisted on staying beside Nian Bing and continued to watch. Nian Bing smiled slightly. With a flip of his wrist, he took out the morning dew dagger. Under the command of his spiritual power, his magical power easily froze the blood and internal organs in the basin into ice. He turned the basin upside down and gently knocked the ice out of the basin. Nian Bing held the 2 washed pigeons in one hand and softly chanted, scorching fire, burst forth the passion in your heart and explode between heaven and earth. Bursting flames magic. A solid fireball appeared in front of him. Nian Bing's eyes flashed and the fireball with a diameter of 5 inches exploded. With a bang, the entire piece of blood ice completely disappeared. Other than a faint flow of water vapor, there was no trace left. Feng Nu stared blankly at Nian Bing. You know 2 types of magic? Ice and fire, how is that possible? Nian Bing smiled and said, nothing is impossible in this world. As long as you dare to think and dare to do it, your fantasy can become reality. When I was learning cooking from my master, I often used this method to destroy garbage. How about it, it didn't leave any trace on the ground. Ice and fire will turn into water vapor. When I froze the blood, the pigeon's internal organs have already been completely integrated with the ice. Under the bombardment of bursting flames, they naturally disappeared. Bursting flames was a level 3 magic. It required the strength of an intermediate magician to cast, and its explosive power was extremely strong. After returning to the kitchen with the pigeons, Nian Bing grabbed one of the pigeons by its leg and lifted it up. Because of Nian Bing's cruelty to the pigeons, Feng Nu's good impression of him had already dropped by a lot. She leaned against the kitchen door, waiting to see what he was going to do. She was surprised to find that Nian Bing seemed to have completely changed when he held the pigeon in his left hand. He stood there as steady as a rock, and his sharp eyes were completely focused on the pigeon, as if he was observing something. Suddenly, he moved. Feng Nu only saw a cyan blue brilliance floating out. The brilliance was so gorgeous. Nian Bing's right hand was like a phantom, constantly flipping and flashing. One after another, almost identical strands of flesh were constantly piling up on the chopping board below. Although she couldn't see the shadow of the knife clearly, Feng Nu was surprised to find that under the flickering cyan blue brilliance, the pigeon in Nian Bing's hand had gradually turned into a skeleton. In just a few blinks of an eye, Nian Bing had already changed to another pigeon. The cyan blue brilliance was still flickering. When the 2 skeletons appeared on the chopping board, there was already an even pile of flesh beside them. Nian Bing took out a white handkerchief from his bosom and wrapped it around the knife. Frost swirled on the morning dew knife, leaving no trace behind. Nian Bing smiled and walked to the front of the stove. With a point of his left hand, a fireball hit the firewood and the flames started to burn. The pot on the stove was still considered clean. The 2 pigeon skeletons were directly thrown into the pot, and he poured in some water from the side. But just as the water reached the skeletons, he stopped. He closed the lid of the pot and said with a smile, the original soup melts the original food so that the nutrients can be completely absorbed. Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing with a dumbfounded expression and muttered, you really don't learn martial arts? Your knife is so fast. She was very clear that although she cultivated douqi, the speed of her wrist was definitely not as fast as Nian Bing's. Nian Bing smiled and said, "My knife technique can only cut vegetables and meat, and it's just a simple knife. It's not like you, who cultivated Senior Hua Tian's 9 abandonment douqi. Unfortunately, I want to focus on cultivating magic. Otherwise, I might ask you for some knowledge on douqi. You only have salt here, so I won't make pigeon stew. I'll just make pigeon meat rice for you." As he said that, he took out a small square cloth bag from his waist and opened it on the chopping board. Inside the cloth bag were small cloth bags, and on each bag was an object of different sizes. The largest was a small knife, and the smallest was a long needle. There were a total of 10 objects, and most of them were needle-shaped objects. Feng Nu curiously asked, "What are these things for? Why do they look like doctors? Could it be that you also know acupuncture?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "Needles are not only used for acupuncture, they are also good for cooking." As he said that, he took out a basin from the side and scooped some rice. After washing it with water, he placed it beside him. His left hand picked up a grain of rice, and his right hand picked up the second thinnest needle from the cloth bag. As soon as the needle entered his hand, the tip of the needle immediately turned red and emitted a trace of heat. With a shake of his wrist, the fire magic needle directly pierced into the grain of rice that he picked up with his left hand. At the same time, with a flick of his left hand's little finger, a tendril of meat passed through the hole at the end of the needle. Unexpectedly, it was like a silk thread, and the needle came out from the other end of the rice. The rice grain was actually pierced by the tendril of meat. Following that, Nian Bing's movements began to speed up. One grain of rice after another was continuously pierced by the needle, and unexpectedly, the tendril of meat was cleverly pierced into a string. Miraculously, the surprise in Feng Nu's eyes became more and more intense. How was this cooking? It was clearly like making a perfect piece of art. The complicated project was continuously performed by Nian Bing. His hands were like illusions, and there was not a trace of delay, and there was not a trace of error. However, even with his speed, when all the tendril of meat had completely pierced through the rice grain, an hour had already passed. Looking at the rows of rice grains, Nian Bing smiled. This technique of using tendril of meat to pass rice was something that he had combined with magic. Without a burning fire needle, it was simply impossible to pierce through every grain of rice so evenly. The rice grains were like a curtain of beads that were placed flat on the chopping board. Nian Bing turned around and opened the lid of the pot. The soup boiled from the pigeon bones emitted a faint fragrance amidst the steaming steam. He took a ladle from the side and carefully picked out the pigeon bones from the pot. Looking at the milky white soup, he slightly hesitated for a moment before turning around and muttering a few words. A faint blue light enveloped the rice grains on the chopping board, and unexpectedly, the rice that had been pierced by the tendril of meat was frozen into a block. Taking out the morning dew dagger, he gently picked up the frozen rice and directly placed it into the pot. After sprinkling a thin layer of salt on the ice cubes, he covered the pot with a lid and returned the morning dew dagger to its sheath. Turning around, he said to Feng Nu, who had already sunk into a daze, "All right, it will be ready to eat after cooking for about an hour. Although the pigeon meat rice tastes good, it's a pity that it's a waste of time. I'll have to trouble you to wait a little longer." Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing with a strange gaze. Are you cooking? If this was made by an ordinary chef, I'm afraid that it would take more than a day to finish. Nian Bing laughed in spite of himself. A day? If it took a day, the shredded pigeon meat would already be inedible. Just making it looks good. Doesn't have any practical significance. You can come to a conclusion after tasting it. The two of them walked out of the kitchen. Feng Nu's previous unhappiness had already vanished into thin air after witnessing Nian Bing's miraculous cooking skills. Moving 2 wooden stools, the two of them sat down in the courtyard. Nian Bing appeared to be a little tired. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the tall ancient tree outside the courtyard wall. Piercing the rice with tendril of meat required complete concentration. Doing so much at once was like controlling a huge magic spell. Even he himself could not explain why he would make such a complicated pigeon meat rice for Feng Nu. Although it sounded simple, the simpler the cooking, the more it showed the chef's skills. Nian Bing felt his muscles and bones regenerating continuously. It was so strange. Nian Bing's heart became even more active. The fire giant dragon Garamandi in front of him was no longer that scary. At least, under certain circumstances, he could definitely win. However, Nian Bing had some doubts in his heart. He was obviously a fire dragon, so where did this light magic come from? However, no matter what doubts he had now, it was not as good as the joy of his seriously injured body quickly recovering. Everything was possible now that he had regained his food. The soreness was getting stronger and stronger. Under the cover of the golden light, all the negative feelings in his body were constantly disappearing. He tried to move his right arm. The familiar feeling had been restored, and he could freely control his right arm again. He pulled off the cloth wrapped around the wound and saw that the originally terrible wound had completely disappeared, leaving not even a scar. Suddenly, the golden light turned blue. It was the feeling of water, gentle water, constantly moistening his sore arm. Every time the water wave surged, it would make his right arm feel stronger. He moved the 5 fingers of his right hand, and they were still so flexible, as if he had never been injured. The light dimmed and disappeared, and the huge insight was silent. Everyone was shocked by the strange magic of the fire dragon Garamandis. Both light and water magic were actually used by him, who was a fire dragon. This strange scene was beyond the scope of everyone's understanding. Well, with the light repair and the water moistening, your arm is fine. Can we start now? It was as if Garamandi had just done a trivial thing. He lazily asked Nianbing for help. He smacked his huge dragon mouth, and his huge dragon eyes were full of desire. Nianbing smiled and said, "Of course. Please wait a moment." As he spoke, he took out his cooking tools one by one, and asked for some materials from Li Hua and Feng Yun. Under the watchful eyes of Garamandi, he suddenly frowned and looked at the dragon again. He seemed to be a little embarrassed and said, "Great Garamandis, I'm really sorry. Can you lend me something? Otherwise, I can't operate it." Garamandis was a little impatient and said, "Borrow something? Why are you so troublesome? What do you need to borrow that has to do with your cooking? Kid, if you lie to me, you know the consequences." Nianbing chuckled. "How would I dare to lie to you? However, as a chef, if I want to cook the best dishes, I need all kinds of tools. But, all my handy tools have been taken away by you. How can I help you cook? Of course, those things already belong to you, so I want you to lend them to me first to cook for you. You know how to take advantage of people, but I know how to take advantage of them. Garamandian stage. Let's play on. Let's see who can play who to death." Garamandi's dragon claws were as nimble as human hands. He extended a dragon finger and pointed at the treasures he had just received from Nianbing. "You mean, these are your kitchen knives?" Nianbing smiled and said, "That's right. Please lend them to me first." "Don't worry, I'll definitely satisfy you." Garamandi said with dissatisfaction, "Humans are really a wasteful race. You're actually more wasteful than me. Here, here." With a wave of his dragon claw, the 3 divine blades and the holy brilliant stone were brought back to Nianbing under the support of a faint red light. Nianbing suppressed his surging emotions and bent down to pick up the sigh of the ice goddess and the roar of the fire god. The feeling of being connected to flesh and blood made his whole body tremble. "Old friends, you're back. Don't worry, no matter what, I won't let you leave me again." While thinking, he hurriedly put these things into his space ring. Without giving Garamandis a chance to be dissatisfied, Nianbing asked 2 mercenaries to help him set up the pot. After thinking for a while, he took out a large piece of pork ribs and said with a smile, "The things here are simple, so I'll make you a pork rib. I'm sure you'll like it." With Garamandi's huge body, Nianbing didn't cut the pork ribs into pieces and directly put them into the pot. Then, he used ice magic to condense several pieces of ice and put them into the pot. Then, he used fire magic to Rong Bing, turning the ice into water and soaking that piece of pork ribs in it. Garamandi seemed to have forgotten about the others. He walked a few steps to Nianbing's side and lay down, curiously looking at his movements. "Kid, you know ice and fire magic?" Nianbing nodded and said with a smile, "I still can't compare to you. You know at least 3 types of magic, I only know 2. No, 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 it's not the same. The light and water magic that I used were only simulated, but your ice and fire magic is something that you already have. This kind of constitution is really rare. However, your level of magic is too low. The magic in your body is in a mess, spinning and spinning, what's the point of that? Nianbing didn't hear the latter part of the words. When he heard the word simulation, there was a loud bang in his mind. The originally heavy fog instantly shone through, as if a new door of magic had opened in front of him. The movements of his hands stopped, and he kept muttering the word simulation. He obviously thought of something, but he couldn't really grasp it. Garamandes raised his claw and lightly knocked on Nianbing's head, making him come back to his senses. Hey, hurry up and cook, don't dawdle, I'm already hungry. Nianbing woke up and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He knew that now was not the time to ask. Even if it was over, Garamandes wouldn't tell him. He calmed his mind and rubbed his aching head, saying, Great Garamandes, you don't know, after soaking the ribs in ice water, the meat will be even more tender. Haste makes waste, please wait a moment. Garamandes snorted and moved his head to the side of the pot, his eyes showing desire. No matter how hot the tofu is, I can eat it in one bite. However, what is tofu? Nianbing patiently explained, tofu is a kind of food made with beans as the main ingredient. It's very nutritious and delicious. If you want to eat it, I'll make it for you in the future. Good, good, good. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I'm already beginning to believe that you're a chef. Garamandes' voice became happy, just like a child. Everyone at the side was stunned. Nianbing and the fire dragon Garamandes were together. Now, they didn't look like enemies at all. They were completely like friends talking to each other. The dragon's appearance at this time was very funny. Its fat buttocks were sticking out behind, and its thick dragon tail was swaying gently. One of its front claws supported its big head and looked at the pot, while the other dragon claw slowly knocked on the ground. That expression, that appearance, it was completely like a person. A diner thirsting for delicious food. Feng Nu turned and walked to the side of the cave wall. Come on, millionaire, rest for a while. We're ready to go out. Carlo came to Feng Nu's side and whispered, Miss Feng Nu, will that dragon really let us go? Feng Nu smiled and said, Don't tell me you still don't believe in Nianbing's cooking skills? It's not difficult for him to satisfy this dragon's stomach. With Nianbing's intelligence, there won't be a problem. Carlo said with some worry, even if that dragon keeps his promise and lets us go, what about Nianbing? This time, he came here because of our mercenary group. If I leave him alone, how can I be at ease? If we leave. If Nianbing dies in the dragon's hands, then. Looking at Carlo's expression, Feng Nu couldn't help but have a good impression of him. She smiled and said, You can rest assured about this. At least Nianbing's life is not in danger. I believe that as long as this dragon tastes his food, he will protect him like a treasure. She would protect him like a treasure and wouldn't bear to hurt him. As for how to leave here, it will depend on Nianbing's wisdom. I heard that dragons are very greedy, but I didn't expect them to be greedy to this extent. Only when we leave first, Nianbing can have no scruples. President Carlo, is the person who took away the black bottle your employer? Carlo froze for a moment, lowered his head and said, Maybe. Although his voice changed and his aura changed, his body shape didn't change. The dark magician still exists. It seems that the future of our mercenary group is not optimistic after we go back. Feng Nu shook her head and said, Not necessarily. Since that person is a dark magician, he must have some ulterior motive for obtaining the sealing bottle of Mordos that Garamandes said. You are just a mercenary group. Destroying you is not good for him. I think the real dark magician will not do anything bad for himself. Good person, let everyone rest for a while. While they were talking, Nianbing had already started to act. He took out the ribs soaked in ice water and put them on the chopping board. He used a flame spell under the pot and began to heat the ice water. At the same time, he put in a dozen spices, such as pepper, onion, ginger slices, etc. Under the effect of the flame, the water in the pot boiled in a while. The aroma of all kinds of spices spread with the boiling water. Garamandes sniffed and exclaimed that it smelled so good. That excitement, he didn't look like a dragon that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Boy, when can you eat this ribs? I can't wait. Hurry up, hurry up. Garamandes kept urging. He was anxious, but Nianbing wasn't anxious at all. He said calmly, the more delicious something is, the more troublesome it is to cook it. This is especially true for whole ribs like this. It's very difficult to get all the flavor into it. If you want it to taste good, there must be 3 conditions. First, the heat has to be evenly controlled. Second, the taste has to be evenly mixed. Third, it has to be a mixture of all kinds of flavors. If you want to eat ordinary stewed ribs, I can make it for you right away. If you want to eat the best ribs, then you have to wait a little bit. I don't know which one you want to eat. Garamandes swallowed a mouthful of dragon saliva and said bitterly, I'll wait, then I'll wait. How long will it take? I'm hungry. Nianbing said indifferently, it won't be too long. Don't talk to me. If you disturb me, the taste of the food will change. Do you want to eat substandard food? No, 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 I won't disturb you. You do what you do. In order to eat delicious food, Garamandes had completely put down his pride. He blinked his dragon eyes and waited. Nianbing laughed in his heart. Garamandes, oh Garamandes, as long as I control your stomach, I don't believe you will hurt me. As for who will control who in the future, I'm afraid it's not certain yet. Under the guidance of magic, the Holy Glory Pearl jumped into his hand. Nianbing let the light of the Holy Glory Pearl shine on the ribs. After a few breaths, he put the Holy Glory Pearl away. He picked up a bottle of wine from the side and smeared it evenly on the ribs. After the first smear, he immediately took out the sai of the frozen goddess. Under the guidance of the ice element, the morning dew dagger made 256 light cuts on one side of the ribs, leaving 256 marks. After that, he turned the ribs around and used the Xianxia saber to make 256 marks. He then smeared the ribs with wine for the second time. As he smeared the ribs, he deliberately explained to Garamandes, the 2 different elements of ice and fire were mixed on this rib under the influence of the wine. Because I used different amounts of ice and fire elements, there are 9 different flavors. The wine can remove the fishy smell on the ribs and bring out the fragrance of the meat. With the addition of the ice and fire elements, the ribs can be cooked more easily and the meat tastes better. The great Garamandes, please start a fire here. A small fire will do. In order to eat the delicious ribs as soon as possible, Garamandes didn't have time to think about why Nianbing asked him to start a fire. With a flick of his dragon finger, a pile of flames appeared on the ground. Nianbing casually tossed the ribs onto the flames and flipped them. When they fell, Nianbing used the morning dew dagger and the Xianxia saber to pick them up alternately so that the ribs would always be flipped upside down. The aroma of wine and meat filled the air in the roasting flames and mixed with the aroma of the seasoning soup. Garamandes had already unknowingly started drooling. The longing in his dragon eyes became even more intense. When the ribs were half cooked, Nianbing stabbed the ribs with the morning dew dagger to stop the roasting process. He walked to the side of the pot and scooped out the various seasonings from the pot. Only a pot of soup with seasoning was left. After putting the ribs into the pot, Nianbing closed the lid and muttered a few incantations. Purple flames rose from his hands and he pressed them on both sides of the pot to continuously transfer heat into the pot. At the same time, he turned his head to Garamandes and said, "Help me hold down the lid. Don't let any of the soup spill out. Otherwise, it will go out of flavor." Okay. Garamandes swallowed a mouthful of saliva again and quickly pressed his dragon claws on the lid. The steam kept rising, but the lid could not be opened. Only traces of heat escaped from a few small holes on the lid. The aroma of the meat and the soup combined perfectly, emitting a tempting aroma. Not to mention Garamandes, even the mercenaries at the side kept swallowing their saliva. After a while, Nianbing withdrew his magic and said, "All right, stop pressing." Garamandes raised his claws. Nianbing opened the lid and quickly added some soy sauce and salt. He let the soup boil and let the seasonings mix with the soup and the ribs. It was very particular to add salt at the end of the stew. This was because, although it was easier to add salt at the beginning, it would be harder for the meat to be stewed and the taste would be much worse. She took out the proud heaven blade and cut a small piece of meat from the pot under Garamandi's fierce gaze. She blew on the hot air and sent it into her mouth to gently chew. Garamandes saw Nianbing's intoxicated manner of eating and immediately became angry. He raised his dragon claws and was about to slap down to punish this human who dared to eat his food when he heard Nianbing said, not bad. Although it was a little rushed, it was barely edible. Garamandi's dragon claws immediately stopped in midair and said excitedly, "Can I eat?" "That's great." The arduous wait finally came to an end. Nianbing used the proud heaven blade to cut a small piece of rib meat and nodded to Garamandes. Garamandes did not hold back and directly reached his right claw into the boiling hot pot and grabbed the large piece of rib. He directly sent the whole piece into his mouth and chewed. The sound of smacking could be heard continuously and Nianbing frowned. The whole piece of rib was completely eaten by Garamandes in just a few chews. Nianbing frowned and said, "How was the taste?" "The great Garamandes." Garamandes' dragon eyes were filled with intoxication. "Delicious, it's really delicious." Nianbing stared at him and said, "Is it only delicious?" Garamandes was puzzled and said, "Isn't it delicious enough? It is your honor that I, the great Garamandes, can say that the food you cook is delicious." This time it was Nianbing's turn to snort disdainfully and said, "What kind of delicious food can you make by just swallowing it? You've wasted my efforts." Garamandes was surprised and said, "What's so special about eating? Isn't it all about chewing a few times and swallowing?" Nianbing proudly said, "Cooking is special, eating is also special. Qingmeng, you come." Nianbing called out to Zi Qingmeng. Zi Qingmeng walked in front of him with a puzzled expression. Nianbing handed him the rib meat on the proud heaven blade and said, "Have a taste and then tell us, the great Garamandes, what kind of flavor does the rib taste like?" Zi Qingmeng took the proud heaven blade. He put the rib meat into his mouth and chewed slowly. After a long time, his eyes revealed a light of praise and said, "The rib meat has 100 different flavors because of your 2 kinds of magic. The rib meat is tender and fragrant but not greasy. The most peculiar thing is that the magic is used to maintain the flavor of the wine in the rib meat. The rib meat perfectly blends the flavor of the spices with the meat's own flavor. Combined with the rich wine and magic, it is truly a delicacy. Especially the control of the fire, it is perfect. I definitely can't make such a delicacy." Nianbing took the proud heaven blade that Zi Qingmeng handed back and turned to Garamandes and said, "Did you hear that? You have to carefully taste the food that I make to understand its true essence. Only by knowing how to appreciate the food can you find the greatest enjoyment in it. If you eat it casually like this, you can only taste a little fragrance and can only comment that it's delicious. Don't you think it's a waste to eat such delicious food?" Garamandes blinked and muttered, "What you said makes sense, but what should I do?" Nianbing smiled faintly and said, "Since you have decided to keep me here, then we will have plenty of time to compare notes about food. I can make many dishes, so shouldn't you fulfill your promise and send my friends out? As long as you want to eat, I can make delicious food for you at any time." Garamandes's eyes swept over the crowd and hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right, but I have one condition." Nianbing frowned and said, "You have another condition? Great Garamandes, you must live up to the word great. Your words are like spilled water." Garamandes chuckled and said, "Of course I will keep my word. However, you little brat are obviously very cunning, so I have to be on guard. Otherwise, how can I control you in the future? How about this, you attack me once. This way, I will have the power to take your life at any time. With the threat of your life, I am not afraid that you will not comply. As long as you attack me, I will immediately send your friends out." A dragon that had lived for tens of thousands of years was definitely not easy to deal with. At this time, Nianbing had no other choice. Without any hesitation, Nianbing ignored Feng Nu, Long Ling and the others who were anxiously trying to stop her. She waved her proud heaven blade and a wind blade floated out and chopped at Garamandes's body. However, it did not even leave a mark. Garamandes excitedly let out a dragon roar that shook the sky. A red light spread out from his huge body and instantly enveloped Feng Nu and the other 30 people. With a flap of his dragon wings, Nianbing staggered and fell to the ground. Garamandes took Feng Nu and the others and flew into the sky. Long Ling shouted at Nian Bing with tears in her eyes, "Nian Bing, you must live. You promised to tell me something." Feng Nu also shouted, "Nian Bing, you must live. Only by living can you have a chance to take revenge. Perhaps I will consider becoming your girlfriend." Xi Qingming also shouted, "My brother and I will go to the capital of the Ottoman Empire to seek refuge with the Silver Feather mercenary group. If you can leave this place alive, you can find us there." Nian Bing smiled and waved at everyone. Her face did not reveal a trace of sadness. "Feng Nu, you must remember what you said. Ling give me a chance. Don't marry Shijiu." Tears flowed uncontrollably from Long Ling's beautiful eyes. "Fool, I lied to you that day. I didn't get engaged at all. I was waiting for you in Ice Snow City. Even if it's for a lifetime. You promised father that you would participate in the new magician conference. For us, you must live. You are annoying. Is it that interesting to part in life and death?" Garamandes suddenly accelerated his flying speed. Long Ling and Feng Nu's voices could no longer be heard. Looking at their departing figures, Nian Bing's eyes were a bit blurred. This huge cave was accompanied by a dragon. Wanting to leave was easier said than done. Now, she could only take one step at a time. She hoped that this great Garamandes would always like to eat. This way, at least she could survive. She glanced at her right hand that was moving freely. Nian Bing simply sat down next to Garamandes' pile of treasures. He was neither optimistic nor pessimistic about his current situation. He recalled the word mimicry in his mind and pondered about how to cultivate his ice and fire magic. Instead of hoping for luck, it was better to work hard to improve his strength. Although he did not expect to be able to compete with the fire dragon Garamandes, as long as his strength improved, there would always be a chance. Since his parents were trapped in the Ice God Tower, he developed a tenacious character that would never give up. Not long after, the ground shook. The great Garamandes returned. "Boy, I have fulfilled my promise and sent your friends away safely." Without any worries, Nian Bing looked coldly at Garamandes and said, "So, I should thank you?" "That's right. My name is not Boy, my name is Nian Bing." Garamandes was slightly angry. "Bastard, is this the tone you used to talk to the great Garamandes? Don't forget, you have already attacked me. I can take your life at any time." Nian Bing smiled indifferently. "I am afraid you are not willing to. After eating my food, I don't believe that you will be interested in other food. How about we make an exchange? You tell me what magic mimicry is and I will teach you how to taste delicious food. How about it?" Garamandes snorted and said, "You are right. You have to remember, you are only a lowly human. You do not have the right to negotiate with the great Garamandes." As soon as his voice fell, Nian Bing felt his whole body tighten. He was already lifted up by Garamandes' huge dragon claw. A scorching aura invaded his body and the cloth on his body suddenly turned into flying ash. Garamandes casually flung Nian Bing to the ground. His skin was immediately scraped by the uneven ground and dozens of scars appeared. The severe pain made Nian Bing groan. His mind became hazy and he immediately fainted. Hey, you can't be that weak, right?" Garamandes saw that Nian Bing did not have any reaction after falling to the ground. He naturally did not care about Nian Bing's life or death, but he was very concerned about his food. This was something he had never experienced before. Fearing that Nian Bing would die like this, he hurriedly released a light magic on his body. The wound immediately healed. Garamandes probed the condition of Nian Bing's body. Only then did he feel relieved and lay down to sleep. When Nian Bing woke up, the sky above the cave had already turned dark. He found that his body did not feel any discomfort. Although the magic power in his body was not enough, he still had about 50% left. He used a flame magic to illuminate everything around him. The dragon Garamandes was lying there sleeping. And his treasures were sparkling under the light of the fire. His heart moved. He loudly shouted Garamandes' name, but the dragon was sleeping soundly. No matter how he called, there was no response. Nian Bing was delighted. Although he was not sure that he could escape, how could he know without trying? "Oh great ice goddess! Please lend me your anger and send us to the lost shore." Snowstorm. Ice elements condensed under his feet. Nianbing carefully controlled the magic power. He did not let it out in the slightest. Using it, he slowly flew up, floating towards the top of the cave. The power of the snowstorm was not enough to carry him so high. However, he had the Sigh of the Ice Goddess. With the help of the Ice Goddess stone, the power of the snowstorm was greatly enhanced. It carried his body higher and higher. At the beginning, Nianbing was afraid of waking Garamandes, so he flew very slowly. But after 100 feet, Garamandes still did not respond. This discovery made him bolder. He sped up with all his might, using the snowstorm to send his body up. The cave entrance was getting closer and closer. Nianbing could already see the stars in the night sky. The moon was like a jade plate hanging in the distant horizon. Seeing all this, his eyes could not help but moisten. Could he finally escape? Just as Nianbing reached the top of the cave and was about to fly out, a huge head suddenly appeared in front of him. "Hey, Nianbing boy, where do you think you're going?" The voice was familiar. A red light lit up the surroundings. The owner of the huge head was the fire dragon Garamandes. Nianbing's heart sank. He was about to say something when Garamandes flicked his dragon claw. The snowstorm under his feet disappeared without a trace. When he wanted to use magic again, his body was already restrained by Garamandes' fire magic. The feeling of weightlessness came instantly. His body fell to the ground like a meteor. It's over. This was Nianbing's first thought after his body fell. Falling from such a height, not a single bone would be intact. The strong feeling of weightlessness made Ling Nianbing forget everything. Memories kept flashing in his mind. At this moment, the first thing he thought of was the desperate look in his parents' eyes before he activated the space scroll. "Dad, Mom, Nianbing can't avenge you." Suddenly, his body became light. Nianbing realized that something seemed to have caught his body. His original fall changed to a sideways movement. His whole body shook, and he was already spinning and floating. When he calmed down, he realized that he was actually on Garamandes's broad dragon back. "You want to run so quickly? You humans really don't have any credibility." Judging from the voice, Garamandes did not seem to be angry. After falling back to the bottom of the cave, Garamandes shook Nianbing off his back. Then, he used his dragon claw to hold his body on the ground. As his body was releasing a red light that represented fire, Nianbing could clearly see everything around him. He was smart enough not to ask Garamandes why he didn't kill him. He looked up at him and asked, "Are you hungry?" Garamandes was stunned. He obviously did not expect Nianbing to have such a reaction. He nodded subconsciously and said, "The ribs you made are not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." Nianbing chuckled and said, "Then I'll make you something to eat." Hearing this, Garamandes immediately became excited. Good, hurry up. Your friends left behind quite a lot of ingredients, it should be enough for me to eat a few meals. And I'll give you an honor, from now on, you'll be the chef of the great Garamandes." Nianbing nodded and said, "Cooking is no problem, but I want to know, how did you get up there? Your body is so big, if you flew past me, I should know." Garamandes snorted and said, "Idiot, did you forget what I said about mimicry? I can imitate light magic and water magic, why can't I imitate space magic? A distance of several thousand feet, a mid-distance teleportation of the 7th step is enough." Nianbing suddenly said, "So you're saying, you can imitate any type of magic? Even dark magic?" Garamandes said proudly, "Of course, we dragons are natural magic users, we can easily use the forbidden spells you humans speak of. Even magic of other types can be imitated based on our own magic. The magic of the West Lake is actually more or less the same, although the form of each magic element is different. As long as you grasp the changes of magic waves, you can imitate any type of magic you want. Of course, this is impossible for you humans, but we dragons can imitate other types of magic, including the 9th step and all types of magic below the 9th step." Imitate, although Garamandes said very vaguely, he still gave Nianbing some hints. Imitate, since dragons can imitate, then can humans and mages, to a certain extent, imitate magic. Maybe humans don't have the innate advantage of dragons, but she herself possesses both ice and fire magic. If one imitates the form of the other while using the two types of magic, then the two types of magic would no longer pose a threat. In that case, the ice and fire of the same origin would no longer pose any threat. Not only would it be more convenient for cultivation, but it would also be able to better display the power of the ice and fire of the same origin as long as there were some slight changes. However, in order to simulate them, he had to have a better understanding of the similarities and changes between ice and fire magic. This would take a long time to be able to achieve. Cooking for a dragon is definitely a very difficult job. How big is a dragon's stomach? The ingredients Nian brought were enough to feed 30 people for a month. However, Garamandes ate a third of it in one meal. Although Nian tried her best to make simple things, this meal still made her unbearably tired. She casually ate some food and sat at the side, gasping for breath. Garamandes slowly ate the delicious vegetables in front of him. Nian, can you taste the best food by eating slowly like this? How come I didn't taste the changes you mentioned? Boss, don't forget, you're a dragon, after all, you're a dragon. How can a dragon's sense of taste the taste? It seems that your sense of taste is not sensitive enough. Naturally you can't taste the deliciousness. Garamandes stopped eating and said angrily, damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? You made me eat so many things but I still couldn't taste the best taste. Nian was stunned and laughed, say it earlier, what's the use of saying it earlier? Don't you still have to eat like this? Although they haven't known each other for long, Nian found that other than being a little arrogant, this Garamandes didn't seem to be that difficult to get along with. At least when she was cooking for him, he was very obedient and even helped her. That desire for food was like a greedy child. Anyway, he couldn't leave this place for a while, so he might as well let go. Getting along with Garamandes wasn't that uncomfortable. Nonsense, of course it's useful to say it earlier. What's a human? If I turn into a human, won't I have a human sense of taste? Under Nian surprised gaze, the red light around Garamandes's body suddenly moved like water waves, constantly concentrating on his huge body. Gradually, the red light became stronger and stronger, and the dazzling light made Nian unable to see everything in front of her. When the red light suddenly disappeared, when Nian recovered her vision, she was stunned to find that Garamandes's huge body had disappeared and was replaced by a person, a young man who looked about the same age as her. This person's height was about the same as Nian, and he had a head of fiery red hair. Although he wasn't as handsome as Nian, his body exuded a kind of domineering aura. His dark red warrior robe set off his perfect figure, and his aura gave people an extremely dangerous feeling. He laughed and said to Nian, how is it? You didn't expect it, right? There's nothing on this continent that the great Garamandes can't do. He awkwardly moved his human body, and in a flash, he was already in front of Nian. Nian was stunned, you're really Garamandes? Garamandes raised his hand and knocked on her head, idiot, you forgot to add the word great. After turning into a human, his expression felt more real. In front of this person who was about the same age as her, Nian couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. A creature like a dragon really couldn't be guessed by the way humans thought. Garamandes continued to eat the vegetables in the big bowl. The taste is really different. A human's sense of taste is still better. Damn, I've really suffered a lot in the past. It seems that it's better to be human. Although he had turned into a human, his stomach was still a dragon's stomach, and his appetite didn't decrease at all. Only after he finished all the food made by Nian did he pat his stomach in satisfaction and lie down on his pile of treasures. Nian, I finally experienced the taste changes you were talking about. It's really amazing. Are all the food you humans make so strange? Nian had already stabilized her mind while Garamandes was eating. She walked to his side and sat down, saying, not all of them. However, to me, cooking is a special kind of culture, and the cooking culture of humans is vast and boundless. There are many delicious things that even I haven't seen before. Among humans, I am indeed an outstanding chef, but I can't say that I'm the best. Garamandes turned to look at Nian in surprise. He said, so you're saying that there are even more delicious things? Nian smiled, saying, of course there are. If there's a chance in the future, I can take you to see it. After Garamandes turned into a human, for some reason, Nian original fear disappeared a lot. Great Garamandes, didn't you lose the sealing bottle of Mordas? Why don't you look worried at all? Garamandes snorted and said, "What's there to be worried about? There is more than one sealing bottle of Mordas. There are a total of 6, and they are with me and the other 5 Dragon King except for the Dark Dragon King. Unless we get all of them, one is useless. We must get it back, but we're not in a hurry." Nianbing asked curiously, "What is the sealing bottle of Mordas? Does it need you 6 dragons to protect it?" Garamandes's expression changed slightly, and said, "You don't need to know this. Knowing the secret won't do you any good. Also, remember, I'm the Dragon King. Not a dragon." Dragon King? What's the difference between a Dragon King and a dragon? Weren't you sent by the Dragon God to protect the continent? Nianbing's curiosity was very strong. Garamandes said proudly, "After the ancient war, many races on the Yangon continent were destroyed. The Divine Realm felt that we dragons were not suitable to survive on this continent, because we were too strong for humans. So they asked the Dragon God to take us dragons to the Divine Realm. At that time, the Dragon God decided to leave a Dragon King in each faction to protect the continent, and let us 7 Dragon Kings choose our own subordinates. Those 6 guys are really cunning. They all chose to stay, so of course, I won't be outdone." Nianbing said, "Is there really a god? What's wrong with the Divine Realm? Why don't you want to go?" Garamandes said, "Bullshit god, the so-called god is what you humans say. In fact, those gods are also you humans, but they are powerful humans. Before the ancient war, the magic elements on the continent were much denser than they are now. It was at that time that some of you humans were more far-sighted and diligent in cultivation. Finally, they were able to reach an extremely high level, completely surpassing the abilities of humans. They were the gods you speak of. These guys who called themselves gods, relying on their powerful magic power, opened up a new place on another continent, and used powerful magic to seal that continent. This is the Divine Realm I'm talking about. So, the Divine Realm, the Demon Realm, and so on, all exist together. Of course, it's impossible for you humans to find the Divine Realm. Even if your navigation technology is more advanced, because the Divine Realm is protected by a magical barrier, you can't even find it. However, those people who call themselves gods are very conceited, and jointly signed a treaty that does not affect humans. Although humans can't easily go to the Divine Realm, the so-called gods there can't return to the continent of your human world. Otherwise, once they are discovered, they will be attacked by all the other gods. We, the Dragon Kings, are the highest beings in your human world. If we were to go to that so-called land of gods, we would only be above the ordinary giant dragons and obey the orders of those gods. I have no interest in being controlled by others. Naturally, it would be best to stay in the human world." Nianbing heard the origin of gods for the first time. She thought for a while and said, "Then, it's possible for humans to cultivate and become gods? If I work hard to cultivate to the level of gods, can I enter the so-called Divine Realm?" Garamandes nodded and said, "That's natural. However, now is not the same as before. Wanting to cultivate to the level of gods is not an easy matter. You humans have a limited lifespan. In the last 10,000 years, I haven't seen the Divine Realm's emissary come here to pull someone to the Divine Realm. However, now there seems to be a magician close to the level of gods. Perhaps she has a chance." Nianbing's whole body shook and said, "Are you talking about the Ice God Tower's Ice God Priest?" Garamandes shot a glance at Nianbing and said, "It's that little human girl. I really don't know how she cultivated. She's an extremely devout believer of gods. Bitterly cultivating for more than 100 years is really difficult for her. She has always maintained her virgin body and cultivated since young, giving her an advantage that ordinary humans don't have. That's why she can reach the level of God Descent Master. However, she still has several checkpoints before she can become a real god. The last time I met that guy Ice Dragon, we were still talking about her. Now, even if it's us, I'm afraid we can't really hurt her. That little girl's magic is really powerful." "What? Even you can't deal with the Ice God Priest?" Nianbing's whole body shook violently, as if she was drenched in ice water. Her whole body felt cold. She had already experienced the strength of the dragon, but she didn't expect that even the proud Garamandes would admit that he couldn't kill the Ice God Priest. Such a powerful enemy, how could she deal with it? Garamandes said, "What, Do you have a grudge with that little girl? If you do, I advise you to quickly forget about it. That girl already has the body of a so-called demigod, only one step away from the realm of gods. In less than 10 years, she will certainly be able to enter the realm of gods. There will be a messenger from the realm of gods to take her away. According to that guy Ice Dragon, this girl already knew about the existence of the realm of gods when she was still very young. She has been painstakingly cultivating ice magic in order to go to the realm of gods. More than 100 years of hard work is for this goal. Do you think you can surpass her? Nian Bing's heart kept flashing with all kinds of thoughts. No, even the most powerful person has a flaw. As long as I am willing to work hard, anything can happen. Garamandes let out a strange laugh and said, of course it could happen. That little girl is also not without a flaw. Take you as an example, if you can take her virginity, then her ice attribute energy will be broken, and she will never be able to enter the realm of gods. Nian Bing was stunned. Do magicians need to be a virgin to cultivate to the limit? How come I haven't heard of it? Garamandes snorted, that's because you are ignorant and inexperienced. What do you magicians know now? The little bit of magic you know is very common. If magicians want to cultivate to the limit, of course they don't need to be a virgin. As long as they are willing to work hard, with the current level of magic in the continent, you should be able to reach the realm of gods after cultivating for about 300 or 400 years. However, you have to be able to live that long. As for the girl you mentioned who practiced ice magic, she took a shortcut. That is, she cultivated as a virgin. In addition, she was willing to work hard and had many supplementary magic items. That was why she was able to reach her current level in just over 100 years. Boy, if you have any enmity with her, as long as you break her virginity and let her dream of entering the realm of gods fail, then you can get your revenge. If you have enmity, you don't have to kill people. Hee, if you want to take revenge, you have to make the other party suffer the most. How about it? If you have the chance, you can go and rape her. I support you, I will go with you and watch the show. How about it? Nian Bing's face changed. Although Garamandes' appearance now looked very obscene, his words did not seem to be false. Come on, I have no interest in that old witch. Besides, are you willing to let me go? Garamandes laughed and said, of course I can't let you go. In fact, even if you want to rape her, it will be very difficult to succeed. Unless you have a higher strength than her. But that is impossible, at least it will be impossible in 100 years. Nian Bing boy, to be honest, although that little girl is a little old, but her body function is maintained very well because she has been cultivating ice magic for many years. She is no different from a young girl. Unfortunately, you can't do it. Otherwise, raping her is indeed a good choice. Not only can you enjoy yourself, but you can also take your revenge. What a wonderful thing. Nian Bing looked at him dumbstruck and said, I am really doubting whether you are a dragon or not. Are all dragons like you? Garamandes snorted and said, in this world, if you want to survive better, you have to know how to be flexible and put your own interests first. It is precisely because I understand this that I can become the successor of the next dragon god. Boy, don't tell me that you want to take your revenge in an open and aboveboard way. Of course not. As long as I can take my revenge, I can do anything. Nian Bing's eyes flashed with a faint cold light. She clenched her fists. Garamandes leisurely said, it seems that you and that little girl really have a grudge. However, if you want to take your revenge, you have to hurry up. After 10 years, she will go to the god realm. At that time, what chance do you have? Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, can I still take my revenge in this state? Are you willing to let me go? Garamandes smiled. Said, I only said that I won't let you go, but I didn't say that you can't go out. Didn't you just say that there are a lot of delicious things outside? We can go out and take a look. You are familiar with humans. As long as you can take me to eat delicious food, it doesn't have to be here. Do you think I want to stay here and sleep all day? It is not because Dragon God made me cultivate the Dragon God's supreme curse that I have to stay here. Now that my curse has been completed, I can finally go out and play. Only a ghost would want to stay. Hearing this, Nian Bing couldn't help but be moved. Are you saying that you want to take me out of here to taste delicious food all over the continent? Garamandes shook his hand. Said, no, 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 don't get it wrong. It is not that I want to take you away, it is you who wants to take me away to taste delicious food. Of course, you have to listen to me. Nianbing smiled. She didn't expect that before she found a way to leave here, Garamandes would propose to leave and eat delicious food all over the place. Wouldn't that mean that she could go wherever she wanted to go? Although her freedom was limited to a certain extent, from another point of view, with Garamandes following her, it was unintentional that she had an invincible bodyguard by her side. Oh great Garamandes! I have something to discuss with you. Nianbing had already made her wishful thinking. Garamandes snorted and said, discuss what? I thought you forgot how to call me. Nianbing smiled and said, how could I forget? It is my honor to be able to cook for you. However, you also know that as your chef, if my magic is too weak, wouldn't it be embarrassing for you? When I came here, I saw that you had a lot of magic books here. If I can learn something from them, maybe I can think of a better way to cook. You see, shouldn't you? Garamandes stared at her, good. You actually dare to think of my baby, stop dreaming. Those magic books are written in ancient words. Even if I give them to you, you won't be able to understand them. Nianbing said with some disappointment, I really can't understand them at all? That's such a pity. It seems that if I encounter danger, only you can protect me. Unfortunately, you can't directly attack humans and my magic is too weak. Garamandes tilted his head and looked at Nianbing, kid, you don't have to have any ideas about me. Seeing that the food you cook is really delicious, I will naturally teach you some magic tricks when I am happy. However, you have to satisfy my stomach. If I get tired of eating your food, maybe I will directly twist your head off. Nianbing was overjoyed. If she could get some magic advice from a powerful existence like Garamandes, it would naturally be of great help to her ice and fire magic. She hurriedly said, you can rest assured, as one of the top chefs in Yangon, the food I cook will definitely satisfy you. Then can you teach me the knowledge of mimicry first? You also know that I have two kinds of magic, but now I can't control them very well. This restricts my development in magic, and it will be very difficult to promote to a higher level. I am sleepy, let's talk about it later. You first restore your magic power and eat all the ingredients. We will leave here and find something good to eat outside. As soon as her voice fell, Garamandes already let out a loud snore. Although she was in human form, her dragon snore was enough to shake the whole cave. Sleeping after eating, isn't this a pig? Nianbing cursed in her heart, helplessly shaking her head. She walked to the side and sat down. She didn't immediately start meditating, but instead thought about Garamandes' words. If according to what he said, the ice goddess priestess had cultivated for more than 100 years to reach her current level, that was simply too frightening. Could it be that the gap between an archmage and a god's descent master was so big? She remembered that when she was little, her father once said that her mother was locked up by the ice goddess priestess as punishment because she secretly had him with her father. Perhaps, the ice goddess priestess wanted her mother to inherit her position, so she chose to cultivate with her virginity. Garamandes said that if she could break the ice goddess priestess's virginity, that would be the best revenge. Forget it, although she wasn't some upright gentleman, she wasn't interested in a 100-years-old witch. She was old enough to be her great-grandmother. Ice goddess priestess, just you wait. Even if my strength can't catch up to yours, I'll definitely think of a way to make you look good. Closing her eyes, Nianbing stabilized her mind and began to meditate. She held the sigh of the ice goddess and the roar of the fire god in her hands. She absorbed the magical elements in the air. Actually, even she didn't know that in terms of magic cultivation speed, she was much faster than ordinary magicians. This was not only related to her being a dual-element magician and being able to absorb two kinds of magic at the same time, but more importantly, that was the sigh of the ice goddess and the roar of the fire god. Although the effects of the two top-notch paragons couldn't be seen normally, it seemed that they could only make the power of magic a little stronger when using magic, and also save a little more magic power. In the process of cultivation, the two paragons possessed a special energy that had always been imperceptibly changing Nianbing's physique, and making her magic power purer. Simply from this point, it could be seen that although Lizzie was a sorcerer, in terms of continuous fighting ability and the power of magic use, he definitely couldn't compare to Nian Bing in magic of the same rank. Although his magic power was great, in terms of purity, it couldn't compare to Nian Bing's magic. What Nian Bing was going through now was a foundational process. As long as the foundation was solid enough, she could possibly become a powerful magician in the future. This point, the fire god dragon Garamandes naturally saw it. However, in his eyes, Nian Bing was so insignificant that he naturally wouldn't remind him. 3 days passed. As for cleaning up the food, Garamandes was absolutely first class. After turning into a human body, his eating speed had decreased a lot, but he could eat non-stop. In addition to sleeping, he ate. Nian Bing's cooking speed was just enough for him to eat. For 3 days, the two repeated the same thing. Garamandes ate, slept, and ate, while Nian Bing cooked and meditated. Fortunately, Garamandes was kind and didn't forget to leave some for Nian Bing when eating. As he continued to eat, the food materials left by Carlo and the others were finally used up. Lying contentedly on his jewelry, Garamandes sighed and said, "It's really wonderful. To think that I, the great Garamandes, have lived for tens of thousands of years, but these few days are the best for me." Nian Bing, you're really not boasting. The taste of the dishes you cook is different. Now I'm more and more yearning for the outside world. Nian Bing said unhappily, "You're eating happily, but I'm dying of exhaustion. If you eat like this every day, it won't be long before I die." Garamandes laughed and said, "That won't happen. How can I bear to let you die of exhaustion?" "Oh, right, haven't you realized that although your body is tired these few days, your spirit is much better? Your magic progress has also increased a lot?" Nian Bing snorted angrily and said, "That's the result of my own hard work, plus the fire element here is abundant. Cooking for you every day, my spirit is always in a tired state. Don't talk about progress, I'm almost dead from exhaustion." Garamandes patted Nian Bing's shoulder and said, Okay. Don't complain. Anyway, you'll be out of the sea of suffering soon. I don't have to eat good food every day. For me, eating is just a kind of enjoyment. Your days of suffering are over. Anyway, there are no more materials. Let's go today. I'll teach you some magic insights as a reward for you. How about it? Nian Bing's eyes lit up and said, "You're willing to teach me? Don't tell me it's some rubbish insights. Don't forget, I'm a human and you're a dragon. Our body structure is different, so our innate ability to sense magic is also different. Will your insights be effective on me?" Garamandes snorted and said, "What do you know? Although I'm a dragon, I've already lived for tens of thousands of years. I can't be more familiar with your human body structure. My experience in magic alone is something you can never compare to. Stop talking nonsense, pack up your good things, we're ready to go." Saying that, he pointed to the kitchen utensils on the ground. Finally, they could leave this place. Nian Bing couldn't help but be overjoyed, but she didn't show it on her face. After cleaning up the kitchen utensils, she put them one by one into her spatial ring. Garamandes looked at his treasures and muttered to himself, "Nian Bing, I suddenly discovered a problem. Those 3 knives of yours represent fire, ice, and water magic. Among them, ice is evolved from water. Did you notice that when you use these 3 knives to cut food, even if you don't use magic, the same dish will taste different?" Nian Bing packed up her things while bluntly saying, "Nonsense, I don't need you to tell me that. Because my 3 knives are inlaid with top-quality gems that contain a kind of magic element. When I cut the food, the magic element will naturally be brought into the food. When I eat it, the taste will naturally be different. This is also the advantage of using magic on food. Even if an ordinary chef's skills are exquisite, it's impossible to make a dish with magic aura. It's precisely because of this reason that my teacher lost to an ordinary barbecue." Garamandes laughed and said, "Since it's like this, if you have knives of different attributes, wouldn't you be able to make more different tastes?" Nian Bing's eyes lit up, but she quickly regained her calm. "You say it so easily. Ordinary magic knives are useless. Only top-quality magic knives like mine can fully integrate magic elements into the food. Don't tell me you have a top-quality knife? I don't believe you. What's more, my magic can only use the 2 forms of ice and fire. I don't know how to mimic your magic." When I cook, only ice and fire elements can fully display their power. Other magic won't work. Garamandes looked at Nian Bing, laughed and said, "Kid, you don't need to be pretentious. I know you want to learn my magic mimicry and have designs on my treasures." Nian Bing's expression didn't change as she said, "Do I? You were the one who brought it up first. What does it have to do with me? Didn't you say you want to leave here?" "I've already packed up my things." Garamandes leaned on his treasures and leisurely laid down, saying, "Nian Bing, it's not impossible for you to learn magic mimicry from me. If it's you humans, ordinary magicians might not be able to do it, but you're different. Ice and fire magic are completely opposite. If you can truly cultivate the same origin of ice and fire, using this as a foundation, you won't lose out to us dragons." End of chapter 66. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.